Was filmed over a week ago, so please spare me with this news is old because it was new when I filmed this video. I just haven't had the time to edit this video. And two, I know about the Ra's al Ghul stuff that came out today. They confirmed that he's actually going to be in the show. Well, I actually talked about that like 2 months ago, back in January, so definitely go watch this video right here if you want to hear my thoughts on the whole Ra's al Ghul thing, and then I will talk about that later in another video. So yeah, roll the intro! What's going on, guys? So I finally have another Gotham video for you because I realized that my channel is dying and the Gotham videos are the only ones that get me views. And if this show ever gets canceled, I know who's totally sticking around. I kid, but do I? Seriously though, I was just taking a break from the Gotham videos, and I also want to give you guys quality content. I don't want to just make a video for every photo that gets out there, every selfie that's snapped, everything, because that would get boring and it doesn't add to the theories. Like, I would just be making up shit. But right now, I finally have something that has caught my attention. It's going to be two things. I'm going to talk about some photos with a certain Jerome and Silver St. Cloud, and also photos of a possible Penguin return. So that's what we're going to talk about on today's video. But first, we're going to talk about this damn theory of Silver St. Cloud possibly being Harley Quinn, because I thought this thing was dead. I thought this theory was dead because it's so ridiculous, it's so out there, but everybody is still going on this whole thing of like, well, Juice, the freaking producer said that it's going to be Harley Quinn's going to be somebody that we saw in the show before, and Silver St. Cloud just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, but let me just tell you this. The freaking producers also said that Jerome wasn't going to be the Joker. Oh. They also said we were going to see Killer Croc at the beginning of Season 3. Oh. And the guy that runs the whole thing, the person that is in charge of Gotham, doesn't believe superhero shows work on TV. Oh. So it's kind of hard to believe anything the producers say, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not like holding on to any hopes that it is going to be somebody that's going to be on this show. I think they changed their minds. Somebody said that. I think Harley Quinn is going to be a brand new person that we have not seen on this show before. But that doesn't mean that people still aren't going to talk about Silver St. Cloud possibly being Harley Quinn. And let's go ahead and talk about why everybody thinks this, because I had a few people send this to me on Twitter and Instagram. So let's go ahead and talk about it. The reason why this rumor has started back up is because of these two little cutesy videos right here of Cameron Monaghan and Natalie something Lind, I forgot, hold on. Natalie Allenden? Is that how you say her name? I don't know. These Hollywood starlets and their freaking crazy names. We're just gonna call her Silver. But anyways, these are the two little cutesy videos that they took. It's one of those like back and forth videos that you can take on Instagram and shit now. Well, they had that here at a Vanity Fair party. And you know, we'll just go ahead and see why people are starting to blow up about this, and it's because she has this actual quote right here on her Twitter. Jerome and Silver takeover? Thank you, Vanity Fair, for the beautiful night. XXO. Cameron Monaghan, Gotham. That's about it, right? But Cameron also responded to her with this. Was fun. Grats on the good news. One thing I will point out about Cameron's freaking tweet is he doesn't tag Gotham in it. Now, of course, these two little videos sent the freaking internet a buzz, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, she's gonna be Harley Quinn. I can't believe they're gonna be Harley Quinn. They look so cute together. Slow your roll, bitches. No, that doesn't mean anything. First of all, why the hell were they together? Let's go ahead and talk about that first. Okay. Apparently, these photos are from a Vanity Fair party that was titled like A Toast to Young Hollywood, and it was in West Hollywood. So it was just a party to honor a lot of the young Hollywood peeps in the world right now. Everybody in the business that's really young was there, because there was a bunch of photos of people there. I mean, freaking Victoria Justice was there. What's his name? Roy Harper from, you know, Arrow was there. The dude that plays, you know, Roy Harper, Red Arrow. He was there. Man, I'm forgetting his name. There was a lot of young Hollywood stars there, and it just so happened that Silver St. Cloud and Jerome were at the same party. They more than likely met during their time in Gotham. You know, maybe they crossed paths. Maybe they were friends before. I don't know. I don't live in Hollywood because I'm not successful. But seriously, they could just be friends, or they could have just met up at this freaking party and been like, what's up, girl? How you doing? And then, you know, there are things happen, you know, whatever. But what I'm saying is it doesn't automatically mean that she's gonna be Harley Quinn. And she also called herself Silver. But, of course, it's not gonna end there. You know, this is gonna go on. People are like, oh my god. And I can tell you a million reasons why it doesn't make sense. One, she's Silver St. Cloud. That's the main reason. She is a character from the Batman comics. It wouldn't make sense for her to change and automatically be another character from the Batman comics. 2, she's way too young to be Harley Quinn. I mean, she's still in high school. She's Bruce's age. She would need to finish high school and automatically go to school for 8 to 10 years to be a psychiatrist. And I know it takes that long because my sister-in-law is one, I think. And 3, even if she did somehow, in the matter of, what, half a season, finish high school and go to 10 years of college, it would be insane to let a little girl work at Arkham. Like, it just wouldn't make sense. And she would have to have a name change at the same time. Like, it just, oh my god, it wouldn't. I don't see how it would work. I can tell you this, honestly, I can tell you this, is if the only way I can see her actually being called Harley Quinzel is if when she left Gotham with Tabitha, that Tabitha was like, look, to keep you alive because the family's gonna want to find you and want to kill you because you failed, you need to change your name. And they give her the name Harley Quinzel. And maybe she talks to Bruce down the line, or maybe she crosses paths with Selina or whatever, or somebody. She talks to somebody and they're all like, oh, Silver, like, where have you been? And she's like, it's not Silver anymore. She's like, I had to change my name because of, you know, Galavan or the family coming after me, so my name now is Harley Quinzel. I don't really like it, but, you know, whatever. That is the only thing that I could find plausible and that would make sense, is that she has a name change and that is how she becomes Harley Quinzel. Because let's be real, if she just somehow crosses paths with Jerome and Jerome like beats her or makes her go crazy or whatever, and he just so happens to come up with the name Harley Quinn, like Harley Quinn, I'm just gonna call you Harley Quinn when your name is Silver St. Cloud. Like, it's just, too many, it's too out there. It's way too out there, because why didn't they just call her Barbara Streisand or Oprah Winfrey? Like, you know, come on, like, you know, some other name, like, that's, how do you just get, you're gonna make up Harley Quinn out of nowhere? Like, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, I just think it's way, way too much to make Silver St. Cloud Harley Quinn. You'd have to explain so much. Now, yes, could Gotham just flat out be like, we don't give a fuck, like, oh yeah, Silver St. Cloud, you're Harley Quinn now. Bada bing, bada boom. We're great writers. Of course they could do that, but it would be super stupid and make no sense. But, you know, by golly, all gee whiz, they could do whatever the fuck they want. To be fair, I will say with these photos and Cameron saying grats on the good news or whatever, you know, maybe they are gonna work together. It's possible. I don't know. I'm not gonna, anything can happen on Gotham, so I'm not gonna say that it's 100% not possible, but I am gonna say it's like 95% not gonna happen, because like I said, anything can happen on this show. But maybe she got like a movie deal or something crazy happened and that they were talking about it that night, and that's why he's saying congratulations. Or maybe she's coming back to the show in a bigger, you know, bigger role somehow. But I just, her being Harley Quinn, I just don't see it. I think it's way too much to explain, and I feel like Gotham's starting to get its feet, like, and it's starting to build up great characters, and just to do something so far out of left field, I think it'll just be like, I think you'll start killing that fan base that is just like starting to come back because you're making a good, solid, you know, Joker character, and then you're just gonna be like, wait, wasn't this chick so-and-so, and then what the fuck, blah, 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 and they can't just keep doing like, oh, she died, and we brought her back, and we gave her a new memory, like, that, it's done. Do not keep doing the same stories, like, just keep moving on. Bring in somebody new. You're good, Gotham. Just don't overdo it, bros. Or chicas. So those are my thoughts on the whole Silver St. Cloud possibly being Harley Quinn thing. But let's go ahead and move on to the next thing, and that is freaking this photo right here of the Riddler in the, you know, if you guys saw my breakdown video of the next episode, we were talking about this is a chess room or whatever, and he's probably planning something. Well, in that scene, he's talking to motherfucking Penguin. The freaking Penguin is right here, and everybody's like, what? How is that possible? He died. He shot him in the stomach and shit. Well, more than likely, freaking the Riddler is talking to Penguin, who's not actually there. You know, he's just a figment of his imagination, and we do know that, you know, Riddler is very susceptible to growing crazy. He, you know, used to see himself next to himself, and he was talking to him when he was becoming the Riddler. Now he's replacing the Riddler character, who he is now, with Penguin. And Penguin is going to be that mentor, especially since Penguin was like, I'm the person that created you. Like, I showed you, like, who, I know who you really are. So maybe now he's seeing Penguin, since Penguin is the person that sees him for who he is, and he is, like, talking to him, like, you know, freaking imaginary, and that is who the person he's talking to. Because if you remember in that breakdown trailer, I was talking about how he's talking to somebody. There's somebody like that he is literally having a conversation with, talking about how he just feels like there's always been somebody inside of him. Well, now we know it's gonna be Penguin, and it's gonna be a figment of his imagination. At least that's how the best assumption is, that it is a figment of his imagination. And also, if you do look at this photo, it kind of actually makes sense, because if you look at Penguin, he looks kind of dirty. And if you look on his shoulders, it looks like there's some moss or maybe like seaweed on his shoulder or something like that. I don't think it's just like a new style that he's trying out. I think that it is like he's talking to Penguin as if he rose out of the ocean and he's like covered in shit. Because remember, he got shot in the stomach, fell in the ocean, thinks he's dead. So maybe he's just seeing him as that way, and Penguin is going to be a little, dirty. Maybe his jacket and shit's going to be wet. Who knows? But it looks like freaking Riddler is going to be talking to Penguin as a figment of his imagination, and just a way to cope with everything that's going on and becoming the Riddler fully. And I think this is just a good way to actually keep Penguin in the storyline for now, until he comes back with Fish Mooney, or however they plan on bringing him back. The Fish Mooney storyline just seems like the best thing, because, they had their little moment. She's been gone this whole time. Maybe she saw the incident happen, or maybe some of her goons saw the incident happen. They bring him back to Fish Mooney. She brings him back to life because she is still working with Hugo Strange and all of that jazz. Remember, Penguin let her go, so maybe she's like, gonna give him life again or whatever. So, it could be a cool little dynamic, and they're gonna work together to take down Riddler and Barbara and all that jazz. It would just be an awesome storyline. So I think this is just an interesting way to have Penguin in the show still while he's dead at the moment. So I think this is just a cool thing they're going to be doing for a few episodes, depending on how long they're going to go with this Riddler storyline. That is it for this video. Now, I know you guys want more Gotham content, and I'll try to give you more content, but it's got to be, for me, myself, it has to be quality. Like, it has to be something interesting like this to talk about. I don't want to just see like selfies and stuff like that and be like, what does this mean? And have to make up a story for you guys. And I kind of hope you guys will also look at the other content on my channel too, because, I appreciate you guys watching. I love the stuff you talk about in the comments. And if there's other shows that you watch just as much as Gotham, let me know in the comments, and maybe I'll cover it, because maybe I watch it too and I just don't cover it, or whatever. That way we can continue this conversation, because like I said, Gotham has not been picked up for season 4, so it would suck if this show gets canceled, and then what? We're not friends anymore because this show doesn't exist? That's kind of mean. But I will say this, I do want to do a Gotham Q&A, since we still have like 2 months until this damn show comes back. So, in the comment sections down below, do leave your questions you have about Gotham, and I will pick, like I've done in the past, some of the best ones, and I will do a Gotham Q&A in like a week or so. So, I'm only going to take questions that are in the comment sections down below. Don't send them to me on Instagram. Don't send them to me on Twitter. I'm only going to take questions from this comment section, because pulling them from everywhere else just gets really crazy. Anyways, guys, thank you for watching this video. Please give it a thumbs up to help out the channel. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So I finally have that Gotham Q&A for you guys, and I waited a really long time for this because there wasn't that many Qs for me to give A's to, which was very surprising. The one comment I got the most, because the video that these questions were supposed to be on was the last Gotham video, which was a could Silver be Harley Quinn kind of thing, and everybody's like, Juice, she's on the new X-Men show, Juice, she's on the new X-Men show, and I appreciate that information, because I didn't know that she was going to be on an X-Men show, which I think is pretty badass. I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, nobody's asking questions, so I gathered the questions that I did see, and if they weren't doubles, I tried to go ahead and answer them. So, let's go ahead and jump into this. First question, do you think Gotham will ever do Query and Echo? No, I do not think that they will ever do that. just because I don't know if Riddler's ever going to get to that point where he's going to have 2 henchwomen, so I don't see them doing that. That would be pretty badass, but I don't see it happening on Gotham. Next question, do you think there will be a League of Assassins versus Court of Owls war? With Ra's confirmed, I'm 99% sure that they'll bring in the League as well. Well, I don't think there's going to be a League versus Court of Owls kind of thing happening. I think it's going to be more just focusing on Ra's, and he's going to go ahead and train Bruce, and he's going to show him the way and all that jazz. Kind of like Batman Begins did. It's going to be similar to that, but I don't see freaking Talons versus Assassins happening, although that would be cool. I think the Court of Owls storyline is going to end at the end of this season, and the League of Assassins story is going to begin at the end of this season. So I don't think they're going to overlap, and I don't think there's going to be a big war. That would be awesome, and I would love to be wrong about that, but I just don't see it happening. Next, Juice, do you think Fish or Jerome will ever work together, even if it's only a one-time thing, or would they absolutely hate each other? I don't know. I mean, I think there would be a kind of a power struggle because, one, Jerome does his own thing, and Fish is kind of like somebody that wants to be in power and kind of needs people, like, around her. And if they don't listen, she tries to, you know, take them out and shit. So, I don't think they would work well together unless there was something that would really, really benefit them. But in the end of it, I think Jerome would end up trying to kill Fish. So, I don't think it would be a good partnership. And I feel like Fish is a little too smart not to know that Jerome would be that way, so I don't see it happening. What development do you think we will see from Bruce Alfred from now till the end of the season? I don't really know. I mean, I think what you're gonna see is just maybe Bruce trying to freaking train a little bit more, but then this, you know, freaking shaman dude who's supposed to be Ra's al Ghul is going to show up, and, you know, or that is going to be Ra's, I should say, is going to show up and start showing Bruce the way. Maybe, I don't know how he's going to come into the picture. It would be cool if it was a friend of Alfred's, but Alfred just didn't know his past or whatever. Maybe he just knew him as a dude. But I think it's just going to be the same old with them. I think, you know, Alfred's going to keep training Bruce, and then eventually he's going to feel like he needs to learn more, and maybe that's when this Ra's guy comes in. It would be cool, like I said, if, you know, Alfred knows him somehow, but he doesn't know that he's actually the leader of the League of Assassins, because then Alfred would kind of have that conflict of like, oh my god, I got Bruce into this, or whatever. So, I don't know, but I think it's just going to be the same old with Bruce and Alfred. Hey, Juice! Do you think that Harley could be one of Jerome's friends from the circus before he killed his mother? It's possible. It's very, very possible. But the reason why I don't think it's going to happen is because Harley Quinn, obviously, her background, her storyline, is that she was a psychiatrist. So he's more than likely going to meet her for the first time in Arkham Asylum, and she's going to start falling for him. So I don't see a psychiatrist having a circus background in this situation, so I don't think that's gonna happen. I feel like a lot of these first answers are like, it's not gonna happen, but hey, they're questions, those are my answers. Do you think the Penguin that Riddler is talking to could be Clayface posing as Penguin, and Enigma is using him to control this city behind the scenes? That is a very, very good question, and I do think that is possible. But I do think it's going to be more of a figment of, like, Enigma's imagination, and it's just a vision that he's having, and it's not Clayface. It's possible, though. The controlling part of the government is very possible if they wanted to keep things going, like, you know, but don't forget that, you know, Penguin, like, said screw the people and all that jazz, so there would be a lot of craziness happening that Clayface would have to deal with, and I don't know if they want to control the city still that way they're doing it. So it's very possible that they're kind of just go with the storyline like, Penguin's missing, he lost his mind after he said he screwed the people and all that jazz. So I don't think that they are doing the whole Clayface thing. It would be cool, but I don't know. I just think that'd be kind of weird if he was having Clayface dress up as Penguin and just talking to him and shit, but I don't think that's the case. I think it is just part of his imagination as he's trying to progress and finally become the Riddler officially. Who is your favorite Gotham character? I don't know. I mean, I really do like the Mad Hatter. I know a lot of people are like, it's gotta be Jerome, man, it's totally gonna be Jerome. And like, I mean, the Joker is my favorite, you know, villain in comic books, so I mean, it's very easy for me to go that way. I don't know, I try to put Jerome and just like, I'm gonna put him over here to the side, he's cool and everything, but since I've had to cover him so much, and I've had to talk about him so much, and like, he's just been all of that everybody talks about, I'm kind of like, you know what, just let everybody have Jerome. I kind of like Mad Hatter. I really like what Mad Hatter was doing this season. I loved all his rhyming. I love the actor, Samuel, is it Benedict? Is that, I don't know. I forget his last name. I met him. I apologize. He's so awesome. But, yeah, I don't know. I really love Mad Hatter this season. So I'm going to go with him being my favorite right now. Although I do really like Lee, too. I've liked her a lot of the seasons. And I love how she's like she's kind of being salty, but like fiery Lee. I really like fiery Lee, too. She's kind of cool. But I'd have to go with Mad Hatter. Do you think they'll do an episode with Professor Pig? Now, this is a very interesting comment because everybody be like, oh, Professor Pig was in season 1. Oh, Professor Pig was in season 2. Or whatever. Like, somebody always says that shit. One, a lot of people are like, dude, he was in the freaking second episode because there was a guy that wore a pig mask. Like, I'm like, dude, that's not it. Whoever said that, you're stupid. That was not Professor Pig. Now, the second one makes a little bit more sense. It was during the Scarecrow arc. And everybody was all like, oh, it was part of the Scarecrow thing. There was a guy with a pig head and, you know, freaking pigs and everything around it. Everybody thinks that's Professor Pig. That one, I will say, did look a lot like Professor Pig, but I don't think that was Professor Pig. It was just, you know, that guy that was in the whole fear mode. That was his, like, that was his fear. He was scared of pigs. Like, he just didn't like them or farm animals or something. And that is what he was doing. They were testing out the fear toxin on him. So, I don't think that was Professor Pig at all. I think they could really do a badass arc with Professor Pig. Maybe like kind of like they did with Jerome. They could do like a 3-episode arc. Even 2 episodes would be good enough for Professor Pig. I hope they make an episode. If you saw my season finale of episode 2, there was somebody covered in a bag, and there was also pig noises, and I was kind of thinking that might be Professor Pig. That would be awesome. But I don't know. I really do hope they do an episode because it would be awesome. They said Harley will come at the end of the season, but Jerome is older than Harley, and currently in the show Jerome is 18 to 20-ish, and studying to be a doctor takes a while. How do you think they will make that work? Well, to be honest, I think that Harley's probably going to be, I don't know, an intern or something like that. That's the biggest thing I can think of, that she's studying to be a doctor right now, and maybe she's not a full-blown doctor, like of psychiatry, so maybe she's like interning at Arkham right now. If they're trying to even care about the ages, if they don't care about the ages, then she's already done, or maybe she's a brilliant, super crazy person and she finished school in like 2 years or something like that. So I don't know, but I do think that the more plausible thing is that freaking, you know, she actually is like an intern at Arkham for some reason, which would be kind of cool. It would make sense. They wouldn't have to boost up her age or anything like that. I'm just hoping it is a person that has not been on the show before. What do you think about Ivy's storyline? How and when she will get her powers and become more important? I don't know. I mean, she's kind of dull right now. Although I think she does have some episodes coming up here pretty soon, because they were showing her filming stuff, or she was talking about filming stuff. So I think she's going to be in a couple of episodes. Maybe that's where Selena went to hang out with Ivy. I don't really know. Although I would assume Ivy was still at the freaking mansion, but I guess not, because she knows how to escape, or, you know, she freaking drugs Alfred and shit. So I don't know what's going on there. But I don't know if she's gonna get her powers, to be honest. You'd think she would have got them by now. I talked about the perfect theory on how to give her powers and make her grow up, but you know, Gotham doesn't listen to me. So, that's definitely, I don't know. I think they're just gonna keep her with her, like, the more realistic thing, where she's just this person. She grew up a little bit. She's, uses her sex appeal and her knowledge of plants and their, you know, capabilities to her advantage to take over people. So I don't think you're going to see any like growing plants attacking people with Ivy in this show. Do you think that Liza could come back as Harley Quinn? I say this because she's the only character who fits the age range and isn't from the comics. Thanks. I'm not going to lie. Who the hell is Liza? Like, I don't even know who you're talking about, and I could be wrong, but I don't know who Liza is. Is that, I don't even know. Is that somebody that knew Bruce? I think Bruce's only interactions have been Selena and Silver St. Cloud. I don't know who Liza is. Okay, after searching, Liza was the chick that freaking Fish was trying to get Falcone to be all up on. So, no. I don't think she'd come back as Harley Quinn at all. Her kind of acting style was kind of lame and bland, to be honest. Like, she didn't really do much. She kind of just was there. So, no, I don't think she's gonna be Harley Quinn at all. I wonder if they're going to bring... Okay, I wonder if they're going to be bringing Jonathan Crane back, a.k.a. the Scarecrow. He only had, like, 1 or 2 episodes. What do you think, Juice? Everybody asks this all the time. And yeah, they should definitely bring him back, and they should make him have a solid storyline. I would love to write something like this for you know, Scarecrow. And I made a joke about it back in the day, that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna write a script, and we're gonna read it on freaking you're gonna read it on a video, or we're gonna send it to Gotham or something like that. And it's just so funny, because like I have ideas for it, but when you're actually writing the script, you gotta write it professionally and do all that stuff. And that's something I still gotta work on. Like, all the lingo and shit is really weird. But no, I mean, freaking, this would be awesome if they did a Scarecrow thing. And they could easily do it just like they did Jerome. 3 arcs. I mean, I think he had a 2-episode arc. 2 or 3 episode arc for Scarecrow. But yeah, they could definitely easily make episodes for him and bring him back. And do it in a really good way. Like, he could easily finally overcame his fear or whatever, and then started really thinking about inducing that fear into everybody else, because maybe he thinks that that is the only way to live. That is technically how Scarecrow thinks, is that everybody should be, you know, once they conquer their fear, they don't, you know, they're invincible pretty much. So I think they should really do that. Will they do that? I don't know. They got a whole bunch of cast of characters here, and they're still trying to introduce a whole bunch of other ones. They just forget about Scarecrow. I don't know why. They could easily bring him back and have a good character. Somebody left a 2-part question here, but I'm only going to take the first one, because you can't do double questions. Who do you think will save Penguin? I don't know. It seems like I think it's going to be Fish, and he's going to end up with, you know, freaking Hugo Strange. And maybe, I don't think he died, I just think Hugo Strange is probably the one that saved him. And maybe Fish was watching everything going on the docks, because, you know, everybody chills out the docks like it's a cool hip and happening thing in Gotham. Everything happens at the docks. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a storyline where Penguin and Fish, you know, get back together and try to take down everybody else. And, you know, we'll see what happens. I don't really know what could come from it, but, you know, I think it's going to be Fish. How do you feel about how underused Ivy and Harvey Dent are, even though they're series regulars? I feel like they've both been wasted. It's a shame, really. They have definitely been underused if they are, you know, officially series regulars, you know, and that sucks. It really sucks for them, but I don't know what they're going to do with them, to be honest. I mean, you'd have to do Harvey Dent. I mean, I don't know. They could definitely use more of Harvey Dent, for real. Like, he could be involved in more matters and stuff like that, but it doesn't seem like they are using him at all. Poison Ivy is just, you know, Ivy's just going to be Ivy. I don't really see what they're going to do with that character until she, like, actually can... She still thinks like a kid a lot, and she needs to grow up a lot more to be able to make her more of a character. Right now, she's just Selena's friends who grew up that looks like a woman, and that's it. You know, there's not really much more to that character right now. She was just trying to get stuff from other people, but until she becomes somebody that's like highly intelligent and whatnot, I don't really think there's much you can do with her. But secondly, Harvey Dent, they could easily just start making him Two-Face in the next season and have him start going to the crime boss mentality, or having split personalities, which would be pretty awesome. So I don't know, but they are both very, very underused. Do you agree that Ellie Fanning being the perfect Harley Quinn for Gotham? I'm gonna say no. She looks like a child. Like a child. So I'm gonna say no on that. I don't think she would be the perfect Harley Quinn at all. Juice, do you think Quinn and Jerome will break out other villains when they escape from the asylum? Possibly, but I think it's going to be more focused on her getting, you know, Jerome out. Although she could let other people out to try to get Jerome out. So that's very possible. So is Jerome officially the Joker or not? Yes. When do you think Solomon Grundy will be introduced? Sometime before the finale. Because I think Solomon Grundy is Mario. And, you know, something's probably going to happen with Lee. And Mario's going to come back. And bada bing, bada boom. He's Solomon Grundy. And the final question, what do you think about Gotham's writing in Season 3? And also, what's next for Jerome? You're fitting in a 2-parter, but I'll answer it because it's the last question. Anyways, okay, so the first thing, what do I think about the writing this season? It's been good, not great. I mean, the Jerome arc was awesome. I loved freaking the Mad Hatter stuff. Some of the stuff was kind of like, really? Like, I don't know, that doesn't make sense or whatever. But whatever, it's, you know, it's Gotham. You gotta take it with what it is. I think there's a lot of stuff that could have been better. Where the hell is freaking Valerie Vale? Like, that is a big thing. They just kind of forgot about her. She got shot and just dipped out. I don't know. I think it could have been a little bit better. There were some things that didn't make sense. I don't like how they teased Jerome so much in season 2 after he died. And then the way he came back was he was frozen this whole time. Don't really like that. But, you know, I wish there would have been a little bit more continuity there. But, you know, whatever. Like I said, there's been good and bad this season. But I do really think season 3 has been the best season so far. As for what's next for Jerome, I think we are going to see him in Arkham Asylum. His skin freaking is not going to be stapled anymore, so you're going to see the scar around his face. Maybe it healed a little bit better than we thought, and maybe you don't see it like actually scarred, and it's just he just looks a little different. But I think he's still going to have a smile and everything, and then we're going to see him meet Harley Quinn, and that is going to be season 4. It's going to be them two just, you know, tearing shit up. But that is it for this Q&A, guys. Okay, but that is it for this Q&A, guys. If you liked it, please give the video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye!
I've been waiting a long time for you to begin your journey. People are afraid, and fear breeds hopelessness. Gotham needs something that you can provide.
What?
A protector, Bruce.
What's going on, guys? So we finally freaking have some new Gotham footage for the second half of season 2, and it is all basically about Bruce Wayne freaking starting his training to become Batman. And this is something I've talked about with this show that I've wanted to happen for a really long time. So this footage is awesome, but at the same time, it's all like, we gotta be a little bit detective-y with this whole thing, because the majority of this footage could easily be the evil Bruce Wayne or the Court of Owls Bruce Wayne instead of our Bruce Wayne. So we're going to go ahead and break this down and kind of decipher who is who in this, along with all the other little things that we find in this trailer. So the trailer starts off with Bruce seemingly waking up somewhere he doesn't know about. Like somebody captured him and he woke up in his cell, and you see somebody looking over him, and then you go and it cuts to, you know, this old guy talking, and then it cuts to another flashback of like when his parents died on episode 1. So that's a lot to see right there, and it's a lot to talk about. We don't really need to talk about his parents dying. We all know that story. But why and where is freaking Bruce waking up? 2 questions we are going to answer, but I'm going to answer them at the end of the video, because I think everything else needs to be talked about before we talk about those 2 things, because it kind of goes hand in hand. After the whole murder scene of his parents, we see the whole fight scene that we've already seen this before. We've seen this footage of Bruce fighting the 3 or 4 thugs that he's already met before. Now, a lot of speculation is that this fight scene is actually evil Bruce and not the Bruce Wayne we know that we've, you know, had for the last 3 or 4 seasons. 3 seasons, not 4 seasons. I'm getting a little ahead of myself because they haven't confirmed that yet, but we're hoping for season 4. Anyways, we see this fighting, right? And a lot of people in the comments when I did my last video are like, oh, Juice, I think that's evil Bruce, not regular Bruce. And you know what? It did seem a lot like that after I watched the footage. I was like, you know what? They're actually probably, everybody's pretty right. And here, they're making it seem like this is actually Bruce, so it's kind of like, well, what are they doing here? Because they've done this plenty of times in trailers before. They cut it to make it look one way, and it's actually a different way. So I am going to lean more towards this being evil Bruce, just because I don't think Bruce is good enough at fighting yet that he'd be able to take on 4 or 5 people. But at the same time, we don't know when this little fight is going to happen. Is it going to happen after he talks to this shaman guy and learns how to fight a little bit? Is it going to happen on the first episode back? And I think it is going to happen on the first episode back, because it was part of the Riddler, you know, how the Riddler got his name trailer. So I do think we're going to actually see this part. I don't know about all that other shaman stuff happening. And I don't know if this is all going to happen in the first episode back, because it seems like a lot. But like I said, we'll get to the rest of that in a little bit. After the whole fight scene, cut to Bruce and Alfred doing some training, and Bruce automatically hitting the bullseye with a knife, and I'm pretty sure that got followed by Alfred making some kind of cheeky comment to him. But again, is this Bruce or is it evil Bruce? The theories are going to happen at the end of this video, I'm telling you. Cut to a little montage of Ivy, Firefly, and I guess we can call him the Executioner now, but Barnes here getting a new little outfit, and he seems like he's got a whole Hannibal Lecter thing going on. So, who took him out of Arkham? Is it the Court of Owls? Is it the League of Assassins? I don't know. Honestly, it's probably the Court of Owls, and they feel like they can use him to kill Gordon, because that's what Barnes wanted to do before he got arrested. And then we see the Riddler doing a hello to all the audience, that he's in some kind of dome or theater right here with a whole bunch of people. He's actually got a sword for some reason, and if you pay attention when it cuts to the second shot that actually shows the dome, in the bottom right corner of this video right here, you see somebody's laying down. So more than likely, the Riddler took over this stage and possibly killed who was ever actually on the stage, and he took their sword. Maybe he killed them with the sword. I'm not too sure. But this could be something that happens in the first episode of how the Riddler got his name. Maybe he's going through the city just making it known that he is the boss. After that, it cuts to the shaman guy telling that Bruce has a purpose. Bruce asks what, and he says that, you know, to be a protector for Gotham City. And then it cuts to a fighting montage of, you know, possibly evil Bruce kicking all those guys' asses, and then Bruce training with some, like, kendo sticks or something like that in that dungeon tower with creepy shaman guy standing behind him and watching. And then the trailer ends with evil Bruce just giving like his evil stare. And that's pretty much the whole trailer right there. So it's basically all Bruce Wayne. We got a little bit of taste of villains and stuff like that that are just going to come out through the season. But one thing we didn't get in this mini trailer is we didn't see Ra's al Ghul, or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to say it, Ra's al Ghul. We didn't see him, and a lot of people thought that Ra's al Ghul was going to be the one to be training Bruce. But what if he's actually also just a student of this shaman guy that is teaching Bruce Wayne? But we have a lot of questions here. And this is what I want to talk about. Because, again, why the hell is Bruce in this whole freaking shaman training place, and why is evil Bruce Wayne just running around the city doing whatever the hell he wants, it seems? First things first, I'm the realist. Secondly, who is this dude right here, and could he be Ra's al Ghul? Like I said, what if Ra's is actually a student of this other shaman guy that we don't have a name for yet, and maybe he's training along with Bruce, or maybe he's his best pupil, or whatever, and this shaman guy is running the League of Assassins, but they're meant to do really good in the world instead of actually being, you know, crazy like the League of Assassins we know from the comic books. But Ra's al Ghul freaking feels that the League can do so much more if they eliminate evil the way he sees it, the way we know he sees evil in the comic books. And he wants to train Bruce. Maybe he trains along with Bruce, or maybe he does train Bruce under the, you know, the watchful eye of this other shaman guy. And he's trying to get him to be one of his League of Assassin soldiers after, you know, he plans on, I think he's going to kill this other shaman guy. That's how he's going to become the head of the League of Assassins. That right there will cause a conflict between Bruce Wayne and Ra's al Ghul, because he'll be like, no, I don't want to kill. I'm not going to kill. That's not what I'm going to do. Ra's going to be like, this is the only way to do it. And then maybe Bruce sees Ra's kill this other guy that has been training him to be the protector of Gotham and all of that jazz. Or they could all just be League of Assassins Assassins, people trying to get Bruce to be evil with them or to kill when he already made his rule of not killing. But that still doesn't answer the question on why the hell he is there, because as far as we know, at the end of the episode, he was kind of just laying low because the whole Jerome thing was like done, and you know, there wasn't really anything else. They caught Jerome, he was safe, and they're still trying to run away from the League of Assassins. So something's gonna have to happen in that first episode or two that's gonna cause Bruce to go somewhere, or he's possibly going to get kidnapped. Maybe he does get kidnapped by the League of Assassins and they bring him here, because it does look like he wakes up in a place that he does not know, and maybe this whole shaman guy is going to be the one to be like, yo, yeah, let me help you out. Or, you know, maybe he's somebody that he meets on the first episode and be like, I can train you to be who you want to be, Bruce. He's like, you just got to agree to come with me or whatever. And then that's when maybe they kidnap Bruce because he can't know where they're going or where this place is exactly. And maybe the Court of Owls see this happening, or they know it's happening and they figure this is the best time to actually insert their Bruce Wayne into the world. And that's why Bruce is able to hit a target automatically. Maybe that's why Bruce is so badass with the knife, where he's able to hit that freaking bullseye with Alfred. Maybe Alfred's not gonna know that Bruce is actually not Bruce, and it's evil Bruce. Because remember, they fixed up the scars, they did all of that stuff. Maybe they've been training him to be more like Bruce Wayne. So Alfred is not going to be able to know which Bruce is Bruce. This would be perfect for the Court of Owls, because they can tell him what they want him to do, and he'll be able to do whatever, and Alfred's just going to help along with it and be like, alright, if that's what you want. So that's going to be pretty interesting, although I'm pretty sure Alfred will catch on really quickly that it is not the regular Bruce, and he's going to try to do something about it. Maybe we'll have a Bruce versus Alfred fight, since, you know, evil Bruce is pretty strong. I asked myself the question, what if the League of Assassins and the Court of Owls are working together, and this is their whole plan? But then I kind of like threw that out the window, because why would the Court of Owls allow the League of Assassins to train Bruce at all? Because that would just make it, you know, worse for the Court of Owls, since he already has a vendetta against them. So I don't see that's going to work. A lot of people are like, the League's going to fight the Court. I didn't see that anywhere. If you guys have that link to where somebody said the League is actually going to fight the Court, I'm totally down to look at it. Tweet me it on Twitter. But I kind of looked that up. I didn't really see anything. I don't know if you guys saw an interview I didn't see or whatever. But yeah, so I haven't heard that. That's a lot of people's theories, that the Court is going to fight the League of Assassins, which it's possible, because the Court of Owls did say that something is coming, and that, you know, they were going to need people's help or whatever. That's what they were telling at least Falcone. They were saying something's coming, and, you know, you might need to be called upon or whatever. So it's very possible that the Court of Owls is preparing for a League of Assassins to start showing up in Gotham. That kind of makes sense, because I think back in the day, I thought that, alright, maybe the Court of Owls was thinking that the new, like, I guess, trouble that is coming into Gotham was going to be, like, the villains and stuff like that, because they're all crazy. But then when you really think about it, they made the villains, so they kind of already know about that, and they should know how to take care of that problem. So, the League of Assassins might be the reason why they're scared of, you know, other people coming into the city, and that's what they're preparing for. The question I'm asking myself is, why did they show the footage of, you know, his parents getting killed again? I know he says the shaman guy was all like, you know, I've been waiting a long time for you to start your journey, so that could be like the start of when he realized that this is something that he wanted, or that he knew that Bruce was going to end up doing. And that kind of makes me think, like, did the shaman guy know Bruce or his family at all before this? Could the shaman guy have known Bruce's dad somehow? Maybe, you know, he was training Bruce's dad a little bit, or he was going to start training Bruce's dad? Which would be kind of cool, because remember, Bruce's dad had the secret freaking, you know, bat cave thing that he had, the secret office, and was talking about how he was trying to, like, I don't know, he knew that things was going on in the company, and maybe he wanted to fix them. Maybe he felt like he was going to have to train to fix them. Maybe he was going to be Batman before Batman was going to be Batman, you know what I'm saying? We've seen that in other comic book iterations, where Thomas Wayne actually does become Batman because Bruce died or whatever. So that would be pretty interesting if the shaman actually had some kind of connection to Bruce's dad, and that is kind of why they showed the flashback. Although I do think it is more of they're showing it because that is when the shaman felt that Bruce was going to, you know, start his journey at that point in his life. Also makes you think that the shaman might know who killed Bruce's family, and that is why he wants him to train, because they're, you know, he's not going to be able to do this by himself without training or anything like that. And it could be the Court of Owls. He's like, yes, I do know who killed your family, blah, blah, train with me and become the person, you know, Gotham needs you to be, and then you can go after the people that you can get justice for your family. It could be something really interesting like that. We are going to have to wait and see, and luckily, it's only about 3 weeks away before we actually get to see this freaking show again, and I cannot wait for that, because this has been taking forever, it seems like, to actually start seeing this, and hopefully the season ends on a high note, and we get a season 4, because right now nothing has been confirmed. Usually they do confirm it by the end of the season or right after the season is over, so let's hopefully we get some good news. Anyways, guys, let me know your thoughts and theories about this mini promo for the second half of the season. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share it with all your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I been a little dose of juice? See you guys next time.
In the spring premiere of Gotham, we find Barbara back. She's still crazy. She's still trying to take over, and she's on this kind of mad quest to be the queen of Gotham, Barbara Queen, if you will. Barbara Queen, if you will. Barbara Queen, if you will. Barbara Queen, if you will.
Barbara Queen, are you fucking kidding me, Gotham? Barbara Queen? Oh my god, can you make it any more obvious that you're gonna make Barbara Harley Quinn? Why don't we just call her Harley Quinn, if you will? Barbara Queen. Oh my god, she just said it herself. I have been telling you guys this for a long time, as long as I've been covering Gotham, that they've just been like, ooh, here's your face, here's Barbara as Harley Quinn, here's your face, let me just shove this in your fucking face, you bitch, that she is gonna be Harley Quinn, and man, this is some bullshit. There's plenty of time to rage about that, but before I go on, that freaking scene that you just saw was from WonderCon, which happened 2 weeks ago. I think it happened at WonderCon, or at least a lot of information I'm going to talk about in this video today is from WonderCon, which happened 2 weeks ago. There's a lot of stuff coming out about this following season and what might be happening in season 4, which is still not confirmed, but a lot of them are talking about what is going on in what could go on in season 4. But I want to talk about 2 things specifically, and that is stuff I'll get to in a little bit. But let's go ahead and knock out the little stuff first, because I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But you saw one thing right now that I could talk about forever, and then I'll talk about the other thing right before that. So let's go ahead and knock out the small stuff. This didn't happen at WonderCon, but these photos were just released, and that is of Nigma in his new freaking green suit, and I have to say, he looks pretty freaking sweet. So glad that we're finally getting the Riddler as he should be, Riddler style, and he's actually going to start, you know, realizing that he is a villain, doesn't go do all this other stuff, and yeah, I just can't wait to finally see the official Riddler on this show. Secondly, we do know that Penguin is alive. That is something that I'm pretty sure a lot of us thought. I do know some of you thought he actually died, but I didn't think at all for 1 second that Penguin wasn't going to come back to this show. So we do know he's going to that he's going to live, and from some of the information that came out over WonderCon and from other interviews, it is that Penguin is going to join up with Fish Mooney and Dr. Strange, or I should say Hugo Strange. Kind of like we already guessed, you know, we knew that they were going to be involved somehow. There wasn't any clarification if he actually died. I don't think he died. I think maybe that one of her freaks saw him get shot and they pull him from the ocean or whatever, and then they just patch him up, and that's how he survives. That's what I'm going to go ahead and say that happens, is either she saw it happen, or I'm going to assume somebody that she has, like, in her group saw Penguin get shot, they take him to her, and that's where he gets, you know, brought back up from the bottom. now he's here. Other information to go along with that is that Penguin is going to join up with Fish Mooney, and they are going to go to war against, you know, freaking Nigma. I don't know if Nigma's involved too much, but they're going to go to war against Barbara, Tabitha, and Butch, and I guess anybody they have under their regime, and it's basically going to be like this freaking mob boss war versus, you know, these freaks and geeks and shit. So, like, there's going to be a little war, apparently, and Barbara said, or I should say, Aaron Richards said that there is going to be a big fight between these two groups. We got a little bit more information about Bruce and what he's going to be going through the rest of this season. Basically, they said he's going to be getting into a lot of fights, or he's going to be fighting a lot, and he's going to be going through a lot of stuff, and it's just going to be a rough for him, like physically and emotionally, just trying to, you know, take those extra steps to Batman. So that kind of makes me think that maybe he is the one that is fighting those, you know, those 3 or 4 guys. It could still be clone Bruce, but it would be very interesting if he is the one that actually, you know, he gets knocked down, but he gets up and shows that he can stand his own ground. So I'm really hoping that is him, and it isn't clone Bruce. But from what it's saying, it seems like Bruce is going to, you know, find his way to, you know, taking those extra steps to Batman. Maybe the shaman guy sees him after he gets in that fight, or one of his people sees him after he gets into that fight and says, oh, you should go talk to this guy, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets to the whole shaman thing, but from what David Munez or whatever said, it seems like Bruce is going to be going through a lot of shit the rest of the season. Jumping over to his lady love, Selina, apparently in Season 4, that is right, some people are talking about Season 4 now, she will more than likely be joining the Gotham City Sirens, which of course that's not their call, they're just called the Sirens, but it's in Gotham City, so you can just go ahead and assume that is. And freaking Catwoman is part of the original Gotham City Sirens, so it only makes sense that she would join up with them. And what they're saying is that Tabitha will more than likely be her mentor, and that she will be the one to show her the ropes and how to really, like, you know, probably how to fight and how to do all this other stuff that, you know, she does. But it'll be interesting to see if Selina decides to kill, which she's already done before. You know, she pushed that guy out of the damn building and killed him. So she has no problem with that. So it'll be really interesting to see her. And you know, there have been rumors out there that Tabitha was going to take Selina under her wing. But, you know, again, that's for Season 4. Apparently, that's what could happen. And that's still not confirmed, but, you know, people are already looking ahead, so that might be a good sign for the show getting renewed. Now, some of the most juiciest news came from executive producer Danny Cannon, because he was talking about how Season 4 will more than likely start off with Scarecrow and his origin. And he was talking about how we've gotten the origin of the origin, basically how he got fear, you know, the fear toxin and all that jazz, but we don't know the origin of Scarecrow becoming Scarecrow, and that is what Season 4 will kick off with, which is really amazing, because a lot of you guys keep asking me, when is Scarecrow coming? What happened to Scarecrow? We haven't seen him since Season 1. Like, is he ever going to come back? Well, he's officially going to come back in Season 4, and I think this is the perfect time to bring him back, because every other character is starting to get developed. It's been 2 years since we've seen that character, so you know, it's possible that he's grown up since then. He's, you know, developed the immunity to this fear toxin, or he's gotten over his fear. So we can just assume that in that time period that he's been gone, he's actually, you know, since he's overcome the fear, he wants to make other people overcome their fear. So that's why he's giving them the fear toxin and making them become stronger, because he feels like everybody's like invincible if they can overcome their fears. So that'd be a really good storyline. It could be like a 4-episode arc, which would be really awesome. Or Scarecrow could be the damn villain for all of Season 4, which I think would be really badass. I don't see that happening, because they're going to cover more of his origin, and he'll probably kind of be like the Mad Hatter was this season. You know, where he comes in for a few episodes, then he's going to disappear, maybe go to Arkham, and then maybe come back out at the end of the season again. Something like that I could really see start happening with Scarecrow, but I think it would be really awesome if they do incorporate him in a large part of Season 4, instead of just giving him like 1 or 2 episodes and then throwing him to the curb, because Scarecrow is one of the better Batman villains, and if they can really utilize that whole idea of fear toxin, they could have some really trippy episodes. They can really dive into character building for other characters on Gotham. Say if Bruce gets, you know, freaking gassed. I think they haven't done it yet, but they do need to give Bruce his whole falling into a cave and bats running out whole thing. That would be the perfect time to actually show the whole Bruce becoming and like thinking of bats kind of thing, is if he gets hit with fear toxin and he starts going crazy or whatever, and then he starts to remember when he was really, really little, maybe just have like an old flashback of him being really little, and him falling into a cave and bats flying out and his dad being like, Bruce, are you okay? Are you okay? That would be the perfect time to actually like remind him of that memory. And you could have an episode and be like, yeah, him talking to Alfred and be like, I remember this time, like I blocked that memory out, blah, blah, because I was so scared of bats. Like that would be the perfect time to like give him that origin of Batman with Scarecrow dealing with the fear toxin. You could have episodes of, freaking Gordon getting hit with the fear toxin, maybe Selina. Like, it would just be really interesting. You could have all of that happen in one episode. Maybe he hits all of them with fear toxin, and then it's just a whole episode of everybody going through these trippy things. They could all be like in a group trip, which would be pretty crazy. Like, they're all in the same kind of dream kind of thing could happen too. Like, that's the way they could film it. Or they could just all film them separately, everybody tripping out on their own. But I just think Scarecrow brings such an interesting aspect to this show that if they do it right, which we're going to talk about that later in this episode, if they do it right, I think Scarecrow could probably be one of the best villains on this show, just because he has like this different dynamic with fear toxin. Joker's just crazy, and freaking Mad Hatter's just crazy and all that stuff. But, you can dive really deep into Scarecrow's character and his villainy with, the stuff he has. And he's a freaking scientist, depending on how, smart they're going to say he was before he went into the fear toxin. Like, he could really do a lot. And I'm really interested to see what they're going to do with Scarecrow. And, the sky's the limit with him if they do it right, which Gotham is not the best at. Another thing Danny Cannon said that really interested me was that he has a one-shot episode called The Ventriloquist that he really wants to write. And man, that shit has got me going, because that would be amazing for him to write The Ventriloquist. Now, I'm really interested to see what he's going to go with. I don't know if he's going to go with the, Secret Six ventriloquist, where it's like a creepy old girl lady and she has her own doll, or if they're going to go with the Scarface ventriloquist, which I think that would be the best one to go with, because you can make a creepy Scarface doll, and Scarface is the leader of a mob. That is the best storyline. So they can go with either one. But, man, that one is Scarface on Gotham is perfect. Like, I've been wanting Scarface on Gotham since this started, because he's just so, it's like, you can make it a creepy episode, but at the same time, like, awesome that a dummy is running a mob boss arena. Like, it's just, make it happen. Now, we can talk about freaking Barbara Queen. Oh, my God. Majority of the information came out for Barbara, I should say, and it came from Erin Richards' mouth herself. She is basically setting the groundwork for this. I mean, okay, so basically some of the main things she said was that there's going to be like a big rift kind of between Tabitha and Barbara, so there's a reason, they're not going to probably be friends at the end of the season, because she's just getting driven by power. Like, she wants to become the queen of Gotham, Barbara Queen. She wants to be the freaking queen of Gotham, and that is her number one priority, and she doesn't care who she works with or what she has to do to get there. And that's going to be pissing off Tabitha and Butch, because they want to kill Nigma, but she needs Nigma to actually get her to the top. So they're not happy with each other right now, because Tabitha's still super pissed that she got her hand cut off because of Nigma. So that's going to cause a rift between them. And Erin Richards said that there's going to be a big character reveal at the end of the season, and Gotham has already came out and said that we are more than likely going to see Harley Quinn on the final episode of the season. And oh, it just happens to be so crazy that Barbara's character is going to, be pushed to some kind of edge, and that Harley Quinn might happen to be on the same episode. What? Oh my God, that's such a coincidence. Fuck this decision. I've told you guys from the first episode of this season that I said I would stop watching this show if it happens. But you guys like me covering it so much, I'll probably keep watching. But I will more than likely bitch every time we get a damn Harley Quinn reference or whatever, because I hate it. It's stupid. The way they're doing it is stupid. And just so they can have play, it's going to be a play on words, is how she's going to get her name. Barbara Queen, Harley Keen. Like, it's going to be something like that. Are you freaking kidding me? They are taking one of the best female characters from DC and just butchering everything about it. And you're not paying any fucking homage to Harley Quinn at all. You're just trying to fit her into this show, and you're just trying to use freaking Aaron Richards to do it because you're just like, you didn't think ahead. You did terrible planning with this damn show, and you were kind of just trying to like, oh man, what are we gonna, oh shit, we gotta get Harley Quinn in here because now we can use them because DC's saying we can, but Aaron Richards would have been perfect for this. Like, what the hell are we gonna do now? You're fucking up everything if you're doing this. One, this automatically means that Barbara, if she is going to be Barbara Queen or whatever, and she's going to be the proto Harley Quinn, that means we are never getting Barbara Gordon, Batgirl, in this show. It's just not going to happen, because it would not make any sense for Jim Gordon to name his daughter Barbara when freaking Barbara, his ex-wife or whatever, ex-fiance, is a psychomaniac. There's no way it's gonna happen. So you can throw the freaking Batgirl storyline out the fucking window because it's never gonna happen. I mentioned this before. The only way that storyline would ever happen is if him and Lee got back together, they have a baby, or him and Barbara got back together, but Barbara is going super crazy with power right now. That's never gonna happen. So the only other way it could happen is if freaking Gordon and Lee get back together and have a baby, and then Barbara somehow saves their life and she dies in the process, and they decide to freaking name the baby Barbara after the person that saved their life. That's the only way I could see that working. But now that she's going to be freaking Harley Quinn, more than likely, because they're throwing it in our face so hard with that, I don't see this happening. So just kiss that storyline goodbye. Let me get my mind back on track, okay? So I know that Gotham is in its own universe and they can do whatever they want because it's their show. That is 100% true. That doesn't mean what they're doing is good. Granted, what I think is good and what you think is good is totally subjective, but I think we can agree that there is a right way and a wrong way to do things, and Gotham sits more in the wrong way of doing things. People watch comic book shows and movies because, more than likely, of the comic books. Now, you don't have to read them and stuff like that, but you do know when you go into these shows that they're based off certain characters, and a majority of the people that watch these movies are nerds and geeks that follow this stuff. So you want to pay more homage to those characters than just like, oh, we're just going to take their names and do whatever the fuck we want with them. That is freaking Gotham's MO. Like, they love to do that shit. They're not paying homage to these characters like they should be, and that is where this show goes wrong. Look, there are times that I love Gotham and there are times that I hate Gotham, but Gotham could be so much more, and I've talked about this and I've ranted about this a million times. I don't know who, oh, I do know who's running this show. Somebody that thinks that superhero shows don't work on TV. That's probably where Fox went wrong at the start. But my thing is, Gotham could be one of the best shows ever if it had legitimate, like, people behind the scenes running this show that weren't just, at times, seems like they're just coming up with shit out of thin air instead of planning this stuff way in advance. Here's my biggest issue with Gotham and this whole Harley Quinn or Barbara becoming Harley Quinn thing is you have great source material at the tip of your fingers. Batman is some of the best comic book, if not the best comic book material out there in the world. I mean, a lot of people around the world will tell you that he has the best rogues gallery in all of comic books. And when you got the best villains in the world, you shouldn't have trouble coming up with storylines and being able to take those storylines from the comic books and putting them in their shows. Now, granted, I do know that the bigger studios are probably like, oh, you can't use this storyline, you can't use this storyline because we're saving them for the movies, but I think you could still come up with, there's 80 plus years almost of Batman material. It's like 75 or 77, something like that. There is that much material of Batman out there. I'm pretty sure you can come up with so much stuff that you'll never freaking cross streams with the movies. It's not even storylines, it's the characters themselves. You are just butchering these characters. Because let me tell you what, oh my god, let me just tell you why this whole proto-character stuff is complete bullshit with this show. Tell me if I'm freaking wrong here, but did we get a proto-Penguin? Did we get a proto-Riddler? Like, oh, that I should have did proto over here. Well, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. We didn't get proto versions of those characters. They just made those characters, and they worked really well. Like, they had their origins, they had stuff before that, and it freaking worked for those characters. And those are two of the characters that people love the most. Some people love them so much that they want them to be freaking lovers and shit like that. But either way, those characters are from the ground, from the start of this show, have been built up to breathe their personas from the comic books. Do we have a proto Bruce Wayne? I mean, I know we're seeing him become Batman, but is there another person that is inspiring him to become Batman? Like, I mean, what? There was that episode with Azrael, but I don't think that's where he got his inspiration to become freaking Batman. I think it's going to be just him training and doing all this other stuff. But still, there's no proto-Batman in this damn series. So saying that somebody like Jerome is more than likely not going to be the Joker, and that Barbara is probably just going to be a proto version of Harley Quinn, and Harley Quinn will come later, and maybe Joker will come later. This is my issue with that, is you are lessening freaking Joker and Harley Quinn, two of the most iconic characters in the Batman universe. And this is where it shows you that some of the showrunners or the producers working on the show are so disconnected from the comic books. Because if Jerome, for some stupid ass reason, isn't the Joker, you just lessen the Joker's character, his personality, everything. You just destroyed it and threw it in the trash can, because the Joker would never fucking take his ideas from somebody else. He wouldn't. He got super pissed in the animated series Mad Love when freaking Harley Quinn tried to do his idea. He gets super pissed. He's all about originality and doing things on his own. Why would he copy somebody else like Jerome? Why would somebody come out of nowhere and inspire the Joker? No, the Joker is the inspiration for everybody else. I'm okay if Jerome becomes the Joker, but if you're gonna give me some bullshit that he's never gonna be the Joker, that's just stupid, and just stop already with this show. Like, I get it. A lot of people are like, oh, it's its own universe, blah, blah, blah. I don't care if it's its own universe. The one thing is, then they should have just made their own damn show and not taken characters from Batman. There are so many good storylines from Batman characters that you don't need to do that. And I know I mentioned that already in this show, or in this video, but it's true. You don't need to step away from these characters, and I hate the whole mindset of like, oh, if you did everything like the comics, it would be boring. No! No, it wouldn't. It would not freaking be boring at all. Besides Iron Fist, is Daredevil boring? Is Jessica Jones boring? Is freaking Flash boring? Arrow boring? Like, a lot of those things are taken from the comic books. I will say, though, Arrow has taken a lot from Batman. And if you like that show, a lot of that shit was taken from Batman. So I'm just saying. Those shows are staying true to the comic books. Do they change little things here and there? Yeah. You don't need to go 100% comic book accuracy, but you don't need to freaking go 10% comic book accuracy and just take names and do all this proto shit. You can find a perfect balance of doing your own creative stories, but still staying true to the source material. And that is where Gotham is fucking up their whole show. This could be the best show on the freaking world if they were to do it right. But they're just not. They're not doing shit right. They wanted this show to be a cop drama at the start of it, and then I guess, I don't know if ratings didn't go as well as they wanted to, then they started really heavily introducing characters when that's not what they wanted to do. They didn't even want to go like crazy supernatural at the start of this. They wanted it to be more of a cop drama centered around Jim Gordon. And if you would have done it right and possibly started with maybe Jim coming to Gotham with Barbara already born and shit, that would have been better. Have you not seen Batman Year One? I should say Red Batman Year One. that has a perfect storyline for Gordon, and you could have made a really solid... This show gets me freaking worked up a lot, but I'm just saying, this whole Barbara Queen crap is shit. It is. It just is. And I can't believe that that's where they're going. I was kind of hoping that she was just going to build up to be a queen of Gotham. And she could still be. She could still be just the queen of Gotham and not Harley Quinn. But they're really pushing towards that right now. And I just can't. I would be really surprised if they actually brought in a random person from nowhere and made her the actual Harley Quinn of seeing Jerome in Arkham. And I will 100% tell you that right now. If Barbara doesn't become Harley Quinn and she's just the queen of Gotham, and then we get like a little like split-second teaser of some girl being like, oh yeah, I'm Harley Quinn, I'm the new intern here at Gotham, and she talks to Jerome, I will start off with my video being like, oh my god, Gotham, you are 100% off the hook, you're fucking great, blah, 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 blah. I will say that in my video. But if she becomes freaking Harley Quinn, Barbara, I mean, oh man, you can just believe that there is going to be more of this. Because I can't with the damn thing. And a lot of you guys hate it when I rant about this, but it's true. Don't tell me I don't have legitimate facts or a legitimate argument when it comes to this, because they're just literally trying to force Harley Quinn into this show. And I think it's complete bullshit, because, I don't know, I don't believe the whole, the show would be boring if you followed the comic books. No, you can follow source material, you don't have to freaking take things from the comic books exactly, but origins and stuff like that, you can make an amazing show by following the origins and still making your own thing. That's what Daredevil did. That's what freaking Luke Cage did. I mean, freaking even the Flash and Arrow are doing their own things, and they're still staying true to the comic books and their characters and stuff like that. So, I don't know. A lot of this is just, it annoys me, because I just have so much hope for Gotham, and they could do such great things, and it just feels like they just miss the mark all the time. Anyways, guys, that is my rant for Gotham. I'm pretty sure this isn't the last one, and if we get a season 4, I'm pretty sure there will be more. But anyways, I want to know what you guys think about all of this thoughts. Do you agree with my rant? Do you disagree with me? Tell me why you would like Barbara to be Harley Quinn, why you wouldn't like her to be Harley Quinn. What do you think about Scarecrow, my whole Scarecrow theory on, he could be the main villain for season 4 if they were to do that right, but, this is Gotham. We'll see what happens. Anyways, let me know what you think about all that in the comment section down below. Guys and gals, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share it with all your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye!
Who controls Gotham?
Still glory sing and burn. Thousand blackbirds on a string return.
Guilty.
There's a solitary son to hide. Gone without the chosen one. Goodbye.
Judgment is imminent.
You promised me the truth, and I'm still waiting.
You have to love Gotham. People are always pointing guns at each other.
I'm tired of being kept in the dark. They know we're coming for them.
Everything I have done has been to prepare you for this moment. The city will be torn apart, and out of the ashes, a dark hero will rise.
If this is my destiny, I do not want to fail.
What's going on, guys? So they have finally dropped the trailer for the rest of the season of Gotham, and man, this is probably the best trailer that they have put out since the Jerome one. The Jerome one was really good, but I'm not gonna lie, I think this one has me more excited because it deals with everybody else besides Jerome, and this freaking trailer had a bunch of stuff from the Batman movies. Like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna point them out. in the damn thing, but in the freaking breakdown of this trailer. But man, this trailer was legit. Let's not even waste any time. This trailer starts off with somebody opening the door to a limo. Then it cuts to Barbara being super pissed about something. Then we see, you know, the limo again, and then it freaking fades into Gordon standing over a damn gravestone. Now, could that limo, who's it for? Why would they show us a freaking limo door? I'm gonna say it might be for Gordon, maybe with Gordon's freaking uncle or whatever, because remember, they're gonna have a talk, and we see Gordon with the sniper and everything right there. There's a lot going on just in these first clips. I'm thinking that Gordon's uncle is going to be trying to get Gordon to join the Court of Owls. That limo could be picking up Gordon from the graveyard after he's doing this whole scene right here at the gravestone, and I think that gravestone is his father. The reason why I think this is we know all about the whole ring and Gordon going through that whole thing about like, trying to honor his father and all that jazz. We do know that there is a mysterious figure wearing that same ring that works for the Court of Owls. We've assumed that that's his uncle, but it could also still be his dad. Maybe he thinks his dad was dead this whole time, but he's actually alive. A lot of scenarios, but it could easily just be the uncle that has that ring. I'm thinking that limo is for Gordon to talk to his uncle about the whole Court of Owls thing. As for Barbara, she could be pissed for a number of reasons. Then we see a shot of Riddler saying who runs Gotham. He's more than likely, it looks like he's in the Siren Club. He's probably talking to Barbara. Maybe that explains why she's super pissed and busting into doors and stuff. Because I thought that was the Siren Club, but if you really look at Barbara, the scene where she bursts in, it looks like there's ticket people on the side, so there's no telling where she's breaking into, or I should say busting into. But yeah, so we hear Nigma saying who runs Gotham. Could it be that Nigma knows about the Court of Owls? Because technically the Court of Owls are the people that run Gotham. Now we do know that there is going to be this big war between like the freaks and, Barbara and Riddler and all that jazz, or maybe Riddler's not even part of that. It's just the freaks versus Barbara and her crew. Because we see later in this trailer that Barbara does actually seem to have a crew, but could freaking Barbara just be going after everybody? And freaking Aaron Richards came out and said that Barbara is going on this power trip to be the queen of Gotham. With Riddler talking about who runs Gotham, he could know about the Court of Owls, and he could tell her and be like, look, you're not going to run this thing unless they're out of the way. And Barbara going on this huge power trip could be like, fine, I'll take them out too. And there's evidence of that later in the trailer, which we'll get to. But the next scene is what blew my mind, and I literally tweeted about this before I even finished watching the damn trailer. But this scene of Selina, what looks like getting pushed out of a window like 2 or 3 stories and just laying, she looks motionless and dead on the ground. And there's like pieces of broken glass and wood. So it looks like somebody pushed her out of a window, and then there is a cat walking around her, and this is so Tim Burton's Batman. To clarify, Tim Burton's Batman Returns, that's the one with Penguin and Catwoman, and this is literally the same freaking scene, because she gets pushed out of a window and there's a bunch of cats around her when she dies. And oh my gosh, I freaked out when I saw this, because that's one of my favorite Batman movies. It might be probably my favorite Batman movie of the old ones. I kind of try to separate them because they're very different styles. But man, that one, I love. That is still the best Catwoman in live action, in my opinion. And she was just so many good memories about that movie, and to see Gotham pay homage to that with Selina's possible origin right here, because remember, there are rumors, if season 4 does get confirmed, is that Selina, which she's not going to die here, so something's going to happen. She's going to come back somehow, whatever. Maybe she didn't die. We don't know how bad the drop was or whatever. But it has been said that Selina is going to join up with the Sirens in season 4, and Tabitha's going to kind of show her the way. So maybe after she finds herself, because remember, Selina, Carmen, the actress that plays Selina, actually said that the rest of this season, Selina's going to be trying to find herself. So we don't know when exactly this is going to happen, but if you die and come back, yeah, you probably question a lot of things, but we'll see if she's going to die. Maybe she just gets unconscious, she just gets hurt. We don't know how crazy it's going to be or what's going to happen with her. But I'm just psyched that we are going towards Batman's origin, and we're going towards Selina's origin as Catwoman and I'm super excited right now. Then we get this badass shot of the Court of Owls over like a glass table, and it's like one of those reflective glass tables, so I don't know if there's glass above and glass below, but it looks like there's a shitload of Court of Owls, but it's actually just the same table, and you can tell because there's actually this one guy holding a feather over it, and you can see the reflection in it, and it just goes all the way down. But that is such a beautiful shot right there. Cut to Penguin. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. This person in the corner of this shot is Penguin. Cut to Penguin talking to all of these other freaks who I believe are Ivy, Firefly, and Mr. Freeze. All of them, you know, he's going to be going to war. We already established that they have said that there is going to be a war between Barbara's people and the freaks, which is basically going to be Barbara versus Fish Mooney. And I'm not gonna wet my whistle too much on this, but don't forget that I said that Barbara was going to try to be the queen of Gotham, and the person that was going to be in her way was going to be Fish Mooney. Legitimately, I didn't plan to bring that up. I literally just remembered that the moment I said Fish Mooney and saying going to war, I was like, oh shit, I totally talked about this a long time ago. Anyways, like a lot of us assumed Penguin is going to be working with Fish Mooney. Fish Mooney is more than likely the person that saves Penguin, and she's probably going to have Penguin rile up all of the other people if they're not already part of her team. I believe there's an episode for Penguin that is, I forget what the title's called, but it's like, you know, how to lose everything, or he loses everything. Something like just symbolizing, something talking about Penguin basically having to start from the bottom again or whatever. But this could be in reference to he was mayor, and remember how he got to become mayor. He was talking about how they had to kill all the freaks, or they had to rile up all the freaks and get rid of them. Well, now he needs to team up with the freaks, so maybe Fish Mooney's going to make him go after all of them and be like, look, you wanted to take them all out. Now you got to talk to him to be on your side. And that could be like a whole reflection of Penguin, like coming, you know, doing a 360 or doing a 180, whatever you want to say, and him just having to realize that he actually needs these people and that they're more part of Gotham than maybe the people that have lived there forever. I don't know. But you get where I'm going with that whole thing, right? Then we get a quick shot of Barnes saying guilty and being let out to somewhere. Now I'm going to talk about that later because they show him again. But I think it's going to be really interesting about the whole Barnes situation. Cut to another Batman movie type thing, and that is this shot of the mountains. This totally happens in Batman Begins when Bruce goes to train with Ra's al Ghul. We get a freaking shot of people walking in the snow. This could be Bruce and the shaman person going up to the place. It could just be two random people, but we do see this shot of Bruce running up and down tunnels and looking if there's anybody there with him. He seems to be alone. This could be possible that maybe the shaman guy took him there and he doesn't know exactly where he's at. Maybe they didn't, you know, he didn't want Bruce to know exactly where this place was. So Bruce finally wakes up from a daydream or, you know, being unconscious or whatever happens to Bruce. Maybe he finally wakes up and he's searching and be like, oh my god, where the hell am I? Next up, we get one of those double shots of Riddler just killing Penguin again, which leads to this shot of the Court of Owls and them saying that judgment is imminent. Now, I may or may not have covered this in a recent video, but the Court of Owls is supposed to be the ones that actually release the Alice virus into the world or into Gotham. So that could be what they're referencing to and seeing, you know, what's going to happen with the Alice virus when everybody gets hit with that. So it's going to be pretty interesting, and I think that's what she might mean by this. I don't really think it's going to be like a League of Shadows versus the Court of Owls kind of thing going on. I don't think they're going to rush the League of Shadows into this, or I should say the League of Assassins, as you guys might know. I don't think they're going to rush them into this series or the end of this season. I think they're going to be something that's going to be a part of season 4. We get a quick shot of Hugo Strange, then we get a shot of Gordon in his car watching the lady that is a part of the Court of Owls. We also hear the narration of Gordon saying, "You promised me the truth, and I'm still waiting." And this could be a quote that he's telling, or I should say, this could be him talking to his uncle, because his uncle is going to be the one to tell him about the Court of Owls. At least that's the way it seems. His uncle's going to try to bring him in, and maybe he's going to be like, look, we'll tell you the truth in a while or whatever. Maybe he's trying to figure out what the Court of Owls are doing, and that's what his uncle won't tell him, and it all has to deal with the Alice virus. And I have a reason why Gordon might be going after the Court of Owls, or why he might be so pissed about the Court of Owls. But I'll cover that in a little bit. Going from there, we see this shot of Barnes in all black breaking out of his restraints, and he's super pissed. He looks like he's got a new costume on, and I think he might be working for the Court of Owls now. They might have got him out of, Arkham Asylum, and they're going to use him to hunt down Gordon because Gordon is getting too close to what they're doing, and they want to take him out. This could be against the Court of Owls, the uncle. It could be against his wishes. It could be the old lady being like, we need you to take down Gordon. Everybody knows that Barnes is super pissed at Gordon because he's the one that threw him in jail, and he knows that Gordon is guilty, and he wants to take him out. So I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to see a manhunt from Barnes going after Gordon. And the next scene might just be why Gordon is going to be super pissed with the Court of Owls, or why he might be helping a certain someone later in this season. And that is because we got an emo Lee, everybody. Or maybe this is more gothic Lee than emo Lee. But if you do pay attention, she is stepping her ground to freaking Bullock. Why has everybody got to step to Bullock, man? Bullock's my boy. Anyways, we see Lee. Oh, she's looking kind of sexy here, guys. I'm not even gonna lie. It reminds me of the whole Deadpool freaking scene. She was super sexy in Deadpool. But man, she's looking good here in all black. But if you guys did not pay attention to when Lee is looking into the eyes of Bullock, her freaking eyes go red. Woo! What does that mean, Jules? What does that mean? That means that freaking Lee is infected with Alice virus. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. What kind of powers is she going to get? Is she just going to go rage and she's going to be super strong? Could she be the one that destroys the damn police station later in this episode? Because we see Gordon just standing there in like a, everybody dead like always. I highly doubt that is, but we do see Lee's freaking eyes go red, meaning she's infected. And I know a lot of people are like, oh my god, she probably got it when, Gordon blasted Mario and the blood got on her. That's probably how it worked. You know what? That's probably the angle they're going to go with. But I'm also going to mention it to you guys that they probably had some relations. And, yeah, that might have been easily how she got infected. Don't forget that episode that Alice was actually alive, that she didn't want that other guy touching her because she knew her blood was dangerous. So, I think this virus just transfers through fluids. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually the blood from Mario getting shot that got her infected. Then we finally see Fish Mooney, where she's talking about how you gotta love Gotham because everybody's pointing guns at each other. And if you actually pay close attention to this scene, you will notice Penguin is on the left because of his haircut. Fish Mooney's in the middle. That sexy lady in the background is Ivy, looking very Ivy, by the way. And this blurry gentleman on the right-hand side definitely looks like Nigma. Could it be that freaking Penguin and Riddler get their bromance back together? Because if Riddler knows the Court of Owls is crazy and Barbara is crazy and they're all going to start fighting each other, he'll probably join up with the freaks because you know what? It's probably the smartest play for him to join up with them. He knows a lot of them. He knows they're crazy, blah, blah. Maybe he's going to pick sides. He probably sees Oswald come back to life, and he's like, you know what, blah, blah, we're even. You killed my girl. I killed you. I think we could be bros again. And don't forget, Riddler's going to be having those visions on the next episode because, he's just trying to find himself. And, Riddler was basically his mentor. Penguin was his mentor. And then Penguin's mentor was Fish Mooney. So maybe they're all just going to join up and have a mentor smorgasbord. So I think Riddler will actually be joining up with the Freaks, which is going to be awesome because those are the new villains in Gotham. And it just makes so much sense that they would all team up together. We get a cool little shot here of Firefly. Then we get freaking badass Gordon all pissed off. And he's like, I'm tired of being in the dark. He's walking through the graveyard. Then it looks like he's in a graveyard or a tombstone or something like this, and an explosion goes off. Maybe he's trying to search for his father, or I don't know, maybe he's trying to search like some clues that go towards the Court of Owls, and they kind of get caught in an explosion here because it's kind of looked like what happens. Cut to freaking Alfred stabbing somebody. Now I can't really tell who this is. They got a freaking they're either wearing a coat with some furry stuff on it, or they got a real chopped up haircut. It kind of looks like Nigma's haircut. Not Nigma's haircut, but Penguin's haircut. But I don't think Penguin's going to have anything to do with Alfred. It could be Fish Mooney. Fish Mooney does have a fur coat. That could kind of be her. I don't really know, but Alfred's really pissed here. And if you go to the next scene, it looks like Fish Mooney is at Wayne Manor because they're in this whole little, it looks like the same area where Selina tried to fight Bruce and he blocked everything or he dodged everything. It looks like that same area of Wayne Manor. So I think maybe she goes to Wayne Manor for some reason, and that's why Alfred's trying to like find her. He's like, what did you do with Master Bruce or whatever? It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens here, because I don't know what would connect Fish Mooney to Bruce Wayne. But Alfred is definitely trying to find Master Bruce, so that's what I'm curious to see what's gonna happen with Bruce. Does he just get kidnapped and get taken to the League of Shadows area? Or is this something have to do with evil Bruce? The next line in the trailer is Gordon saying they know we're coming for them, and we get a shot of them breaking into doors, and one Court of Owl member is dead. Could this be just like the comic books when Batman finally figures out where the Court of Owls is at, and they all killed themselves so they wouldn't have to tell anybody about the court? Well, that's very possible, and that is something that happened in the comic books, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gordon gets hot on their tail, he knows all about the Court of Owls, and then he tries to actually go arrest some of them, and they all end up killing themselves. And then we get to see freaking Bruce Wayne and the shaman guy in the spotlight. And, you know, this is where it's all basically the rest of the trailer. Majority of the trailer is about Bruce now, and this could be the League of Shadows. We don't have any confirmation about that, but it does seem very likely that this shaman guy is working with the League of Shadows, League of Assassins, and it's very popular. But I do have a theory that Ra's al Ghul is going to end up killing this guy, and he is going to be the leader of the League of Assassins. Now, in the trailer, we hear the old shaman guy saying that everything he has done has been to prepare him for this moment, or to prepare him for what's coming. And he's telling that to Bruce, and then he hits Bruce with this, like, magic freaking thingy pokey thing. Now, this kind of threw me off, and I'm like, I don't know what Gotham's doing here. I hope this is just, like, something to, like, get him into a dream state, because I don't know about this whole lightning into his brain and his eyes going white. So I'm kind of hoping this is like, oh, this is just going to get you to, you know, where I need you to go. This whole part was kind of weird, I mean, because that thing was glowing all green and then he pokes him with it. And I'm like, what's going on there? But the next scene does look like the shaman and Bruce in an alleyway, and I believe this is going to be the alleyway where Bruce Wayne and his parents died, and he's just going to relive that night, and the shaman is going to show him that because he's like, this is what you need to become. After that, we get a quick shot of the Mad Hatter, and remember, one thing I didn't talk about in later videos or earlier videos, and I might have not, I might have, but there was a scene that was leaked onto the internet where Gordon was saving Mad Hatter. Now, with Lee being freaking Alice blood and shit, he could be using Mad Hatter, or he could be saving Mad Hatter, and he probably knows about the court doing the whole Alice blood thing by this time too, when he tries to save Mad Hatter. But I think Gordon is going to save Mad Hatter to get a cure for Alice's blood so he can use it on Lee. I highly expect that. But the next scene after that, after the whole Mad Hatter thing, is Barbara with her people fighting a Talon. And this Talon is kicking ass. And it looks like Barbara starts unloading her clip. I don't know if she hits him or not, but Tabitha's like, what the fuck are you doing? So I think that's going to be part of the whole, you know, like, maybe she tries to stand her ground and Tabitha's like, we need to get the hell out of here. Or maybe Tabitha's just like, you're really losing it. I don't really know, but Tabitha looks kind of pissed there, and you would think Tabitha's the stone cold killer, but Barbara's like taking that role now, and she's like, what? Like I said, Barbara keeps unloading her clip, and Tabitha's actually running away from the fight. So, Barbara's just showing how much of a badass she's become in this last scene, and that's really why I don't want her to become who I think she's going to become, because I'd rather just have this Barbara. And then, of course, we have Riddler walking away from an explosion, and it looks like he's exploding the mayor's office, and that could be because he's a deputy mayor right now or whatever. I think he is the stand-in mayor since Penguin is gone. There's no more mayor, and he was like the, you know, whatever they call him. He was right below Penguin, so he could be the mayor at the time. And maybe he doesn't want to be the mayor anymore, and he just blows this up. And don't forget, he's going to be kind of like telling everybody that he's the Riddler and all that jazz in the next couple of episodes, or maybe the next episode. So maybe he's just kind of, you know, sending off his resignation by blowing up the damn building. Like I said earlier, we have that shot of Gordon just standing in the police station, blown up and destroyed for like the millionth time. This looks like it got really fucked up, though. So I don't know what happened here. He's holding a shotgun. Everybody else looks to be dead. Some of those people don't look like officers. There's actually somebody wearing like a fur coat on the bottom over here. But yeah, so I'm going to be really interested to see what goes on here. I think this could be the whole Alice blood just like, you know, spread across Gotham, and they all go to the police station, and it's just all out chaos. Again, we hear the shaman talking to Bruce and saying how out of the ashes a dark hero will rise. This is very Batman references right here. Then we get a lot of the shots we've already seen of Bruce fighting, and then evil Bruce and all that jazz, you know, trying to confuse us of who's who. And we hear Bruce saying that if this is my destiny, I do not want to fail. And that is the end of the freaking trailer, and there is just so much going on here. And like I said, we covered a lot of it. I think that's how the story is going to evolve. You know, I don't think they're going to show us. This is going to spread over the last few episodes. I don't think this is going to be all in one episode, so don't think that this is going to be the course of the last few episodes of Gotham. Maybe freaking Bruce doesn't even come back to Gotham. Like I said, I don't know when all this stuff's gonna happen. It would be really weird for Bruce to just learn all of these fighting skills and shit in like a couple of days. Maybe he goes to the shaman thing, comes back, and then whatever. I don't know. I feel like the whole switcheroo right now with evil Bruce and Bruce is kind of throwing me off, because sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe that is Bruce fighting, but then it looks like evil Bruce, and I don't know what's gonna be going on here, but it could easily be that Bruce is going to stay with the League of Shadows for the rest of the episode. It would be perfect if he actually stays over the course of this season, like end the season with him with this shaman guy and not return to Gotham, because then you'll have that long gap between season 3 and season 4, and you can just assume that he does constant training. You can say it skipped a year, or all of this kind of shit happened, but that is the perfect time to have a break and say Bruce has got all this training, and you know, that it just makes more sense because there's been so much time has passed. And, you know, you can get a good amount of, you know, training in a year or whatever if they want to just jump that far ahead. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. But this is going to be really interesting, guys. Let me know what you thought of my theories on what's happening here. But that is it, guys. We only have less than a week before this damn show finally comes back. And I can't wait to start covering this again on a weekly basis. But yeah, let me know your theories. Do you agree with mine? Do you disagree with them? What do you think is going to happen? Let me know all of that stuff in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Before the video starts, I should let you guys know that that giveaway for the Razer mouse is still going on. The link is in the description. Many ways to enter should be ending pretty soon, as in like 2 days or something like that. So get on it. Roll the intro. Whoa. Okay, before we get started reviewing this episode, because I got a lot of things I want to say. There's a lot of cool things that happened in this episode, and just a lot of things I want to talk about. First, we need to address the elephant in the room. Get out. In all seriousness, the freaking Riddler cannot give himself his own nickname. I was legit watching my freaking TV right here, and I was all like, man, this episode's been pretty good. I was jotting down my notes of things I wanted to talk about, and then the Riddler is freaking in Lucius's car, talking to him, having a one-on-one, thinking that he's like his enemy or whatever, or his second enemy, because he freaking couldn't get Jim Gordon, the man he originally wanted, and then he ends up saying the most freaking ridiculous thing ever, saying that he is the Riddler. You can't give yourself your nickname. It's like the most unwritten rule of unwritten rules. I mean, if there was like a 10 commandments of unwritten rules, that is in the top 5. Thou shalt not give self thy own nickname. Gotham almost had it so perfect. They even had a newspaper after he killed the people in the chess tournament that said the freaking, what, checkmate killer or the chess killer or something like that. All he had to do was another freaking riddle mystery or another riddle death, and then, or just left a riddle for the police, or even Bullock could have talked to the newspaper after, and freaking Fox could have talked to him and said, yeah, I had to solve some riddles to save Bullock's life, and bada bing, bada boom, the newspaper, they could have even had Valerie Vale do it to bring her ass back to the show, and bada bing, bada boom, she could have came up with the name The Riddler. But no, we're Gotham, and we gotta do things just the way that, you know, sucks. How do you mess that up, Gotham? How? You've been building the Riddler for so long. You've been making such a great character. He is portrayed freaking great by Corey Michael Scott Smith. Corey Michael Smith. Sorry, Corey, if you're watching this, but Corey Michael Scott sounds pretty legit, right? Corey portrays the Riddler so well, and then he freaking gives himself his own name. Like, why? Why, Gotham? You were like right there. You were at the finish line. You were almost about to cross the freaking thing. You were raising your arms, and then somebody ran fucking by you, and you look like a dumbass for celebrating early. I just can't believe it. Like, I'm serious. The moment, I thought the episode was going really well, and I was like, oh man, this is a lot of stuff I was talking about previously, and it just seemed to flow really well, you know, with freaking how the relationship with Penguin, like everything in this episode was going so well until that moment. I was like, no, you were almost there. And now you can't take it back, and that is something we gotta live with. But, you know, whatever. I don't think it's gonna be the worst thing, because we still got Barbara Queen coming. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk about the rest of this episode. I needed to get that out of my system. But I do want to say, with the whole giving himself his name thing, and he knocked out Lucius, what did he do with him? Did he just knock him out and get out of his car? Or does he have Lucius, like, held captive, and he's going to, you know, do something with him? What happened? We didn't really get any resolve there. It doesn't seem like he's going to be in the next episode. So I'm very curious, you know, what the hell happened to Lucius. But, like I said, I did really enjoy this episode. It's just good to have Gotham back, even though they drive me up a freaking wall. It is good to have this show back, just because every little Batman element, I'm like, ooh, ooh. But I really did enjoy this. And just seeing the Riddler finally start doing some riddles. And I absolutely loved when freaking the Riddler and Lucius were doing the freaking riddles at the end. Of course, he had all the cool riddles before, you know, in the chemistry lab, and just trying to match his wits with Gotham's finest, you know, artists and philosophers and chemists and all of that jazz. I love that he was going to the most intellectual people in Gotham to try to match him, and they were not a match for him. And then he comes up upon Lucius, and, you know, they have their whole battle of wits. But I absolutely loved when he was freaking out that Lucius was just giving him wrong answers. He was like, no, like, what do you mean? Like, why the hell would you say snowflake? I love that so much, because that is exactly how I act with Gotham. I mean, you guys can let me know in the comment sections down below, but I feel like that is how I act when it comes to Gotham. Like, people just, like, you know, freaking Gotham is Lucius and I'm the Riddler when it comes to their storylines. And I just found it so hilarious just when he was like, what? He was just freaking out. Absolutely love that about the Riddler. And I don't know if we're going to see any more of that, because now he knows who he is. But, you know, hopefully we get some more, you know, people that just blow his mind with how dumb their answers are, because I want to see more of that. That was awesome. Quick question before we go on to the whole Riddler-Penguin relationship in this episode. How the fuck did the GCPD not know that this was Riddler? How did they not know that freaking Nigma was the guy behind this? Like, seriously, some crazy lunatic that wants you to solve puzzles. Didn't he do this exact same damn thing when Gordon caught him and they put him in Arkham Asylum? Why would the GCPD not go after or even try to question Nigma first? I was asking myself this whole episode, I was like, they have to know that he freaking left all of that crime scene and all of that bullshit behind in the was it last season already? Yeah, it was last season. And I was like, how do you not go to him? I don't know. I kept asking myself that. Let me know if you guys were thinking the same thing. Now let's move on to that freaking Nigma-Penguin relationship, because we saw how strong it was, and we saw how, like, not remorseful Riddler was, but we saw that he was kind of regretting his decision to kill his best friend. I mean, towards the end, he finally found out who he was, even though he gave himself the damn name. But we saw that he dumped his crazy pills into the water, where I think he killed freaking Riddler. Penguin, not Riddler. You know, where freaking Riddler killed the Penguin, I should say. And he dumped his crazy pills there, and he's not going to see Oswald anymore. But I love that aspect that every time he was going to do something very clever or something that had to do with riddles, he took one of those pills to talk to Penguin. And he knew for a fact that he would get those damn hallucinations if he took those pills, so he was doing it purposely just to talk to his best friend still. So it's a little ironic that Riddler is trying to find out who he is, but at the same time, he is still going back to the person that saw him for who he was and his mentor and best friend, Penguin. And even in the end, Penguin is still the only person that sees Nigma for who he is, because once Riddler freaking talked to Lucius and was all like, we were evenly matched, or he didn't say they were evenly matched, but you know, you were my enemy, blah, blah. Fox knew he was like, you're crazy and you need help, you should turn yourself in, whereas Penguin saw the freaking prospect and greatness that was Edward Nigma. So deep down, you know that made Nigma feel like shit, because that is exactly what Penguin said on the dock. Like, he saw Riddler for who he was. I just thought this episode was a great representation of the relationship between Edward Nigma and Oswald Cobblepot. Oh, and freaking speaking of Mr. Cobblepot, like I told you guys that we're worried that Penguin died on that last episode back in, when did we see it? February, right? Those of you that were worried, I told you the dude wasn't gonna die. There was no way they were gonna kill Penguin off. And of course, he just got shot, and it looked like Poison Ivy was the one that saved him. She saw him fall into the river. That explains where the hell freaking Poison Ivy was, hanging out at the docks, because that's where all the cool kids hang out, and the rest of Gotham's crime underworld, apparently. And with the little bit that we saw of both of them, Ivy obviously caring for a bunch of plants, because that is a very Ivy thing to do, and Oswald getting back to, hopefully, badass Penguin, because he has somebody he has to kill, meaning Nigma. Although I guarantee that they're going to be working together or being best friends by the end of the season. Also, freaking Penguin as the imaginary Penguin was fucking great in this. I mean, Penguin's always great, but he was really great in this episode, except for the musical part. No, Gotham, no, don't even think about it. Don't freaking, the Flash and Supergirl can get away with the musical episode. Don't even think about bringing that shit to Gotham, okay? I got no problem with musicals. La La Land is one of my favorite movies in the most recent months, but you can't get away with it on freaking Gotham, okay? You just can't do it. The show's way too dark for it. It would be really weird, and it just felt kind of awkward in this episode. Not sure how anybody else felt, but that damn thing came out of nowhere, and it made no sense to me. Now let's move on to the Court of Owls and freaking Jim Gordon. We knew that this was going to come. We knew that Jim's uncle was part of the Court of Owls and that he was going to try to get Jim to freaking join the Court of Owls. Now, there's a little twist-a-rooney going on right here, because apparently the way they're spinning it is that Jim's uncle wants him to join the Court of Owls so they can bring the Court of Owls down from the inside, and we thought maybe that he was just going to try to get him to join. Now, this could still be a switcheroo. Maybe that he knows that Jim will only join because of that, and they're going to use him to do something else, and maybe he's lying to him, or they could actually be trying to bring down the Court of Owls from the inside. Still kind of 50-50 on either one. I could see it going either way. It could be an interesting way to bring down the Court of Owls, and then possibly Jim's uncle dying at the end to sacrifice his life or something like that. But from the whole little conversation we had with them is that Jim's dad and uncle both joined the Court of Owls thinking they were going to be able to do some good, and it actually turned out that they were, doing some things that they didn't approve of, and especially Jim's dad did not approve of it, and they had him killed while Jim was in the car, drunk driver style. And to prove his loyalty to the court, Jim's uncle had to go overseas and do some stuff, which he didn't really talk about, but he had to prove his loyalty that way, and now he wants to have Jim join the Court of Owls to help him take down the court from the inside. So that storyline's getting pretty interesting, and it makes more sense that Gordon would be the one to try to take down the Court of Owls. He has motive now because they killed his father. It would just make more sense for Gordon to try to take them down instead of Bruce, because Bruce really has no training. Bruce could get his ass kicked really well, and all of that jazz. And are they gonna even talk about that damn owl bird thing that they stole? Like, you better freaking finish that storyline. I know Jerome broke it, but still put it back together, figure out what the deal was with that, but don't just have this whole episode about this damn owl and then not do anything with it, Gotham. So yeah, over the next few episodes, it does look like Jim is going to start taking down the Court of Owls, or at least learning more about them as he contemplates joining or whatever he's going to do with his uncle. So we'll see how that plays out, and that will more than likely be the downfall of the Court of Owls. Speaking of the Court of Owls, they also brought in Evil Bruce as part of their plan, besides trying to get Gordon to join them. And the whole Evil Bruce plan is pretty interesting, but I got some questions. One, how the hell did they get the exact same clothes as Bruce? Like, the exact same shit. How was he wearing the exact same stuff? Like, I know he wrote notes and left it for him, but were they spying on him? Like, even if they were spying on him, how the hell did they get the exact same outfit and have him be able to get it in time? Because even if you're like, oh my god, he went with the Argyle coat? Like, we don't have an Argyle coat. Now we gotta go out and buy it. Oh my god. Like, even that would take some fucking time. How did they figure out his exact outfit so soon? Do they got hidden cameras? I want to know. I jumped a little bit ahead of myself, but before Evil Bruce attacks other Bruce, and he's wearing the exact same thing, and I don't know how that works. Before all of that, we saw that Bruce was a little preoccupied with those notes that he thought were from Selina. Turns out they were from Evil Bruce. But he was training with Alfred to throw knives at a board with an apple on it and shit, and he was very terrible at it. Normal Bruce sucks right now. But then, after I had these thoughts of normal Bruce sucking, he freaking goes to meet Selina, who he thought was writing him notes, and she shows up after those goons are gonna fight him and take all his money. She's all like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm a girl. I'm mad at you. Because that's what girls do sometimes. Sometimes you deserve it too. Anyway, Selina is pissed. She's still not over the whole, like, him lying to her about her mother. He was freaking just trying to protect you, okay? Your mom's a piece of shit, and he just wanted, you know, he knows you're better than that, but you just don't see that. That's all he's trying to do. He's just trying to love you, Selina, and you're just not listening. I'm sorry, I just relate. After Selina does that, those guys are like, so about that money, beat the shit out of Bruce, but he gets back up, and it ain't Evil Bruce, it's normal Bruce, and he freaking fights all of those dudes like Batman would. He beats all of their asses, and it was awesome, and I remember saying that a long time ago when we freaking heard that thing, and I gotta say, I love you guys, but sometimes you guys get me thinking differently, and I go against what I normally thought. I thought that was normal Bruce from the start, and then a lot of you guys were like, nah man, that's Evil Bruce. That's totally Evil Bruce, dude. It's so Evil Bruce, bruh. So in my brain, I was all like, you know what? It totally could be Evil Bruce, and I might be totally wrong. But oh no, I was right. I believed in my boy Bruce, that he was like fighting like Batman and shit, and you guys made me think differently. So like now, from now on, I gotta question you guys like so much. But normal Bruce did suck at throwing knives. After that fight, and he's cleaning up the little blood that was on his nose, and he looks in a mirror and he sees not his reflection but his double self, which was really like not symbolic, but it was kind of cool because it was like a mirror, and in a mirror you see yourself, but yourself was really behind you. Like, what does that mean? Anyways, that is when the whole freaking tranking of normal Bruce by Evil Bruce happens. And then Evil Bruce goes back to freaking Wayne Manor and tries to be Bruce and fails already. He failed in the first 30 seconds of being Bruce Wayne because freaking Alfred Pennyworth, that bad man, saw through that shit like that. You know Alfred, who would know Master Bruce no matter what, he saw through your shit immediately. Evil Bruce, Alfred's gonna play your game because he knows that something's going on. He's gonna freaking be playing that damn game of yours because he wants to know what your game plan is, bitch. But he knows you ain't Master Bruce, Evil Bruce. Seriously though, Alfred saw through that shit the moment that guy was like, yes, that whatever the hell you're cooking sounds good. When Bruce literally just said he doesn't freaking like that shit. So expect freaking Alfred to be kicking some ass in these next few episodes. I also told you guys that the freaking bullseye that Master Bruce throws on that damn thing was Evil Bruce, and a lot of you are like, nah, that's real Bruce. I'm like, no! All of that brings me down to my final thought of this video, and that is, why the hell is the Court of Owls actually helping Bruce Wayne? Or, if they're not helping Bruce Wayne, then what the hell is up with this shaman dude that we've been talking about and breaking down these trailers for? Is he really a bad guy and working with the Court of Owls? Because legitimately, why the hell would the Court of Owls send Bruce Wayne to the mountains where it seems like the League of Shadows would be? Why would they send him somewhere where he could train and become the Dark Knight? Or, you know, the savior of Gotham, and all of that jazz? Are they going to train him to be a Talon? That would make sense if they're like, we want Bruce to be a Talon and learn our ways and all that jazz. That's what I'm kind of hoping that'll be. And this shaman guy is somebody that works for the Court of Owls and not the League of Shadows. Maybe the League of Shadows come in and freaking kidnap Bruce after they try to kill the Talons or something. That would be kind of a cool storyline. But as of right now, I don't know why the hell, if you're the Court of Owls, you go through all of this crap to make an evil Bruce Wayne, and then you're going to take the real Bruce Wayne and send him off somewhere where he can learn to fight and be a motherfucking badass. It just doesn't make any sense to me that the Court of Owls would try to help Bruce Wayne in some way and send him to some guy that's going to unlock all of his full potential. But yeah, I want to know what you guys think about all of that jazz. Also, how do you feel about Gotham being back, about the whole Penguin Riddler thingamabob going on, and anything else you think's going to be happening in these last few episodes of Gotham? Let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye!
Gotham must fall.
A weapon is en route. A weapon the court intends to use to destroy the city. So how do we stop it?
I've been waiting a long time for you to begin your journey.
I'm not scared of you.
I have so much to teach you, Bruce.
What's going on, guys? So this is my trailer breakdown for the next Gotham video, and I will be also announcing the winner of the hand-me-down mouse. That is right, the contest is finally over. So make sure you watch this full video to see who won. But with that, let's go ahead and jump into this trailer breakdown. And the first scene we have is of the Court of Owls, specifically the old lady that runs the Court of Owls, and she's saying that Gotham will fall. Which makes me think why Gotham would fall. Like, why do the freaking Court of Owls want Gotham to fall? Because they own it, they run everything that's going on in there. Why would you want people or Gotham to fall? Like, wouldn't you lose your power that way? Like, I don't really understand. Maybe we'll get that idea of why they want that to happen. Maybe they want to cleanse Gotham of a lot of its trash, as some high society people like this might consider the lower income people. But really, I'm really interested to see what they're going to do. Maybe the Court of Owls is afraid of a lot of the freaks and geeks that have come out of Indian Hill, which was their problem. So maybe that's what they mean by Gotham will fall, is they want to kill all of these other non-human type people, and they're going to release the Alice blood virus all over Gotham with whatever this new weapon is that just got delivered. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen there. But it is curious to see why Gotham will fall, why the Court of Owls want that to happen. Next up is this scene of Penguin going, yeah! To, kill somebody with, it looks to be one of those little hand things. I don't know gardening tool freaking references, but it's one of those handles that has the 3 spikes. It's like a claw to claw through dirt with. So it looks like he's gonna kill somebody that I'm not too sure if they broke in to Ivy's like hideout or something like that. I'm not really sure, but if you look at Ivy right here in the corner, she has a gun and she's smiling because Penguin's about to kill this dude. So I'm thinking that somebody that crossed Ivy, or somebody that's looking for Ivy or something like that, might come into her freaking hideout or whatever, and Penguin's gonna be there, and he's gonna take care of him. She's gonna have the person at gunpoint, and that's why Penguin's able to just kill him like that. But it is just so nice to see badass Penguin back. This next scene has Barbara and all her henchmen going in a warehouse, seemingly trying to steal something, and a Talon showing up and protecting whatever's going to get stolen, or maybe this Talon's there to kill all of Barbara. But there hasn't really been a reason for the Court of Owls to go after Barbara, so what I'm going to assume is that Barbara has found out about this weapon that is going to destroy Gotham. She wants to be the queen of Gotham, so she's going to be like, you know what, if there's a weapon that can take over Gotham, how about we steal it first? So maybe she's going to go to this warehouse where they find out where it's at, they're gonna steal it, and then there's a Talon guarding the weapon, so that is why this freaking Talon will be killing all of Barbara's henchmen, and then that's basically the whole reason for this scene. That's what I'm assuming for, because I don't really see why the Talons would be going after Barbara. There has been no connection between them at all this whole season, and for one just to start randomly out of nowhere in this episode, I can only assume that Barbara's trying to steal the weapon that the Court of Owls is bringing into Gotham. With saying that, we have this scene right here of the Court of Owls around Jim's uncle. They're all in a circle. It kind of looks like he's not wearing his mask, so it kind of looks like maybe he might be in trouble, because the following scene after that is Jim's uncle telling Jim that there's a weapon coming into Gotham that the Court of Owls I cannot talk today, that the Court of Owls intends to use to take over Gotham or to kill a lot of people in Gotham or whatever, and Jim wants to know how to stop it. Well, what if the Court of Owls has found out that he is going to betray them, and that whole little circle of Court of Owls is like, we need to take care of you because you've said too much or whatever. So that could be something that happens. Maybe Jim's uncle's about to get killed in this episode. I'm not really sure. But at this point, Jim would already know that the Court of Owls are up to something, so maybe he has enough information to go off of to try to take them down, and maybe they kill his uncle and leave him somewhere, and Jim finds out, and that actually really sends Jim on a mission to kill the Court of Owls. The rest of the trailer is pretty much all about Bruce, so I feel like this is going to be a very heavy Bruce episode, but we see Bruce running through the hallways of that place that he's like captured in, which looks to be like an old jail cell kind of area, maybe some kind of temple or something like that. But we see him running through the halls, and then there's another scene where he's talking to the old shaman guy, and it seems like he's forced into the hallucination, because if you see it here, the shaman guy's actually holding Bruce, and he's gonna, freaking poke him with that glowy little pin thing that he has. So that is gonna force the hallucination. Bruce isn't going into this hallucination willingly, so it kind of makes me question the intentions of this shaman guy. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Hopefully we're gonna be able to get a little bit more answers to that in this episode. But it does seem like Bruce is forced into this hallucination, and it's going to take him to the alley where I believe his parents are going to get killed. That's how it seemed in the last, trailer that we saw of this, but it does seem like he's going to the alley to relive his parents getting shot. And so I feel like the shaman is going to show him that to make him, understand that this is where your journey began. Like, when this happened to you, you were meant to become this bigger figure, this Dark Knight of Gotham. And if you slow it down really quickly when there's transitions, you see a gunshot go off, and I think when that gunshot goes off, it's going to seemingly, like, since Bruce is in a dream state, it's going to be when his parents get killed, or maybe the gunman looks at him and pulls a trigger. I think that's going to bring him out of the freaking hallucination, which is what you see right here. So I think that's how that whole thing's going to go down. The shaman's going to be talking about that night, kind of like, oh, this is where you started, blah, 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 and he's going to get out of the hallucination when the gunshot goes off. In that hallucination, it also seems like Bruce is going to try to fight the shaman, and the shaman is going to be kicking his ass. As you can see, he does some freaking crouching tiger, hidden dragon, or whatever those things were called. He seems like he does some kind of shit like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here, because Bruce is just going to get his ass kicked in this dream sequence, and this could show him that he's like, look, I could teach you a lot, and I do, and he even says that, I have so much to teach you. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Bruce gets on board with this, and when he starts trusting him, because he does say right here, he's like, I'm not scared of you. I don't know if that's something the shaman wanted him to say, like, that's good, you're not scared of me, because I have so much to teach you, blah, 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 blah. So that's basically what's going to be happening in this trailer. I think it's going to be a lot of Court of Owls setting up for the doomsday scenario that they're trying to plan, and it's going to be a lot of Bruce just starting out his training. But I'm really, really hoping that they are not going to rush this training, because I guarantee you Bruce is going to be back in Gotham by the time the season's over, which would be really stupid. But I'm really hoping that Gotham ends with Bruce staying at this shaman place. So we go into the summer, or whenever the season ends, we go into that. And next season, when the season comes back, hopefully, because they haven't been renewed yet, when they come back, he'll actually have been training that whole time. And they can say, like, for the last year, he's been training. Still not good enough to be Batman, but it could be good enough for him to start doing a little bit more, like, vigilante stuff. Not Batman. I know a lot of you guys are like, he gets too early, he can't do that. The kid could get into some mischief if he knows how to fight. We've seen him get into some stuff. We see Selina do it all the time. She's able to break into places and steal stuff. Bruce could easily start being a detective and trying to solve out mysteries as a young kid. He doesn't have to be Batman. He doesn't have to have the I burped a little bit, but he doesn't have to have the gadgets or anything like that. He could just be a kid that knows how to fight a little bit, that, you know, gets into some trouble here and there because he's trying to figure out some mysteries or whatever. So I would not be opposed to seeing that. No, I don't want to see him don the cowl or anything like that in season 4 or even season 5, but I want to see the kid get into some trouble. I want to see him to be able to defend himself, and I want to see him hone those detective skills a little bit more. Maybe going out with Gordon and being like, Gordon, this is this and that, this is that, you know? Maybe he starts setting up the freaking Batcave and start getting more computers down there to actually freaking access stuff. I don't know. They can do little Batman things without actually giving him the cowl. And I think he can just, you know, hone those detective skills and all that stuff like that. Because in the Court of Owls storyline, there is a scene where there's a flashback to Bruce being a child because he thinks the Court of Owls are the ones that killed his parents. And he actually goes on this whole little detective scheme to try to figure out if it was them. It gets nowhere, but the point is he was being a detective when he was young. So it makes sense for him to try to be a detective now. So that's basically all I have for the Gotham trailer breakdown. I do want to know what you guys think of this whole episode and what you think is going to happen in this next episode in the comment sections down below. But before we go, I have to announce the winner for the freaking hand-me-down Razor Mouse. And the winner is from freaking twitch.tv, Trident. Wah, 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 wah. Man, I really got to get the sound effects for those kind of things. But yes, Trident, you are the winner of the hand-me-down mouse. Now, I will be emailing you, and so look out for that. I will be emailing you here in the next couple hours or so, if I haven't already emailed you. And I do need a response from you by Monday, because if I don't hear from you, I'm going to have to pick another winner for this thing, you know, just because it doesn't sit in my room much longer. But yes, Trident, congratulations on the win. I will be emailing you because I do need to know where to send this. But yeah, congratulations. And if you are like, I didn't win, don't worry. The next giveaway, is it the right way? Yeah, the Samsung Galaxy Gear, which if you guys don't know already, sorry. Brand new. It is brand new. It's not a hand-me-down like the mouse, you know, but, you know, brand new Samsung Galaxy Gear or whatever. Yeah, Gear or VR, whatever. I don't use it. It's not, you know, I got it for Christmas. I have no use for it because I have an iPhone. But that will be the next giveaway. And I think currently, as I'm shooting this video, we're at 19,875 freaking subscribers. So, we will definitely be crossing that pretty soon. So this will more than likely, the contest for this will start pretty soon because we could break 20,000 subscribers in the next couple of days. And that's when the contest starts. So do be on the lookout for this. Do come back. And we're going to be using the same Gleam thing. I might actually have more ways for you to enter, but I don't know. This particular contest actually gave me limited stuff. Like, you couldn't follow me on Instagram. Snapchat wasn't available. There was a bunch of other ways I wanted you guys to be able to enter, but I gotta pay for you guys to be able to do that. So I don't know. I'm gonna look into it some more because I'm kind of interested. Even after the Samsung Galaxy Gear, I'm kind of thinking about maybe giving away some Steam gift cards and maybe some like pops and stuff like that. I don't really know. I'm thinking about a bunch of stuff. But I think the Steam gift cards would be pretty cool because then that allows you guys to actually get video games and stuff, you know, from just like following and supporting the channel, which would be pretty badass. But I don't know. I got to look into that some more. But yes, Trident, do look out for that email, and everybody else keep coming back for that Samsung Galaxy Gear. But that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this video. If you liked it, do give it a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So, before we start reviewing this episode of Gotham, I just want to give a big shout out to the WB for sending me an advanced copy of this episode. They didn't need to do that, but hey, I'm totally down for it, and I think the reason they did that is because if you guys didn't know, this episode is the directorial debut by Ben McKenzie, aka Jim Gordon. So I don't know if WB wanted this to be known, or you know, if they're just like, hey, something special is happening, and a lot of you people that cover Gotham, we want to do something special for you. And they sent me this freaking badass thing, which is this statue of an owl, which, man, I am freaking in love with this thing. And when I saw the package, I was like, what? And then they also sent me this freaking clapper thing that is for, you know, to symbolize Ben's freaking directorial debut. And I thought this was freaking awesome. And Gotham did not need to do that, but thank you so much for doing that. So let's go ahead and jump into this episode. Don't worry, I'm reviewing everything the same. Just because you give me nice things doesn't mean I change my mind. I will say I'm going to jump around in the episode and cover things by certain areas, because some of the things lead into other things I want to talk about. So the first thing I want to talk about is Poison Ivy, or I should say Ivy, because she hasn't got the Poison Ivy part. Ivy and freaking Penguin, and how I love this new friendship. First off, we are getting badass angry Penguin again, and that is what I've been missing from this season. I had no problem with the whole Nigma, like, I love you kind of stuff, but I just felt like they were overdoing it, and I was like, can we get a nice balance between this lovey-dovey Penguin and the freaking badass Penguin? And it looks like they're going full-blown force on trying to just, you know, they're packing that on at the end of the season, and I'm gonna love it, because he is just full-blown rage mode right now. And Ivy's just trying to be sweet little Ivy. Well, she's not little anymore, but she still seems like she has that kid mentality. She's just in a grown woman's body, but I just love this dynamic. Like, Penguin was just being a jerk, and Ivy just wanted a friend, which was very crazy that she wasn't hanging out with Selena or anybody. And I don't think we've seen Ivy since she tried to run away from Wayne Manor, which they never even really talked about that, to be honest. Anyways, we know that Ivy has been taking care of Penguin. He hasn't really thanked her or anything. He's just like so focused on going back to kill Ed and Barbara and everybody that he's not even paying any attention to Ivy. And that really gets Ivy upset. And I think that might be coming from the childhood attitude, because I think grown-up Ivy, like, if we knew her from the comic books, she wouldn't put up with that shit at all. She'd be like, bitch! And she'd do something about it. But you gotta remember, this is an Ivy that has grown up from being a child to a woman like that. So she still has these young mentality, or like this young mindset, and I think that came through really well in this episode. Although I would love the grown-up Ivy personality, but, you know, this character's got to get there gradually. And, you know, I'm happy with what they're showing right now. But with Penguin wanting to build an army, Ivy wants to help, but he doesn't really care about her, like I said, and he tells her to go get one of his old goons, and that turns out to be a bad idea, and she's all like, I don't like this guy, and he's all like, I don't care, what you don't know anything, like, we're not friends, and that kind of gets Ivy upset, and she leaves, and then freaking, what's his name, knocks Penguin out, because now, I guess he's his own leader. I don't know who he works for. It kind of seems like this guy, Gabe, is working with his own kind of people, or maybe he's working under Barbara. I'm not really sure, but he had his own goons, and they were going to auction Penguin off. Ivy was chilling in the background. She was like, if he would have listened to me, she gets caught. But luckily, Ivy seems to always have some way out of things with that smelly, smelly perfume she's got. And most guys are a sucker for a pretty face. So, you know, it happens. Jump to Penguin and Ivy tied up by these goons and Gabe. And the thing I loved about this was that Ivy was all like, I'm gonna get out of this. And Penguin's like, what's your deal? Tell me what's your deal. And she's all like, I would tell you if you were nice to me. I love that she finally broke. I love that she freaking broke and just told Penguin that he's being a real jerk and that she just wants him to be her friend. And like, I don't know. And I just love that dynamic. Like, you're going from Penguin, who used to be at the top of the food chain, now he's back at the bottom, and he has no friends at all, and Ivy is this person that just wants to be friends. That's it. That's all she wants, and I like this dynamic, because I think Penguin's going to learn to trust more of the freaks, as they say, instead of the normal Goonie people that he's always dealt with. And that leads me to Penguin building his army. We saw after Ivy, you know, had everybody killed by using her perfume, she freaking used it on Gabe to see if he'd still be loyal to Penguin, and he just said that he was never loyal to Penguin. He just did it because he was scared, and, you know, they always thought of Penguin as a freak that held an umbrella, and that goes all the way back to season 1, because that's what everybody made fun of him. That's how he got his name, Penguin, because everybody said he was a freak. That freaking leads Penguin to kill Gabe with one of those freaking, you know, forky thingies. I know somebody told me what it was called, but I don't care. I'm going to call it a forky thingy. He kills Gabe, and they have to bury him in the garden. Now, one thing I don't know if you guys noticed or picked up on in this episode was that when they were burying Gabe, the plants were starting to go through their body already. So Ivy has living plants that grow really fast in this show, which is pretty awesome because that's one step closer to her possibly being able to control plants, which is what we know about Ivy. But the best thing about this was after freaking Penguin went on his killing spree and he felt all down because he wasn't going to be able to take on Nigma or Barbara, Ivy was all like, why do you need an army of these people? He was like, what about an army of freaks? Because she knows about all the people from Indian Hill. She freaking is a product of Indian Hill now because of one of their people. But Penguin was all like, what kind of freaks? And this is going to start the battle of freaks between Barbara and Riddler. And I already told you guys earlier in another review or episode that I think Riddler will be on the side of Penguin and the freaks by the end of this thing. And it's going to be Penguin and everybody against Barbara and her whole crew of people. But I don't know, I just love that that Penguin is going to be with more of his people. Although he's just a normal guy with a limp. He doesn't have any special powers or anything. He's just, people consider him a freak. And now he's going to join up with all of the other freaks from Gotham. Before we jump to the next thing, I do want to point out two things you might have missed. We do realize that the new mayor is the old mayor, which I should say he got reinstated, although he was a crook. So Penguin is no longer in office, and now that the Riddler is on the loose and he's a criminal, there was no mayor, so the freaking old mayor guy is back as being mayor of Gotham. Another thing is when we had that scene between Lee and Jim, one thing you will notice is, or one thing I want to point out, I should say, is that Lee is not infected yet. And we saw the preview to Gotham where her eyes turn red with the Alice Tetch virus. That has yet to happen. So I'm thinking that maybe it's going to happen when it happens to the whole city. And that's going to be part of what's going to go on with Lee. Some people were thinking that Lee would die this season. I don't see that happening. She's a big part of the Batman universe. So if they kill her off, I'd be really surprised by that. I do think that it is going to be, Gordon's going to end up getting Mad Hatter out of the Arkham Asylum, and he's going to have him make a cure somehow, or he's going to help out the city somehow, or something of that nature. I think Mad Hatter, or Jim is going to get Mad Hatter to save Lee at least, if not the whole city. That's just something I want to point out, because people had this theory that when Jim shot her husband, it freaking got on her because it did splatter like on her back or something like that. People thought like, oh my god, she's infected. But from my understanding, it actually needs to get in your body, not on your body, to actually make you become, you know, freaking crazy rage person. But I don't think that's happened. I mean, they could spin it some way like that because she has a little bit more of an attitude. She's been a little bit salty in these last few episodes. But her husband died, so that's only, you know, understandable that she's upset. So I don't know, I wanted to point it out there. Personally, right now, at this moment, I do not think that Lee is infected with the virus. I mean, we have proof that she's going to be infected with the virus, but as of right now, I don't think she's infected. Alright, now let's go ahead and move on to where I think a lot of the things intertwine right now, and a lot of it starts off with Jim Gordon finding out that his dad was set up. So he found out, he started researching into his Uncle Frank telling him that his dad was actually killed by the court, and about a drunk driver. We found out that it was actually a setup because the guy that actually killed, or the suspect that killed Gordon's dad, actually had a disease that Bullock called the Irish Curse, and that with this disease that he had, even if you drink like a little bit, you would feel like you're dying. So there's no way that he could have been a drunk driver, meaning the court set up the whole thing to kill Gordon's uncle, and now Gordon's on the case. With that new realization, Gordon goes to his uncle to find out what happened. After they do a little digging, freaking Bullock finds out that the guy that killed Gordon's dad was actually a career criminal, and his lawyer was paid by motherfucking Falcone. Of course, this gets Gordon upset, and he's all like, I'm going straight to Falcone's. He goes to Falcone's. Falcone's is all mad. He's all like, you have some nerve to be here. And he's all like, yeah, I killed your son. You killed my dad. It's even, son. With that, Gordon finds out that, yes, Falcone did pay for that lawyer, but he did not kill Gordon's dad, or he did not put out the hit for Gordon's dad. And Falcone, in that whole situation, says he respected his father. He doesn't really respect his son. But he did say that the person that called the hit was actually Frank Gordon. That's right, freaking Gordon's uncle Frank is the one that put the hit out on his dad, and that's because his dad was making too much noise on wanting to take down the court, and Frank, you know, he didn't want to die. I'm pretty sure that was the reason he had to call out the hit on Gordon's dad, because the court ordered it. That led Gordon to try to arrest his uncle. He ends up getting worked, and his uncle's like, dude, you gotta freaking get this weapon. I'm telling you the truth. You need to work with me here. It's what your dad would want, but you're being stupid. So Frank tells Jim that he needs to look into this whole thing without the court knowing. So the court tells that to Bullock. Bullock's all like, we'll get the GCPD. Jim's like, you can't do that because we need to be like not noticeable at all. So he calls freaking Barbara to make shit happen. And of course, she answers the phone, Barbara Queen. Oh! I know what you guys are saying. See, it's Barbara Queen. It's not. I know what you're saying, but I still think my theory is going to be true about the whole Harley thing, and you're going to hear what I'm going to have to say in a minute. But one thing I wanted to point out is in the background of when Barbara answers that phone to talk to the gym, Love Hurts is playing in the background. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Is that some foreshadowing for the future? Some people out there have a theory that Barbara's going to get pregnant and that's going to be her big change at the end of the episode. I don't think that's going to happen at all. But I did find it interesting that, you know, Love Hurts, and they've been in this weird, like, on and off again kind of thing between Barbara and Jim, or it just seems that way, but they still have a connection with each other. That is definitely that's something I thought was interesting. So Barbara goes to the docks to help Jim. Jim probably spun it in a way like, look, you're the queen of the city or whatever. I need to tell you that there's some people that are, you know, bringing in stuff that you don't even know about. So Barbara goes down to Dock 9 that doesn't exist, or she goes down to the docks to, you know, interrogate some guy with her goons. And as she's interrogating this guy, freaking a Talon shows up and kills everybody. But before that happens, she's asking this guy, like, hey, so, where's this weapon? Shut up, phone! So she's asking this guy about what happened. The guy says the weapon came in already, but the crate's over there. And she's all like, well, you gotta have a number, right? She was all like, to call these people to let them know that the thing is here. She's like, how about we give them a call? Because I'd like to have a meeting. And that right there is what gets me intrigued about this whole possibly become Harley Quinn thing. So hear me out. Hear me out. This is how I think it could possibly happen, right? So with Barbara being the queen of Gotham, you know she's not going to take kindly to people that apparently run Gotham over her, which being, you know, being the Court of Owls. So what if she's trying to get to the Court of Owls to find out what this whole thing is about, or how she can take control of them, or something of that lines? Because I told you she wasn't going to like the idea of not being the real ruler of Gotham. So I think she's going to get close to the court. And what if the freaking court somehow, in her, you know, chase to find them, knocks her into a chemical vat or something of that nature, and that is how she becomes Harley Quinn. Or I feel like the court, because remember, they were the ones that run Indian Hill. What if she chases them down to Indian Hill or something like that, and something goes wrong against Barbara, which leads to her big change that we've been hearing about at the end of this season? That could easily be what's going to happen. Is Barbara goes after the court, something happens, bada bing, bada boom, Harley Quinn. And you know me, I'm not going to rant about it right now. You know I could, but we're going to save it for when that actually happens. But man, if it happens that way, you know shit's going to go down. Okay, so there's all of that. And then we know at the end of the episode, or towards the end of the episode, that freaking Frank kills himself so he would actually, so Jim could join the Court of Owls, and then he was like, just tell them that, you know, you found out that I killed your father, you couldn't handle it, so you killed me, and answer that damn phone when she freaking calls. So he blows his brains out, and now Jim has to be the one to join the Court of Owls, because they're already suspicious of Frank, so Frank's not going to be able to get any more information because they're keeping it from him. So now Jim is going to join the Court of Owls and try to find out what this weapon's all about. So he'll be working from the inside, and I guess trying to give information to the GCPD on the outside. I don't know, it just looks like Gordon is going to go balls to the wall with trying to figure out what's going to happen to Gotham. All of that leads me to this last part and what could be going on in Gotham right now. So remember at the start of the episode, we found out that Gotham wants to rebuild, and they've rebuilt 2 times before this next one that they're planning on doing. So apparently they've destroyed Gotham before without people knowing, or they've done big things to destroy Gotham before. And we found out from Frank that the court is actually ruled by higher up people than just the people in the court. So it's whatever they say goes, and the court has to follow that. Now, another thing we found out is when we went to go visit freaking Bruce, and he starts talking to the shaman guy says that the Court of Owls are just a tool. So now we know that the Court of Owls is actually working with the shaman guy, and he seems to have more power over the court than the court does of him. So that's kind of leading to the theory on why I was talking about why would the court help freaking Bruce out in any way when he would end up becoming somebody that could end up defeating them over time. But this is what's coming in here, and I think the shaman guy, there's a lot of people that have a theory about who the shaman could be, and we're going to get into that. But I do think that the League of Shadows, aka the League of Assassins, is the people over the Court of Owls, because they could be the ones that are training the Talons to be so badass. But I think the League of Shadows, aka League of Assassins, are above the Court of Owls, and they are controlling the Court of Owls. That would make a lot of sense, like in Gotham theory. But, yeah, because, I mean, I didn't understand why the court would try to help Bruce in any way. But if the League of Assassins, which always, even in the comic books, wanted Bruce to be a part of them, it would make so much sense that the freaking shaman guy, if he is the ruler of the League of Assassins, would want Bruce to be one of them and be, you know, his symbol that is going to save Gotham, because that's something that has always wanted to happen, and I think you guys know where we're going with this theory. The theory out there is the shaman guy is actually Ra's al Ghul, and a lot of people are like, I don't know, we know that Ra's al Ghul is actually going to be a very different character. Like, it's a guy from Game of Thrones, I'm forgetting his name right now, but he is going to be Ra's al Ghul, and right now, we have this old shaman guy. But a lot of people have this theory that could be Ra's al Ghul right now, the shaman, because we don't know his name yet, we just know him as shaman guy. That could be him, and at the end of the season somehow, he goes into the Lazarus pit, which we know is a very huge Ra's al Ghul thing. They even did it on Arrow, so we know that that is a big part of Ra's al Ghul, because that's how he's been around so long. What if, at the end, the shaman guy, maybe Bruce stabs him or something and he needs to use this stuff? I don't really know. But I have a feeling that he's going to jump into this Lazarus pit and he's going to come out the older, or the younger guy that is going to be Ra's al Ghul for the rest of the seasons. That is the theory, and I could see that as very, very possible, because we don't know who the shaman guy is. He apparently wants Bruce to be a symbol. Everything he wants for Bruce fits very in line with what Ra's wanted. Although, I mean, if this shaman guy starts talking about the environment and how the freaking Gotham is destroying the environment and stuff, or destroying the world, which I think that's what the court is saying. The court is saying that, you know, Gotham has come under, like, you know, unruly, or it's like there's a bunch of freaks and, like, it needs to be cleansed, and that's why they need to rebuild. That is a very big kind of rebuilding thing that the League of Assassins would do, and if the court is controlled by the League of Assassins, they would have the same mentality. So it's very, very interesting. Also, another thing in the episode that the shaman guy said that the criminal element just keeps coming back, and they've tried to do things before. If I'm not mistaken, he said something along those lines. And that means they need somebody to protect Gotham, and that is why he believes that Bruce is that person to become that, and that's why you're seeing him do all those acupuncture things and sending Bruce back to the alley, because he says Bruce has never left that alley. His mindset has always been there. All he's ever cared about is his parents and all that jazz, and I think this guy, Mr. Shaman Man, wants to show him that he needs to leave this alley, or he needs to use that mentality to better Gotham, to make it never happen again in Gotham, and that's why he needs to become this symbol, which is, we already know is going to be a bat symbol, but I'm going to be really, really fucking pissed if he gets that bat symbol through the shaman guy. The bat symbol needs to come from him falling into a thing, and it should be around Wayne Manor, but they already kind of have a cave going, but you just need to make that happen. I mean, if they're going to go into, I'm telling you, Scarecrow, Fear Toxin, making the whole bat memory come back, Gotham, do it. Hire me, Gotham! Sorry, Gotham, if you're watching this, I'm just saying, I got all these ideas. They need to filter out somewhere. You guys can make this show really badass, and it fits with the comics. Just throwing it out there. What's going on, guys? Okay, so, yeah, that was surprising. Did you get scared? Did you have your volume really loud? Anyways, I gotta go ahead and, as I'm editing this video, gotta throw my 2 cents in here as I'm listening to this Ra's al Ghul theory, because I was hearing it from a lot of different perspectives, and I was like, man, this actually sounds really good, that this guy could be Ra's al Ghul. And my original thing was that the real Ra's, and I know a lot of you people are gonna be in the comments, it's a pronounced Ra's, it's a Ra's al Ghul. Shut up! I say Ra's. I've said it for like that for a long time. Even Batman said it that way in the Batman animated series when he started out, and then he started saying Ra's. But whatever, I don't care. I don't care how it's pronounced. I'm gonna say Ra's. But anyways, one thing I want to point out with this theory that everybody's saying that the shaman could be Ra's al Ghul is that freaking, if he is, then when he goes into the Lazarus pit, he's changing his fucking skin color. That's right, the dude that's going to play Ra's al Ghul in Gotham is like a brown skin actor, and this shaman dude is clearly white. So I gotta kind of throw a freaking stone in that theory, or at that theory, because you gotta explain to me that why the skin color would change. So let me know that happened. So I'm kind of now leaning towards back my original theory that maybe the shaman guy is going to try to train Bruce, and then maybe Ra's is gonna come in and, like, you know, teach Bruce a different way, or kill that shaman guy and take over the league or something like that. I don't know. You're gonna have to wait a little bit more on this theory. But I gotta kind of gotta throw a stone at that other theory, because I just don't see how the Lazarus pit will change your skin color. It can bring you back from the dead, but I haven't seen it change anybody's skin tone. So we'll see. But yeah, alright, back to the regular scheduled video. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with this shaman guy and Bruce, but we do know that he's going to start training, because we've seen some stuff of that. I just hope this training doesn't last 6 episodes and he comes back at the end of the season. It should just last the summer. Like, he should train this whole time. At the start of season 4, he comes back and starts, you know, causing trouble then. Before we go, with this being Ben McKenzie's directorial debut, I do want to just point out some things I really liked. One of my favorite things about this episode, or probably my favorite thing about this episode, was the relationship between Ivy and Penguin. I just loved what was going on there, how they're building this relationship with Penguin, who, like, I don't want to be your friend. Ivy just wants a friend, and it's kind of like just these unmixing things that are going to work perfectly together, because they're so different, but they're so alike at the same time. So I really enjoyed that aspect of the episode. The second thing was that endless maze that was going on when Bruce was trying to run away and he just kept ending up at the same place. I like that. Kind of reminded me of the whole Court of Owls when Batman's stuck in a maze. It's not the same thing, but it did remind me of that, which I thought was pretty badass. And the last thing was when Gordon was talking to Falcone, there was this nice, like, I'm going to assume that this was a, you know, a director's choice, because I really enjoyed this, but it was this thing of Falcone being taller than Gordon, and it was kind of a perception thing when we were hearing them talk, because if you go back and watch the episode, from Falcone's perspective, Gordon looks smaller, because, freaking Falcone's taller, but if you look at when if Falcone's talking, he looks bigger than Gordon. Like, the camera angles, you'll see what it means. And the thing I like about that was, when you're looking up at somebody, it kind of symbolizes power, and that's what was going on in this episode, because Gordon was looking up to Falcone figuratively and literally. Jim had questions and Falcone had answers, and that's why he had all the power, because he didn't have to give him those answers. And I just liked that, like, that little directorial choice there, because, I don't know, I mean, you guys might not know it, but I do kind of film at a slanted angle, which is, you've ever thought about that? Yeah, I don't know, I like it. I like looking up at the camera a little bit more than I do, but, I mean, it's just a style choice, and I really enjoyed that about this episode. Anyways, guys, let me know what you thought about the Ra's theory and anything else that happened in this episode. How did you feel about the whole Penguin and Ivy thing? I think it's better than Penguin and Riddler. What's up? Anyways, guys, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share it with all your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have my daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye! Do you guys still think that freaking Barb is not gonna be Harley Quinn? Are you guys still out there holding out that she's just gonna be Barbara Queen and she's not gonna be Harley Quinn? Because she freaking acted very Harley Quinn in this episode! Come on, who's with me? You don't think that freaking shot, or that scene, I should say, when it was Riddler, the mayor, and freaking, I almost called her Harley Quinn right now, Barbara, you don't think she was acting very Harley there? I think she was acting very Harley there. She was all like, you know, she was doing very, I don't know, she was talking like her. I felt like she had a little bit of her mannerisms, the way she was going around the chair, all that kind of jazz. Just gonna point it out too. Did you see what she was wearing? She was wearing black, red, and black and red. Sorry, I was gonna say, I was like, wait, is she wearing white? I couldn't remember if she was wearing white. But she was wearing freaking black and red, and if you saw the freaking fur, I'm dying. If you saw the freaking, like, fur thing she was wearing, it was kind of, like, patterned, and it was, like, black, and I couldn't tell if the fur was brown or red, but either way, the dress was red. She had very Harley colors, and man, oh man, I'm telling you guys, she's going to be Harley. They suddenly just have her start acting like that. That way, when the change happens, everyone can be like, she's just acting the same. She just looks different and blah, 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 blah. They can do something like that. I don't know. It's really, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of evidence there that she could become Harley Quinn. Since we're on the topic of Barbara, man, her and Tabby, ooh, they're gonna go at it. I want to see a hot girl fight. But man, I loved when freaking Tabitha got up in her face because freaking Barbara's all in. She's like, if there's somebody else, how am I ever gonna have complete control? And she was like, don't you mean we'll have complete control? That's not what she said, but you know what I mean. It's something along those lines. She got all up in her face, and Butch was like, I've seen this happen a million times. Freaking power corrupts people. And she's like, shut up! And she like walked off. Tabitha just wants Riddler freaking dead, and Barbara keeps working with him, and man, that ain't a good thing for relationships. You can't be doing that kind of stuff. If somebody chops off your girl's hand, you gotta hate the other person. But I kind of have to question Tabitha's whole thing of like, oh, don't you mean we will run the city or whatever? Because like, look, Tabitha, you put yourself in a freaking bad spot. Because in the last episode, you were the damn bodyguard when fucking Barbara was sitting in a chair answering phones saying, Barbara Queen! You put yourself behind her. There should have been 2 chairs and y'all should have both been answering phones and saying shit. But no! You could at least take the mantle of king or something. Like, you're letting her freaking get all the control, and you're just sitting in the back doing all the muscle work. So Tabby, I kind of have to say that you're letting it go to Barbara's head. So you know, I gotta throw a little shade at you, trying to say like, don't you mean we'll freaking run the thing? Because you're letting her run everything. It seems. Found out later in the episode how much Tabitha really hates Riddler by sabotaging his plan with the mayor and telling Gordon how to freaking defuse that bomb, or at least, you know, change the frequency so it won't go off or whatever. So that was very interesting because she just helped out a cop. And, you know, woo! I want to see how that's going to freaking end between Tabitha and Riddler. We all know that freaking Riddler ain't going to die. So, you know, is freaking Tabitha going to die? I don't think she's going to die this season or anything like that. But that feud is going to go on for a really long... That sneeze totally just threw off my train of thought. But anyways, Riddler, let's talk about the freaking Riddler, because I have to say, I kind of like it. Although he gave himself the nickname, which, you know, a lot of you guys freaked out on me about that, and you're like, what happened with that was I was kind of going off the whole, like, you can't give yourself your own nickname, but then also kind of hating the idea at the same time, because I felt like he should have got it from somewhere else. That was just my personal opinion. But, you know, I do know from the comic books that he actually gave himself the name. And so it fits with this character. A lot of you guys made some awesome counterpoints in that freaking video, by the way. But anyways, in this one, you're seeing now that the newspapers are calling him the Riddler. I kind of like that. I thought that was cool. And then everybody else is starting to call him the Riddler, too. And he's starting to do more Riddler-y type things. And I love how Riddler is the one trying to bring the court out, because it's something that comes back from season 2, a riddle that he's never been able to master, or figure out, I should say, and he just wants to figure it out so much, and he's just making all these plans to get to the court. And at the end of the episode, we saw that he actually did get to the end of the court, or not the end of the court, but to the Court of Owls, and it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with him, because... what do you know? I mean, he's, again, gonna be in a big crime syndicate like Indian Hill. They used him there, and now the Court of Owls is gonna use him for something? We know Riddler is gonna come back to the city somehow. Is he going to be maybe part of... I mean, I don't know. I want to see if they're gonna use him somehow, or if he's gonna find out everything going on with the court, and he's gonna be like, no, I gotta team up with somebody to end this shit, and that's probably where he's gonna team up with Penguin and all the freaks to try to beat the court at their whole, like, mysterious, like, we gotta destroy Gotham kind of shit. I do want to ask you guys, how do you feel about the Riddler right now? Are you liking him? Are you liking the personality? I'm kind of like, you know, it's not too bad. It's not the greatest kind of right now. I don't like the random yelling. I like it when it's funny, but not when it's not, like, I don't know, if that's what he's just always gonna do, to just, like, randomly raise his voice. I don't know about that. I liked it in that episode where, you know, Lucius was getting the wrong answers, and Riddler was like, no! No! Because I thought that was hilarious. But if he just randomly yells for no reason, like, you know, the way he did in the news video, I was like, I don't really like that. Moving on to the Penguin, I loved at the end of the episode when Penguin, you know, got all the freaks to his house, and he saw the news with the Riddler on that he totally called out Ed with calling himself the Riddler, because he was like, man, how long did it take him to come up with that name? I love that the Penguin knew, like, so much about Riddler that he had to name himself. So there you go. Like, that makes sense right there, which I really like. Thanks for putting those puzzle pieces together, Gotham. But speaking of Penguin, we saw him going around starting to build his army of freaks with Ivy. And I gotta say, and I'm throwing it out there, I said it in the last episode, Ivy Penguin better than Nigma Penguin. Come at me, bros! I just feel like it's a better dynamic, personally. I like it. She's quirky. He's weird. I love it. You know, he's angry. I just like it. But we saw Victor Fries, you know, it's freaking Mr. Freeze. We saw Mr. Freeze actually join the group after he was in some, like, Antarctica place or some shit like that. I don't know how they got there, how they knew he was there, what was going on, but man, that was crazy. But that's badass that they went to go get Mr. Freeze. And then they got Firefly, which I didn't get to verify if that was a different actress or the same actress, because everybody's like, why does Firefly look different? I gotta go back and watch the episode to see the credits, because she's not on IMDb for that episode. So I'm like, is it the same chick or not? If you can clarify that, let me know in the comment sections down below. But Firefly was a badass. The way she just quit her job, I think, is the way a lot of people would like to quit their jobs when they have shitty bosses. Like, oh no, I got this, watch boss, like freaking melted lava in his face, and he was like, ah! So the Freak Squad, it looks like they're about to tear shit up, because they got some badass people on their side, and I'm really interested to see what's going to happen and if they're going to take down freaking Barbara's stuff. You know, I had this idea of Barbara going after the court, which, you know, she's so freaking power-strung on figuring out who these people are because she wants to be at the top. I still have my theory of maybe she's going to chase them and falls into a vat or something like that, or something happens to her when she's trying to chase the court that causes her to become Harley Quinn. But it could also be her running from the freaks, and something could happen there. So one of those two groups, I think, is going to be the reason that freaking Barbara changes into Harley. On to the next thing, we freaking saw that Clone Bruce is dying. Alfred is totally on his case. He knows something's up. But anyways, you know, freaking the clone is able to come up with some story, and Alfred kind of like, alright, I'll buy that for now. But anyways, I don't know how Bruce just straight up left Alfred. I guess he said he snuck out, right? But, you know, you think Alfred would have came in and been like, oh, you're bleeding, blah, blah, what's going on? Why are you leaving? Why are you running from me? You know, those got to be questions that Alfred is going to answer. Anyways, so, we find out Clone Bruce is dying, and that, you know, okay, we find out that Clone Bruce is dying, and he wants to go save Selina because he knows about the Court of Owl's plan to, you know, destroy Gotham or whatever. So he goes to talk to Selina. He admits to Selina that he's not actual Bruce, and then all this shit happens. She doesn't want to freaking talk to him because he only wants to save Selina, and she was like, that's why you're not freaking Bruce Wayne, because Bruce Wayne would want to save everybody like Batman would. And then freaking Clone Bruce pushes Selina out the window, and she fucking falls to what we could assume is her death, but I'm assuming that somehow these are going to be like 9 lives, and we saw the very freaking Batman Returns. I'm sorry, I stopped right there midway before I said Batman Returns because I was going to say it different. I was going to say Batman Forever, but I was like, no, that's not it. And I had to verify that it is Batman Returns. That was totally the scene from Batman Returns when she got pushed out of the window. She falls all the way down, freaking Michelle Pfeiffer does, and she falls down and she's dead, and then all the cats surround her. This is exactly what happened in Gotham, and that is the best homage that you could pay to that movie or to the comics or anything. Thought that was freaking awesome. Applauds to you, Gotham. Applauds to you, because the start of freaking Catwoman has begun. The last thing we need to talk about is Jim joining the Court of Owls. He's going deep undercover into this one. He brought the Court Riddler, and they're now like, oh yeah, now you can be a part of the Court of Owls. Here's your cool Court of Owls sunglasses. Did you see how those things went on their freaking faces? They're legit just like sunglasses with an owl mask. I want one. Gotham, can you send me one? Oh shit, speaking of that, I totally have something to show you guys. Let me finish the video and then I'll show you guys, because I thought it was pretty awesome. But Gotham sent me something actually, and I think it's fucking legit. Anyways, Jim joins the Court of Owls, and bada bing, bada boom. I really just want to show you guys what I got, But there's not really much. We saw that Jim joined the Court of Owls, and this is going to lead in to something else. And we're seeing, if you saw the previews to the next episode, it looks like Bruce is going to be a motherfucking badass. I can't wait for next week's episode. But also, it seems like Jim is getting tired of not being in the inner circle, and he wants a seat at the actual table of the people that are talking about destroying Gotham. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he's finally going to start pushing the Court of Owls, and that could get him killed, or it might just get him a seat at the table. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I do want to know what your guys' theories are about what's going to happen next. The biggest thing for me in this episode was Selena getting pushed out the window and the whole possible Harley thing. I mean, come on, she really seems like she's going to be Harley. Anyways, let me show you the cool stuff I got. So in case you guys didn't watch last week's episode, Gotham had sent me like a little care package of an owl and a slate for Ben McKenzie's directorial debut. And I was like, alright, cool, this was something badass. I thought it was just for that, because it was going to be the first episode he's ever directed, or his directorial debut ever in doing anything. So I was like, alright, that was cool they sent me. Well, I got another package and the episode early this past week, and I was like, holy crap, and they sent me something really awesome, and it is this little plate that says Gotham, and this freaking cup that has a skull on it and stuff, and on the inside, it says drink me, and look at how cool that freaking, like, ooh, look at, let me drink my tea, and they also sent me the freaking, I can't even talk, they also sent me the freaking tea right here, and it's called Gotham Green Tea, and it's actual shit you can drink for the Mad Hatter. Oh, what is that saying? Oh, look at this. Look at me drinking my tea. I'm like the Mad Hatter. This is freaking cool. Maybe I'll throw these up on my Instagram so you guys can actually have some really clear photos of what this looks like, but this is so badass, man. Although the freaking cup and everything was nice, they also sent me this awesome letter that reads, heroes are rising in Gotham, but villains are still on the prowl. Why, even the Riddler has aligned with the Court of Owls. These are very stressful times to be sure, but courtesy of Jarvis Tetch, here's a cure. Here is a special teacup with Gotham's finest teas. Surely Tetch is mad as a hatter, but this time he's aiming to please. Although there's a deadly virus out there, of which he's the master, some of this soothing tea will help you forget the disaster. So put on the kettle and start the water to boil, and brew up a cup to savor as you toil. There is nothing better to ease your plight than some green tea while watching Gotham on Monday night. That was freaking legit. Thank you, Gotham, WB, Fox. All of you are so badass. You don't need to send me that kind of stuff, but I like showing that stuff that you guys send, because I know freaking the audience would love to just see how awesome the company is. And I know a lot of people might not agree, like myself, with the decisions that are being made on the show sometimes. But that doesn't mean that there aren't still awesome people working behind the scenes. So thank you guys. You were badass. But anyways, guys, I want to know what you thought of this episode, what you thought of those cool goody things that I just got sent. And let me know what you think is going to happen in these last few episodes of Gotham. Remember, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So a lot is going on in Gotham right now in this last episode. There's a bunch of storylines that seem like they're trying to go places. They're trying to close out storylines. We got to see a brief instance of the Mad Hatter. Freaking Barnes came back. Lee's being so salty that her sodium levels need to be checked. Fish Mooney survived and she is alive. Apparently Hugo Strange has fixed her all up. And now Hugo Strange is now working with the court again. But he's double-crossing the court. But at the same time, he's trying to double-cross the freaking, GCPD. So, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. First things first, let's talk about Lee being so freaking salty in this episode. Like, Jesus. Like, I know she's so mad, and I'm glad freaking Gordon finally came out and said something about it, but she's still so mad about the whole Mario thing, which, granted, she's got the right to be, but, like, chill out. But anyway, she's trying to get Jim in trouble, and then she's just, like, telling Harvey, like, open an investigation, do this, you're working with him, Lucius is working with, like, she just feels like she can't trust anybody, so I get where she's coming from, but, like, when, besides Jim actually just killing her husband, which he did it for a good cause because he was about to kill her, but whatever, she doesn't see that because, you know, she sees what she wants. When has Jim not tried to do the freaking right thing? So near the end of the episode, we got to see Lee freaking, she's packing all her stuff and she's all like, oh yeah, well I just can't be here anymore because of you and blah, 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 blah. And Gordon's like, you want to know the truth, bitch? You want to know the freaking truth? And he tells her that he would kill Mario again because Mario was going to kill her. He pulled the trigger like 10 times out of 10, and he was just saying that how he doesn't run away, or he's not able to walk away from things because he hasn't walked away from Lee. Lee's actually the one walking away from him. So he just, you know, he kind of just turned what she said about him onto her. And I was all like, oh, got him. Whatever, that whole thing's kind of stupid. But I think what's going to happen now with Lee is since she's leaving the GCPD, she's probably going to, you know, she's going to be on her way out of Gotham. The bomb is going to go off and infect everybody, and she's going to show up at the GCPD like ready to kill freaking Bullock or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, the clothes she was wearing at the end of this episode is the same clothes that she was wearing in that whole trailer scene where her eyes go red. I think she was wearing the same kind of clothes. So this next 2 episodes might actually be this like in the same timeline or the same day. I'm not too really sure because the court knows that Jim is onto them and they kind of got to speed shit up. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Or I could be wrong, but it does seem like they were wearing the same clothes. I don't know. Now, do correct me if I'm wrong, but are there 2 episodes left? Or there's 2 episodes left after the next one? I was kind of confused by that because I think it would only be 21 episodes if it ends in the next 2 episodes. I thought they were going to 22, but I could be wrong there. Since I mentioned Jim, let's go ahead and talk about everything that was going on with him in this episode. Of course, he's trying to get deeper and deeper in with the court, and he got really ballsy with this episode. He was doing fingerprints and finding out who, you know, the head of the court was, which was Catherine. And, you know, he just did all this stuff, and he played it cool. He was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to put a list of people in a book or something. Like, he almost got caught a few times, and he got pretty slick. He broke into the freaking court lady's house and found a whole Wayne code, which I thought was going to be kind of like a little bit more, like, you know, I felt it was kind of anticlimactic getting the code and like, oh, it's Hugo Strange. Anyways, Gordon does his whole like, I want a seat at the table, blah, blah, blah kind of crap, which he was threatening Catherine, or like not threatening her, but he was just, you know, demanding it. But I was kind of thinking like, that would have been the perfect time to give Catherine the phone for Penguin. Like, she was wondering, I think anybody that just shows up in your house, you'd probably question them, especially if they're a cop and you're a head of a secret organization. I'd be like, I need this bitch killed. But I think as Jim, if I would have got caught, I would have totally gave the phone. I was like, I'm here because Penguin is alive and he wants to know, he wants to meet, blah, 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 kind of shit like that. I would have used the phone. Jim didn't do that, but we found out that was part of the plot later on because that saves his ass in that whole situation where they're exploding the gas. Penguin was the one that saves Jim from the whole thing, and we know that he's done that many a times before, so it's just the same old song and dance with them. That was cool because I like seeing Jim and Penguin kind of work together, although, you know, they kind of have to hate each other, but at the same time, they kind of make a good team, you know, because they both kind of cross the lines and try to play the, I mean, Penguin doesn't really play the good part but too much, but you know, he does help out the GCPD every once in a while. But we did see Penguin get all mad, and he was all like, I want the court. And he's like, you just killed one of their Talons. I'm pretty sure they're going to come after you. And we saw that later at Penguin's house when freaking Firefly gets knocked out by a Talon, and then Penguin gets captured, and then they take him to wherever the court's holding everybody, and he meets freaking Nigma! That's right, freaking Penguin and Nigma finally meet after their whole little, I'm gonna shoot you, think you're dead thing. Ed is like, freaking Oswald, you're alive? And Penguin at the start, I don't know if they're doing this on purpose. Maybe they kind of want to, you know, get them working together again. But Oswald was there just like looking into his eyes for a long time. And then he grabs for him and he's all like, I'm gonna kill you, bitch. But I don't know. Maybe he's still got a little burning heart for freaking Ed. We'll see what happens over the next few episodes. But I feel like both of them are going to work together to try to get out of wherever they're captured. Which falls into my whole plan of telling you guys that freaking Nigma was going to team up with the Freaks to help them beat the court or to go after Barbara or whatever. I think it's going to be more of the court because now Nigma has a reason to hate the court. But I'm telling you guys, they were going to get back together. They're going to start working together. Will they like each other? I don't know. But both of them together can dominate anything. So I think you will see Nigma with the Freaks against the court. Jumping back to Gordon real quick, we saw on this episode that he blew his cover just like what? He just joined the court an episode, 2 episodes ago. So, you know, freaking Gotham pulled out of Flash's bin of just making things get destroyed really quickly. But, you know, this one I think took like 3 episodes to get destroyed. But still, felt like it was kind of quick. I don't know how you guys felt, but I kind of was hoping that Jim would be gangsta and actually try to keep his cover and actually let all those people go crazy. Because one, that scene would have been badass with like 200 people in a room trying to kill each other. It totally just, I thought I was going to see something like the freaking church scene in Kingsman. If you haven't seen that movie, man, that church scene is crazy. But I was kind of hoping that Jim was going to be gangster and be like, I got to keep my cover. I got to know what's going on because this shit's going to be crazy. But he already knew what the device was. They just kind of got to find it now. But still, like, he ends up, of course, being the good guy and choosing to save everybody. And he, like, has to fight the Talon. Luckily, Penguin shows up. That's when he saves him. All that jazz. Everybody gets out. And not anybody dies except for Talon guy. Before Jim blew his cover, he found out the secret lab with that whole Wayne code that he had. That where Hugo Strange was. And where they created the chemical air stuff that they're going to spread everywhere. You know, the Alice virus, when they made it, they turned it into an airborne freaking device. Deadly weapon! I couldn't think of the weapon. The damn word. So Jim and Bullock go to this secret hideout, and there's, you know, they find everybody's dead. They find the one guy that's infected, and they're freaking, he's killing Jim. He's like, I'm gonna kill you, bitch. And then freaking Hugo Strange comes out and does all Walking Dead style, killing him with an axe to the head. And man, that was kind of cool. But that's when we find out that Hugo Strange doesn't really want anything to do with the court. I mean, he's kind of always been like their captive. Like, they've always forced him to do things. He was actually the one working on the reviving people back. So, you know, he's always been under their control. He definitely wants somebody to take them out so he can he can do his own shit. And that's why he gives Gordon and Bullock all the information about the shit he's done and a vial so they could test stuff, maybe come up with an antidote, which I do think that's going to happen. But I feel like, I don't know why, but that, you know, there is that scene where Gordon and Bullock save Mad Hatter. I feel like maybe they need him to actually kind of, you know, come up with a cure to help them save everybody. I don't know, because I don't really know why Gordon would save Mad Hatter otherwise unless he knows, like, he needs his help to get a cure for this whole thing. It was cool to see Hugo Strange in Gotham again, although I cannot look at the character of Hugo Strange the same anymore, because I read a Batman book called Terror recently. It was before New 52, and in that book, Hugo Strange has a sex doll that has a Batman cowl on it, and it's really weird, and I just can't see Hugo Strange any differently than I do now. Moving on, another thing we saw in the episode a lot was Ivy, and Ivy looking for Selina. We saw her go talk to Tabitha. There was no freaking Barbara in this episode because they're fighting or whatever. But we saw Ivy go talk to Tabitha, and she was like, have you seen Selina? Tabitha didn't give a damn. She's like, go freaking check Gotham General. Get out of my face. And she goes, and we find out that Selina actually lived, which makes sense because I didn't really want her to die, and then she actually has 9 lives and some Indian Hill kind of bullshit. So I'm glad that she's just in a coma, and that was it. They were like, we couldn't do anything for her. You know, she's just there. So Ivy's all like, you know what, get the hell out of here. I'm gonna fix all this. And she brings like a whole jungle of plants into Selina's freaking room, and that brings her out of her coma. And this is what I'm liking. I'm liking what Gotham is doing with Ivy's character. They're slowly just showing her like the botanist version of Ivy, that she's super smart when it comes to plants, and she's using them to cure people, to trick people. I'm liking that. So it's not necessarily over the top, like, oh my gosh, she controls plants. I would like it to get to that, but, you know, right now, it's just cool that she's able to learn so many things from plants and actually use them to benefit her or benefit her friends. So that was pretty awesome. We saw Selina come out of her coma and immediately just like, she said a joke or whatever, and then she's all like, I gotta go kill somebody at Wayne Manor, which is gonna be Clone Bruce. So that's gonna be really interesting. And Selina's probably gonna be the reason that Alfred finally understands that Clone Bruce is a clone and not actually Master B. But speaking of Master B, we got more of him training, and he's all badass, and that's not good enough, Gotham. I do not want freaking Master B to come back to Gotham, and the little bit of training that he's got, because he could beat one Reggie Assassin guy, you know, I don't want him to be like, oh, he could start doing vigilante shit all by himself and nobody could even fight him. It better not be that kind of shit. He better keep training like all of season 4. Freaking Master Bruce better he better better be training, alright? Just for the rest of the seasons, I don't even care. Like, all of season 4, all I want Bruce to do is to test himself, like in Gotham, go out, have a little mischief, try to do some things, but I don't want him to be a badass at all. Like, I want him to get his ass kicked, I want him to keep training, and I want him to tell Alfred, like, Alfred, I need to do more. Like, next season, I want him to start learning how to escape shit. Like, I want him to be like Harry Houdini and stuff, and that's from the freaking animated series and the comics, so he learns how to do that. Give me more training Bruce, because the stuff we saw today with all the freaking little sticks, and he was all doing all that shit, I don't care. See, I can do that with this too. Look at me, but it doesn't mean I can take off a bunch of people, okay? I don't want that for freaking Bruce. He better be better than what we're seeing. Anyways, the old man is showing Bruce the way, and he can help him, you know, get rid of his pain and all that bullshit. I mean, we've heard it before, but we finally got the real intention of the old man. Well, not 100%, but we know he's evil and he's not trying to be like a badass guy to help out Bruce. He wants to use Bruce to destroy Gotham or to get rid of all the evil in there. We know that the court wants to cleanse that, but this old man guy, who was really creepy in this episode, by the way. He was all up in Bruce's face and he's like, do you want it? Is that what you want, Bruce? Like, I was like, ooh, dude, back up. But we heard the old man say that he wants to make Gotham pay, and he's gonna do that with Bruce's help. So, it just feeds more into the freaking idea that this guy is part of the League of Assassins. I think that is a safe assumption. Now, who he is, like, is he under Ra's? Is he Ra's? That is, you know, freaking yet to be determined, but we could probably put like a 99% stamp that this guy is part of the League of Assassins. And with there only being 2 or maybe 3, because I don't remember what it was, I'm going to just say 2 episodes left in this season, it's pretty obvious that, you know, the freaking League of Assassins will be the villain for next year, on top of like Scarecrow and some other new characters they, you know, put into the thing. But I'm going to say one thing right now that is going to piss me off, and I'm just going to say it in this video because I'll probably forget in the next 2 videos. Gotham, what the hell was the deal with the crystal owl? Are you going to tell us what the hell the deal was with that? You're just going to create this owl and be like, oh, we really have no purpose for this crystal owl. It shines something on the wall, but we never found out what that was, and then Jerome breaks it, and that's going to be it. You're not going to show us anything else from the crystal owl. What was the point of that, Gotham? Like, seriously, there was literally no point in showing us like this crazy heist escape thing where they're trying to capture something and then it amounts to nothing. That damn owl better have some significance. Last thing I want to bring up is, since we just said about the court and the owl thing, well, they're not going to determine that, but we saw the court needs Gordon dead now, and they're bringing in freaking Barnes, the executioner, which is something he has constantly said over and over. So we have got confirmation that he is the executioner, but we've already talked about that in past videos. But if you haven't seen the pictures, he's actually going to get some kind of like cool suit that's going to have like some arm thing with a blade on it. I swear, if he doesn't chop off somebody's head with that, I'm going to be pissed. You're not going to get a cool suit and not chop off somebody's head. But of course, he's going to go after Gordon, so there's going to be a whole chase scene there. We'll see what happens. I mean, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be cool to see Barnes going after Gordon. He's got like superpowers, basically. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect from that. I'm pretty sure, I don't think they'll kill Barnes. He'll probably get thrown back in Arkham again. But I don't know. Maybe he would die, because he's a, you know, that's an expendable character. Maybe Gordon does kill him. But I don't know. I think they kind of like Barnes. They don't want him to go anywhere. But I think at this point, you can only do so much with that character, you know? Barnes isn't somebody that is like, you know, super crazy planning like the Mad Hatter or, you know, Jerome or somebody like that. So I feel like you could actually get rid of that character at the end of this season, because what are you going to do in future arcs? He's always just going to be muscle. I mean, he could work for Penguin or somebody, but he's the executioner. He wants to destroy everybody that goes against the law. So he wouldn't really, I don't see who he would work with besides the court. Like, the court has this idea of like, we want to get rid of. Memory card was full, but like I was saying, if the card caught it, yeah, the freaking court has a reason to, like, I guess work with Barnes, or Barnes has a reason to work with the court because they have the same kind of ideals, but he's not going to work for anybody else. So I don't see what they're going to do with that character past this story arc or this season. He could just spend a lot of time in Arkham, but I feel like he's just muscle after this. Like, he's not a crazy planner or anything like that. So I don't know. Don't be surprised if you see Barnes die at the end of the season. Anyways, guys, that is it for this video. Don't forget that there is a giveaway in the description going on until Friday, I believe, is when I have it set for the Galaxy. It's not a Galaxy. I always say Galaxy, but it's the Samsung Gear VR definitely enter that if you haven't entered that. Also, if you feel like supporting the channel, you can always go check out the Patreon page and possibly become a producer or a bunch of other things, because there are many tiers over there to help support the channel. Yeah, but you can always do the OG thing and give this video a like if you like this video, and share it with all your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam! What's going on, guys? So, man, was this freaking episode of Gotham pretty damn awesome. Like, I was excited watching this episode. A lot of cool things happened in it, but I want to go ahead and shout out to Gotham for doing two things that I asked. One, resolving the whole Crystal Owl thing, because I was like, we haven't heard about that thing in so long. They played it out perfectly. Alfred still had the broken Crystal Owl pieces. We found out that Gordon found another Crystal Owl, and then it displays a freaking map of everything going on with it. Which, my only question about the whole situation is, why was the Crystal Owl that Alfred and Selina and everybody got, like, in a freaking fortress of, like, you know, crazy lasers and stuff, but this other one was just chilling in a random building? Hopefully the one Alfred stole was actually, like, the main master map that had, like, every single thing on it, and not every Crystal Owl was the same exact one. I don't know, because that one just seemed, like, super guarded over this other one that was just chilling. Secondly, the freaking executioner cut somebody's head off, which is all I wanted. I mean, he had a freaking executioner's blade. I was like, somebody's head better get cut off, and we saw Catherine's head get cut off. Totally worth it. So props to you, Gotham. Man, I gotta say, that was legit. And talking about things that I wanted, something happened that I said that I thought was a super long shot, and it totally happened in the episode, and that was Lee giving herself the Alice Tetch virus. Like, I said that, I don't know if I said it in last week's video or a previous video, but I was talking about how Lee might just end up giving the virus to herself, and bada bing, bada boom, it happened! Seriously, I thought that was gonna be a super long shot, and as I'm saying this, I hope I didn't cut that out of a video, and I actually have it in a video, because now I'm gonna just make myself look really stupid. If I didn't say that in a video, I know I said it, but I don't know if it was one of my videos that was really long, and I was like, oh, that's so far-fetched, I'm just gonna cut it out. I hope that didn't happen. Anyways, we saw that Lee went and stole the actual Alice Tetch virus that Hugo Strange gave to Jim and everybody, and now she's gonna be super salty Lee, like literally, she's like, and she's gonna have all the freaking powers. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens with Lee, and now I'm pretty sure this is why Gordon is gonna go break out Mad Hatter from Arkham Asylum, as we saw those stills or the video with Jim, Bullock, and Mad Hatter running down a street, and I believe Barbara was shooting at them, or somebody was shooting at them, and yeah, he's probably gonna steal Mad Hatter and be like, I need you to cure Lee, blah, 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 blah. So it's gonna be pretty interesting, because we know that Mad Hatter is pretty much immune to the Alice Tetch virus, if I'm not mistaken, but we know the reason why Lee actually took the freaking virus is because she says she needs to pay for what she's done, and we finally got the revelation that it wasn't freaking Jim's fault about Mario being killed and all that stuff. It was Lee's fault, because she got so mad at Jim, and that she was just gonna like freaking, it was Mad Hatter's master plan to actually make that happen, which I thought was really awesome, and just it just proves that Mad Hatter's plan and everything was just so intricate that he would get Mario to go crazy, which that would lead Jim to try to protect Lee because they both love each other, and then Lee would get super pissed that Jim kills Mario to protect her, and it drives her crazy, driving her to hate Jim. Like, it was just awesome to see that play out, and I was like, man, that's the kind of crap that needs to keep happening. Flash! Hey, Flash, if you're watching this, you should probably come look at Gotham and see how they do their damn plans. They don't use time travel to do stupid shit. So that's everything that happened with Lee. We saw her nightmare scene too, where she saw Mario and she freaking, you know, he cuts and she's like, drink your blood, bitch. And, you know, so that was pretty crazy. So Lee had a very interesting episode, and it just ended with craziness of her actually giving herself the Alice Tetch virus. Moving on, let's go ahead and talk about badass Alfred, because I don't think Alfred has been any more badass than he was in this episode. And can I also say that he was savage? savage. Alfred was a straight up savage in this episode. He finally found out that Bruce was clone Bruce and it wasn't Master B, as he always knows him as, because he freaking walked in on Selina trying to stab him to death and kill him, and then Bruce knocks her out, I should say, and all that jazz. And like, I don't know what Selina was thinking. She knows the guy can't feel pain and he's like pretty crazy. But she tried to kill him. You know, props to you, Selina, but he got worked. So Selina got worked. Alfred tries to fight him, but you can't. How do you fight somebody that can't feel pain? Because it's never, you're going to get way more hurt than they are. And you see the headbutts happening. It's not doing anything to freaking clone Bruce. And then he ends up knocking Alfred down. And one thing is, this part I found hilarious before we talk about the really badass Alfred stuff, is when after freaking clone Bruce freaking hits a home run with Alfred's face with an iron rod, how the hell is Alfred okay in the next scene when he's talking to Selina? Like, we literally saw him bleeding from his nose and maybe his mouth a little bit, but then you're gonna tell me he's gonna get hit with the freaking iron rod and he's gonna be totally okay? No bruises on his face? Nothing? I might have gave props to you about the whole Mad Hatter thing, Gotham, but you totally lost me there, man. He should have had something on his face. He probably should have been dead because, like, damn, you see how fast freaking Bruce swung that thing? Hitting somebody in the head with a freaking metal pipe? You'd probably kill him. Anyways, let's jump back to Alfred talking to Selina and trying to get more information out of Selina about the whole clone Bruce thing. And she was all like, I'm not gonna help. And he's all like, oh, he's been there for you a million times and you're just gonna not help? He was like, you know what? Maybe you are like your mother. Oh, that was so freaking savage by freaking Alfred, man. Like, I literally yelled out loud. I was like, oh shit, because that was such a burn. Selina, who hates her mom and how her mom is such a con artist, freaking a lot of people just hate when that happens, especially if you dislike your parents and somebody tells you you're like your parents. You're like, no, because I don't know why. That's what a lot of things happen in TV shows or whatever. But seriously, freaking Selina hearing that she's just like her mother, like you could just see it in her face, like it killed her, like, bitch, no! And I think that's what's gonna lead Selina to trying to help Alfred find Bruce. And I don't know, we'll get into the Bruce stuff in a little bit, because I want to keep talking about Alfred. So once he goes down to the GCPD and he's like, Gordon, where have you been, Gordon? Blah, blah. He tells him about the whole owl statue and how they have, you know, freaking Gordon and Alfred are, you know, very tied to the Court of Owls and all of that craziness. And that's when we come up with the whole crystal owl thing. We find out what's happening with that. Alfred has to go get his because he keeps it in a really nice box. And then freaking Alfred comes back and finds out that Gordon is talking to Catherine from the Court of Owls. And Alfred's all like, oh no, bitch, I'm gonna have some words with that young lady. And she's not really young, but you know what I mean? He goes in there and she's all like, oh, good cop, bad cop. And he's like, no, bitch. And he stabs her. And she's like, and he's like, I'm not a cop, bitch, I'm a butler. Alfred's freaking awesome game just stepped up to 20 badrillion in this episode. From that badassness, it jumped over to the executioner thing. Let me go ahead and just talk about the executioner real quick. I thought Barnes looked super badass. His outfit was kind of cool. Some people didn't think that. I love that he was gonna kill Gordon in the freaking, you know, not executioner, but in a courtroom. That was kind of shades to the Batman animated series when they were going to judge freaking Batman with the judge, but he's not actually the executioner. But I feel like they're just making, you know, Barnes the judge, jury, and executioner, so he's just like all these different characters, although the jury is not a character in Batman. So yeah, I feel like Barnes is just actually like the executioner and the judge in one, although we know the judge is technically Harvey Dent. But I feel like, you know, I just feel like that scene was just straight from the Batman animated series, and they kind of just like paying homage to that, because, you know, Batman gets judged, or is it Batman or is it Gordon actually gets judged in a courtroom by the judge. So all of that's going on, and then Gordon, of course, gets all smart and tricks Barnes by freaking pulling one of the grenade pins, and he's all like, fire in the hole, Sarge, or whatever the hell he says. And what's his name throws it off. He's like, I'm gonna kill you. And of course, the GCPD shows up right at the exact time that they need to. And then Barnes jumps out a window and it freaking speeds up to where Alfred's a badass. And then they're all fighting in the GCPD because Barnes shows up just out of nowhere and throws smoke at everybody and knocks out everybody in the freaking police department, leading to him somehow getting up in the rafters. Like, how did you do that, Barnes? Like, how did you get all the way up there? He jumps all the way down, knocks out Gordon, starts fighting Bullock, and then for some reason, Alfred, man, you were a badass in this scene, but again, another thing that didn't make sense to me, how do you not hit the headshot from this close? How do you not just blow out freaking Barnes' brains that close? You're shooting the back where there's armor? Come on, I thought you were in the military and stuff, dude. I don't know, so I don't know how Alfred freaking misses the headshot, but he ends up getting knocked down. Gordon gets up and ends up blowing freaking Barnes' hands off, and he's like, no, justice must be served. And I thought they were actually gonna kill Barnes, but it seems like now he's probably just gonna get that executioner blade later on when they bring him back for an episode, because I could only see that they want to bring him back later, maybe next season for an episode or something like that, that they would keep him alive, because I feel like at this point he's just, you know, he's expendable. Like, there's not really much else he's gonna do. What is he gonna do? Just break out every time and be like, I gotta bring justice, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Or maybe if they find a cure, they can cure Barnes. I don't really know. But surprisingly, Barnes lived, and his execution of Catherine was just so awesome. Like, he didn't give a damn, and he was just like, oh, what? This is meaningless? What? Like, that was unexpected, but so awesome. From there, let's go ahead and move on to one of the best parts of this episode, and it was the interaction between the Riddler and Penguin. And this is the freaking kind of relationship I want them to have. I want them to be going at each other, because that's what happens in the comics. They work together here and there, but it's always like, I hate you, Riddler, blah, 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 I want to kill you kind of stuff. And just the way this was going on and how they're checkmating each other was just so awesome. Riddler thought he had the upper hand with the freaking blow dart, but then Penguin was all like banging shit to make a loud noise so he can get out of there. Then Riddler gets beaten down, and it was just so awesome. And then they find out, of course, that they have to work together to actually beat everything that's going on, you know, actually to escape. And they come up with this awesome plan of Riddler faking Penguin's death, Penguin freaking getting the dart gun and killing somebody. Like, it was just awesome to see them working together, but knowing that they want to kill each other. Like, they came up with rules to not kill each other. They're like, no sabotage, 6-hour window, because I can't work really well if you try to kill me while I'm stepping outside the thing. Like, it was really awesome to actually see them interact that way, like knowing that they have to work together, because that's kind of what happens in the comic books. Like, the evil villains are like, we gotta work together if we're gonna be Batman. Batman has worked with villains before, knowing that he has to work with them to, you know, get to the greater cause of things. So, I don't know, it was just really awesome to see. And then that end when they finally break out and they're in the alleyway and Riddler is just telling him, is all like, you have no chance. He was like, Barbara rules the underground, we have the men, and you just have yourself. And the Penguin's all like, really? I have a whole freak army of people from Indian Hill. So yeah, he was like, but even if I didn't have them, I would still win. And, you know, some kind of shit like that. Like, Penguin's confidence is back. And that is what I love about Penguin. Like, he just, against all odds, he's gonna get you. And that was what I was missing all season. But now Penguin has this new reason to live. And it's not love, it's revenge. And it's just so awesome to see. And I can't wait to see. I hope this plays out even more over the next 3 episodes, and it's still Penguin versus Riddler. I felt like Riddler was gonna work with Penguin, and I still have like a smidge of like idea that that might happen, especially if the virus goes wide, which it looks like it's gonna happen on the next episode. Both Barbara and Penguin's group of people might have to team up together to fight all of the other people. I don't really know what's gonna happen, but I do feel like that one, you know, trailer we saw back in the day, I could have swore Riddler and Enigma were next to each other talking to Ivy and I think Fish Mooney. So I'm really interested to see what's gonna happen there. I'm not gonna throw out the whole Penguin working with Riddler again thing. I'm not gonna throw it out just so early, but I do kind of like them going at each other. And finally, we find out about what really the shaman guy is up to, and we found out that he's basically the leader of the Court of Owls, but for some reason wants to destroy the Court of Owls for no real given reason, to be honest. Like, just because they killed the Waynes, that's not his real reason for wanting to destroy the court. That's just what he's using to actually get Bruce under his control so he can use him this whole time. Which I don't really understand why freaking this matters so much. I don't get why Bruce is so important to killing everybody. But I think the reason why he wanted Bruce is he can use Bruce to, you know, conquer the whole city with the Waynes. You know what I mean? Like, with the Wayne name, I think he wants to get rid of the Court of Owls, and he can do everything through Bruce that he was trying to do with the court. As we saw, Bruce went through all the last minute training or whatever he needed to do to open his mind and get rid of his pain, and he locked everything away. So apparently that guy has the control over Bruce now, and Bruce is basically a mindless puppet to this guy and will do whatever he says. So yeah, I think that's his end game. But this doesn't, I don't know, who is this guy now? What if this guy is the leader of the Court of Owls, but now the person that is going to save Bruce or somebody that's going to show up, what if the League of Assassins is above this guy? So we thought that maybe this guy might be Roz or he might be somebody else, but what if the League of Assassins is above the Court of Owls and they actually have nothing to do with each other, but the League is going to come in and try to save Bruce from this and maybe try to make him part of their stuff, which that would be something I would absolutely love, because I would like for Bruce to go train with the League maybe over the summer when this show is off, because that would make more sense. We wouldn't see this show until, what, does it come back like in September, October, something like that? They could say that Bruce was training for like a year or something like that. That would make things a little bit more interesting and plausible, and it would just make more sense that he'd be able to do a lot of badass stuff because he would have endured like a year of training or whatever with the League of Assassins. So I don't really know what's going on there, but I am interested to see what's going to happen next, because on the trailer for the next episode, it does look like Bruce is under full control, and it looks like he presses the button for the virus to be, you know, unleashed, and it looks like all hell is going to break loose for the last 2 episodes. And with the all hell breaking loose, I feel like we're going to see Jerome at some point in that 2-part finale, and I think you're gonna get Harley Quinn as Barbara, because we haven't seen her in a while. I think they're kind of trying to hold her off for a little bit because she's gonna have the big reveal pretty soon. But I don't know. We got 3 episodes left. I think a lot of crazy shit is gonna happen to set up for season 4. It's been confirmed already. We're getting a season 4 for sure. So if they want to make Harley Quinn a big part of season 4, they're gonna make it happen on the season finale like they already told us. So it's going to be really interesting, but I want to hear all of your guys' theories in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you guys haven't checked out the Patreon, you can totally do that because it helps out the channel, and it just makes you look like a super badass. But if you want to do the OG way of helping out the channel, just give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bam! What's going on? I do not have a lot of time to film, so we're going to get this thing rolling, and we're going to talk about everything. One of my favorite things about this freaking episode, Riddler versus Penguin. This is what we need to keep seeing all the time. I don't want the lovey-dovey stuff, and I know a lot of you people out there are like, oh, but the lovey-dovey stuff was so good. Okay, cool. That's awesome for you, but I find this way more exciting. Freaking Riddler versus Penguin. I love it. It just keeps going. Oswald countered him with the freaking safe room and all the crazy shit, and he was all like, Oswald, and all of that shit. How did Riddler get out? But then again, Riddler's super smart, so I bet you he got out really easy. But seriously, this was like some of my favorite parts of the episode, was just Riddler versus Penguin, because it's just so awesome to finally see them just going at it, and they have a real reason to be going at it. And I don't know, I want to see this play out. But as we saw at the end of the episode, when freaking Riddler and everybody showed up, because Selina, Selina, you are getting me so pissed. I better find out on the finale that Selina was the one that called Fish Mooney, because that's the only way I think Fish Mooney would get there. So I'm really, really hoping that Selina was the reason that, shut up, phone! I'm really hoping that Selina called Fish Mooney, because I'm getting tired of her, like, oh, what is in it for me? What is in it for me? And I know that's very Catwoman-like. She always has to have something in return. But at the same time, Catwoman usually does help out the good guy or the better half of the situation while betraying other people at the same time. But, like, she's constantly doing that to Batman. But I better see that. I better see that she actually helped out Penguin at the same time feeling like she helped out somebody else. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that happens, because she's really starting to annoy me with this me kind of bullshit. But back to the end of the episode, we saw Fish Mooney return, and she entered like a badass. And that's even what Butch said. She was like, well, that girl really knows how to make an entrance. And Tabitha was pissed. She was like, bitch. But she did. She entered like a badass. And I actually like Fish now. I hated Fish in season 1 and whatever parts of season 2 she was in, or she wasn't really in season 2 much, but you know what I mean. She wasn't in season 2 at all, except for the Easter eggs. But I hated her in freaking season 1. I was like, oh, but I like her now. She's cool now that she's, you know, a meta-human or whatever they're calling her. But she's like super awesome, and it was just cool to actually see her show up, and she'd be like, "Oh, this is what I love about Gotham. Everybody's always pointing guns at each other." But I told you guys a long time ago that I thought this was gonna be like a Fish versus Barbara thing, because Barbara wants to be the queen, and she just saw the old queen show up, and she's all like, "Bitch!" But did you see the respect? And even Fish called it out. She was like, "This is what I like. This is the respect." Barbara was just like, "Bitch, fuck." And she just like put up her gun. She didn't even bother pointing the gun at Fish. It was like, nuh-uh. She was like, "I'm not messing with this." So it's gonna be really interesting to see what's gonna happen in the finale with Fish and everything like that. I'm gonna try to do a trailer breakdown since there's no other shows. I'll try to get that out in the next couple of days or whatever. But because there's some stuff about the finale that's like, oh, but you know what I'm talking about. Speaking of Barbara, can't we just point out what she was wearing today? Can't we just point out what she was wearing in this freaking episode? All black dress with little like pokeball-y things on it and red gloves. I wonder who wears black and red. I wonder who wears the black and red. Motherfucking Harley Quinn! A lot of you guys are trying to push it to Lee. They're like, no, it's gonna be Lee. It's gonna be Lee. Because over here, Lee is blah, 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 blah. No, I'm holding true to freaking Barbara becoming Harley Quinn. I'm holding to that. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Anyways, why do you think Fish actually took Penguin? And why didn't Penguin be like, Ivy's with me, bring Ivy? But I'm pretty sure that, you know, Fish wouldn't have allowed that because Penguin probably knows her good enough to be like, oh, I'm not going to be able to bring you Ivy, sorry. And then we already know Barbara and them weren't going to kill Ivy. But at the same time, I feel like, I don't know, maybe Fish was only taking Penguin so she can, you know, I don't know, maybe Selena's going to be where Fish is at and Selena's going to be like, look, I saved your life, blah, blah, blah. I called Fish, whatever. I don't really know what's going to happen there. But I feel like she's got to have a bigger plan. Maybe she's heard about the Court of Owls, or maybe actually, Fish Mooney probably knew about the Court of Owls because she worked with, you know, Falcone so much. But I don't really know. They don't care about the underworld, so I guess it doesn't really ever matter to them. But at the same time, I don't know. Fish has got to have something bigger up her sleeve for a reason to save Penguin, but I don't really know what that could be right now. I want to know your theories in the comment sections down below. Two things I want to point out really quickly. Selena got freaking super kicked by Tabitha, and that might be the start of the like, alright, we're gonna start working together, I'm gonna show you how to handle things or whatever, because at the end, or in the finale, like I said, I'm gonna have to do a freaking review. Selena, I'm brain farting all over the place because I have to go so fast, but Selena had a whip and she was like, wha-cha! Although, I don't know how you guys feel, but seeing Selena in an all-leather costume at like 14 or 15 she's at, I'm like, no, I don't want to see that. She's cool, you're being Catwoman. Put the jean jacket on or whatever you're wearing. I don't need to see this. Like, put on some proper clothes, young lady. Seriously, though, that might be the start of Tabitha trying to show Selena, like, the ropes in the future. Again, also, seriously, though, that might be Tabitha and Selena probably starting a relationship there at some point. I mean, because how does she get the whip? That has to be Tabitha's whip. I also think that it's probably in the Sirens Club. So I feel like she's going to take her under her wing, especially now that her and freaking Barbara are like, oh, you know, they're all at each other's faces, and they don't like each other anymore, and they're probably going to try to kill each other. Second thing is, what if Tabitha is the freaking reason that Barbara becomes Harley Quinn? Seriously, what if they finally go at it in the finale and something causes Barbara to fall over a ledge or whatever and it just makes her go crazy? And what if it's not necessarily, she could be in love with Jerome, maybe that's the person she goes and like falls in love with later or just hangs out with later. Maybe it's not necessarily a love thing, but what if she like so damaged by love because of Tabitha and she's like, oh, I thought there was loyalty and blah 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 blah, but what if her whole damaged love persona, because you know Gotham is very different on this show and Barbara becoming Harley would be super fucking different. So what if her whole broken love thing comes from a lack of loyalty and her friendship from Tabitha? That would be a really interesting perspective for this show to take on that character, since they're gonna, you know, do whatever the fuck they want with it anyway. So I don't know, that's something I thought was pretty interesting. But now, let's go ahead and move on to freaking Lee Tompkins. Because yes, we saw at the end of the episode, she took the freaking virus, and now she's super sexy and super bitchy. Like, I hated her, but loved her at the same time. In this whole episode, I was like, damn it, Lee, you're so sexy, but you're being such a bitch right now. So we saw all that, and Lee was being all like, oh, I'm gonna show Jim his true colors, and she ended up burying Jim alive and all that stuff. And, you know, we saw her being how she was. She went into the GCPD and like, everybody's so jumpy, and fuck you. Like, I was hating her character at that time, but she still looked so sexy. And then we saw her get out of the jail cell and go freaking meet Jim, and they fought each other and all of that jazz. And it looks like they're gonna do it on the finale and stuff like that. Maybe that's where Barbara comes from, you know. But then Barbara's gonna freaking have super virus in her body, and is that how she's gonna become Batgirl? I don't know. She's gonna be a super baby. She's gonna be able to lift her crib up and shit. I don't know. But that would be freaking hilarious. But then again, they would never have a baby and name it Barbara, because freaking Barbara in this show, I don't think Barbara Gordon is ever going to be born. Mini rant done. But personally, how did you guys feel about Gordon taking the virus? I hated it. I didn't like that he took the virus, because it just, I don't know, it kind of seemed kind of cheap. I was kind of hoping that maybe he'd pass out and he'd be like, all right, this is it. And he would die, but then they would not die. But they would find him right when he passes out, and they have to like bury, like take him out or whatever. I was kind of hoping that's what was going to happen, instead of the whole like, oh, I'm a virus, blah, let me get out. Like, how freaking deep did Lee bury him? Because I want to know, like, could you actually climb out of a freaking burial? If, like, is that a thing? Is there a YouTube video about that? Like, how do you do that? I know he's got superpowers, but, like, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of cheap. And why do you automatically get more air if you get the virus? You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't you still die if he's losing air? Like, come on, Gotham. Come on. So, yeah, I didn't really like Gordon getting the virus, and now he's, you know, super crazy. What is his problem? Does he have an eye for justice? Is that going to be his thing? That would be pretty interesting, because that's very Batman. But, you know, but Batman wouldn't have taken the virus. Although he might have, you know, to be honest, if it really required it. Because he's done a lot of things. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Batman would fucking take the virus. Especially if you're reading All-Star Batman right now. He took some shit to fucking beat Freeze. Or was it to beat Ivy? I don't know. Yeah, that Batman would do that. Moving on to Badass Alfred. We saw that dude just, oh man, he's getting better and better every week. And this week we saw him muscling Hugo Strange, holding him off, all gangster style, holding him off by his tie on a freaking building. He's like, you're gonna tell me where young Master Bruce is, and all of that shit. And I thought that was freaking awesome. But yeah, so we see freaking Alfred being a badass. He knocks out what's his name after he gets the information. He also told Bullock, he was all like, yo, you know where we got our Crystal Owl at? Well, it wasn't on this damn map. So I think every Crystal Owl probably has different locations on every map, or there's other secret locations of Crystal Owls, which is really interesting, because I remember, I told you guys, I was like, why is it so important that their Crystal Owl that they stole had all these lasers and stuff? So maybe there are these hidden locations for the Court of Owls, which in the Batman comics, there are Court of Owls locations all over. Like, even in Bruce Wayne's old buildings that he owns have Court of Owls secret locations. So it doesn't surprise me that there are other hidden locations out there. Although, I guess that didn't really matter unless it's gonna play out in the finale of them finding other locations. Because they heard stuff from the Whisper Gang. But I don't know, they were looking for Bruce this whole time, so I don't really know why other hideouts would matter, but I guess we'll find out on the finale. Before I talk about Alfred a little bit more, let's talk about Bruce, because they kind of cross storylines here that I want to talk about. This is going to be my big point, kind of. But anyways, so we saw Bruce in this episode, and we saw the Sensei, which we found out from Hugo Strange calling him Sensei, and we found out that he basically confirmed that he works for the Court of Owls, because he was basically saying that, and he got called a Sensei, and he said the person I'm working for, he's like, we just used the Court of Owls as a means. Did I say Court of Owls? I meant League of Assassins. So we found out that he's basically working for Ra's al Ghul, and in the trailer for the next one, we got a little sneak peek of Ra's, so we know that it's gonna freaking happen! But as we saw in this episode, the whole court actually just got killed, because we found out that, you know, this Sensei guy went to every place, or at least had all his talons go everywhere and kill all the members of the Court of Owls at those other safe houses that were from the Crystal Owl, because that's what he said. We heard the GCPD talk about how they searched every location and all they found were dead court members. So we saw the high, you know, council or whatever all get killed by talons in this episode, and Bruce was supposed to give the order, but he didn't. And that's what I want to talk about. because we saw it at the end of the episode too. He didn't press the button. Like, he didn't press the button because Alfred was like, don't do this, Bruce. Like, there's no coming back from that. And we saw Sensei freaking force him to push it. And then, you know, Alfred shot him like a few times, which was awesome. But before he died, freaking Sensei was like, go to this place and find the demon's head, which is freaking Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul, depending on how you want to say it. That is what I want to talk about. We see that Bruce is still kind of, you know, in this trance of like, oh my god, like, you need to freaking fight this thing or whatever. And we saw that he was like, you know, he kind of betrayed Alfred. He didn't really betray him, to be honest, in my eyes. But we saw he tried to fight him, and then the cops came in and kind of arrested him or whatever. And then we saw the red smoke blow up, and just, you know, everybody's infected now, and Gotham's gonna go crazy again. But, you know, who still lives in Gotham at this point? The biggest thing I want to point out is that Bruce isn't gonna kill anybody. And he made that oath, and I think he is, like, fighting internally with himself to not allow that to happen, because he didn't press the button, he didn't order the court to kill everybody, he made that oath to Alfred that he will not kill, and we already got that. And if Gotham does have him kill people, then this show is like donezo. Like, it's no point in him being Batman, because Batman doesn't do that. And you're starting him out at so young, and I know that there will be mistakes and stuff, but him actually being the person to kill somebody, him being the person to pull the trigger, that's not something Batman does. So I don't think that's a line. Like, Gotham will cross some lines, but I don't think they want to cross that line. So I don't expect to see Bruce kill anybody as he's under this trance, but I do feel like he's fighting, because remember when the freaking Sensei came into the room and, you know, freaking Bruce was all meditating, I think maybe he's trying to fight off this stuff and he's still thinking about his parents, because even when the Sensei came in, he was all like, what were you thinking about, Bruce? And he was like, I was thinking about my parents, and blah, blah, blah. He was talking about how he should have been the one to pull the order, or like, he was thinking about how he finally got justice for them, and, you know, he would feel better, but he feels like a failure because he didn't give the order. What if he's just, like, secretly just trying to fight off, you know, this whole, like, oh, I control you kind of shit? He doesn't have a controller anymore, so what if he's able to fight off this whole thing, and maybe he just wants to find out what his destiny is. If this guy has said that he's supposed to be this dark, you know, knight of, you know, protector of Gotham, maybe he wants to go that far, because we know that Bruce pushes the boundaries. He did that with the court, he's done that with everybody. He almost killed the guy that actually killed his parents. Like, he's went to the edge, but he's always known never to jump off. So maybe he wants to go to the edge to meet Ra's, and that's where he's going to be able to come back and be like, no, I will not be this person, blah, blah, blah. And that starts the feud between Ra's and Bruce. Or freaking at the end of this episode, because it is going to be the finale, which is what I wanted this whole time. And I've been talking about this since, I think, season 2. I've talked about Bruce on the finale going to train with the League of Assassins. If this freaking season ends with Bruce leaving with Ra's to go train, that would be perfect. This show wouldn't come back for what? It wouldn't probably come back till like October, so that's like 5 months or something. That would be like 5 months of freaking him training, and they could pass it off as a year or whatever, how far they want to jump ahead. And that would be a solid amount of training for Bruce to actually be something. Like, he'd be able to fight, he'd be able to do something like that. So that is what I like, and I'm just really interested to see what's going to happen with this whole situation. And I do think that Bruce is kind of fighting the whole mind control thing, because he doesn't want to kill anybody, but he wants to get better and train and do all that stuff, and he feels like if he has to go to the dark side to actually train but still keep his humanity, I think that's what he's doing. That is something that Batman would do. He would learn like the freaking villain would, so he would know how to beat that. So maybe he's getting deeper and deeper into this crazy crime organization. But, yeah. But that's all I got, guys, because I gotta hurry up and edit this video. Remember, I want to hear all of your thoughts on this episode in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, you can check out our Patreon page if you want to support this channel. We got a new producer. His name is Gavin. He is a badass. Welcome to the producer family. But if you guys want to do the OG thing and support this channel by giving it a like, you can do that, and share this video with all your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam! so the Gotham finale is finally over and done with, and I gotta say, it was kind of long, and I was like, hurry up and get some good stuff. But man, those last like 5 minutes totally made up for the 2-hour finale. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna really review it like I usually do. We're just gonna talk about the really big topics that happened in this episode, because a lot of storylines, you know, freaking, there was a lot of shit going on, but at the same time, there are some questions that didn't get answered. And the first one I want to talk about is the whole Harley Quinn thing, because I thought we were supposed to get a proto Harley Quinn on freaking the finale, and we didn't see shit, but maybe we did. I know so many of you guys are already gonna be in the freaking comment section. You'll be like, I told you Barbara wasn't gonna be freaking Harley Quinn. I know it. I know everybody is ready to say that. But I want you guys to tell me that you 100% believe that Barbara is dead. This is Gotham, for God's sakes. They don't just kill people on Gotham. They kill people, they bring them back, and then they kill them again. That is what's gonna happen. I 100% do not think that Barbara is dead at all. I think they want us to believe that because, if I remember correctly, they did the same thing with Fish Mooney. She fell off a bridge. You would have thought she died, but she came back stronger and better than ever. So I do not think that Barbara is dead at all. I feel like Gotham loves Erin Richards too much to let her just go away this early. I think they want to bring her back, and I think they want to bring her back as Harley. Now, I know a lot of you are probably like, no, bullshit. But don't worry, for those of you that are crazy and don't want that to happen, and I don't want it to happen either, but I still think that they're going to make her Harley. I have 2 theories that could be happening in the next season for this show regarding her. My first theory is that we saw her get electrocuted and she freaking and got all dead, and Tabs thinks she's totally done for. What I think happened is, yes, she died, or she didn't die, but she got electrocuted to the point that it fried her brain, making her even crazier than she would ever be. And maybe somebody's just gonna find her on the streets, or they're gonna put her in Arkham because she's all wacky and she doesn't know what's going on, and she's just gonna happen to share a cell or something next to Jerome, and he's gonna be molding her in Arkham over the period of time that she's, over the summer or whatever, the break between season 3 and season 4. Also, it wouldn't surprise me if freaking Barbara somehow was maybe still alive on the streets and she ends up killing somebody that is named Harley Quinzel and takes that personality because she doesn't remember who she is, and then maybe that person just so happened to work at Arkham. And I know you're probably thinking like, what? That would be stupid. Why not just make somebody that works at Arkham already Harley Quinn? Blah, 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 blah. I totally agree with you. That's what I've been saying this whole time. But I still think that Erin Richards is going to be a part of this show. I think somehow or not, she has lost her memories. She doesn't know who she is. And she's just going to have a new memory created for her, and it's going to be Harley Quinzel, aka Harley Quinn. I doubt she'll be doing the whole psychiatry thing, but maybe it's just going to be a quick gimmick to get her to match up with Jerome, and they're just going to be like a crazy, like, couple of friends or whatever that, destroy shit and whatever. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen. But for those of you who hate that theory, like myself, I don't want Barbara to be Harley. I just feel like they're going to make her that. This is my other theory that they could do with Barbara, because I don't think she's dead at all. We freaking saw Butch get shot at the end of this video in the head, point blank, and the motherfucker is Solomon Grundy. But we're going to talk about that later. Anyways, so like I said, I think with Barbara being alive still, because I 100% believe that, and I know I've said that a million times, but I'm just trying to put that in your head because some of you believe she's actually dead. I think the other thing that could happen is that maybe she lost her memory or whatever, and she's gonna not remember being crazy, and maybe she's gonna get back to being a normal person, and her and Jim are gonna hook back up, or something along those lines. I hate that idea because I feel like that's what they did at the start of season 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? And, she tried to, like, be friends with Jim again, and then she went all crazy again, and that's one thing I've really hated about Barbara's character, is the switch back and forth of, like, just make her crazy, and I think they finally had something with her, and then now she just got her brains fried. So that's why I think it just makes more sense for her to be Harley Quinn that way than going back to, like, maybe she's gonna be good again, and maybe she's gonna get back with freaking Jim, and that's gonna make her blah, 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 blah. So, that's the only other thing, because if Barbara isn't the one that has Jim's kid, then there's never gonna be a Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl, in this universe, which I don't think that's something they care about, because they're never gonna get to that point. Like, it's just never gonna happen. So maybe they don't even care about that storyline, so they can just go ahead and use Barbara now as this other character and make her Harley Quinn. I don't know, but hopefully we will find out over the summer, because, you know, Comic-Con's gonna come out next month, and if Aaron Richards is on the panel, maybe the producers are gonna say, like, oh yeah, maybe she'll come back or something like that. We're gonna have information spilling out over the next few months up until the next season, and if Aaron Richards just shows up on set, you guys are gonna know she's there for a reason. Moving on from Barbara to the person that killed Barbara, let's go ahead and talk about Tabitha and where she's going to go from now. We saw a lot of the, like, oh, I'm not ready to do this, I'm not ready to do this during the whole finale, and it took Butch getting a bullet in his brain, which we'll talk about later, to actually finally push her over the edge to kill Barbara. And that's what, you know, that's what happened. I mean, honestly, I think if Barbara would have been like, no, Butch is fine, or he lived, you know, I think Tabitha would have been like, all right, cool, we can get past this and all that jazz. But, you know, she thinks Butch is dead, so bada bing, bada boom, she ended up killing Babs, which I don't think she's dead. But you know what I mean? And then we saw later on in the club that she's actually going to be the apprentice, or like the instructor, teacher person of Selena, because Selena wants something more in life. She doesn't want to just keep surviving. And now we kind of got the start of Catwoman. She got her whip. I told you guys a long freaking time ago that she was going to get her whip from Tabitha. And we finally got that. You know, she learned how to do it, and Tabitha's like, oh shit, you're pretty good at it. So we're going to see her train. And this is what's going to happen, is there's always these little storylines that happen at the end of seasons, so they can go ahead and say that the person has grown so much over the, you know, the break, you know. So when the next season comes around, they could say like, oh yeah, you've been training for the last 6 months or the last year, and it just makes sense because there's been so much time since the last episode. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. And what it looks like, instead of having the whole mob boss thing going on, you know, as it usually is, it seems like next season maybe we're going to have the Battle of the Clubs, because we're going to have the Siren Club, and then with Oswald showing all the instructions, we're going to have now an Iceberg Lounge, which is fucking awesome. But let's go ahead and let's slow it down real quick. Before we talk about the Iceberg Lounge, we have to talk about this whole thing between Edward and freaking Penguin, because it was so awesome. Like, I loved that the person that beat Ed was freaking Penguin, because Penguin finally showed how badass he is, and that's what I've been missing this whole season, and he finally just came out on top like he always does, and he bested freaking Enigma, and I thought it was awesome, because Edward was just getting too freaking smug for my taste. I was like, fuck you! And he should have did exactly what he kept telling Penguin, and he was all like, oh yeah, this and that, although it would have never happened because we found out that there was no bullets in the gun. But Ed should have took his own damn advice and just killed Penguin on the street, but he wanted to have the symbolism of killing him again at that spot, so that spot made sense for him, and he wasn't a freaking, how do you say, his whole persona wasn't based on a lie, like Penguin said. But it just felt so good for Penguin to come out on top of that, because, oh, I loved freaking Riddler, but he was getting on my nerves with just how he kept thinking he was so badass, which is very Riddler. So, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying the character was bad or anything. He was just annoying me personally. And I was like, come on, Penguin, like, do this. And I just love how he was just bested. Like, and that always makes the Riddler stronger. Like, in the comics and stuff, he always wants to get better. But he always gets bested. He's always just, he's a really good guy. And Batman's usually the only person that does it. But still, it's just really awesome to see that happen in the show. And now he's a big old popsicle. And that is where the Iceberg Lounge is going to come from. And I can't wait to see that. Like, I am super excited about that, guys. Because if you know anything about Penguin, everything goes down at the Iceberg Lounge. That's where all the villains go to meet him. That's where he does all his business. That's where a lot of crazy shit happens. And in the middle of it is usually this iceberg thing with actual penguins swimming in a pool and stuff like that. So I'm going to be really interested to see how crazy they're going to get with that club. And Edward Nygma is supposed to be in the ice in the middle of that. So you know at some point in Season 4, somebody is going to freaking flame him out of there, and he's gonna become the Riddler again. But we'll see what he does. So this Riddler versus Penguin thing is not over at all. I'm pretty sure Ed's gonna be pretty pissed about being frozen for so long. But like I said, the whole Edward versus freaking Enigma thing was amazing and might have been my favorite part of this finale because it just felt so awesome to just see them going at it, like back and forth, and that's all that really mattered. And it was a good way to end the season and for Penguin to get like his confidence back especially after Fish died, you know. And I wasn't expecting that right away. I kind of thought she was gonna die because I didn't think they could keep paying Jada Pinkett Smith to keep coming back. But the way she died was really quick, and I was all like, holy shit, I was not expecting Gordon just to stab her out of nowhere. So we can finally say goodbye to Fish Mooney. Remember, she was never a part of the freaking Batman comic books. She was a character created just for this show. I don't know if she's been put into the comic books now. I want to say maybe she has, because a lot of characters like that get made on TV shows find their ways into comic books. Like freaking, if you look at Arrow, Felicity and Diggle have made it into the Arrow comic books. I don't know if they're in Rebirth, but they were in New 52. But yeah, so shit like that happens. So Fish Mooney may or may not be a comic book character nowadays, or maybe in the future. But as of right now, she is officially off of Gotham, and we don't have to see her anymore. I started to like her at the end, but she was actually never one of my favorite characters watching this show. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Lee. And I'm going to say this whole episode, I hated Lee. Like, she was annoying. Like, she was just annoying this episode. Still sexy, of course. But, yeah, I couldn't stand her anymore. Like, just the way she was like, come on, Jim. You know you want to, Jim. Me. Like, it was starting to annoy me. I liked it the last episode. I was like, all right, I can get down with this. But then it was just, like, too much. And then I hated the damn breaking of the cures twice. Like, come on. I like the way it played out. I like how he ended up saving her, how Butch was the one that saved him with the two things on the back of the badge. That was really awesome. But I just hated how dropped things, and then she stepped on it like she knew automatically and all that jazz. So it was just like, like it was that. I don't know why. It was really annoying me. Sorry, I got the burps like crazy right now because I'm so excited. But no, and honestly, like I was just really annoyed with Lee, and now she's gone. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't return next season, or if she returns like after the finale, like after the mid-season finale, or whatever they want to call it, the winter finale, because you never really know when these things are going to take their super long breaks anymore. Or she might just be gone. I don't know. It did set up really well for Lee to just not be on this show anymore, and I don't know, and that sets up for, you know, Gordon to actually talk or, you know, do it with other people. Speaking of Gordon, he didn't really do much. I mean, he did a lot in this episode, but nothing that I was like, oh, crazy. It just seems like he's gonna finally get back to being Detective Gordon now. We're gonna get done with the virus stuff. You know, it seems like next season might be all about going back to like the craziness. If he's gonna fight anybody, it's gonna be ninja people. We're not gonna have to worry about that freaking Tetch virus anymore. So I kind of like that. I mean, I want this show to get back to just like the roots of like detective shit and having to solve mysteries and stuff like that. And if it's just the League of Assassins, who I think is going to be the main villain for next season, that'll be pretty cool. And I think we can just get back to a little bit more crazier detective episodes and not having to worry about people getting thrown through walls and all that kind of shit, which I really enjoyed this season. This season was amazing, but I liked like the arc with Jerome, which was really cool. Like, he was just insane. It wasn't like, you know, people were making him insane. They were just, you know, a group of crazy people. That's the kind of stuff I like. I love the supernatural stuff, but a lot of it could be too much at times. But jumping back to Lee, and since we already talked about Barbara, I was kind of pissed that they didn't meet up together. Like, I think it would have been perfect to finally have Lee be on the same, like, how do you say, level as Barbara. Like, Barbara would have been so crazy. I was hoping that was gonna happen, or maybe it would have been like this crazy, like, you know, Barbara was gonna get killed by Lee, then Tabitha showed up, and then Tabitha wanted to kill Barbara at the same time. Maybe she was gonna let Lee do it. Like, I was kind of hoping something like that was gonna happen, but I feel like the whole Lee going up to, like, the Siren Club to tell Tabitha, like, oh, I'm gonna kill your girl, or it was useless. Like, I didn't think they never met up. All it did was add freaking, like, oh, I heard that your girlfriend wants to kill me, blah, blah, blah. That's all freaking Barbara ended up saying later, and it had no purpose. I was kind of hoping they were going to meet up, but nothing came from that. I'm super off track because so much happened in this episode, but I will say Jim did get pretty gangster when he took all of that blood out of Mad Hatter. Like, that was a lot of freaking blood. And if you guys didn't catch on, Mad Hatter lived. I know some people might have thought he died, but he lived. If you paid attention at the end, they said he was going to be all right, and they're taking him back to Arkham. So don't be worried. I would have been pissed if Mad Hatter would have died. But, yeah, he's the only, he didn't die. He's good. We'll probably see him next season, which I think we should. But now let's go ahead and talk about Butch, because, man, was I like, no, when he freaking died. But apparently, you can get shot point blank in the head and live. I've actually heard about stories about people actually living when they get shot in the head. So it was believable for me. But homeboy got shot right in the head. He must have a thick skull or something like that. So he didn't die. And we found out, once the moment that, you know, that the nurse lady was all like, don't you know who this is? He's a gangster, and he's blah, blah, blah. He's like Butch Gelzine or whatever. He's a gangster. Freaking the doctor was like, oh, he must have changed his name because his chart says freaking Silas Gold, a.k.a. Solomon motherfucking Grundy. That is right. We got our Super Grundy that we've been waiting for. I had theories it was going to be Mario. It made sense that it was going to be Mario. But this is even better. I'm so glad I am wrong on this one, because now my boy Butch stays in the show, but he's going to be Solomon Grundy. That means he's going to be super powerful, and he's going to be able to just fuck shit up. And I love this. I think this is a solid damn thing that Gotham is doing right here, because it makes sense. He was a gangster. He's dead. He had a freaking metal hand. I don't know how he's going to get his hand back, but we'll see. Maybe he's just super crazy and they put his hand back on and that's what makes sense. I don't know. I'm going to be really interested to see how he's going to be Solomon Grundy, but that's it. We have our Grundy and we don't have to worry about it, but we still didn't really get a clear shot of who our Killer Croc was. I know a lot of people thought that guy from the beginning was Killer Croc. I thought it was Killer Croc, but some people were like, no, it's not Killer Croc. So maybe we didn't get him. We were supposed to get that. And we didn't get our damn Harley Quinn that was supposed to be in the finale. Maybe they cut that because they want to replace her with somebody else. I don't really know. But I still can't believe Gotham on some of the things they say, because they say we were supposed to get stuff this season and we didn't. But we did get Solomon Grundy. Now let's get to Bruce freaking Wayne, because I know a lot of people may have loved the ending or may have hated the ending. But I'm okay with it. And I know a lot of people are like, no, they're freaking rushing him to be Batman. And Batman's not like this. They're messing up Batman's origin. I know there's some of you out there that did exactly that when you saw that ending. But I'm okay with this because he's not going to be Batman. Yes, he saved somebody's life. I totally get it. It reminds you of Arkham Knight or whatever, the ending there with the crazy bat person. But he's not going to get a costume next season. If he does get a costume next season and it's the freaking cowl and everything, that's stupid, Gotham. Don't do that. But I do think he's going to do what he just did and actually start trying to help people. This is probably going to get him closer to Selina next season, or maybe it's going to cross their paths a lot more. I'm okay with this as long as next season he's still trying to train more and more and more. And I don't know. I think maybe he can get kidnapped again by the League of Assassins and he has to train to be super badass to get out of there. I could be down with something like that. I was kind of hoping he was going to leave to get that training at the end of the season, but we kind of saw him stab Alfred, which was insane. But with the freaking Lazarus pit right there, I wasn't even shocked. I was like, oh shit! Had that happened, and then we had another episode next week, I would have been like, oh crap. But still, I would have still thought, the Lazarus pit is right there. He's gonna do that. So I knew Alfred wasn't gonna die. That was still pretty crazy though, and that's what brought Bruce back to being normal. And that's what Ra's, or Raish, as he pronounced it, although there are literally freaking interviews out there where the whole cast is calling him Ra's. Whatever, that debate will go on forever, just like this Harley Quinn thing. But we saw freaking Ra's, yeah, I'm still gonna say it, say that, you know, it's even more true that the prophecy is that Bruce is going to be his heir. He will be the next demon head. And I thought it was just pretty awesome. I thought it was pretty awesome to see Ra's on this freaking episode. And we know he's the villain for next year. I mean, they did that at the end of season 2, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't we get a little tease of the Court of Owls at the end of season 2? So that's just kind of what Gotham does. It teases their next villain, which is totally going to be Ra's al Ghul and the League of Assassins. And I think it fits. I mean, we're not going to have to worry about super powered stuff besides, you know, the Lazarus pit. But I think other than that, it's going to be pretty awesome. And that's going to come into effect next year somehow, or the next season, I say, because Bruce knows what it does. It heals people. And somebody's going to die next season, and he's going to get thrown in the Lazarus pit or something like that. I would not be surprised to see that happen. But again, I was not upset with this ending at all. I thought it was kind of cool. It was nice to finally see him, you know, standing on top of a building, looking all like ominous, like, oh, I'm watching over the city. I told you guys for a bunch of times, I feel like Bruce, this is the perfect time for Bruce to start trying to solve some mysteries or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, just, like, try to find some things on the news, and he's all like, I'm gonna go try to make a difference, Alfred. I'm gonna try to start solving mysteries. This is the perfect time, season 4, to have Bruce start doing detective work and just doing it on his own. He knows how to fight a little bit. He was training. We don't know how much training. I mean, he got training for like 3 episodes, so it's not really that big of a deal. But we know he can actually fight a little bit. But I would like to see more detective Bruce shit in the coming season. So that's what I'm holding out for. I'm not really bothered by this. I will be super bothered by this if he does get a cow or some kind of like crazy costume to start going around and fighting people. But yeah, as of right now, totally cool with it. I'm pretty sure some of you aren't. Let me know why in the comment sections down below. But the final thing I want to talk about, and this is something we can all talk about because I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are going to have different knowledges about things or about this season than I do. But the season ended without answering some questions. Number 1, where the hell is Clone Bruce? We never got that answer. We don't know where the hell he is. Did he just die somewhere? Is he going to come back next season? Is Bruce going to fight evil Bruce? You know, what's going to happen there? Because nobody really explained that, and we never saw him die. So I'm assuming we're going to see him again next year or in the next season, and maybe they're going to fight to the death or something like that. Or I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. He could be Bruce's rival. He could be Bruce's rival for the next season with the League of Assassins kind of happening, but on the side, we got crazy Bruce, and he wants to, you know, maybe get back at him for what he did to Alfred or Selena or whatever. So that's maybe something they're saving for next season, but we did not get that closure for what happened with that damn character, because he was dying. Like, how long is he going to be able to survive on his own? Number 2, what was the whole deal with the Harley thing? We literally heard producers talking about that and just talking about the Harley thing. Did they change this last minute? They were like, look, people are really going to hate it. We see this guy Juicebox ranting about it all the freaking time. Like, what? Like, I'm really interested to see what's going to happen there. I still think it's going to be Barbara. I don't think Erin Richards is dead. Her character, I should say. And I think they really enjoy her and they want her to come back. And maybe they're doing their own thing. They've said this a million times. They're not fun. It's like their own universe. So I think they could do this. I know a lot of you guys are complaining about age and like, it won't make sense. And blah, 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 blah. Like, it doesn't really matter for them. Like, they're just trying to stay on the air. But I don't know. If you're worrying, like, you're so crazy about like the age thing and like how Harley Quinn's supposed to be younger than Jerome, then explain to me how the hell a 16-year-old or something like that, because Jerome's like in his early 20s. I'm gonna say he's like 22. How the hell are they gonna have somebody younger? Is she gonna be like 18 working at Arkham Asylum? Like, let's be real. There's no way, 1, she's gonna have her damn medical degree, and 2, nobody would let an 18-year-old work at like a freaking asylum with crazy maniacs that are probably like sexual assaulty people, rapey, and all of this other crazy murdery shit. That would just be the stupidest thing ever. I know it's Gotham, but they still ain't gonna let no 18-year-old work at an Arkham Asylum place, you know what I'm saying? Now, if she's the same age as Jerome, like maybe like a year younger, and she's an intern working on her degree for freaking psychotherapy or whatever, that can make sense. But still, it's not going to fit your whole thing. But are you going to be happy because they're younger by 1 year and all of that jazz? Like, I know a lot of people are, like, caught up on that whole thing. Like, you can't be blah, 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 blah. Like, come on, guys. You know, we know this show is super different. We just saw freaking Bruce save some people from a gun, and he's, like, 15 years old. But like I said, we'll find out when Comic-Con comes around, because they're going to start releasing a lot of information about the upcoming seasons. I'll be covering that. I'll be there. If I can go to the actual panel and get in there and get lucky enough to actually ask a question, I will ask about Harley Quinn. Trust me, 100%. Thirdly, what happened to Valerie Vale? She got shot, left Gordon, and never came back. Like, not for one episode after she was all like, we're done, we're not together anymore. Like, she never came back, ever. Like, she is the worst reporter ever, especially when the world is collapsing and all this stuff, and she never showed up again. Like, she was just a waste of a character this season. a new person for freaking Gordon to bang out, and that was it. She was gone. Like, her character made no sense. She should have just come back at some point. Will she be in next season? I don't know. It's just really interesting to me that Valerie Vale never returned. But those are just some of the questions I have. I'm pretty sure you guys have some questions about what's going to happen or what we didn't get answers to during this season. I can't just really think of, I'm pretty sure I'll think of a bunch of stuff while I'm editing this. But yeah, I want to know. It's not like The Flash. It's not as many questions as The Flash. But I do think there are some things that we didn't get answers to that maybe they're saving for later on. And we'll find out. But I don't know. I really enjoyed this season. Like, this finale was awesome. It was kind of slow at points. I was like, hurry up. I'm tired of talking about this virus and blah, blah, blah. But the last hour of it was pretty solid, like what would have been the finale episode. And just seeing that last 5 minutes of just like them going through what happened with Butch and like what happened with the Iceberg Lounge and Catwoman being born, like that made up for a lot of the finale for me because it just set up for season 4 to be really badass, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. But I do want to know your guys' thoughts and opinions on this whole finale and this whole season, to be honest, in the comment sections down below. And of course, you can always debate me on the Harley and stuff and all that stuff, but I'm telling you, I don't think she's gone, and I'm really interested to see if you guys actually think she's dead. But that's it, guys. Remember, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can just do the old school thing and give this video a thumbs up and share with all of your freaking Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I made a little dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So I finally have a Gotham video for you guys, and I know it's been a while, and there's actually going to be a lot of Gotham videos coming because there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about, you know, with each character, so the videos might be a little shorter coming in the next few weeks and stuff like that, but there's a lot of stuff I just want to talk about what we think might happen with the Riddler, Penguin, you know, and everybody will get their own videos, so hopefully a lot of Gotham videos coming soon. But right now, I want to make the really quick video about the first official, it seems like, promo for Gotham Season 4, and it is this photo right here of Bruce Wayne looking all sleek in an all-black suit. And of course, one thing I noticed, if you guys don't notice immediately, Homeboy is not wearing a turtleneck. Bruce is always wearing turtlenecks, and this guy is sporting the new no turtleneck look. Now, there's not really much to go off of, because, you know, it's just, this is the first photo ever, but we do know that Gotham Season 4 is underway, and they are starting to film everything. And this photo comes from Danny Cannon, who is an executive producer on Gotham. He's also the guy that said that he wants to make the ventriloquist episode. If you guys don't know, that is one of the characters I've been waiting forever to be on Gotham's Gotham series, because a ventriloquist is just one of my favorite characters in the Batman universe, and I feel like he'd be perfect for Gotham. So Danny Cannon is an executive producer, like I said, and he said that he wants to have this character on there. He's also the person that said that Scarecrow will be coming back in Season 4, and he is supposed to be at the start of the season. So more than likely, Scarecrow could be the Mad Hatter of this season, which I think would be really great, because I mentioned it a long time ago when I made my Season 4. It wasn't a prediction video, but it did have to do with news about Season 4. I talked about how Scarecrow would be the perfect reason for Bruce to get his, like, not fear, but like his obsession with bats, you know? Like, I think there should be an episode where Scarecrow goes after Bruce, or Bruce gets caught in the crossfires of, like, the fear toxin, and this should be the perfect episode where Bruce falls into the cave and the bats, like, you know, hit him, and he's like, no! But then he overcomes the fear and realizes that he should become the bat. Like, I think this is a season, and the perfect season to actually, the perfect time, not perfect season, perfect time to actually give Bruce that memory, because we haven't had that yet. We did have we did have Bruce fall into a hole, I believe. Or not, he didn't fall into a hole. He fell down a hill and like hurt his ankle, and then like he crawled back up. I think that was like season 1. But he hasn't fallen into the cave where the bats freaking come out at him or whatever. And that's what I'm kind of hoping happens this season. And I think it would be perfect to tie it in with Scarecrow. But let's get back to this photo, because as you can see right here, I was just literally in a Boba Talk stream right now. And he was talking about how they tried to make Bruce look older with his haircut. That was a very good, awesome observation by him. I didn't really pay attention to that. But yeah, you can tell they're trying to, you know, make him look a little bit more like, oh, look at me. He still looks like Bruce to me personally. But he has a little bit sleeker haircut. He's got a sleeker suit now, not doing the turtleneck thing. It's just going to be really interesting to see where Bruce is going to go this season. We already saw him do the whole Batman thing at the end of season 3, which, you know, some people liked that, some people didn't like that. Personally, I didn't have any issues with it. I thought it was awesome, but I don't want him to be like Jim Gordon. I don't want him to be able to like take on the League of Assassins, or like, you know, take on freaking super big old dudes like, you know, the Killer Croc from the Killer Croc, because we don't officially know if that was Killer Croc or not, type guys at the beginning of season 3. Like, I don't want him to do that, you know. Jim, it's plausible that he's able to do that because he went through military training, police training, all of that kind of stuff. But, you know, and I know Bruce has went through some training himself, but he's still young. I want to see him make his mistakes. I want to see him get his ass kicked. But one thing with this photo is a lot of people are asking, like, where could this be? And these windows look a lot like the GCPD, you know, when they meet upstairs above Bullock's office. I feel like those are the same windows, and maybe there's just a desk up there because you can see a computer and you can see some files. So it's possible that Bruce has went to the GCPD to maybe talk to Gordon, and they're talking upstairs in that area. And if you know, Bruce is going to talk about how he wants to do more at the GCPD. Because I told you guys that would be really awesome if Bruce actually started doing more detective work. So it would be kind of cool to see if he, you know, maybe he wanted to join Gordon and like try to shadow him, and then maybe Gordon's like, nah, Bruce, this isn't any, the GCPD isn't a place for you, and maybe Gordon pushes him away a bit, and then he's like, you know what, if he's not going to teach me, I'll do this on my own, and then maybe Bruce starts trying to be a detective himself. That would be kind of cool. And then, of course, eventually, you know, Gordon will probably just see that Bruce is not going to stop. And he's like, fine, I'll bring you on, blah, blah. And that would be a cool teamwork setting for both of them to work together. Will that happen? Maybe not. But, you know, if it does happen, Gotham, bring me on board, bruh. But that's basically it for this photo. There's not really much else going on. This was just from the official Instagram. I saw it on Twitter first, but this is from the Instagram of Danny Cannon, like I said, who is the executive producer on Gotham. And I don't know, guys, I think we're going to see a lot of Bruce's development this season. I think there's a lot of good things they can do. I'm hoping they do it right and they don't just force him into, like, you know, all right, I got my suit, I'm freaking Batman, you know, and he's not going to get the name right away. But there's still a lot they can do with Bruce. I think he still needs to train. I think he can still try to become an escape artist. Like, there's a lot that I want to see him grow into, and I hope Gotham does that this season. I hope they do it really well instead of just rushing him to try to be a vigilante right away. Like, he can save people every once in a while, but he's not there yet, so I'm really hoping we get a lot of that. But this season's going to be, I think, the most interesting for Gotham, and I think it's going to be the make or break season for Gotham. I think if this one doesn't pan out and they don't get like where they want to go officially, I think this will probably be the last one, and I hope that's not the case. But, yeah, I think if they gotta just time everything pretty perfect, and then I think after that, season 5, 6, and everything would go pretty smoothly. But we'll see what happens. I do want to know what your guys' feelings are about the upcoming season. And like I said, we're going to be talking about a bunch of things over the next few weeks. Still trying to plan out some of my schedules right now. There's a lot of news coming out that I want to cover. But do let me know any of your thoughts in the comment sections down below. And guys, remember, if you ever want to support this channel, you can go ahead and check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. Or you can do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye. What's going going on, guys? So I have another Gotham video for you. I was gonna say how I was gonna do a lot of other stuff, but there's been a lot of photos been released by Danny Cannon over on his Instagram account, and I have to say that they started getting released the moment I made that first video of Bruce Wayne. He just started unloading freaking, he seems like he posts like every day now of stuff that's going on with Gotham, which is awesome for us, but I do want to go ahead and cover some of these photos because some of them are very interesting. Now, I will point out, like, 4 of these are just, like, scenery. It just looks like, you know, places around New York. I mean, these 2 right here are they're actually the same kind of buildings, but they're just shot at different angles and different times of day. But this does look like this building right here might actually, you know, be Wayne Tower, as, you know, we see in the show. That could easily be it right there. And then the whole freaking water tower above roofs is very common because we see Selina's always around them, it seems like. So maybe this is going to be a shot between Bruce and Selina on here. We don't really know, but I do think that might be Wayne Tower right there. But yeah, so these first few photos are just of scenery that he's posting. I mean, they might not even be part of Gotham. He might just be on a rooftop trying to take really cool Instagram photos. But, you know, in this photo right here with Essex Card Shop, you know, there is these, you know, fire escapes. You know, Selina does come down from those a lot. So it could easily be something that they're scouting, an area they're scouting. But yeah, so these first few aren't really much. They're just pure scenery. This next photo is of good old Jim and Bullock just chilling. If you look at it, it looks like they're in some kind of bank. It looks like this is one of those old school banks where it's just a bunch of tellers along the line, and you know, everybody's got to wait and try to get their cash and all that shit. So this does look like this, and it looks like they're probably in this bank because they're about to get robbed by these next guys that are in this photo right here, which is the most interesting photo that he has posted recently, because if you look at this, there is a lot of dudes with gas masks. And why would they have gas masks? Maybe because these motherfuckers are working for Scarecrow, and you know he's got his fear toxin, because we already know that Scarecrow is supposed to be part of Season 4. Danny Cannon has said that he's supposed to have an arc at the start of the season, so it could be, in my opinion, I think Scarecrow is going to play the Mad Hatter of this season, just like we saw in Season 3. So this could be the start of Scarecrow stealing money from the bank so that they could actually get funds to make more fear toxin. But when we actually take a closer look at these guys, they do seem like they might have fear toxin and are working with Scarecrow. I mean, this redhead could be Scarecrow for all we know, but I don't think it's really going to be that way. I do think that these are probably guys that are just working for Scarecrow. If you really took a look at this first guy, who's a really older guy, kind of reminds me of the dad of Scarecrow, but we remember he died, so it's not going to be him. But you can see right here, he has a canister too. It's more than likely on the back of his, the back of his person, but his hand looks like it's taped to the actual, like, nozzle, so he doesn't drop it at all. Maybe that's for, like, controlling purposes, so he's actually able to control the spray a lot better instead of like, oh shit, I dropped it, and maybe, you know, getting it on his face or getting it on his other friends over here. But I do think that's why they're wearing the mask, so they don't absorb the fear toxin themselves. I think this freaking photo is awesome, and I 100% believe that these guys are going to rob the bank that freaking Jim Gordon and them are in right now. That could be a shot of Jim and Bullock after the robbery, you know what I mean? And it's just like, of course it's a candid shot, it's not a real thing, but I do think that could have just been like, maybe they're going to be there after these guys rob the bank, because, you know, the cops are never there before, they're always there after. But if these guys are working for Scarecrow, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with his character in Season 4. Next up, we got a pair of creepy doctor people, if you look at them, and somebody in the comments of this actually said like, oh man, I'm totally liking this BioShock feel, which I didn't really get that, but I can see why they were thinking that this was BioShock. But it does seem like these two crazy looking peeps are at Arkham, and don't forget, we're going to probably see a lot of Arkham this season, especially if Barbara Gordon's there. Not Barbara Gordon, because that's Batgirl, but Barbara Keene, who probably loses her memory and then is going to become Harley Quinn, and she's going to be next to Jerome, and bada bing, bada boom, that's how that whole thing starts. I know a lot of people don't agree with me and you think Barbara's dead, but I don't think Barbara's dead yet. I think she's coming back. I'm just telling you, I don't think she's dead. I think she fried her brain. She's still going to be Harley Quinn. I'm still going with that theory. But anyways, we can talk about that another day. These two people do look like they're working at Arkham. They could be working with some underground people at Arkham. But I will tell you that these two people reminded me of somebody, and I don't think it's the same people. I'd have to go back and look. If any of you guys know for sure, you can confirm it for me. But they remind me of the people that were stealing kids in season 1. Do you guys remember that, when those people were going around stealing people like Selena, kids on the street, and were taking them to the freaking doll maker? What if doll maker were to make a return this season? That would be really badass. Or, you know what would be even better than freaking doll maker? What if these two freaking weird people were working for Professor Pig? That would be really awesome, because he wears one of those weird apron things too. What if he had some cronies that went to go get him, you know, subjects, so he could make them pretty or do whatever he does and make them all pig face people? That would be really awesome. Make these people part of Professor Pig's gang. That would be so legit, although they're not wearing pig masks, so they're probably not a part of his gang. But I do think they could be working for Dollmaker. That would be kind of cool. Or they're more than likely just two really weird people that are hanging out at Arkham. But if you do look at the background of these people, those cages are very Arkham-esque. So are the windows. I think even in this scene with this lady before, I think we've seen that area before, where Riddler and people were trying to escape at the end of season 2. I want to say we've been in that area, so I'm pretty sure that this is Arkham. Next up, we just got this little cool candid shot of Penguin's cane. If you guys don't remember that, there is this photo right here that shows that this is Penguin's cane. And it's just, you know, lightly placed up against a really nice freaking chair. And this chair might actually be in the new Iceberg Lounge. Check that out. This scene, or this, I should say, this photo right here, is of Penguin's umbrella logo around a nice blue looking kind of setup with, you know, a pitcher right there and some water and some glasses and a nice little table, nice little checkered floor, because I believe that this is a shot from the Iceberg Lounge, which I mentioned that I am really excited for the Iceberg Lounge, because that's where all of the crime and all the crazy stuff goes down in a cool little setting. I mean, we had that kind of with the Gotham City Sirens, or the Siren Club, but the Sirens aren't really together anymore. Well, it's just really going to be Tabitha and Selena now, but this is going to be cool. I think a lot of more stuff is going to take place at the, you know, the freaking Iceberg Lounge instead of, you know, Penguin's house or, you know, the mayor's office, because he's no longer mayor. But I do think that this is going to be so awesome. This photo looks legit. Although I am curious, I thought that I wonder if this is just going to be inside the Iceberg Lounge. He's just going to have umbrellas everywhere, because that's kind of what he uses besides the cane too. You know, and that is kind of Penguin's logo. But he did design what the freaking, the logo for the Iceberg Lounge is. It was like those little spikes and triangles and stuff. Or I wonder if that's going to be the shape of his club, which I don't think you can just make a whole shape of something in New York, because everything's kind of freaking bought out, and that would take a lot of money to do that. But I am believing that he's going to have the logo for Iceberg Lounge somewhere along with this freaking umbrella all over the place too. And I'm really excited to see what the Iceberg Lounge is going to look like. But that is pretty much it, guys. Those are all the photos that Danny Cannon has released. And I'm 100% sure the moment this video goes live, he is going to post some other kind of awesome photo that I'm definitely going to need to talk about, because that's just how it happens. But do let me know what you guys think of all these photos and what you want to see in Season 4 of Gotham in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget that you can get your Juices Jokers freaking shirts. There's a few days left on this. Link in the description for that. Or you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did if you ever want to support this channel that way. But you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up, and share this video with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So we have another Gotham Photo Season 4 video, because you know freaking Danny Cannon is still dropping stuff, and he did exactly what I said he was gonna do, and was the moment I dropped the last one, he dropped a new photo. It just works like clockwork, and expect him to drop a new one when this photo goes live. But I also found out that Mr. Alfred himself is also posting season 4 photos. Sorry, I got a little frog in my throat there. But he's also posting some season 4 photos, and he just revealed something really big that changes one of my big theories for the season, and that is, boom! Lee is coming back to season 4. He posted this photo right here, and it says, just flippin' peachy, the delight, the talented, beautiful Lee, basically right here. And it says hashtag Gotham season 4. And man, oh man, that is huge, because I thought Lee was actually going to take season 4 off. She's going to be recording Deadpool 2, and they're filming that right now, so maybe her part's not that big in that movie, and she's coming back to season 4. I'm going to be really interested to see what happens with Lee, because it seemed like she was going to be leaving the show for a while, but now, with this photo right here, her hair's done up, it looks like she's going to be doing some stuff for season 4. How early will we see Lee come back to this show? And they're starting to film this show already. It comes back in September, and it looks like she's probably going to be in probably the first, 5 episodes, maybe. This might be even sooner. But I was under the impression that she wasn't going to come back for a while, because I thought she would be filming Deadpool 2. But now it just makes things a lot more interesting, because those people that are like, Lee's going to be Harley, those people are probably going to come back out of the woodwork. And you still got people like me that are saying Barbara's going to be Harley, and then you have that little speck of people saying that they're going to just introduce a new character that is Harley, which I would love to be a part of that group, but I just don't think that's going to happen. But I'm going to be really interested to see what's going to happen with Lee's character. But right here, confirmed, she's coming back from Alfred himself, season 4. Lee will return. Now, he did also post a couple other photos, but we're going to jump over to Danny Cannon and talk about those photos, and then talk about the ones Alfred posted at the same time, too. Of course, Danny Cannon posted the usual, skyline kind of photos right here. You can see it on his Instagram. He posted, 2 or 3 of them like that. Now, there was this one right here that a lot of people probably be like, oh, why didn't you check that out? The reason why, I was looking at it, and it just looks like he was inside a bar, and there wasn't really much, he just snapped a cool photo inside a bar. I don't know if that's a bar they're filming in, and he just took a really cool photo of it. But you gotta remember, Danny Cannon's Instagram is kind of like his personal one and Gotham at the same time. He's just taking really cool photos and posting them there. You know, maybe he likes the aesthetic. But, yeah, so I didn't really, I tried to look at it, I tried to find if there was anything, very Gotham-y or Batman in there, and I couldn't really find anything, so that's why I didn't really show it up close. But yeah, so it was just a bunch of scenery, but you did see that he did post some interesting stuff. The biggest thing you probably noticed in that whole little set of photos was Victor Zsasz is coming back. Now, this is a character a lot of people love. A lot of people just enjoy Victor Zsasz's character from the comic book. They're excited when they see him on the show. But me personally love Zsasz in the games and the comic books. I forgot he's in the games as well. I want him to have a freaking story arc. I want him to be the character from the comic book, the character from the game. I want to see him kill people and do the knife thing and add it to his body, or at least show us a thing with his shirt off or something, right? Or something like that where we start seeing the cuts on his body. You don't have to show me him cutting himself, which I think they showed in the very first season, but I want to see that he's adding marks to his body. I want that part of Victor Zsasz to come out. They're doing a really good job with showing Penguin, Riddler, Freeze, show Zsasz with the character that he is, or make Zsasz a little bit more gangster, and maybe do have a shot where his whole body's already covered and he has to start adding it to his face. That would be really awesome. I want him to have an arc in Gotham, and I hope that's something they do here instead of just keep using him as an assassin. He's really a psychopath that goes around, he finds people, he wants to kill them. It would be cool if something yes, he's an assassin, but he actually starts going crazy, and he goes and he starts I need to cleanse these people, or whatever he does, I would really love to see that in Gotham. Next up, we got this shot of Selina just, hanging out on rooftops, because that's what she does all the time, but she's in a very nice dress here. Now, Alfred, I forget his name, Sean, I believe his name is, also posted a photo of Selina just doing some kind of ooh, look at me kind of things. And I don't know if this is a director of the episode telling her what he wants her to do, or if this is a photographer being hey, do this so we can take a really cool photo. I'm not too really sure, but you will notice that she is in a very nice dress. And if you cut over to another photo that was posted by Alfred, we see Bruce in a very nice suit. And it looks like he's on a rooftop as well. And it could be that maybe Bruce is going to meet up with Selina. Maybe they went to a dinner. Maybe something along those lines is going on. And that's what's happening. But if we go from what happened at the end of season 3, they're kind of not on the best of terms, and he was all like, get out of here if you don't care. So I don't know what's going to happen here. We know Bruce and Selena are going to still talk to each other throughout the season. They're the biggest like characters in their age group, and they always have a connection with each other. So we know they're going to come across that again. But it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with this photo of Bruce right here. He is in a very sleek, all black, very Batman, very Dark Knight. This is actually from, I believe, the same suit from the very first video I did of the photos where we were talking about, you know, he had no more turtlenecks or anything like that. I believe this is the same suit. And, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I do think these 2 episodes are going to be connected. For some reason, maybe they go to a fancy dinner or something like that. I don't really know. But Selena is in a very nice dress, and she doesn't normally wear that kind of stuff. So it is going to be interesting to see what's going on here. Lastly, until Danny posts another photo when this one instantly goes live, we have the photo that he posted last time when my last video went live, and it's of this guy at Arkham Asylum with a cage around his head. Now, this is going to be really interesting. Could this have to do with those 2 weird people that I showed you in the last video that were very Bioshock-like? It could be, because remember, it's the same kind of cage setup, same kind of doors, and I said those people were more than likely working at Arkham Asylum. Could they be doing weird experiments like this? And could they be working for Scarecrow as well? What if this guy in this cage has actually got a fear of being locked up? Or he's got a fear of, like, birds or something, and they're gonna put, like, maybe a bird in there with him, and he's gonna, like, freak out. Either way, though, I don't know why this guy would be wearing a cage around his head, unless maybe he bites people or something, and they need to put something on his head so he stops biting other inmates. But I do think he's actually going to be, you know, he's either gonna be involved with those 2 weird people that we took photos of, or this could be some kind of weird Scarecrow experiment. Like, what if Scarecrow does get like a hold on Arkham Asylum, and he uses the Arkham inmates to test his fear toxin? Which, speaking of that, it's going to be really interesting, and a lot of you guys brought it up. Like, a lot of you guys want to see, like, oh, I hope we see him become Scarecrow, because last time we saw him going really crazy in his bed. I don't know if we're going to see that. It might be a flashback, but what I feel like what they're going to do with Scarecrow is they're going to show him that he controlled it. Like, over time, that he controlled it, he finally succumbed. He didn't succumb to his fear, but he conquered his fear, and that is why he wants to cleanse Gotham of all their fear, because if he does that, Scarecrow's always felt that if people can conquer their fears, like, they're, like, unstoppable, they'll do whatever, but they're never going to be able to do that unless they can conquer their fears, and that's kind of his MO. So I think that's what we might see in Gotham, or at least what I hope we see in Gotham, and I think he's going to be like a together Scarecrow. He's going to be a little crazy, but he's going to want everybody to get over their fear, and like I said, Gotham, I hope you actually take that toxin and give us the Batman scene where Bruce falls into the cave and all the bats attack him, and that's what he's scared of, but he overconquers that, and that maybe we get, he's like, I am the night, kind of bullshit like that. I know some people don't want to see that, but, you know, there was an episode of Batman the Animated Series where Bruce was scared of, like, you know, his fears, and he says that motto, and he is the knight, and he overconquers his fear, which was pretty awesome. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Gotham Season 4. There's a lot of potential. Like I've said, I have my ups and downs with this show. I absolutely love it, but sometimes they do things that drive me up a wall, but that's just because I feel like this show could be the best show on TV if they just do things right and they don't try to be so different. And, you know, you can follow the comic books but still be, you know, slightly different at the same time. It doesn't need to be word for word, page for page kind of thing. But I don't know. I'm really excited. Can't wait to see what else they're going to be posting and what new photos come out so we can make a new video after that. Guys and gals, do let me know what you thought of these photos and what your theories are for Season 4 in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you want to show support to this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye.
It was amazing. When John Stevens, our executive producer, told me about that moment, we were shooting, I think, episode 10 of season 3, and I was like, oh my God. I was just in shock, and I couldn't really process it. What I was thinking the next week or so was, please don't change it, please don't change it, please don't change it. And they didn't, and they made it even better than what he told me what was gonna happen, and I was just so excited. And Another thing I was worried about was that we were going to get to season 4 and the writers were going to go, I think we took it a little too far, too fast. Let's backtrack. And that's the exact opposite happened. The trajectory is just continuing in that direction. I would say I would know that it's accelerating in that direction, and it's not going to stop. Bruce really is taking on this vigilante persona, and all the things that go along with that, whether it be creating another persona, public persona. That's also definitely going to be a major part of Bruce's journey this year. His relationships as this other person, and it's Batman is coming.
Oh,
absolutely.
That is music. Can you say that one more time?
Batman is coming.
TMI, bro. We don't need to know that.
Guys, oh my gosh, that is so exciting.
The tough part was finding a good Batman voice.
Oh, you got to find a Batman voice. So what would you go Christian Bale or would you go Ben Affleck?
Well, you'll see.
What? Did he just say that we're freaking getting Batman in season 4? I hope not, because it's way too freaking early. In all seriousness, it does look like Bruce is going to keep taking those steps towards becoming Batman. And I think with what they did at the end of season 3, it's only logical to keep going in that direction. They can't kind of just stall and just be like, oh shit, we went too far, like the interview said. They have to keep stepping forward. Now, this is going to be, I've said this in other videos, I think season 4 is going to be the make or break season for Gotham. If this show is going to get canceled, it's going to get canceled after season 4. But I think if they do start taking those steps in the right direction to him becoming Batman, it will be the reason why we get a season 5 and possibly season 6 after that. And what I mean by that is I don't think anybody wants to see a 15, 16-year-old Batman, because we've never seen that before. We've seen, Damian Wayne, we've seen Nightwing, or, all of those characters as Robin. There's never been a 15-year-old Batman, But the one thing we do know, if you do read a lot of comic book history, is that Batman has trained since he was young. Since his parents died, he has been in this mindset of like, I need to be something more. I need to be a protector of this city so none of this crazy stuff happens to my parents again. That is what we need to see from Bruce. And if you've watched the Batman animated series like I have multiple times, and and I mean, this happens in a lot of the comic books too, especially if you read a bunch of different things. Even if you're not reading comic books, there are books about Bruce Wayne's training and stuff like that. You know that he has like trained for years. But when I refer to the Batman animated series, there's just one episode that is always in my mind because I just loved it. I loved it for two reasons. One, it showed me Batman's training on how he became like a super escape artist, and two, it had Zatanna because, well, Zatanna. But seriously, we know in that episode that young Bruce started getting his training from a magician, and he learned to be this master escape artist, which was Zatanna's dad, which was awesome. So that it shows how he met Zatanna over the years, and it just showed how he became this master escape artist and how he was able to escape anything because, that's what magicians do. They do all these crazy tricks. They learn how to get out of boxes. It's just all these like illusions and all that jazz. But I thought that was really awesome that he had that background, and that is something I want to see in Gotham. And I think if they go that route, it will bring in a lot more audience, because you saw what Smallville did before we got all of these superhero shows we have now. Smallville, although Superman had his superpowers, it showed us how he started controlling those powers and how he coped with those powers. And we got a little bit more of his origin throughout every season, of course, leading all the way to it. I think it went 10 seasons, and he finally opened up his chest, and he had the Superman logo. I think that's the way Gotham wants to go, and I think this is where we're finally going to start getting that. We've seen little bitty things happening over the last 3 seasons, but I think we're going to start getting a lot more in season 4, and it's going to start to feel a lot more like Smallville. If you guys like Smallville, I only got to season 4 of Smallville, but I know a lot of the stuff that happens. But I really enjoyed what I watched, and I was just like, oh man, this show still holds up. This is pretty awesome. If they are taking that direction, they can do so much with Batman, because don't forget, he is a normal human. Well, he's not a normal human because he's got this crazy mindset and he trains like a badass, but you know what I mean? He's still human. He doesn't have superpowers or anything like that. He's just super rich. But he has his determination, and if we can just see all of the training that he can go through, not like 2 weeks or 2 episodes or whatever of him training in some freaking winter wonderland with some ninja guy. No. I'm talking about if we can see him start becoming more of a detective, more of a freaking escape artist, more of a chem lab guy, because he does that shit too. Like, all of those different things throughout different episodes, it would be really awesome. And that's what I think Gotham needs to do, and just keep showing us that Batman progression. And now in the interview it said he's going to get some kind of like vigilante, maybe not mask, he's not going to put on the cowl, I don't think, I hope not. But like David said in the interview, you know, they are going forward with Batman. Like, Batman is coming to this show, and he's going to do the vigilante thing, and he even said the hardest thing was finding a Batman voice. So we're going to see him actually do this vigilante stuff. I don't think he's going to be called Batman. It's just like a lot of the other characters out there that, you know, aren't being called. I mean, they get called Penguin, they get called Riddler, but like for like Jerome's instance, he doesn't get called Joker, although he better be the Joker. We've talked about this a million times, but we can assume that he is going to be the Joker, but nobody is calling him that. Another thing he said in the interview, besides, you know, Bruce taking on this persona of a vigilante, he's also going to be doing the more like Playboy persona. He didn't necessarily say Playboy persona, but he's going to have this Bruce Wayne persona, which is very big from the comic books. Like, Bruce Wayne is a player in the public eye. Like, people just, it's his diversion. And if you've ever read Batman comics, or you've ever, like, you know, got into the philosophy of Batman, it comes down to this thing that the real person, like Bruce Wayne, the mask is Bruce Wayne. You know, Bruce is really Batman. Like, that is his real life. The mask is actually Bruce Wayne, because the person he wants to be is Batman, which I've always found fascinating about this character. But yeah, so this seems really awesome that we are going to get a little bit more Batman, but as like I said, I think this is going to be the make or break season for this. They got to be very careful with what they're going to be doing with Batman, because it just, you know, you can't go too fast. You can't go too fast, because nobody wants a 15 or 16-year-old Batman, because it's just not going to look good. One, because David, you're growing up, you're still not there, you're still a scrawny dude. I don't need to see a really scrawny Batman trying to fight. Vigilante stuff, totally cool, but please don't ruin my image of Batman being a super badass. But I am hoping that Gotham is getting on the right track. I'm not gonna lie, I am excited to see what's gonna happen in Season 4. The end of Season 3, those last 5 minutes or whatever it was, where they were kind of doing the narration over what's gonna, like, looks to be the future of Gotham, got me really excited. And just hearing that we're going to get more stuff about Batman. I read I haven't got to read the whole article yet, but apparently there was another headline saying that Catwoman is going to be doing the same thing. And also, we saw in the last video where I told you that Selina and Bruce are going to be working on top of a rooftop or something like that, or they're probably going to meet. That is probably going to be like the start of Catwoman, Batman kind of thing. We know that she's going to that progression. We saw at the end of Season 3 that she's already getting her whip and stuff like that. If I can find more information on Catwoman or anything they say about her, I'll do a video on that. And there's some other Gotham news out there that I'm going to try to make videos for, because if I'm not mistaken, he did another interview talking about the villains and how characters are coming into, like, their persona still, and I kind of want to talk about that in a separate video. But yeah, guys, do let me know what you think about Batman coming to Gotham. Are you excited about it? Are you not? You know, I just want to hear what everybody thinks. Do you think it's too early? Do you want to see just the early stuff, just him being a detective? Let me know in those comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or the Justice League shirts are actually live right now at the Teespring store, so you can check that out, link in the description for that. Or you can always do the OG thing and just give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Is a Gotham Batman movie a good idea? What's going on, guys? So I got some interesting Batman news, movie news. Not really. It's actually about Gotham possibly getting a Batman movie. Not really there either. But interesting comments, I should say, came from Alfred himself. Sean, I always butcher, is it Pertwee? I don't know how to say Alfred's last name. We're just going to call him Alfred in this video. Alfred, you're awesome. But, so apparently, he mentioned that he'd be totally down for making a movie with the Gotham characters, a cinematic movie with the current Gotham cast, or, you know, just a movie about Batman, depending on maybe when the series ends, or maybe at the end of the season or something like that. He has, you know, let it be known that he would be down for a Gotham cinematic movie. And one thing he pointed out was how, you know, at the end of season 3, we actually had a 2-part finale that was basically a movie. Of course, it had commercial breaks and all of that kind of stuff, but he was like, that was pretty much a movie because it all happened in one night and in one sitting, and you were able to watch everything. Although, technically, Alfred, if you paid attention to that, one episode ended and then another one started. We had an intro, we had an outro, it just wasn't continuous. But I do get where he's coming from and just talking about how, you know, they basically filmed one before and we could easily make it a movie. And I don't know how, you know, I don't know how I feel about this. It's funny because I do want to point out a video I made a long time ago about Gotham, and how I mentioned how, like, Netflix could get their own Batman show, but kind of make it, like, in coordination, I don't know, you know, involved with Gotham as well, and, like, maybe just make the Netflix show, like, 10, 15 years in the future, maybe even 20 years in the future, right? But have Gotham happening during the season, and then the Netflix show happen like in the off season. That way they can kind of flash back with each other. I thought that would have been kind of cool. I'm going to put the link to that particular video in the comment section down below if I can find it, because man, that was so long ago. But it was an interesting theory, or an interesting concept that I had. But what I talked about in that video was something they could easily do for a movie with these characters. Because I'll be honest, look, if Gotham was going to make a cinematic movie, I personally, one, don't really want to see it on the big screen. Like, I don't really care. Like, if they had like a one-night event where, like, alright, we're going to show this one-night event, it's still a Gotham TV show, whatever, but we're going to show it in theaters, I'd be down with that. But I don't really want a Gotham movie on par with, you know, Justice League or Wonder Woman, anything like that. And also, I don't think Gotham's going to get that kind of budget to do a lot of cool stuff like that. But a longer form, no commercials kind of Gotham episode, I'd be totally down for that. If this show were to survive like another 3 or 4 seasons, because then at that point, we would be in at least season 7 or 8. I would hope that Bruce Wayne is starting to look, or I shouldn't say Bruce, you know, David is starting to look a little bit more like Batman, you know, he hits a growth spurt or whatever he does, he starts filling out, getting some muscles, doing all that jazz. And, you know, he starts looking more like Batman, and they could just make him look a little bit more aged, and maybe he would be able to look pretty good in a bat suit, and maybe we could do year 0, year 1, something like that. They could do their own version of the year 1 storyline in Gotham. That would be a really cool movie, even if, like, this show were to maybe get, not canceled, but they were like, look, we're going to end at season 7, we're going to end this show at season 8, and then we're going to do a Gotham movie, and that is going to be the end of this show. And that way, you could end the actual show series on, like, him, you know, standing on top of a rooftop with the cow, or putting the cow on for the first time. And then the Gotham movie would actually be, you know, this whole, like, he's actually Bruce Wayne. I mean, he's actually Batman. Maybe you bring in Jerome to be the main villain of that, but then you got Penguin and Riddler doing their own thing. Like, that would be kind of cool with these characters, and I would be totally down to watch that, but only if this show survives for, like, another 7, not 7 or 8 season, but if this show goes to, like, season 7 or 8, because everybody would be a little bit older, their characters would be totally developed, and I think it would just make more sense. But if you wanted to do, like, a cinematic Gotham movie after season 4, like if it gets canceled or something like that, I don't think I would be down with that, because, you know, you can just give me that information in a season, and I'd much rather have that than a movie, you know, if it were to get canceled or something like that. That's pretty much all Alfred said. He said he'd be down for a cinematic version of Gotham, and like I said, I'd be down with it too at a certain point in this show's life. We got to get through season 4 first. We don't know if this show is going to get past season 4. And like I said, I think this is going to be the season that is going to be make or break for Gotham. And don't forget that this show got, like, they picked up the renewal for season 4 really late in the game. Like, every other show had already got picked up for their next seasons. Gotham, I don't think we knew about Gotham season 4 until, like, the finale of Gotham, which was pretty insane. And the way they shot this finale in 2 parts, I feel like they kind of thought that this was going to be the end, especially with Bruce standing on top of the rooftop, Selena, you know, getting her Catwoman thing. They really filmed the Gotham season finale to be, you know, kind of like, if this is going to be the end of our show, at least this will be kind of some closure for all of our characters. Anyways, guys and gals, you know I want to know your thoughts on a possible Gotham cinematic movie. Would you be down to watch that, or do you want nothing to do with it? You just want this show to stay on TV? Let me know your thoughts in the comment sections down below. Also, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! Is it possible that Barbara won't be Harley Quinn in season 4?
Any theories on how the show, or if the show will choose how to explain how Jim Gordon will later decide to name his daughter Barbara after dating such a psycho?
Don't talk about my girlfriend like that.
Mary's gonna get snippy.
There's so many different canons. I think that's that we shepherded superbly by Jeff Johns. But there's so many different canons, different variants. It's a very good question, very valid question. But nothing necessarily needs to adhere to it. It is our interpretation of that world. So what names and words coincide. Could they be or could they not be? And that's, in a way, the point of our show, really. But it's a valid point, but not necessarily. It's a weird one, isn't it?
It's driven me crazy since like the first, since it started. It's like, how in the world can you do that?
Yeah.
Like this.
But also, like,
maybe we'll find out in season 4.
Maybe you face your fears that way. It's like, okay, you know what? I'll show you. Yeah.
I like that.
Go the other way. Lean into it.
Yeah, because I know Gordon is one of those guys who's not afraid of a lot, and so I think maybe to show or maybe Barbara could become good again, and then they can get really close, and then he can something. I'm just making up stuff. I don't know anything.
Oh, that's interesting. Did freaking David, is because that's how they pronounce his name in this video, and apparently that's how you say it, although I have an uncle named David, and he spells it the exact same way, but hey, tomato, tomato, am I right? Anyways, did he just confirm that Barbara is in season 4? I think so, although I've been saying that since the finale. I didn't think she was gonna die. They love her on Gotham. I have my theory about her being Harley Quinn, and especially with the way that season finale happened. You know, I thought she would be Harley Quinn, although I don't know if I played this part of the video yet, but if I haven't, here it is.
By the way, cut to tomorrow in the Hollywood Reporter. David Mazouz, just like the Harley Quinn rumor he started last time.
Don't you, Drew? Don't you start.
We kept that rumor going in Portland, didn't we?
Oh,
David, that is all I've heard lately about people coming up to me and saying, David said.
I didn't say it. I texted him when I read it. I'm like, wait a minute, what did I miss?
With that information right there, it's possible that maybe she's not going to be Harley Quinn. Although the biggest thing here is it looks like she is confirmed for season 4. But I wanted to talk about this because some people sent me this. They're like, hey, is Barbara not going to be this? Like, look at what, you know, David said about this whole thing. I found it so hilarious that, you know, Ivy herself, I'm forgetting her name right now, was talking about the whole Harley Quinn rumor that everybody was talking about, how Harley Quinn was going to be on the finale, and that didn't happen. So they kind of just like, maybe that was the whole, a bunch of comic book sites just taking some words out of context, and maybe there was never a plan for Harley Quinn. Although, David wasn't the first one to actually say that about Harley Quinn being on the finale. That also came from some other producers as well. So, I don't know, maybe producers, as we know for Gotham, they say a lot of things and then they kind of take them away. So maybe the whole Harley Quinn thing, they step back, maybe they watch some Juice from the Box videos and they're like, dude, we need to stop this now. Either way, it looks like the Harley Quinn thing for the season 3 finale might have got blown out of proportion, especially, at least what David said on, you know, from his end of the whole thing, and especially with this interview here. But they were joking about, you know, what he said about Barbara maybe coming back you know, maybe she gets good again and they have a relationship and then it goes from there. That, of course, stemmed from the question, like, how the hell is Gordon ever going to name his kid Barbara with dating crazy Barbara, which is something I've talked about a million times, that it makes no sense for him to name his daughter Barbara, although the cast had their own suggestions here.
Maybe it's his mom's name.
Maybe he just really likes the name Barbara.
With all of that out of the way, what I wanted to talk about is I don't think I'm going to stick with my theory that she's going to be Harley Quinn. I'm sticking with that theory. I don't know what else they would do with her character in season 4. Like, I know he says maybe she's going to get good again, but let's not forget, guys, they already did that storyline in season 2. Wasn't it the second half of season 2? After she came back out of her coma, she tried to be good again for Jim, but he was already with Lee and things weren't going to happen, and then she went crazy, and that's all the whole thing. You know, that was everything that happened there. Or was that the start of season 3? I don't know. I mix all these seasons together so much because I've been covering them for so long. But yeah, I feel like Gotham already did that storyline where she tried to be good again. She tried to win Gordon back. I just don't see it happening again. And especially now that we know that Lee is coming back, the whole Gordon-Lee thing is probably going to happen. Don't forget that I don't know if they're married already, but, you know, Gordon and Lee are fiancés in real life. So I don't know if they're going to be like, oh, let's just keep that romance going together. You know, they're apart, then they're together, they're apart. But we'll see if Gordon ever gets back with Barbara, which I don't see that happening. And then with Barbara getting fried and this possible confirmation that she's going to be in season 4, what else do you do with her besides maybe giving her a new memory and making her Harley Quinn? That's my theory on the whole thing, but you know we've talked about that before. But yeah, I just wanted to comment on this because some people were talking about it and like, oh, see, she's not going to be Harley Quinn. I still think my theory is still on the table. I just don't see this happening again. I know he said it at a fan fest, but they say a lot of things at fan fest that has nothing to do with the writers. The writers could be like, oh my god, why did you say that? People are going to think it's our fault or we lied when it came from you guys. But, you know, a lot of them were joking about it. And the reason why I also wanted to mention that is because when you hear things versus when you read things, it's so much easier to believe things that you read opposed to actually getting the real context. And that's why I was like, I gotta find this video where this was found. Took me a while to find that video, but I'm glad I actually found the evidence. Because right there, he seems not, like, really serious about it. He's like, well, maybe. It's like he came up with the idea on the spot. It didn't sound like he had inside information or anything like that. He seems like one of us, where we're just thinking about the show and possibilities of how that could actually work. Because sometimes when these things leak out, they're a little bit more surefire, and it's kind of like joking, like, well, I don't know, you have to wait for season 4. But the way David said it here, it was more like, you know, he was actually coming up with something on the spot. Like, he even had his microphone down. He was like, oh, they could do, like, something like this. It just seemed like he was coming up with his own theory for this whole thing and how Barbara could come back and actually have her, you know, baby named Barbara or whatever, or Gordon, you know, getting back with Barbara or something like that. So, you know, it's something that we've talked about on this show before, or not on this show, but on this channel before, about this show. And I don't know, I think, you know, the only way I can see Gordon naming his kid Barbara is something I mentioned a long time ago, is that Gordon and Lee have a baby, and then Barbara somehow redeems herself by saving both Lee and Gordon, and then, you know, saving Lee when she's having a baby, and maybe she gets shot, she takes a bullet for Lee, or she saved Lee somehow because she just wants to repay Gordon, like, you know, to, like, say she's sorry for everything she's ever done, blah, blah. That's something that could happen in season 4 right there. Maybe her brain is, like, fried and she wants to be a new person, but maybe she's reminded of her past and how shitty she was, and she just wants to make up for all of that. So maybe in the process, she redeems herself, saves Gordon, Lee, their possible baby, if they're gonna have another one, and then to honor her memory because she saved their lives, they named the baby Barbara. But still, even if somebody named Barbara that was crazy and tried to kill you saves your lives, you have to be a really strong person to name your child that, you know, because I don't know, somebody could save my life, but if they ever put me on a spinning board and wanted to throw knives at me and kill me, I don't think I'd be naming my child after them. So yeah, I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this, and I wanted to show you guys the actual video of this, because one, it did seem like they kind of cleared up that whole Harley Quinn season finale kind of rumor. It seemed like it was a rumor that got blown out of proportion, so that was kind of cool, and I also wanted to show you the context of, you know, the article some of you guys were sending me about him, you know, David's idea about how Barbara could come back and, you know, get with Gordon or whatever, and they make Barbara Gordon the child, aka Batgirl. But yeah, so that was it. That was the purpose of this video, guys. I do want to know what you think about this interview. The link to that video, the whole interview, because it's actually pretty cool, will be in the link. It will be in the description down below. Sorry, I'm like scatterbrain filming this video right now. But I do want to know your thoughts and theories about Gotham in season 4, and what do you think is going to happen with Barbara in this upcoming season? Let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Jerome, the Proto-Joker?
You don't think we'll ever see a full-blown Joker? Because, I mean, he's the most iconic villain in all of comics, and it's something that everyone keeps asking about.
I feel like we have to by the end of the show.
Yeah.
I hope that when the end of the show is near, our writers will know that.
Yeah.
And be able to put final characters of not just the Joker, but of everybody, because I feel like the show is leading up to a certain point. It's leading up to the Penguin. It's leading up to the Riddler. It's leading up to Batman. It's leading up to Commissioner Gordon. And I feel like I really hope that we'll be able to see our versions of those characters be full-blown those characters before the show ends. And I feel like the Joker is one of those characters that really, really is crucial to the Batman lore.
Yeah.
He
absolutely.
I think I'd be comfortable saying that he is the most important character after Batman in the Batman lore.
It's one of those things where Batman kind of creates the Joker, and the Joker kind of creates Batman.
Absolutely.
At least that's the way it goes in the comics and a lot of the other animated stories and movies and everything.
What's going on, guys? So we got just another Gotham video for you guys, and this news comes over from the interview. This interview's been out for a while, but it is something I wanted to talk about. From comicbook.com, they did an interview with David Monzaraz. I always forget his freaking last name. You know it, I know it, I just can't say it. But yeah, so they did an interview, and they asked him if we are ever going to get a Joker by the end of the show. And he believes that by the end of the show, yes, we should get the Joker. And he feels like the show is building to all of that. But the most interesting thing about this interview is he said they're still building to the Riddler. They're still building to the Penguin and, of course, Batman. And he thinks that they're going to do the same thing with Joker. And that is something I really loved, because I know we have this conversation a lot, like, is Jerome going to be freaking Joker? And a lot of us, I think we can agree that, yes, he's going to be the Joker. But I think it's the producers and other people saying that, well, like, he is a proto version, and he's, you know, maybe going to inspire the Joker or whatever. That's the kind of shit that drives people up a wall, because we're just like, just tell us he is going to be the Joker in the future, but you're just building up to it. We'll be totally fine. We just want that confirmation. But we hear all this stuff like, no, Jerome was actually supposed to die after his 3 arcs. If you guys didn't know that, I believe Jerome was supposed to get his head cut off at those 3 episodes in season 3. That would have been crazy and pissed off a lot of people, but they're like, he's too much of a fan favorite, we can't do that. But seriously though, I think a lot of us actually get annoyed with producers being like, oh yeah, he's not actually Joker, but this and that. And so, I don't know, because it's just freaking annoying, and I think we can all agree with that. But with this interview, it was just really interesting, you know, to hear that, you know, we're still building to Riddler, and we're still building the Penguin, because, you know, we feel like those characters have been solidified for a really long time. They're just still stepping to their actual, like, places in time. And we thought we finally just got the Riddler when we finally got his name, and, you know, that's what he's calling himself. And Penguin's had his name for a long time, since the first episode of season 1. But he hasn't become that Penguin we know and love from the comic books. And so it's interesting to hear David say that he is, you know, still in a proto version. So that's very good news for all the Jerome lovers out there that think, you know, like, isn't he gonna be the Joker? And it just seems like he is the proto version of the Joker. But I think sometimes people get confused with the word proto. Like, is that just inspiration? Like, what does that mean? You know, the definition is original or first, depending on where you're looking at it. So yeah, he would be the first one, the first Joker. And I'd be totally cool with that if it is a proto proto version of this character. And one thing I've said about, like, if Jerome for some stupid reason is not the Joker, then it just totally kills the Joker character, because the Joker himself would never copy another person. He would not steal somebody else's idea to make it his own. Like, he would always have to come up with the original ideas. I mean, he freaking knocked Harley out of a window when she tried to steal his idea. Like, that's how original he wants to be with his kind of stuff. So he definitely would not steal his persona, or he wouldn't steal the persona of the Joker from somebody else. So Jerome has to be the Joker, and nobody else can be at this point, because Gotham's already set it up to be that. So hearing this is some good news for those fans out there that are just like, oh my god, I need to know, because it does seem more like, you know what, they're taking small steps, and everybody that we know would be a certain character is just proto versions right now. I mean, Riddler and Penguin are still in the proto stages from David's comments in this interview, and that's just good to know. So we can kind of be a little chill, although that's no confirmation. I mean, he's not the writer, he's not the executive producer on this show. They could easily still say Jerome is not Joker, and we're gonna kill him just to prove it, although they already did that and he came back. So, you know, I think it's safe to assume, and I've said this a million times, Jerome has to be Joker in my eyes, but I do think he's going to be that. They're just not going to give him the full-blown Joker with the green hair and the purple suit, and, you know, he's kind of already got the laugh, but, you know, all of that craziness and the name Joker. I mean, they literally have had the scene from season 3 with the cards on the table that had a Joker card from the security guards where Jerome was being kept. So it would be really ridiculous for him not to be Joker, but I do think, and I know a lot of you guys have mentioned this in the comments, or you've told me on Twitter that, like, when we talk about this, or when I talk about Jerome not being the Joker, like, if he's not the Joker, it would be stupid. A lot of you guys have said that maybe he's not going to be, like, the green-haired Joker until the end, which is something I'm totally cool with. Because if they do it that way, then my theory about him actually joining the Red Hood gang, which I know a lot of you guys subscribe to this channel with my very first Joker, or I should say Jerome video. My theory from that video about him joining the Red Hood gang, possibly building up that gang, and then falling into the vat, that would still be possible in this current Gotham system if he is going to build up to the Joker. And I really hope, Gotham, that you are building to that. Also, you know, give me a job, because, you know, I made that video a long time ago and it's a good idea, you know what I'm saying? But seriously, it would be really awesome if that is the case, because I think there's so much they can do with, since we know that, you know, Bruce is going to start building up to Batman. You know, it's what David said in this thing. You know, he's going to keep accelerating to that point after we saw that at the end of season 3. Well, now it would be a good point, like a good, I should say, good time to actually do that with Jerome as well. And the best way to do that is to give him the Red Hood arc. You don't even need to show him. Like, I mean, at this point, you're gonna know if it's Jerome or not, but it would be cool to have him start up the Red Hood gang. Maybe have the Red Hood gang come back for like a couple episodes or something, and then you find out the leader is actually Jerome. That would be kind of cool. But I think before you do that, you have to show him get out of Arkham and have him escape and do some stuff like that before he joins the Red Hood gang. But either way, I think they could really do that awesome storyline, and I really hope that they do that storyline. But yeah, I just wanted to make this video for you because I know a lot of people were really interested in that. Y'all were sending me that link and being like, oh, what are your thoughts on this? Because, you know, that's a lot of villains right now are not the full characters they are. And this is another good thing with a lot of people are like, this show doesn't make sense. You can't have the villains without Batman. Well, technically, the villains aren't where we know them. Like, you know, we know from the comic books, Batman creates the villains, basically. And I've always said with this show, it's in reverse. The villains are going to create Batman. But it's cool to know that the villains aren't fully developed yet. They still have a lot to learn. They still have a lot to become the characters that we know and love. And now that Batman is starting to get, you know, he's starting to get a little bit of steam, and we're going to start seeing a little bit more training and all that kind of stuff in season 4. Maybe by the end, if this show is, you know, lucky enough to get season 5, 6, 7, however long it's going to go on, maybe by the time they'll be able to catch up and be around the same time, and maybe the last season will be like super epic and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think this is really interesting. I thought this interview was really cool, and I just wanted to share it with you guys. The full interview will be in the description down below. Or I should say the article to that interview will be in the description down below. But you know, I want to know what your thoughts are on this whole information. What did you think of this interview? What did you think about the whole proto status of all the characters in this show? Let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juice from the Box. Don't forget, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I made a little of juice? See you guys next time. What's going on, guys? So I'm gonna tell you guys right off the bat, I am exhausted. This is day 3 of San Diego Comic-Con. I've been in San Diego for 5 days now, so I'm exhausted. Now, I will be 100% upfront with you guys. I feel like I've been working this whole time. I've enjoyed it a little bit, but I feel like I haven't got to really immerse myself because I'm like, I gotta get content for the guys. I gotta do everything. Anyways, so what's gonna happen right now is I don't have a video for today. And I kind of want to enjoy tomorrow, so I don't know if there's going to be a video tomorrow. I might actually try to get a video out for you guys. There's a lot of stuff going on. We had the Justice League news, we got freaking Aquaman news, we got all of the shows. The panels are still going on for Flash and freaking Arrow and everything on right now. I couldn't get into there. That's why I'm back in my hotel room. I'm filming this video for you guys because I haven't put out one today. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go through my tweets. It's going to be a little different type of video, but I covered the Gotham panel. If you guys didn't watch my actual, if you guys didn't follow, if you don't follow me on Twitter is what I should say. Sorry, I told you I'm exhausted. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I actually live tweeted the whole Gotham panel. If you follow me on Instagram, you can actually go check out my Instagram right now. I did tweet some videos of like the panel as well. So what I'm gonna do right now is just go through my tweets and kind of cover the stuff I talked about, and just give my opinion, because I can only fit so much into my tweets, so I'll go ahead and elaborate from what I heard from the panel through these tweets. First off, if you haven't seen the new trailer for Season 4 of Gotham, definitely go watch that, because my first tweet was actually, holy shit, Gotham trailer shows Scarecrow, also Barbara returns, Bruce and Selina do a lot of fighting, Riddler gets free, Iceberg Lounge. That was me trying to fit everything into one tweet, but definitely the trailer's online already. You can definitely check it out. I will break down that trailer sometime during the week, but like I said, right now it's just so much news. It's so hard to cover everything, so do expect a trailer breakdown of the Gotham Season 4 trailer later on, or in a few days or something like that. But this trailer was amazing. Like, at first they just showed like everything that happened in Season 3. I was like, oh man, that's what they were gonna do, just show a sizzle reel of Season 3, but then they freaking showed the Season 4 trailer and I lost my shit. Like, it just looks so awesome. Bruce and Selina both kicking ass, which is really awesome. So we know that freaking Bruce and Selina are gonna be getting into their Catwoman and Batwoman phases. You got to see like freaking Riddler kind of look a little bit like the Joker. His body and everything was all phased out. I want to say that was Riddler. Like I said, I'll really break it down in the trailer. But it looked like he thawed out and he was just like all crazy, like nah. Then we saw the return of Barbara, which I told you guys she wasn't dead. She was totally gonna come back. Yeah, so we saw her, and it's just, the trailer was really awesome. But the biggest thing was Scarecrow. Like, Scarecrow looks awesome, and I cannot wait to see what he's gonna do in this season of Gotham. My next series of tweets were about Corey and Robin. They were kind of just talking about, somebody, the panelists asked like, oh, they were asking Robin, who plays freaking Penguin, like, how did he feel about finally seeing the Riddler rise? Because, Penguin's been in the show since day 1. Like, we knew who Penguin was. We've seen him rise over the last 3 seasons. And then, Robin just kind of talked about how it was awesome to see Riddler finally come into his own. And then they asked, like, if they could ever be friends again. Like, the panelists asked if, if Corey and Robin, Riddler and Penguin could ever be friends again in this show. Corey was like, I don't know about that, because he's currently on ice right now. But what was funny about this whole thing was they did think that they both admitted that both of these characters have such a bond together, and they feel like they're gonna have to work together again in the future. But they have such a bond that they think there's hope for them to be friends again, and they absolutely would love to have that happen, because they say they enjoy working together so much. But as of right now, they're kind of like, I don't know, there's gonna be a little bit too much tension there. I tweeted cast currently talking about possible deaths of Barbara, Alfred, and Butch, and it basically went from, you know, Aaron Richards to Sean to Drew, all talking about if they thought they actually died at the end of the season. And Alfred, basically everybody said that they thought they died. But the producers came to them and, like, Sean thought he was gonna die because he didn't know that both of the episodes were being shot like together, like the season finale. He didn't know that it was gonna be like, kind of like a movie, so he thought at the end of that episode that he was dead. He was like, oh shit. But he said the producers like let him know, they're like, no, you're gonna be totally fine. Same thing with Aaron Richards, like she thought she was gonna die, but the producers were like, no, we got something for Barbara that we really want to do, and hopefully you like it and all that jazz. Drew legitimately thought he was done because he said he was like in bed and he got a call from like he got a call from the producers, and usually when you get a call pretty late or something like that, it usually means you're gonna die. So I believe he told his wife that he was all like, yeah, he's like, all right, I'm about to lose my job, so, pray for me, or something like that. He told a funny story, but they called him and they let him know, like, hey, yeah, you're gonna get shot in the head, your character's gonna die or whatever. He's like, but we want you to be Solomon Grundy. So he said he freaked out and he was like, yeah! And so that was pretty awesome. The next question was kind of for Babs and Tabs, seeing if they would ever be friends again. And Tabs was kind of like, no, she's like, I don't know. She said that she thinks this is the first time that Tabs is actually gonna be able to run this show like her own. She's not gonna have freaking Butch there, she's not gonna have Barbara there, so she doesn't think she can go back to being Barbara's friend again. At least she can't go back to like following orders, so they would have to be equals if they're gonna be friends again. And there was Cameron got into this conversation because a lot of people on the panel felt like, Selena is gonna be the reason to bring Barbara and Tabitha back together, and maybe they're all gonna be, I tweeted that maybe they're gonna be like the new Sirens Club, or the new Gotham City Sirens, because Cameron pointed out, if I'm not mistaken, that she originally went to the club at the end of season 3 to go find Barbara, like, because she's known Barbara, she's had a relationship with Barbara, but only Tabitha was there, and Tabitha was like, she's not coming back or whatever. So that's the cool thing. So Selena is gonna be like the little linchpin that kind of puts them together, or like holds them together. So that's why I think that maybe we're gonna have a new Gotham City Sirens, and then of course they'll probably bring in Ivy or whatever, because Ivy and Selena are really good friends. But yeah, so that's gonna be really interesting. But in a little bit I'll talk about Barbara because it sounds crazy. Sticking with Cameron, the moderator is what I should say, I've been saying panelist. The moderator asked her how hard or painful it was to film that scene where she got pushed out of the window, like, the origin of Catwoman. She was talking about how it was painful because, one, she decided to die with her eyes open, and what she mentioned, she was like, fact, apparently if somebody dies with their eyes open, that means it was a really painful death. So she wanted that to happen. She wanted it to be like, look like she died painfully. Although she didn't die, we know that. But that's why she chose to keep her eyes open during the whole scene. Well, she was pointing out how it sucked that she did that, acting choice of keeping her eyes open, because it was actually really cold that day and it was raining. So she had to lay there the whole time with her eyes open while rain was hitting her face and while it was really cold outside. And then, of course, you saw all the cats show up. Well, she said that on stage or on set, they had like 12 cats, and all these cats were supposed to like come over to her, and apparently she had food in her hands, and that's how the cats were gonna come and like hang around her. Well, since it was raining, she said that all of the cats were just like being real bitches, and they just didn't want to do anything, so the cats did not leave the tent, except for one cat that she called the Savage Cat. And this Savage Cat came over to her and got the food, but like bit the food and her hand at the same time. So when that happened, she had to go get some shots and stuff like that at the hospital for them to check out her hand and to make sure she was up to date on her like rabies and stuff like that. Although, why would, you be working with rabies cats? Either way, the funny thing she pointed out about that, since the cats were being such bitches and they didn't want to work because of the rain, the cats we saw at the end were all CGI. Next tweet was awesome because I was all, holy shit, just said at the panel, Barbara will be brought back by Ra's al Ghul. Also, she's going to be trained by him. Now, that was really interesting. That came from, I'm forgetting his name, the producer, I'll put it in the thing right there. The producer said that Ra's will be bringing back, Barbara with his magical water, as they said. Will be bringing Barbara back, and Barbara is going to go through the training much like Bruce did. So Barbara is about to become like a deadly fighter. That means we're probably going to have a badass fight between Tabs and Babs at some point. Maybe she's going to kill Tabs. I don't really know, but I think, or maybe they're just gonna fight it out and they're gonna be really cool friends after that. I really have no idea. But it's gonna be really interesting to see now that Barbara is gonna have all of these different faces of Barbara, and you know, this might be the thing that's finally gonna start putting her away from the whole Harley thing, although Harley knows how to fight too, so this could even just make that whole thing even much sweeter. And I also will point out that if you haven't seen the trailer yet, Aaron Richards is sporting a new short haircut, so that's interesting. The next two tweets were talking about how Drew's really excited about being Solomon Grundy, and apparently he was talking about how it's gonna be very, like, the producer also joined in on the conversation as well, and was talking about how Solomon Grundy is going to have an actual, like, origin story. He's gonna have where he was born to be Solomon Grundy, like where he was found to be Solomon Grundy, or what made him Grundy, because apparently Gotham General is gonna get 2-packed, and Butch's body is, he's been in a coma for, I think they said 5 months, 6 months or something like that. He's been in a coma this long, and they need space, and apparently they just throw his body in a swamp. That is where Solomon Grundy is born, and when Butch wakes back up, he doesn't remember anything. He doesn't remember that he hates Nigma, he doesn't remember Tabitha, he doesn't remember himself, he knows nothing of Butch Gelzine, and I believe that's where he ends up naming himself Solomon Grundy, because of the nursery rhyme, or whatever it is. You know the rhyme. He, I forgot how they said he actually names himself. But yeah, so the thing is, the funny thing the producer said is that, you know, since he doesn't know how much he hates Nigma, the funny part about the show is that the first person he meets is Nigma, and they're gonna be like somewhat best friends in the show. Jumping from Grundy news, Ben McKenzie talked about how he is writing an episode this season, and it's gonna be episode 4 of season 4. My next tweet was, Roz has been looking for Bruce for over 2,000 years, and what I meant by this was Roz has been looking for the next heir, you know, the next Ra's al Ghul, basically, and he's finally found it in Bruce, so he said he's been searching for that next person for 2,000 years. And Roz all season will be trying to get Bruce to come to the dark side, so it's very possible that Bruce is going to get more training from Roz, which would be really awesome, because that's something I want to see. Maybe he's going to jump into that and be like, let me see what this guy can do, and then maybe I'll get more training, and then I'll just back off at the end. I don't know, we could see something like that. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. But you know, Bruce is very curious to learn about his enemies and stuff like that, so I'm going to be really interested to see where this goes. This next tweet is another one of my holy shit ones, because it was holy shit, Bruce will get body armor, grappling hooks, and a mask, but will not become Batman in season 4. That was the biggest question a lot of people were wondering, you know, after season 3, when we saw him standing up on the ledge of one of the buildings, all Batman-like. We were like, is he gonna be Batman? From this season, we've even heard from David himself that, you know, we are going towards Batman, like we're gonna keep going that way. And this saying that he's gonna get body armor, grappling hooks, that means he's starting to get freaking gadgets. Could we be getting batarangs soon? Doubt it, because he's not gonna be Batman. But that's gonna be pretty crazy that he's gonna get a grappling hook, which is insane, because that is very iconic Batman shit, and then he's gonna get his mask. But he will not be called Batman yet. I'm just really hoping we get what I've been saying for the last like year, and that is Scarecrow hitting him with fear toxin, and he gets the whole bat hallucination, and that's where he's gonna get his inspiration to become Batman. Next up, cast is currently talking about Scarecrow. He looks amazing. Scarecrow will take over Father's work, fear toxin. What I mean by this is, if you saw season 1, by the way, there's another tweet out there that Scarecrow is actually the same actor that was in season 1. So the kid you saw going crazy in the bed in season 1 of Gotham is the same actor that is playing Scarecrow, which is awesome. But yeah, so that kid is going to be taking over his father's work, and you know his father was trying to get everybody to overcome their fears, or he was making his own kind of fear toxin solution. So that is exactly what Scarecrow is going to be doing in this season, and you know, the panelists were just pretty excited about him, which was really awesome to see. Another quick one, everyone on the cast says they love Zsasz, which is awesome, because I've said it multiple times in these Gotham videos. I want an arc with Zsasz, and everybody was like, give me more Zsasz. I think the question was who they love working with, and everybody said Zsasz, and I think Zsasz, it's time for Zsasz to have an arc in this freaking series. Next tweet, Lee confirmed to return for season 4, but she will be different, darker, struggling with what she did, hanging out with Riddler and Grundy. Okay, so to give you some context to that, so apparently we are going to see a darker, more like beat down, maybe emo Lee probably, which is going to kind of suck, but she's going to be struggling with the idea that when she was on, you know, she gave herself the freaking virus, so she knows it was all up to her, but what she's going to be struggling with, and what she's like so sad about, is that she was the reason that the whole plan kicked off. If it wasn't for her, the whole fear toxin wouldn't have been spread all over Gotham, and a lot of people wouldn't have died and stuff like that. So Lee is really just in this mindset of like, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. One thing the producers said was that this season of Gotham, everybody's kind of making their own little families. Like, you know, Tabitha, Selena, you know, Bruce and Alfred. Like, everybody has their own little families in this series. Well, Lee's gonna kind of start her own with Nigma and Solomon Grundy. So it's gonna be really interesting to see where Lee goes. Like, she's gonna be this darker, more hardened Lee, but why is she gonna be hanging out with Nigma and Grundy? So I'm gonna be really curious to see why that happens, if anything. Or like, I don't get why that would happen, but I'm really interested to see why. And the last thing of any importance that I tweeted was, what? First part of season 4 will be Long Halloween inspired. Second half will be Year 1 inspired. If you guys have not read Batman Long Halloween or Batman Year 1, you definitely need to watch those. Not watch those, but read those freaking books, because they are amazing. They're very noir focused, but they are fucking great comic books. Especially because they're Batman, but they are just fucking great comic books. You should definitely read those by the time season 4 comes out. You know, freaking buy them off Amazon, do whatever you need to do, but those are great books for you to check out. And that way, when you're watching the season, you might be able to point out little things. And it's just inspired by them. They're not going to try to do the whole stories and stuff like that. But that means Year 1 after, you know, which is going to be 2018, the second half of the season, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with Bruce, because Year 1 is Batman, really Batman heavy. It's basically Batman's first year of doing shit. But that's why I think they say that it's going to be like, it's like loosely based off of, or it's going to be kind of inspired by it, because we know that he's not going to become Batman yet. And so that's probably, the second half will probably be when he gets his grappling hooks, when he gets his armor, and when he gets all of that stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited for season 4. That trailer looked really badass. And like I said, I will break down the trailer, and we will do a bunch of other coverage on this shows, but I just wanted to make this quick, you know, simple kind of video for you guys. That way, I can actually just, yeah, keep going with posting videos. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get something out for you guys tomorrow too. But right now, it's so much. I want to try to enjoy the last day of San Diego Comic-Con, because I haven't really got to do that. I just felt like I've been working this whole time. And I leave like at 6 in the morning on Monday here. That's when my flight leaves, so I'm not really gonna have time to sleep or anything. So I kind of want to just enjoy it. Like, I haven't got to experience any of the off-sites. And if you've ever been to San Diego Comic-Con, there's a shitload of off-sites. I haven't got to do any of that. So yeah. But that's gonna be it, guys. Remember, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. Don't forget to don't forget, you can always do the OG thing and give this video a like and share with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had a daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. What's going on, guys? Yes, I know my voice sounds terrible and I probably look terrible. It's because I'm really sick and I just got back from San Diego Comic-Con. Welcome back to the original studio. But I shouldn't be making a video today, but my body's like, make a video! And also, you guys are sending me this one link over and over and over, and I just want to get in front of it because I keep getting this sent to me every day and I want to talk about it. And that is freaking Gotham producer John Stevens talking about how we are never going to get a Harley Quinn in Gotham. And you guys know on this channel we've been talking about Harley Quinn for a really long time, and how Barbara looks like she's going to become a Harley Quinn. And you know, David Mazouz was all like, yeah, Harley Quinn's going to be on the finale, all of this jazz. So it's weird. So we're going to talk about this right now, but first let me read the quote from San Diego Comic-Con, because that's where this news comes from, that John Stevens said that we are not going to have a Harley Quinn in Gotham. It's all my fault. I had thought I had said, and I might have not said, we'll see a Harley Quinn-esque character, because in our mind, Barbara was taking on a lot of the ethos and spirit of Harley Quinn. You know, her love of anarchy and violence. All those things that make Harley Harley in many ways, we were trying to put into Barbara. So I thought that she was becoming a Harley Quinn-esque character, but we're never going to see Harley Quinn. Sorry about that. So that's it. We can pretty much end the video there, right? Because John Stevens says that we're never going to get a Harley Quinn in Gotham. But oh no! Oh no! You know that we don't do that kind of shit here. And I just want to talk about, because a lot of people are like, see, John said this and that and this, blah blah blah. Because I have some of you guys comment to me like, he said it, that's all that matters. But I want to tell you guys, because some people don't realize this, that he's the one that started the freaking Harley Quinn rumors. So back in January or February, John Stevens was asked if we were ever going to see a Harley Quinn precursor in Gotham, and he said this: we might see her in episode 22. He also added it's going to be a launching point for season 4. So boom, right there, we see John Stevens talking about the Harley Quinn character. And then, of course, months later, which was around the finale, we had David Mazouz saying that Harley Quinn was going to be in the finale with this quote: she's going to be in the finale, stay tuned. Look, I know a lot of people are like, well, it could have been easily mistaken and they took it out of context and he just never meant to say Harley Quinn. Because we saw in the first quote that he meant to say Harley Quinn-esque character. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm calling bullshit. And the reason why I'm calling bullshit is I think maybe John Stevens probably saw that a lot of people don't want to see Barbara become Harley Quinn, and they just didn't want the backlash from the show of her doing that. Maybe he saw some of the Juice from the Box videos. I don't really know. But I think that maybe he probably came to his senses and was all like, all right, all of our characters have pretty much came from the ground up, and they've had their original names. They've had, like, you know, somewhat similar to their origin stories. He was like, if we make Barbara actually Harley Quinn, this is going to be a big thing that's very different from our show. So maybe he came to that realization, and he's been getting these questions all the time, that he's all like, I gotta change this shit. Oh, and he just, you know, tries to get out of it by saying like, oh, I meant to say Harley Quinn-esque character. We're never gonna see Harley Quinn in this show. I personally think he's just kind of backtracked, which I don't blame him. I'm not gonna hate on him for backtracking. I personally just feel like he's trying to get out of a sticky situation. Or maybe he did mean it, but I don't know. I just feel like it's a little too weird, especially with David Mazouz saying that apparently he said, stay tuned, there's gonna be a Barbara as well. I mean, you know, Harley Quinn's gonna be in the finale. But I do have an interesting bit of information about the David Mazouz part, because I have this video right here that we made. We talked about this recently when they were at, you know, Heroes and Villains Fan Fest, that in this clip, I'm gonna play the clip right now for you. Hold on.
Just like the Harley Quinn rumor he started last time.
Don't you, Drew. Don't you start.
We kept that rumor going in Portland, didn't we?
Oh,
David, that is all I've heard lately about people coming up to me saying, David said.
I didn't say anything.
So right there, the group is talking about the Harley Quinn rumor, and David is all like, I didn't say anything. So it could be that maybe David never said that, and then some website is just like, oh, he said the Harley Quinn's gonna be there, let's make this a headline. That could have easily been that, you know, maybe took out of the context, because right there, he is saying that he said nothing. But I've seen other websites saying that David Mazouz, like, straight up says Harley Quinn will be in the finale, so everybody is just really confused. Now, I will point out in the articles that I have read about where he said that, it happened at a Heroes and Villains Fan Fest in London. I can't find the video, but if you guys can find the video of him straight up saying Harley will be in the finale, do send that to me, because I'd be really interested in seeing if he's lying about not saying it. But as of right now, it looks like Harley Quinn is not going to be in Gotham, so I'm pretty sure a lot of you are relieved. I personally don't know how I feel about this right now. I mean, I don't want Barbara to be Harley Quinn, but it was so blatant that they were trying to make her Harley Quinn, and I do feel like that was the original idea. They're like, let's make Barbara Harley Quinn, and they probably saw some of the backlash. They know that they were like, you know, if you really watched that finale for season 3, like, it was definitely gearing up to, like, possibly be the last season. Like, Selena was gonna be Catwoman, Bruce was gonna be freaking Batman. Like, everybody's stories kind of ended. Like, if season 3 was the finale of the whole show and it got canceled, that would have been a good way to go out. So maybe that's why they didn't make the whole Harley Quinn thing happen, and they're like, let's not even introduce a Harley Quinn, whatever. So I want to know your thoughts on this whole topic. Are you happy that there's going to be no Harley Quinn, or are you just happy that Barbara wasn't going to be Harley Quinn, but you're sad that, you know, Harley's not going to be in the show at all? Do let me know your thoughts in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget you can, guys and gals, don't forget if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So I got about 30 minutes to film this video before I gotta go to work, and it's one of the reasons why you're getting this video before the Gotham trailer breakdown video, because, well, I need more time to film those. Also, I've been wanting to make this video for a while, because if you have actually been on this channel watching these Gotham videos for a decent amount of time, you know that every time somebody asks me, who do you want to see in Gotham, I always either mention the ventriloquist or Professor Pig, because these two characters are very small Batman characters, but I think they are super awesome, and Professor Pig has just always been so, like, deranged and crazy to me that I'm just all like, ooh, intriguing, because we're so used to the Penguins and Riddlers and Jokers of the world, and although they are terrifying in their own right because they're so crazy and they do insane things, this guy is like the definition of insane and crazy and totally creepy. And that's why I think he would be perfect for Gotham, especially with their tone in this show and the way they do creepy things, like, you know, with the whole Jerome getting his face cut off thing. That is like Professor Pig's MO, and he's always doing weird shit like that. So when I heard that he's coming to Gotham in Season 4, I got really excited. But I'm not the only one that got excited for Professor Pig coming to Gotham, because, you know, that executive producer, John Stevens, you know, the guy that likes to start Harley Quinn rumors and then say that Harley Quinn's never going to be in this show, yeah, him, he had some few choice words to say about bringing Professor Pig into Gotham. For this year, we're bringing in one of my favorite newer villains. This might be the first time I'm saying this, because we're bringing in Professor Pig this year. And I've always loved Professor Pig because he's so demented and strange and gross and terrifying and funny. So this year I was like, well, our show is pretty violent and graphic. How can it get more violent and graphic? I think Pig is, maybe because he's a newer character, feels more current to me in some ways. He doesn't have some of the baggage like a character from the 60s might have, where you have to, like, revitalize it in a way. Pig you can just bring in and he scares everybody. Which he totally is. I mean, the dude is a creepy pig-wearing mask guy that wants to turn other people into, like, pigs because he thinks they're beautiful, and he's just so insane, and you know that when you find out the guy that created him was Grant Morrison. And if you don't know who that is, he was the guy behind a lot of Batman comics back in the day, but some of his stuff can be a little weird to read or crazy to read. And what I'm talking about is, if you ever read Batman Arkham Asylum, in my eyes, that comic book is really hard to read. Like, I haven't even finished it, and it's very rare that I haven't been able to finish a comic book. One, I just wasn't interested in it. The artwork is so insane, but it was so funny. My friend Max one time told me, he was like, yeah, he was, you kind of need to take acid to read those things. Or he said something along those lines, that every comic book it seemed like, you know, Morrison made later on just seemed like it was one huge acid trip. Just listen to this quote from Grant Morrison about the creation of Professor Pig. One of the weirdest, most insane characters that has ever been in Batman. We hear a lot about Batman facing crazy villains, but we tried to make this guy seem genuinely disturbed and disconnected. So they weren't trying to go with a very intellectual, like, character like Joker or Riddler or Penguin, people that can scheme up things, people that can outsmart Batman almost, and then, you know, be on par with him. No, they wanted to go with somebody that was genuinely crazy, someone that genuinely needed to be in Arkham Asylum because he was insane. The last bit of interesting information is Professor Pig premiered in Batman 666, so maybe Grant Morrison was all like, alright, it's the devil's issue, so we need to totally ramp things up, man. Okay, I don't know if Grant talks like that, but you know, whatever. Now, I know some of you out there are like, oh, well, technically, Professor Pig's already been in Gotham. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you people need to stop, because I've been dealing with you for 3 years of all you just talking about Professor Pig's been in Gotham, he's been in Gotham already, blah, 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 because you've been saying it since season 1, and it's not Professor Pig. I've had to freaking shoot this rumor down, or this whole little theory, a million times. People think this guy was Professor Pig, which he totally wasn't. I believe he was in the Balloon Man episode, which was like the 2nd or 3rd episode of season 1. It was just a guy in a pig mask. Was not Professor Pig. Then the second time was this pig person right here. Everybody's like, that's Professor Pig, that's Professor Pig. No, it wasn't. It just happened to be a guy in a pig mask that was scared of pigs, because this happened during the Scarecrow arc, and Scarecrow was using the fear toxin, or I should say Scarecrow's dad was using the fear toxin to scare this person and then put a lot of pigs around him because that's what he was scared of. With that photo, though, I will say they were probably paying homage to Professor Pig, or maybe he was a little inspired, but that still wasn't Professor Pig. Professor Pig's name is Laszlo Valentine, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to use that name or if they're going to stray away from it. But if you do hear the name Laszlo in Gotham coming up and we don't see him in his pig mask, that person is more than likely going to be Professor Pig. The one thing I'm going to be interested to see if Gotham takes advantage of is Professor Pig's Circus of Strange. Now, it's always cool to see circuses on Gotham because, yes, it automatically reminds you, like, oh my god, Jerome! But, you know, just there's always seems to be, like, some kind of circus element in Gotham every season. And with Professor Pig coming onto the show, it would be kind of cool for them to bring the Circus of Strange into, you know, Gotham, and then just have like a weird kind of creepy episode. Or maybe that's where they find out that he's starting to create, you know, kind of like pig people, or making people perfect, as he says. I don't know if Gotham's gonna go that far, but I do think they just bringing Professor Pig into this show is going to add like one of those creepy elements. And it could be, you know, he could be a serial killer, you know, he could just do, like, there's so many things you can do with Professor Pig's just weirdness and craziness, and Gotham loves shooting in those like dark, kind of like labby type tunnels and stuff like that. So it'd be really interesting to see what they're going to do with this character. I'm excited. And also, last thing I want to point out before I go is some people were tweeting me this photo right here that said, you know, hashtag Gotham Season 4, and it had a guy like all just draped in like a pig mask. I don't know if they're going to use that for Professor Pig. One, if you pay attention to the tweet that this came from, says in parentheses 2014, and also the calendar in the photo says December 2014. So I think this photo is really old. It could be from the first season. I don't think this is what Professor Pig's going to look like. I mean, it could if they just want to reuse that mask, but I think they'll probably go with more of the Batman Arkham games kind of mask, where it's a half, like, he's wearing it and he can take it off and on. Or maybe they'll be really creepy and use the full pig mask. I don't know. Either way, I think they're going to make him as creepy as possible. Anyways, guys, I want to know your thoughts on Professor Pig coming to Gotham this season. Let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had a daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye.
You can make a difference. There is time for masks, and there is a time for Bruce Wayne.
Jonathan Crane isn't here anymore. It's just the Scarecrow.
What's going on, guys? So it's finally here. I am actually making the Gotham trailer breakdown. And yeah, let's just go ahead and jump into it. And we saw it. You just saw the freaking trailer for yourself. And at the start of it, we see, you know, Alfred's talking over like some, you know, B-roll of, you know, there's a time for masks and there's a time for Bruce Wayne. First thing I want to point out is in that second shot of the old creepy house, you automatically see a scarecrow right there, just hinting at what this season's going to be about. It's going to be all about the motherfucking scarecrow, and we're getting that right off the start from this trailer. Then it cuts to this shot of Bruce going down an alley. It looks like two thugs are robbing a couple, and then of course he does his Batman thing and kicks their ass. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that this season. And remember, if you saw my other video about the Gotham panel, we know eventually he is going to get a grappling hook, some body armor, and a different kind of mask. But he will not be called Batman, but do expect to see a lot of him jumping people from behind and saving couples and shit. This next scene is kind of interesting because it's this guy working in an office. It looks like he's working in some kind of jewelry shop or some kind of like bank vault, because you can see all these little cases of where people would have, like, you know, very valuable things locked away. And it seems like he's doing some work, and then this like shadowy figure appears in the doorway with the lights flickering on and off. And I'm wondering if that is Bruce, like if there's any reason that Bruce would be trying to intimidate somebody like this. That would be a very Batman thing to do. And this person is wearing a hood, and it seems like what Bruce would be wearing. So I'm really interested to see why Bruce would be coming in to, like, intimidate this person. Maybe this guy is, like, a money launderer or something. So that's going to be kind of cool if we're going to actually see Bruce starting to do that to people to, like, try to get information, because that's a very Batman thing to do. Cut to another dark alleyway, and now this time it's Selina walking down this alleyway, and there's some thugs in this alleyway, and she's walking very like she's scared, but we all know that Selina can take care of herself. Now, I don't know if she's playing scared, because that's a very Catwoman kind of thing to do, like, oh my god, look at me, I'm innocent, and then watch out, you're dead! But we see these four guys about to jump her. It looks like they're gonna stab her, and then she just kicks all of their asses. Now, one thing I want to point out is I want to know if this gang is one of the gangs in Gotham, because if you don't know, like, in Batman's comic books, there are so many gangs in Gotham, and one of these is, I was wondering if it was the, I believe they were called the Ghost Dragon Gang. This is what the Ghost Dragon Gang look like in the comics, and it looks similar to the people that are actually in this shot. I mean, it looks like they're a little bit more modern, but they do have red bandanas. One of these guys looks like Negan, like, straight up with a scarf and a leather jacket and everything, and he has, like, a pipe instead of a bat. But yeah, I was wondering if Gotham, it would be really cool to see Gotham take some of those gangs from the comic books that you never see anymore, or that you rarely hear of, and bring them into this, and just have them as like little Easter egg kind of gangs in here. But the thing I did love about this scene was Selina just being like real coy and not really showing her like badassery. Because remember, this is, I don't know how many months it's going to be from, you know, the end of season 3 to the start of season 4. But she's going to be training with Tabitha, so Tabitha's probably showed her how to kill like 50 people in like one room or some shit like that, you know, because she was an assassin, so she's probably taught Selina a few things by now. Don't forget, Barbara was the first one to tell Selina like how to use your looks to kind of to your advantage, you know, because your looks could be killer, or your body language could be killer. She said that in the first season, and you know, kind of Selina kind of blew her off, but Tabitha could have probably like enhanced that, like, look, you can use your body language as like a defense. People catch you off guard, stuff like that. So it's gonna be really, I like this, because, and it's also, if you look at the patterns, Bruce is walking very confident down that alley to stop those people, whereas Selina's looking, she's doing more of a like, I don't want you to know I'm kind of strong kind of thing, and I like that. We're seeing the parallels of Batman and Catwoman. Like, she uses her body language, and Batman just like, he's like pure intimidation, like, what's up, bitch, I'm gonna knock you out. So, you know, and I kind of like that, because it's very their personalities. Going over to the next scene, we see that Ivy is still being very sexy Ivy, and she's doing like, watcha! And she's showing the Iceberg Lounge and Riddler frozen in the block of ice. One, how the hell, I mean, is the Iceberg Lounge just gonna be really, really cold? Because how is he not melting? What kind of stuff does Mr. Freeze use in his freeze gun? Like, what's going on there? And I know that usually, you know, if you go back to those old school Batman movies, you have to be dipped in something to get out of that iceberg. So I wonder if it's going to be the same case here, or do you just got to, you know, turn up the heat? Two things to point out about this particular scene is, one, Penguin's got a new do, and two, the Iceberg Lounge is literally the Siren Club with different colors. I mean, the window is exactly the same. You look at it here, and look at it. This was the Siren Club. It's the same damn club, so I'm kind of hoping that maybe since Tabitha, Barbara, and they didn't have any connection together anymore at the end of season 3, hopefully she just abandoned it, and, you know, Oswald came in and bought it because he liked the spot and he was there a few times during season 3 anyway. But if for some reason Gotham is gonna, like, somehow have the Siren Club and, you know, Iceberg Lounge? No, you can't do it. They look exactly the same. They are just way too similar. I'm hoping that Oswald just, you know, end up buying that or taking it back from Tabitha since, you know, he kind of took over the city again and Barbara's no longer the queen of Gotham. Jumping to the next scene, we see Gordon at the top of the GCPD building, you know, above Bullock's office, and there is this shadowy figure there. Could this be Bruce Wayne? Because remember that first video I did about season 4, we saw Bruce Wayne on top of the GCPD thing with the windows. You know, I did a whole dissection of this one photo. This might be the time when Bruce is actually going to talk to Gordon. Maybe he's going to talk about the whole vigilante stuff, or maybe he wants to talk to Gordon to get some information. I don't really know, but Gordon looks like he's chilling here. Looks like there's some food on the table and maybe a bottle of something that he's drinking because, well, he has a cup in his hand on the next scene. So, yeah, maybe he's kind of just chilling and drinking some stuff. I don't know. Then we cut to a crazy guy drawing on the floor, and I am going to say that this is Scarecrow. You know, I want to say that it's been 2 seasons since we saw him last. I'm pretty sure that's a good amount of time for him to actually get over his fear or get this new personality. And I think that's how they're going to spin it. We're not going to have to see what he went through. He's just going to be able to say, like, you know, he spent so much time, you know, consumed by fear, and then he finally overcame it. Like, we don't need to see all his backstory. All we got to do is just know that he overcame it, and he is what he is now. And I think that maybe he got transferred to Arkham, and this is him. Like, he is in Arkham, and, you know, he's been one of their patients for a while. But I think he's drawing on the floor like Scarecrow stuff. If you look on this on his walls, he has some sketches. And I think maybe he is just consumed by the Scarecrow. Because remember, in season 4, you see that, like, Scarecrow crawling on his bed or something like that. So I think he just draws it everywhere he goes. Next up, we get to see Babs and Tabs. And I'm going to say, Babs is looking good. One thing I want to ask is, where the hell are they? Are they in the Siren Club? Are they in the freaking Iceberg Lounge? Because I kind of have that vibe with this. And that's not the only scene that's here. There's going to be other scenes that I'll point out in a little bit that look like they're in the exact same spot, and I want to know why the hell everybody's in this one place. Jump from the Babs and Tabs confrontation, where we know they're probably going to fight, to this guy in the freaking, you know, it looks like Arkham Asylum, where he's all like, blah, 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 and he's going all crazy and shit. So I want to say that this guy totally got dosed with some fear toxin. Remember, I showed those creepy Bioshock people in other videos. I think they could be working with Scarecrow. Like I said with that scene where Babs and Tabs are pointing guns at each other, we have more people pointing guns at each other, and it's Alfred and our bad boy main guy dude who really needs to have an arc in Gotham. Victor Zsasz starts pointing guns at each other, and it looks like it's in the exact same place as where Barbara and Tabitha were at. And this could be the Iceberg Lounge. They could all just be meeting at the Iceberg Lounge and being like, yo, we got some business to take down here. Let's go ahead and do this. This next scene is probably the most intriguing out of the trailer because some people have ideas of who this person is and then they don't. I am going to say right off the bat, I think this is Edward Nygma right here. But we see in the scene that Jim is being pushed up against a wall and somebody who looks creepy AF is just like laughing in his face. And yes, he does look very Joker with the black around his eyes and the red around his mouth. Could this be some kind of, a lot of people are like, it's a Jerome guy, blah, blah, blah. It could be, yes, but I feel that looks like freaking Nygma. And the reason why I think this is, remember, he's gonna be frozen, and when he gets out of that, he's not gonna be looking so fresh and so clean, you know? He's gonna have like frostbite or something on his face. Like he's not gonna be perfect, you know what I'm saying? So he's more than likely gonna have some kind of frostbite. This could be that. Like his skin's just gonna be all pale and bleeding, like his nose and his mouth, because he hasn't done anything for months. He's been in a block of ice, so this could easily be Nygma. If you look at his clothes, it looks like on his right shoulder or left shoulder, whatever, he's wearing like half of a green coat. When he got frozen, he was wearing a green coat, a white shirt, and then he's wearing a green tie, and then we can't really see the suspenders because he was wearing a shirt. But I think this is Nigma. If you think this is somebody else, let me know in the comment section down below. But I think this is going to be Nigma the moment he gets out of, like, the ice block. I don't know why Gordon's there. Maybe he finds out about the club and he's like, you can't do that to Nigma. We got to get him out. I don't really know what's going on here. Or the only other thing that I can think of is that this is actually Gordon after he got doused in fear toxin, and maybe he has a thing of scary clowns or something like that, and this person is a clown scaring Gordon. This next scene is some cops rolling up on Bruce in what looks to be like some kind of house or something like that, and Bruce looks hella scared, and this could be him actually getting caught when he's doing his whole vigilante thing. Maybe the cops put out some kind of thing on like, oh, we need to catch this vigilante, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe that, Bruce is just in the wrong place at the wrong time and he gets caught. And I kind of like that he is going to get caught here because we're going to either see him try to escape or he's actually going to get busted. And that's going to be one of the troubles of him learning to be this vigilante. Like, he's gonna have fuck-ups, and this is gonna be cool. So I'm kind of hoping he gets busted or he tries to get out of this. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens. And then lastly, we have this scene right here of the Scarecrow in his full-blown costume. And it's very kind of like shades of the Arkham games and some of the older, like, Scarecrow stuff. It's kind of, I want to say it's more like the Arkham games mixed with the Scarecrow from Batman Begins. That's kind of how I see it, but I like it. I like the rags and the, he has the actual thing on his wrist and he's like be able to spray the toxin like that. So I think this is going to be pretty awesome. And we've seen photos from earlier where people had gas tanks and stuff. Those could easily be his henchmen. And I think this is going to be really awesome, and I cannot wait to see what is going to happen with Scarecrow this season. But those are all my thoughts for this trailer, guys. Let me know what you thought about this Gotham trailer in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So I have another Gotham video for you, and man, this one is awesome because someone by the name of Eric Molinsky dropped on Twitter our first look at Solomon Grundy. This is the photo right here in some type of alleyway where you can see Riddler right in the center, but right behind him, or I should say in front of him, is a character that looks exactly like Solomon Grundy. And if you do actually look at his face, it does look like Drew Powell, who will be playing Solomon Grundy, who was, freaking Butch before he got shot in the head by Barbara. And just looking at this photo, like, they're going full-blown Solomon Grundy. I mean, the white hair, the pale skin, I mean, the cut-off shirt, and, like, just some basic slacks or something like that. Now, if you look closely, I thought he was wearing, like, bigger boots, but no, he's just wearing regular boots. It just looks like his pants is kind of like caught or something like that. I don't know, but this is pretty damn awesome. Like, Gotham is going balls to the wall with Solomon Grundy. Now, he's not going to look as big as he does, like, in the comic books, because in the comic books, he looks like the freaking Hulk and shit. Like, he's just a big old dude that can break through anything. But it is going to be really interesting to see if he does have that super strength where he can break down walls and, like, tear people in half or whatever he wants to do. But right here, we are seeing him maybe meet Nigma for the first time, or, this could be them just hanging out, because reports have come out and said that Riddler is going to be the first person that Solomon Grundy meets. And remember, he's not going to have any memories of anything, so he doesn't know that, he cut off Tabitha's hand and, he's been trying to kill them and all this other jazz. He's not going to remember any of that. He's just going to be a brand new person with a blank slate. So he's going to be really good friends with Edward Nigma, apparently. Possible spoilers for the upcoming season in case you are the people that like to, like, be shocked by everything. But what I've read about the Solomon Grundy character is he's more than likely going to get a very similar origin to the one from the comic books. Because apparently in the, Gotham General or wherever he's stationed at is going to be overrun with bodies, and they need space, and so, you know, Butch is like been in a coma for 6 months or however long the time period is between the end of season 3 and the beginning of season 4, and they're gonna be like, well, we need space, this guy's never gonna wake up, let's just get rid of him. And apparently they dump his body in a sewer or a swamp, and it's the swamp that Solomon Grundy is born in, and that is what's going to happen. He's going to, whatever's in that swamp is going to change his body and make him into Solomon Grundy, and that's how he's going to come out and not remember anything. He's going to come out from his coma and everything. So we're going to have a very similar Solomon Grundy origin, and with these photos, or this photo I should say, we are going to have a very similar looking Solomon Grundy to the comic books, and I'm pretty freaking excited about this. Now, one thing I do want to point out is, remember how there were reports that Edward Nygma, Solomon Grundy, and Lee are all going to be kind of like a little family this upcoming season, which is like the weirdest family possible in Gotham. But apparently they're all going to be good friends or whatever. What if Lee's character is actually going to be, you know, the person that tries to recover Grundy's memories, and that kind of breaks up the group towards the end, because if it's Lee, Nygma, and Grundy, Nygma probably doesn't want Grundy to ever remember, because he's probably going to see him as an asset to, you know, break things down to go after Penguin, whatever is going to be happening this season. But Lee's probably going to be that, you know, still caring person, wants to help people, wants to make up for what she's done. And she would totally know who Butch is. Like, she would, you know, Gordon probably told her about him. I don't know if they've met before. I mean, yeah, they totally met before, because she's went to the Siren Club and she's seen Butch with Tabitha and all that. So she knows who he is, and she'll remember, and she could try to get his memories back. I mean, it's not, you know, she wasn't, I mean, she wasn't, what, a psychiatrist? I always get those confused. So she could try to rehabilitate Solomon Grundy, which is going to be really interesting to see if they do that, because I believe, so there's an episode of Justice League Unlimited where Grundy gets his memories back through Dr. Fate, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I don't think they're going to bring Dr. Fate into Gotham, but they could use Lee to actually, you know, rehabilitate him, like I said, and get his memories back. And when he gets his memories back, if he does, he could try to go after Nygma, which would make this good dynamic, and then Nygma would hate Lee for making him remember. That could be something I see happening in this upcoming season of Gotham, because I don't know how long that family is going to stay together, because it's just such a weird dynamic of, you know, characters hanging out. But I don't know. I do want to know what you guys think of this Grundy photo. If you have any more Grundy photos that I have not shown here, which I only showed one, so if you see any more Grundy photos, do send them to my Instagram or my Twitter, and any other cool Gotham photos you see, do send them to me so we can talk about them on this channel. Also, if you have any other video suggestions of things you want me to talk about, let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time.
This fall,
I am not giving the city over to Penguin.
Gotham moves to Thursday.
I can make a difference, Alfred. I know I can. Gotham needs more people who are willing to fight for her.
There is time for masks, and there is a time for Bruce Wayne.
I do the dirty work. Allow me to clean this city up.
It's dangerous.
You are engaging villains.
I feel more alive than I've ever felt before.
Gotham season premiere Thursday, September 21st on Fox.
What's going on, guys? So I know it's been a while since I posted a video. We've been doing a lot of stuff over on the Twitch channel. But yeah, I am here to do a Gotham freaking season 4 breakdown of the new trailer they dropped. And I want to say I usually go in order of the trailer and be like, this is this and that. It's going to be a little different with this one, because there are some things that connect differently, and I kind of just want to point them out instead of going, you know, in order, as we should say. But let's go ahead and jump into this, because some people were happy with this trailer and other people were not so happy with the ending of it. And at first, we freaking start off by seeing, you know, Gordon and Penguin, like, and Gordon saying that he's like, I'm gonna freaking not let Penguin take over the city, and that's what we see right here. And what I want to point out right here with Penguin looking like, oh, all like whatever, you see two people in the background that look like they are from like the government or they're part of the military or something like that, because that one guy looks very fancy with, I don't want to say he's part of any particular, you know, government group because I don't know all of that shit. But it does look like they are part of, like, you know, maybe these guys are coming to Penguin like, hey, something's going on, we need your help. Because I don't know why Penguin would be, you know, in cahoots with anybody from the military. The reason I say that is because with this other scene that has Penguin where he looks like he's really fired up, he says, allow me to clean this city up. And he's wearing the exact same suit as in that first scene I showed you guys. So I think this is all in the same scene, and it's actually him talking to the military, and they're probably like, hey, Gotham's gotten really bad. We know that you're able to control these things. Like, can you help us out? I think something along those lines are going to be happening, or they're going to be having a discussion with Penguin because maybe he's a former mayor, something like that, and he's going to throw out the idea of like, hey, let me clean this city up. This is my city. I know how to make things work. This is definitely like my kind of thing. And maybe the government's going to go along with it. And maybe that is also why Gordon's all like, I'm not going to hand this city over to Penguin, because he knows Penguin is a crazy guy that will, you know, do everything for his own good. Let's just jump into the next thing that everybody's talking about with this scene, where it looks like Lucius is giving Bruce Wayne his suit for the very first time. This, you know, vigilante suit that he's going to be wearing. It's not the bat suit, but, you know, it just makes sense that Lucius is giving it to him, because we know that Lucius is the one that gives Bruce all of his stuff, like in the comic books, or, you know, depending on what you're reading, he gets a lot of his freaking, you know, devices and gadgets from Lucius Fox. So, of course, it just makes perfect sense that he's getting it from him. And you can see on Bruce's face, he's cut and stuff, so I'm going to assume that after, I should say before this scene, Alfred's going to have a talk with Bruce, and he's going to find out that he's been going out, getting into all these fights, saving people's lives and doing all this stuff, and that is where Bruce is probably going to be in that other scene where he's like, I can make a difference, Alfred, blah, 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 like, you know, Gotham City needs a, you know, person that's going to fight for her, which he just gave the city a gender, and we're trying to move past this, Bruce. You're over here freaking genderizing everything. Jesus. Talk about the suit at the end of the video, but moving on, like I said, we saw him talking to Alfred, you know, at the manor and stuff like that, and he's talking about like, oh yeah, you know, this and that, I mean, you know, Alfred, I gotta make a difference, all that jazz. And we see this one scene right here of Bruce putting on, you know, his hoodie and stuff, you know, standing over the city on the buildings, you know, very Batman-like. And we see him still putting on this newer kind of mask, not the mask that he gets from Lucius, but he puts on like this felt kind of mask that kind of has like a nose thing. I feel like you can buy these on Amazon. But you see him put on the hood, and he's gonna do some vigilante stuff. And it's kind of like what we saw at the end of Season 3. Jump over a scene and we see Bruce looking at people through a windshield like they're breaking into something or they're packing some stuff up. So, you know, that's kind of what he's going to be doing. He's going to be looking, he's going to be prowling on Gotham, very Batman-like, trying to find criminals and go ahead and taking them down. There's this scene jumping off a building. It could be maybe he's going to go fight those guys that are breaking into it, or he's just going to fight some other people, because we've seen him fight a whole bunch of people in previous trailers. But I do also want to point out, since Bruce is still wearing his jacket and his hoodie and everything, remember, there is that scene in the previous trailer where he's all scared because all the cops show up. Now, we don't know if he's going to be scared because of fear toxin. It could be possible that he stumbles upon, you know, freaking Scarecrow's whole situation, and maybe he gets doused with fear toxin, so he's scared when the police show up. Or it could just be that he got caught, and maybe after he gets caught, that is how Alfred finds out, because he has to call Alfred and be like, hey Alfred, I'm in prison, can you come get me? And, you know, maybe that's when the whole discussions about the vigilantism starts, and maybe Alfred talks to Lucius, and he gets something built for him. Now, we do have this clip right here of Alfred saying there is a time for masks, and there is a time for Bruce Wayne. And one thing we heard about Season 4 is that Bruce is going to become more of that playboy persona. I feel like we hear that every season, but I think this time around he's going to have two split personalities now, because he is going to be doing the vigilante stuff. So we might see more of that party boy Bruce Wayne, or maybe not party boy, but more of the Bruce Wayne, look, I do things during the day and I spend my money, and then at night he's going to be doing his vigilante stuff, which I believe is his more true personality. So I think that's kind of what Alfred is instilling in him during this scene. Then we have this scene of Alfred saying it's dangerous, you're engaging villains, and Bruce, you know, saying I felt more alive than I ever have before, all that kind of shit, you know. And yeah, that's what we can expect. There's going to be a lot of conflict between Alfred and Bruce at the start of this, because Bruce is gonna just, as he always does, feels like he knows best, and Alfred's gonna be like, bitch, I'll kick your ass right now. Now I do want to point out these two random scenes of Zsasz pulling a gun on somebody, and he pulls it kind of frantically, so I don't know if he's surprised by somebody else that has guns, and he's just like, oh shit. Or what if Zsasz actually got hit with fear toxin? Because everybody else in the background seems kind of chill, and maybe they're just freaking out that, like, Zsasz is freaking out. So I don't know. I'm really interested to see what's happening here, or who could be freaking Zsasz out for him to pull out his gun so quickly. And then it's followed by the scarecrow just flying through an actual hallway. So maybe it is Zsasz seeing a scarecrow guy coming after him. He's like, oh shit, and he's gonna start firing. So I don't know. I want to point out that the rooms are different in those two scenes. I don't think that scarecrow is coming after Zsasz, but it could be something like that. Next up, there's this little fighting montage, and if you don't pay attention close enough, it's actually Bruce and Selina in separate scenes fighting. At first, I thought this was just Selina kicking everybody's ass, but you can tell right here it's actually Bruce fighting some guys, and then it swings into Selina fighting some guys. And I believe this Selina kicking ass is from the previous trailer that we saw and we talked about, so I don't think that's anything new for her, and Bruce's might be the same thing from the last trailer as well. Now this part is one that I really wanted to talk about, and that is Ivy flipping this switch. Now some people might not think that's anything, but I think this could be the possible turning point for Ivy to get away from Penguin, and she could be flipping this switch, because if you look at her, when she flips that switch, she's all like, bitch, you wronged me, okay, and I'm gonna get you back. Like, that's the kind of freaking facial expression she has on her face, and she's looking gorgeous, by the way. But when she flips this switch, I think it might be the thing that turns off Nigma from staying in the ice. I think Ivy might be the one to actually free Nigma from the whole frozen eternity that he's in, to piss off Penguin, because maybe Penguin pissed her off, or maybe said, like, we're not equals, or something along those lines. And I think that's what's gonna happen here. There's this quick little scene of Bruce walking out of that little bank thing we talked about from the previous trailer, and he has something in his hand, so maybe he's got some information about somebody he's trying to go after. I don't know, it just seems like a cool little scene of him walking out of these flickering lights, which that quickly moves over to this Nigma scene right here, where it shows Nigma real quick, and he looks all frosty, and he's not in the actual block of ice. This could be a fear toxin moment. And remember in the last trailer that I talked about, there was this one room it seemed like everybody was in. They could be at the Iceberg Lounge, which it might totally be. What if everybody, I'm talking about like Bruce, Alfred, you know, Tabitha, Nigma, or not necessarily Nigma, but Penguin, everybody's in this place, right? And they get doused with fear toxins, so they're all freaking out. Remember when Tabitha sees Barbara? What if that is like a hallucination? Or it might actually be her, to be honest. But what if she's seeing Barbara because she killed her, she feels bad, and that's her like worst nightmare? Then we see this frosty Nigma, so I'm going to assume that Penguin's under the fear toxin, and his worst nightmare is Riddler coming back. Okay, the reason why I say Tabitha might see Barbara is because the reason why I say the Tabitha thing is because she holds up her gun right here, and I believe this scene was in the previous trailer, and we saw Barbara follow right after that. So maybe she's seeing her like a hallucination, maybe she's not. And the final scene is of Bruce putting on the face of the cow or helmet or whatever you want to call it, because some people are like, God, the producer said we weren't getting a cow, and he's totally got a cow now. What's going on? So some people can call it a helmet. I don't really know what you want to call about it. It basically looks like Batman without the freaking, you know, little pointy ears. Although it does look like the back of the cow seems more padded and the face is more like solid. But I don't personally like the jacket. I mean, the cow's okay, I get it. You know, they're not going to give him the ears or anything like that, so I totally understand the cow and you got to protect yourself somehow. The jacket looks very freaking Michelin Man, and I made a joke about this on Twitter, but I don't like the freaking, you know, rolly pads and stuff like that. I think they totally could have had just like a sleek jacket with armor plates inside of the jacket, that which would have protected him. I don't really know what's going on here, and I believe I saw something else, I'm not too sure. It might have been in the other clip in the trailer, but the padding's only like right here for like the breastplate and the arms, and then the rest is just flat. Like, you should have kept everything flat. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of the jacket. The cow doesn't bother me too much. I know some people hated that. I more so don't like the jacket, and the gloves look kind of bulky too. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it, but at the same time, like, we're not going to get the bat suit right away, so you got to have a bunch of prototypes, and hopefully throughout the season we're going to see Bruce talking to Lucius and be like, hey, the gloves are, you know, I need more flexibility, or like there's not enough padding here, or maybe we need to be sleeker, I need to move better. Hopefully we'll see that kind of stuff like we did in, you know, the Dark Knight movie, where Bruce was talking about how he wanted to turn his head in there. And, you know, maybe we'll see a new version of this as the season goes along, or if we do get a season 5, he'll get a better version in season 5. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what we see. I know that's the biggest thing everybody was talking about. Everybody's been making some kind of jokes about it. But I don't hate it, but I'm not going to say I really like it either. I just want to see how it looks when he's fighting and he's in action, doing a bunch of kind of things. But yeah, I do want to know what you guys think about this trailer. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Let me know all your thoughts in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. Or you can go over to the Twitch channel where we've been hanging out a lot and give us some support there. You can hit the follow, and if you want to support us there, you can also do some subscriptions if you want to and get some really cool things. Or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had a daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam!
Three months ago, the Penguin took control of the underworld.
This is Gotham City. There will always be crime.
Master Bruce? What was the initial reason you went out there?
I can make a difference in Gotham.
It's dangerous.
He's coming! The Scarecrow!
Tell me, what scares you the most?
GCPD can no longer keep us safe.
But I can protect Gotham.
Don't do this.
Tonight, we shall show Gotham what it means to fear.
Gotham premieres September 21st.
Rough night, Bruce. You get into a fight?
On Fox.
What's going on, guys? So I'm back here with another Gotham trailer, and I have to say, this is the first Gotham trailer that has got me pumped for season 4. I know some of you guys are like, oh my god, please, you're not pumped for season 4, oh my god, what? But, you know, I've been going through a lot of stuff with, you know, moving my studio around and getting back to Twitch and all that jazz, that I haven't really got excited for this upcoming season. But this freaking trailer was amazing, and, like, it was creepy, and it just felt very Batman. And I love the way freaking Gotham is going right now. And like I said, I got excited for this freaking season now with this trailer. So we're going to go ahead and break it down, because in this trailer, there wasn't a lot more that we saw, but there are a lot of things that got answered with this trailer that I was kind of pondering over, and I want to go ahead and clear those up right now. The first thing is, in the last trailer breakdown that I did, I said that it looks like the military or the government is trying to get Penguin to help them clean up the city, and with this footage here, it does seem like that is starting to happen, because we see Penguin saying that there's always going to be crime in Gotham. We also know that last season, Penguin, when he became mayor, he was the one that cleaned up Gotham. So the government's probably like, look, we know you know how to do this, and I said that before, and this evidence kind of gives a little bit more, you know, leeway to that possibly happening. Can't talk. Also, we get this clip of Penguin going into the GCPD, telling Gordon and everybody that the GCPD can no longer protect Gotham. And we saw trailers, not last trailer, but 2 trailers ago, I think, that, you know, Gordon got really pissed at Penguin. He's like, I'm not going to let Penguin take over the city. That might have been the last trailer. I don't remember. But that all ties together right now. So now we know Penguin has went into the GCPD, and he has told Gordon that they basically are going to be the reason to clean up Gotham, and the GCPD can no longer help. And Gordon is just really pissed about that. So we got all of that going on there. The next thing, and probably my favorite thing about this trailer, is the creepiness of it. And we get a little bit more of Scarecrow, and we see there, I believe there was a scene back in one of the other trailers where somebody was drawing on the ground, and it looks like we finally got a shot of what was being drawn, and it is a Scarecrow in, like, charcoal, and you hear somebody over, like, the narration saying, the Scarecrow is coming, and they're really promoting the scary, creepy aspect of Scarecrow, and I really, really love that. With that, you see the shotgun scene of freaking, you know, Jim Gordon going through what I think is either Arkham Asylum or like a crazy house that's not Arkham, but I want to say that they're actually going to try to have Scarecrow transfer to Arkham, and maybe that's what's going on, because it looks a lot of the same areas. I mean, they could just pull like a Flash arrow kind of thing and use the same locations, but say they're different places. But I do think that they might have at one point, you know, made Scarecrow get transferred to Arkham because maybe they just felt he belonged there. With all that creepiness and possibly being in Arkham, we get this shot of Scarecrow going towards somebody with the freaking, what do they call it? Like sai or slasher thing. Very typical Scarecrow weapon, that, you know, crop cutting thing. Name it in the comments because it's blowing my mind that I don't remember it right now. Anyways, we get this crazy shot of some guy like backing up because he sees that. Then we get this side shot of Scarecrow, and now I can totally see why his mask look a little weird. When it's shot straight on like this, it looks kind of weird because he has these big eyes. But with this side shot right here with the eyes, and you can see his little eye poking through, that looks so freaking creepy, and it's badass. And then you see the guy going, like, you know, he's scared. Maybe he got hit with fear toxin, or maybe he's just freaking scared of some dude in a Scarecrow mask, because I know I would be if, like, you know, I was in a dark room and lights were flittering and I was like, oh my god. But one thing I noticed with that guy that got really scared and Gordon going through possibly Arkham is it ties to this scene that I thought might have been a freaking Riddler getting out of the ice block. Well, it turns out it's not. Right here in this shot, he throws Gordon up against the wall, and, you know, he's all laughing in his face. So, the clothing is very similar, so I do think that this guy is going to be the one that is like that kind of weird clown guy. Maybe he has a clown phobia. I don't really know. So we can go ahead and rule that out of being Nigma. I thought it looked like him, but you guys that said it wasn't, you're totally right. Next thing I want to move on to is my theory that Ivy is the one to let Nigma out of his ice block. Now, they show that scene again where she flips the switch, but a new scene we got today was actually Penguin coming into what looks to be the Iceberg Lounge, and he's really like distraught. He's like, oh no, and like he's like scared, and I think this is him noticing that Nigma is no longer in the ice block, meaning somebody turned off the power to keep him frozen, because, you know, you can't just put an ice block in a room and expect it to stay frozen. So I do truly believe that Ivy is going to be the one to actually pull that switch to let freaking Nigma get out of his ice block. And I think, you know, Nigma, I mean, not Nigma, but Penguin had to have pissed her off somehow for her to do that. Next, the one thing I want to say that's kind of low-key, probably one of my favorite scenes in this trailer, is Selena meeting up with Babs, and she's just like in a room that's like full-blown John Wick style, and all of these guns and cases just show up. I was just like, damn, I might actually start liking Barbara, depending on what she does this season, because that was cool. We get a quick shot of Ra's al Ghul in the Lazarus pit, or what looks to be the Lazarus pit, with a freaking knife, you know, showing off thingy. We get this little scene of 4 guys, you know, shooting off a gun in what looks to be a ballroom. It also looks to be the same ballroom that Zsasz pulls the gun out on somebody in the past trailer. So maybe Penguin's here and, you know, he's trying to protect him. I don't know, we'll see what happens. Quick shot of Ivy being scared because maybe she's being shot at. There's some sparks going on in the background. Maybe Penguin's coming after her. There's a bunch of scenes that we've already seen in this trailer, like fighting. There's one of Gordon saving somebody. You know, nothing really of importance. But one thing that I do want to talk about that they show is this clip right here of Bruce saying that I can protect Gotham. The reason why I want to talk about that particular scene is because if you don't remember, this was the first video I did about season 4 of Gotham, and it was that scene where it was a photo, it was just really a photo of Bruce in that suit, what looked to be in the GCPD, and I said he could possibly be talking to Gordon that he could help out, you know, save the city. So this might be the conflict that we're going to have between Gordon and Bruce, if there is going to be any, because he's going to be like, you're too young, you shouldn't be out there, blah, 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 and Bruce is going to be like, bitch, I'm going to be motherfucking Batman one day, I don't give a fuck what you say. So this could be Bruce trying to tell Gordon that he could help him, and Gordon's not going to be on board with it. And then, of course, this trailer shows a lot more of Bruce in the suit actually fighting, and I gotta say, it looks better when he's in fight mode than it does when he's just standing still, because it shows him take on some people with guns and shit, and I'm gonna be really excited to see what they do with this. And it looks like we're gonna get this suit really early on, because I'm pretty sure they're still filming Gotham, and if anything, they only have the first part of the season shot, which goes to like December. I'm pretty sure they're still filming though, because some of the cast is still releasing photos and whatnot. So this is, all of this stuff in the trailer probably happens in the first like 6 episodes, unless they're filming out of order, which I don't really know how they do their film schedule. But I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on this freaking new trailer. Like I said, this is the first one that has gotten me excited about season 4, and I can't wait for this to start in 2 weeks. This thing comes back in 2 weeks, and I gotta say, I'm gonna be happy to actually have a somewhat of a film schedule for videos again, because the summer is always rough when it comes to this kind of shit. With that, I apologize for not having more videos coming out, but I am kind of going through a lot of stuff. Look, I don't know if you can really see it, but there's a lot of crap going on right now, because I'm having to condense where I sleep and my studio into one room, which is kind of a pain sometimes. But I'm trying to get a lot of stuff set up. Also, if you haven't watched the freaking Twitch streams, we've been doing a lot of stuff over there, and I'm talking about a lot of cool stuff is happening over on Twitch. You should definitely come hang out with us. I've been putting a lot of my time into that, just building that up. And the video schedule will get back on. I will start putting out more videos once I finally get settled into the new studio and arranging everything. But yeah, so please bear with me. Your Gotham video should be on time no matter what. But yeah, anyways guys, I am your host, Blob. Whoa. If you guys ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. Or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I have a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time.
Find something that you really care about, and you protect it at all costs.
Gotham will be torn apart, and out of the ashes, a dark hero will rise.
City's not safe.
You want to be a hero?
The drop of blood in each wine glass makes madmen of the ruling class.
This virus isn't a disease. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Mario has Alice Touch's virus.
You're the real virus, Jim. You seep into people's lives until you destroy them.
Lee, why'd you do this?
I want you and all your darkness.
I am tired of sitting at the kids' table. We can have it all. I know who I am. I don't need anyone to tell me.
I loved her, Oswald, and you killed her.
You can't betray Barbara.
He's always got your best interest at heart.
Did you kill Butch?
It's not like you gave me a choice.
There's always a choice.
My name is the Riddler, and I became him when I killed you.
Newsflash, Ed. I'm not dead.
You were the one time I let love weaken me, and I want you around as a constant reminder to never make that mistake again.
Gotham can be reborn if you become a symbol against fear.
I am Ra's al Ghul. Fulfill your destiny. Kill him. You've broken through your conditioning.
You don't control me anymore!
This is who I've always been.
This is who you are!
If you love Lee, go save her.
What have you done? What do you want? I want more. Figured this was a good place to start. Give it a whirl.
I've been trying to find who I am for so long. Who am I supposed to be?
Money! Now!
Dad!
You gotta find something that you really care about, and you protect it at all costs. And when you find it, you'll never be lost again.
I can make a difference in Gotham, Alfred. I know I can.
It's dangerous.
You are engaging villains, Master Bruce.
Crane?
Jonathan Crane isn't here anymore.
It's just a scarecrow.
Hot damn, it's like Christmas.
He's coming!
Who?
Scarecrow! GCPD can no longer keep us safe.
I am not giving the city over to Penguin.
This is a war, not one battle.
Let me go, okay?
Not a chance.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Alright, Mr. Let's have some real fun. I wonder, what scares you the most?
There is time for masks, and there is a time for Bruce Wayne.
You don't know anything about me.
Alfred, I feel more alive than I've ever felt before.
Well, well. Who are you, huh? Rough night, Bruce. Get into a fight?
Rock climbing.
Rock climbing.
He's getting away! You have a list. I want it.
I'm done playing nice.
The hell are you supposed to be?
Tonight, you will know fear.
I'm all for you protecting the innocent, but I won't have you risking your life.
It is a thin Kevlar weave with reinforced forearm protection. Extremely lightweight. And actually, bulletproof. You know, for rock climbing. Now we're down for a closer look.
How did I know you were going to say that?
What's going on, guys? Oh my god, that was a nice little pump up trailer that we just saw, because holy crap, that was awesome. And I am like super excited for Gotham, as I know a lot of you guys are excited. It starts this Thursday. If it was still on Monday, this would be review day. But yeah, so I don't know, I'm really excited. There's not really much to break down from this trailer, because it was one of those trailers like, let's just show you everything that happened in season 3 and, you know, get you pumped for season 4. There are a few things that I do want to point out that I thought were pretty awesome. We got to see the first ever grappling hook, which is not really that much of a grappling hook, that Bruce Wayne uses when he throws it around a pipe and he jumps out a window. So there's that gadget that I told you that Batman is going to be getting. Oh, I said Batman. Bruce is going to be getting, you know, to use against people and to be able to escape like that. So that's pretty awesome. We do get to see the suit get introduced by Lucius Fox, and he's talking about, you know, of course Lucius would be the one to design it. He's talking about how it's bulletproof and how it's lightweight and all of that jazz. So that was pretty awesome. We got to see a lot more Scarecrow stuff, which I'm telling you, this, it just seems like it's going to be like that big Mad Hatter kind of character like season 3, with Roz being the main guy in the background. Or it could be Scarecrow actually, he does seem like he might actually be the biggest villain of this season. But, you know, Scarecrow just isn't bigger than Ra's al Ghul, and I just feel like he's going to be the background main villain for the whole season, while Scarecrow is the biggest one. Or, you know, they could do something interesting where Ra's is actually the main villain for Bruce, and Scarecrow is the main villain for Gordon. That would be really interesting and something very different for Gotham. Within all the Scarecrow stuff, we got to see pretty much all the characters we enjoy get gassed. So we know that a lot of characters we enjoy are going to actually be facing their fears and going through a bunch of crazy shit. One being Gordon possibly having something to do with killing himself or cutting his wrists or something like that. And there is this small scene right here where Lee is soaking in a bathtub of blood with her wrist cut, which is insane. So we're gonna see a lot of crazy shit this season in Gotham, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm really excited, because I feel like it's finally getting to that darkness that you have in Batman. I mean, they're bringing in Professor Pig, they're bringing in Scarecrow, we're seeing all this crazy shit happen, Ra's al Ghul's here. Like, there's so much shit happening that I think this might be the best season of Gotham yet. Get to see a lot more Bruce in action in this trailer, which is really cool, and I'm good they haven't shown too much, but I can't wait to see some episodes with him actually in this suit. The more I see it, the more I'm becoming okay with it. The first pictures did look pretty funny, but now that he's starting to fight in it, I'm like, you know what, I think this can grow on me. So yeah, it's getting really, it's really exciting to see him in action with this. But at the same time, I do want to say that there might be somebody better than Batman or Bruce in this show, because man, they show a little bit of it and I am super excited, and I don't know if you guys caught this, but we have the one scene that we've seen many times of Selina kicking everybody's ass. But, you know, everybody's around her and they're like, yeah, we're not gonna let you go. And she's all like, all right, don't let me, don't say I didn't warn you. And then she brings out the whip and she freaking kicks everybody's ass. And I thought that was really awesome. And then they have that scene between Selena and Bruce. And she's all like, you don't know anything about me. You know, they have that just iconic like little meeting on the rooftops. And she's like dancing on the edge of the freaking building and stuff. So we're going to start seeing her become more Catwoman as Bruce is becoming more Batman. And we've always known that that's going to happen. But if you guys don't know, I'm a huge freaking Catwoman fan. And I'm excited to see her character develop more. And if you guys didn't catch it, freaking Selena, which nobody has talked about, she gets her own mask too. That's right, this photo right here, that is definitely not Bruce Wayne. That is definitely Selena Kyle in a mask, and that is something nobody was talking about. Nobody was talking about Selena getting her own mask in this season. And right here in this clip, like I said, I think all of these episodes, all of this footage is before, like the episodes we'll see before Christmas. So, I think that is going to be really exciting to see her have a mask. And if we get a scene with freaking, you know, the vigilante or whatever they're going to call Bruce before he's Batman, and then Selena in her mask and him in his mask fighting together, oh, it's going to be so awesome. And I can't wait for that if it does happen. But this is probably the most exciting thing I saw in this trailer. I know there was a lot of cool shit, but to see that Selena is actually getting her own mask is gonna be awesome. That was pretty much it, guys. This trailer didn't show too much new footage. It was a lot of stuff we've already seen before. I did want to kind of make this video like the whatever about this trailer and my predictions, but I'm kind of freaking limited on time right now. I gotta go to my day job. But I will try to get out a prediction video before Gotham airs on Thursday, so hopefully maybe tomorrow's video or something like that. But yeah, so I just wanted to make this video real quick because some people were asking me about it. I know there wasn't a lot of new footage, but I did want to give my just thoughts on the Selena stuff, and it just looked really awesome. But that's going to be it, guys. Do let me know your thoughts on this trailer in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can go hang out with us over on Twitch and just chill there because that's one of my new favorite spots. Also, you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! Okay. What's going on, guys? So tonight is finally the night that we're gonna see Gotham Season 4. They have been dropping some crazy trailers, and I think everybody is hella pumped to finally have Gotham back and to finally start getting into the show season again, because man, this channel has been dead over the last few weeks because I don't know what the hell to talk about. But now we're gonna finally have shows coming back. But with Gotham Season 4 starting tonight, I wanted to make a quick little video of 5 things that I am, predicting to happen this season, or I kind of want to happen this season in Gotham. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and jump into this. And number 5 is I expect Lee and Gordon or Lee and Barbara to finally get back together at the end of this season. Over the last 2 seasons, Gordon and Lee have been like off and on again because of the whole baby thing. They love each other. Now they're freaking got viruses in themselves and they love each other, and Lee leaves at the end of the season every season now, and it's just like all of this ridiculousness. And I think this is finally going to be the season where they get back together, or Gordon and Barbara get back together now that Barbara has come back to life or whatever, and now she's this badass freaking crime fighter or whatever she's gonna be, evil underboss, whatever, working with Roz and all these other people, Raish, as some of you people bitch in the comments about. Yeah, so like, I don't know, I think it is, that's what I kind of see happening. I kind of expect them to finally get back together. Gordon will be with one of them, and I know a lot of people will be like, Juice, but he's supposed to have a new love interest in season 4, blah, 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 blah. Look, that love interest is literally coming on this show just so, you know, freaking Ben McKenzie can bang another girl on that show. That sounded terrible. I meant Gordon, but Ben McKenzie's character will have another love interest because, of course, he has a love interest every freaking season. I mean, they brought in Valerie Vale, or was it Vicky Vale? I get them confused. I think it's Valerie Vale. They brought her in literally to sleep with Gordon. She gets shot and she's never been heard from again. But I think she's on that new freaking X-Men show, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I could have swore I saw her in the trailer. But yeah, of course there's going to be a new love interest for Gordon this season. I think, and it's going to be Falcone's daughter. I'm calling that now. If that hasn't been, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why. She's coming in. I think it's just going to be like the forbidden love because, you know, Falcone freaking hates Gordon because he killed his son, and you know, you would think the daughter's gonna hate Gordon too, but I think they're gonna end up like falling for each other and they're gonna bang one out, and that's gonna be the love interest and kind of bit of a drama for Gordon besides all the other crazy shit that's gonna be happening in Gotham. But I do think at the end of this season that he will be with Lee or Barbara by some crazy chance, and so yeah, that's one of my predictions right there. Also, slight chance that Lee dies for some reason, and maybe that'll open the door for Gordon to finally move on and not have to deal with her anymore. But yeah, I don't see that happening. I feel like Lee's gonna on this show to stay, but I think it'd be a really interesting way to spark like, holy shit, she died, because we're so used to her leaving. So yeah, that's one of my predictions right there. Number 4, I think Ra's will actually team up with Scarecrow at the season finale, and he will like try to convince him to actually spread the gas all over Gotham to destroy Gotham, to, you know, bring Bruce to freaking the side of the assassin, the League of Assassins. And I know a lot of you guys are like, oh, didn't that happen at the end of season 3? Yeah, it totally happened at the end of season 3. And I kind of feel like they're gonna use the same concept, because I don't know if, you know, Scarecrow's gonna be done by the end of, like, you know, the end of the Christmas like area, because that's usually they have one villain and then they go to another villain on the second half. Or they use that first villain a lot through the start of the season, and then it's the bigger villain, which would be Ra's in this whole season. So I feel like they're going to team up. He's going to get Scarecrow to join him, and they're going to use the fear toxin to make everybody go crazy, which is very just much like the Alice Tetch virus. And I don't know. I just kind of feel like that's what they're going to do, and it's exactly what they did at the end of season 3. And I'm kind of hate that, but I don't know, I just feel like they're going to do that because I don't know what else Ra's is going to do to get Bruce to like come over to him or whatever. So I'm calling that. I won't like it, but I just feel like that is going to be what happens. A team up between Ra's and Scarecrow spreading the fear toxin all over Gotham. Number 3, betrayal. Like, I think there's going to be so much betrayal this season on Gotham, which I think there's a lot of every season. But I think it's going to be like tenfold this season because like everybody's starting to form their little cliques. But like I said, I already think that Ivy is going to be the one that gets, you know, Riddler out of the ice block, and Riddler's going to start forming his little gang with Grundy and Lee for some reason is what I've heard. And then, you know, freaking Jerome is supposed to team up with Penguin, and there's going to be all these little factions, and like I said, you'll probably have Ra's join up with Scarecrow, Gordon, and freaking the Vigilante. Like, you're going to have all of these kind of different factions, maybe freaking Bruce and Selina. I don't really know. Barbara's supposed to get back with Tabs. Like, there's going to be a lot of this stuff, and I just feel like a lot of those little groups, people are going to betray each other because they're going to be like, oh, I need to take this advantage, I'm going to do this. You know, maybe even Gordon's new love interest betrays him. You know, I just feel like there's going to be a lot of betrayal on this season of Gotham. It's going to make it very dramatic and very interesting, but I highly expect Jerome to betray Penguin somehow. I don't think they're going to get along. He wants to be number 1. I don't see him working with Penguin for too long. He's going to betray him somehow, and I don't expect that friendship to stay, or that partnership, or whatever it's going to be, to work very long. And then I think, I don't know what they're going to do with Grundy. Like, I don't know if they're going to keep him as just Grundy who never remembers his past, or if they're going to have him remember, like, little things, and then Grundy will end up remembering that Enigma is the one that killed him, or, like, tried to do all this bad stuff to him, and then he'll, like, try to betray him or whatever. Now, I'm going to be really interested to see what they're going to do with the Grundy character, but I am calling a lot of betrayal this season on Gotham. Number 2, I think we are finally going to get the Batman Batcave scene. You know, the whole iconic Bruce falling into the cave and the bats coming around him or whatever. Or we are going to get some variation of that. Maybe it's not going to be the Batcave, but maybe Bruce is scared and falls into like an old museum, or like, not a museum, but an old building or something down like a shaft or whatever he does, and all these bats are going to come out or something like that. I think we are finally going to see that happen, and I think it's going to have to do with fear toxin. I think that's what Bruce is going to get scared of. He's going to be scared of bats, or we're going to have that dream sequence. And maybe Bruce doesn't fall at all. Maybe it's kind of a flashback, and we see Bruce going through his fears, and he remembers one time when he fell through like a cave, like on his property or something like that, and we see all of the bats. I think this season is going to be the season we finally get that scene. And my last prediction is one a lot of people are going to be like, no way, no, that's not going to happen. But it is, I want to say a little bit more of what I want to happen this season, but I kind of feel like it might happen just because nobody would expect it. And that is, at the end of the season, I'm talking about the final episode, we will be introduced to Harley Quinn. And I know a lot of people are like, what? They said that they're not going to introduce Harley Quinn ever on this show and blah, 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 blah. I think that it might low-key be just Gotham. Like, we need to kill this buzz. I need to come out and say that it's never going to happen. And then let's just introduce her after Jerome gets a little bit more, like, set up and developed and all that jazz. I think that is what's going to happen on this show. I know it's far out there. A lot of people are like, no way, but I think they will just, you know, reevaluate, try to get another actress and bring her in to be Harley Quinn. And I think it would be the perfect time at the end of season 4, going into season 5, if they're lucky enough to get one. Bada bing, bada boom, you can actually introduce Harley Quinn throughout season 5, and you don't have to make her Harley Quinn. You can make her Harley Quinzel, which would be great. And we get to see that aspect of her working at Arkham and not have to be all the way with Jerome and all that jazz. So it'd be really interesting to see that. I think you develop her through the first, 12 episodes, and then maybe in this last 12 episodes or whatever it's going to be, last 11 episodes I should say, she starts working with Jerome, or she busts Jerome out of, Arkham and all that jazz. I don't know. It'd be really interesting to just bring her on the show. I mean, people wanted... it seemed like they were going that way, and then they just like, no, we're not going to do it, blah, 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 because maybe they had the idea, which I totally 100% think they were going to make Barbara that, and a lot of people didn't like it, and they were like, let's just not do it at all. But I feel like they can do it, and they can do it right. They just need to do it slowly. And I think the perfect time would be to introduce Harley Quinn at the end of this season. When you started developing Catwoman, when you started developing Batman, you're going to develop more Jerome, more Riddler, more Penguin. We got the Scarecrow in full-blown Scarecrow-ness. And like, it's just, I think this would be the perfect time to introduce her character and then slowly build her for the final, like the rest of the seasons or whatever. So yeah, those are like my little predictions. I didn't want to make it too crazy because the episodes are going to air tonight. I mean, season starts tonight is what I should say. And we're going to have a lot to talk about throughout the whole season. And you know my theories and predictions are going to change throughout the season as we start seeing what happens. So this is just something I just wanted to throw out there. Maybe they'll happen, maybe they won't. Let me know your thoughts on them and your predictions for this season in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can come support us over on twitch.tv/juicefromthebox. It's my new favorite spot over there. Come hang out with us. Or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. What's going on, guys? So Gotham has finally returned, and we got to see the first episode of season 4, and I'm gonna tell you guys right now, apologies in advance if this review is a little faster than normal. I am really pressed for time, as in I need to be at work in an hour, and yeah, I need to freaking film and edit this movie. movie, film, video, blah, 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 all in 1 minute, blah, whatever. Let's do this. First, let's go ahead and talk about Penguin, because he was like the epicenter of this episode, because now he has basically privatized crime, or what did he say? A unionized crime. With, you have to have a, like an ID to freaking commit crime in Gotham, which I think is pretty awesome when you really think about it. Because, do they gotta start paying taxes? Do criminals pay taxes now? I don't know, but, so I thought this was really interesting that they had this concept, and I thought it was actually pretty badass for a criminal to actually kind of do this. And Penguin was the reason that Gotham got back on its feet, which was really awesome. We found out that he did actually steal the Siren Club from Tabitha, because, she didn't have Barbara anymore to really, like, go crazy and protect everybody, although Tabitha should be able to protect herself when it comes to these kind of things. But Penguin stole back the club, so I know we did a lot of reviews on this, and I was like, I really hope they don't just have a, the same thing, because it looked exactly like the same club. But, we found out that it's stolen. And I want to say, a lot of the reviews that we did, or I should say, like, trailer breakdowns, a lot of those scenes happened in this episode. And if you saw the preview to next week's episode, a lot of the stuff we've covered was also in that. So it's very possible that all of the trailers we have seen are just from the first 2 episodes, which blows my mind because there was a lot of stuff going on in those. Back to Penguin, we know that he cleaned up the city, stole back the Siren Club, and he unveiled Nigma being the center of, the Iceberg Lounge. And he had a very interesting story about that, Nigma has a crazy brain disease, and that he told Penguin that he wanted him to freeze him and then not thaw him out until they found a cure for it. And I thought that was a really good backstory, and I'm glad that Gotham actually did that and didn't just say like, oh yeah, here's Edward Nigma, blah, blah, blah. Because people were going to question why somebody was encased in ice in a club, and it's a centerpiece of a club. And, so Penguin had an actual story behind it, and, of course the media was like, oh no, that's really good, blah, blah, blah. Because remember, the media thinks that Penguin and Riddler were still friends, because remember, the Penguin went missing, freaking Riddler had to take over duties, all of that jazz, so society doesn't really know that Penguin and Riddler hate each other, and it just it's like, oh yeah, he was my best friend, blah, 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 blah. Just to round out everything that happened with Penguin, we saw that once those 4 dudes showed up to the freaking, I wanted to call it Siren Club, but the Iceberg Lounge, he caught them, and he told, the whole media and everybody that was there that he is the reason that Gotham is safe and not the GCPD, and burp again. And Penguin was just trying to make a point, and Bruce stepped in, and he was talking about, he was like, I want to know what you're going to do with these people, but we'll kind of deal with that later. And then freaking Ivy went out and brain fart. Somebody rang the doorbell, so my brain was just like, woo. But anyways, yeah, so Ivy got treated like trash this whole episode, to be honest. Like, one, she was kind of dumb. Like, I mean, she's very, literal, I guess I'll say, when, he was like, oh, what's on ice? And she was like, he's on ice. Like, he's there. Like, he's in ice. Like, he's frozen or whatever. She's just, I hope they don't make her this dumb the whole time. And I know she went from being a kid to a woman like that. But I don't know, dumb Ivy kind of, I can see getting annoying after a while, so I hope she smartens up and gets better, because the actual Poison Ivy from the comics is very intelligent, so I'm kind of hoping that we see more of that. And we saw at the end of this episode, she was the one that powered down the Iceberg Lounge, and now is this going to be the reason that Riddler gets out? It's very possible. Like I said, it's what I was talking about. I think she's going to be the reason. Penguin's going to piss her off somehow, which he did in this episode when he was going to kill all those people. I guess she's not cool with killing anymore. I don't really know what was going on there. Because she's seen Penguin kill a lot of people before, and now she was going to, he was going to kill these 4 guys that don't have licenses, and she's mad? I don't really know. I was kind of confused with her character there. Like, are you just all of a sudden not cool with it? So I'm just really interesting. But speaking of Ivy, or transferring to Ivy, yeah, she got treated like shit a lot. Like, Penguin told, leave Ivy. Oh, she looked gorgeous, by the way. And then, so she left. He treated her like, just trash or whatever the whole episode. And then when Selena and, Tabitha were in the club, Tabitha was like, move along. Nobody wanted to talk to freaking Ivy. So I don't know if she just got mad and she was like, screw all of y'all, and she, took away the fun. But, yeah, that was very interesting, and I hope Ivy doesn't get treated like trash the whole season. But after Ivy hit the switch, those guys broke out of the grasp, tried to escape, and one of them gassed Penguin, and Penguin saw the Riddler out of the ice block and going blah, 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 blah. And we kind of knew that that was going to happen. That was going to be Penguin's biggest fear, was Riddler escaping the ice prison that he's in. Let's quickly talk about Gordon, how he's still badass Gordon. We saw him going into that place that was getting robbed, his freaking bar or whatever that he goes to get his coffee, and he freaking arrests that dude and he's like, bitch, I don't give a fuck about your license. And so we got to see that, and then he got rolled later on because, you know, Gordon being Gordon, he's always the good cop, and all these other guys were like, man, life is good, and they beat the shit out of him. But he took on 4 dudes. Of course, he got his ass kicked. But I thought it was pretty awesome that Gordon is still trying to be that good cop, especially after that everything that happened last season. He's still trying to be that badass, like, moral compass for everybody. But, yeah, kind of got his ass kicked because he was taking away people's good times. And then we saw at the end he caught one of those dudes from the 4 gang, kind of letting everybody know, see, the GCPD can still do good, which I thought was cool. But basically all that happened with Gordon, besides the stuff that happened with Bruce. Again, we'll talk about that at the end. Another quick thing, we got to see a lot of Zsasz in this episode, and it's very possible that Zsasz is going to be a bigger character this season, which we totally need to happen. Not just 1 or 2 episodes Zsasz show up. No, like, Zsasz needs to be the main dude in a lot of these episodes. Like, Penguin's right-hand man is what I'm kind of hoping this is going to turn out to be, because he's awesome. Zsasz is just really awesome. I love his personality on this show. I wish he would do the freaking cutting thing, but maybe that's a little too much for TV. I don't know. I want to say they showed that in season 1. Or, you know, maybe, like, we just see an episode where his, like, shirt's off and he just has all of these cuts. Like, I really want to see that. But either way, like, I'm still cool with Zsasz being the way he is. And with the season getting really darker, we should be able to see that, like, to be honest. But yeah, I can't wait to see more of Zsasz this season. Jumping over to Selina Kyle, we got to see her be a badass in training when she fought those 5 dudes in that alleyway. Like, oh, it was so awesome to see her kick all of their asses. But we found out one got up and was going to hit her from behind, and Tabitha was like, "Whatcha?" and took her out. And we found out that she's training. She was all like, never turn your back on somebody unless you know they're completely out. So it's cool that we're actually seeing her be mentored right now by Tabitha, and that they're actually living together, because we also found out from that scene later when Zsasz found them, and she was all like, hey, like, we gotta move because, you know, I'm not gonna work for Penguin. We found out later that Selina was gonna work for Penguin anyways, but Tabitha showed up because she wants to watch over Selina. So you're seeing this big sister, little sister thing kind of happening, and then Tabitha is actually mentoring Selina to become Catwoman in the future. And then we had the scene with the cat and the bat on the rooftop, which I thought was so awesome. Bruce apologizes for the way he acted at the hospital, and he knows that Selina had good intentions. And then, you know, it was just really awesome, and Selina was up on, like, the rooftop, like, all dancing or whatever, like, going, you know, just being very dangerous. And she says, she's like, if you want to talk to me, get up here. And Bruce just gets up there, like, all badass with no fear whatsoever. And you can see it in Selina's face. She's like, oh, no fear? Oh. Because you know she's all about Bruce. Like, you just know it. She's just playing really hard to get, because it's just how she is. Yeah, so I thought that was awesome. They have a little conversation. Bruce talks about how Tabitha wouldn't be his choice for mentor and all of that jazz, which is very hilarious because he just had a ridiculous mentor. But yeah, so we had that little conversation, and then of course Alfred interrupts everything once Bruce says that Selina's wearing a beautiful dress. And yeah, he's all like, yo, we got a situation downstairs. And that's when the whole Penguin thing happens, and Bruce steps in, and he's all like, I want to know what's happening with these, you know, these criminals. What are you going to do? Please turn them over to the police. And Penguin says no. And that is like, that's you can just feel that that is the start between the Batman and the Penguin. Like, he knows that he's going to have to deal with Penguin eventually. And I just, this episode had a lot of little things that were very Batman. And I was just like, oh my god. And let's go ahead and run those down right now. At the freaking club, right before the power went out, Bruce tells Alfred, he's all like, Alfred, I got my things in the car. Go get them and I'll take these guys out. And he's all like, no, we're not going to do that, Bruce. All right? And before, you know, Alfred would usually just be like, here you go, Master Bruce. And boom, there's his suit. And he starts kicking everybody's ass. But we know that Bruce is not that good yet. He's not able to freaking be able to be in 2 places at once like Batman usually is in the comic books. No, So Alfred was like, no, you're gonna chill, like we're not gonna have this. So I thought that was pretty awesome. Before all of those shenanigans started, we saw how Bruce got the information he was looking for from Penguin by kind of playing Jedi mind tricks on him and telling him like, oh, I got a question about the licenses, like, and he was all like, this would be between you and me, and he was all like, oh, would you be for that? And he was all like, if these licenses were in effect, my parents would be, 3 years ago, my parents would still be alive. And he kind of gets Penguin to go ahead and give him how he works the whole situation. And he tells him that little punk dude, look little goofy, freaking has all of the licenses. And then we see that scene later in the episode that Bruce takes all of the licenses from people, which gets him in trouble at the end when he falls through the window because he's trying to catch some dudes breaking in and the cops show up. I kind of thought Bruce was going to show he had a license, but then again, he's Bruce Wayne, so they'd be like, why is Bruce Wayne stealing stuff? That would have been kind of a question. So we know that Bruce actually gets caught by the cops at the end, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see that next week. And Lucius is gonna say he got in a fight, so we're gonna get the suit next week already, which I thought it was gonna be at least 3 or 4 episodes in. No, we're getting the suit next week, and I think it's because Bruce gets taken to the GCPD where Lucius Fox is working. Blah 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 blah. The rest will soon to be history. Going back to more Batman stuff, he does the freaking shadow turning away, showing up thing, and I was like, whoa! I thought that was freaking awesome when he goes to talk to Gordon. Remember that first photo I showed you? I told you it was going to be him talking to Gordon at the GCPD, and it was just awesome. Gordon was there. He shows up, and he's like, oh, Bruce, I didn't hear you come in. And then Bruce is talking to him about the whole Penguin thing, and like, yo, you're not going to give up, right? Because you're a good cop. You got to do this kind of stuff. And then Gordon, he's like, you should come to the house for dinner sometime. And then Gordon turns around, he's like, yeah, we should do that. You want to what? And he was gone like Batman would. Hold on, that was kind of cheap. Because Bruce, when Gordon turned around, Bruce was gone like Batman would. That better? No? Whatever. I'm not feeling it right now because I gotta be at work. To round out the Batman traits, we saw Bruce taking on 2 responsibilities and not focusing on just one thing. He wanted to fight crime and be ready for Ra's al Ghul, and he wanted to try to take out the Penguin and the crime thing at the same time, which Batman is always juggling a whole bunch of things at once, and we're starting to see that now that Bruce knows he's going to have to be doing a bunch of multiple things at once, which I thought that was pretty awesome because, that's something Batman would do. And then we also got to hear the Bat voice. And what did you guys think of it? I didn't really think he was doing much different with his voice. Like, he made it a little bit deeper, but there wasn't really much of a Bat voice there, in my opinion. Do let me know what you guys are talking, or how you feel about that in the comment sections down below. The last thing I want to talk about is the Scarecrow. I thought this was awesome. They gave him a good origin. They made his character develop so well in one episode. And I know that sounds kind of weird, like, what? Of course you're pulling off of what happened last year, but the way he's just so scared of the Scarecrow with the fear toxin in there, and the way they're controlling him and making him how to do stuff, like, he just cannot stand a Scarecrow. And then the villains who are torturing him actually make him overcome his fear by locking him in a closet with the Scarecrow, and he cannot escape. So the only thing he can do is become the Scarecrow and overcome his fear. And you can hear it where the Scarecrow was talking to freaking Crane, and I thought it was just so awesome to see that happen. Like, it was just, oh man, I can't wait to see what this character is going to do the rest of the... I do want to say those 4 guys, the hick dude, like the leader, was trash. Like, I didn't really like his acting. I didn't think he was believable. He got shot and he was just like, oh, my finger. And then, like, when he was talking to Crane and stuff, like, I just felt like he was a guy, I didn't believe his character. Like, I was gonna say, I just felt like he was a guy trying to act. But I don't know. I don't know how you guys felt. Like, that guy was taking me out of the episode. I was just like, I don't believe this guy at all. Like, why is he the leader? The other guy that was kind of, I guess, like the dumber dude that was all, like, at the end, where he's all like, Crane? I feel like he maybe would have been better. Like, I kind of believed his kind of character that was going on. But the hick kind of dude, I was not feeling that dude. His character was just like, meh. Also, I want to point out that the place that Crane was at, or where they got Crane from, didn't look like Arkham. They never called it Arkham. They didn't show Arkham. So I guess this was just some other loony bin that had a shitload of people in it, though. and it could be where we're gonna see more of those. Remember those creepy guards or whatever, those creepy like worker people that I said were more than likely maybe working with Scarecrow or a part of Arkham? This could be a center where we're gonna get more crazier villains this season. Maybe Professor Pig is in this place, or there's other crazier villains like the Ventriloquist that are here that are not at Arkham. So it's very possible that this other site, which has no name right now, and they didn't call it Arkham, like I said, could be the place where we're going to get a lot of our villains, because they made it look very colorful in this episode. And the last thing I want to say about this episode is where freaking Jonathan Crane was, you know, sketching on the ground. Is it just me, or did that not look like freaking the Batman animated series Scarecrow, kind of, sort of? I thought it looked awesome, and I was like, oh, that is cool. But yeah, I don't know. That was, this episode was good. I'm excited for season 4 of Gotham. I'm excited to get back more into this style of filming. I'm pressed for time, and I'm also not used to filming standing up because the reviews have been gone for a really long time. But that's going to be it for this episode, guys. Do let me know what you thought. Card stop recording. Do let me know what you thought of this episode and what you think is going to happen in season 4 of Gotham. Let me know in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can come hang out with us over on Twitch. It's a good time. Or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye!
The whole uniform is extremely lightweight and actually bulletproof.
I feel safer already.
Finally, Gotham has the hero it deserves.
Jonathan, call me the Scarecrow.
Gotham, all new this Thursday on Fox.
What's going on, guys? So this is the trailer breakdown for the next episode of Gotham. And this is going to be kind of short because they don't really show much. It is literally like Bruce getting the suit, he gets shot at, then it's the Scarecrow fighting Gordon. But we're going to go through it because maybe there's some things we can find. So let's go ahead and jump into this. This trailer opens up with Lucius Fox showing Alfred and Bruce the suit that I'm assuming he has made for Bruce to protect him when he's out there doing vigilante stuff. Because remember, at the end of episode 1, we saw Bruce get caught by the cops. So the more than likely, Alfred's going to have to go pick him up from the GCPD because the cops are going to have him. And Lucius is going to say, Bruce, like, oh, did you get into a fight? And that's when Alfred's going to be like, what did he say? Rock climbing or whatever from the previous previews. From there, we know Lucius is a pretty smart guy, and he's going to figure out that Bruce is the guy out there doing that kind of stuff or getting into these kind of troubled things, because Lucius has always been that way in the movies and in the comics. He's just always known that Bruce is Batman. And so, of course, he always wants to help him out because he's all about, you know, doing better for Gotham and stuff like that. So he's going to end up making this stuff or taking this stuff to actually Bruce's house. And when I first saw this scene, I was like, oh, they're in the GCPD because it just looked very gloomy and stuff. But when you really look at this background right here, it does look like they're in the kitchen of Wayne Manor. I mean, probably one of the kitchens in Wayne Manor. But yeah, so it does look like they are at Bruce's house, and he is showing him all of this stuff. And then, of course, the next scene is Bruce getting shot at, as he is saying, like, it's bulletproof. And so we see that he gets shot at before he has this suit, and Bruce saying he feels safer already. Now, I do want to point out the scene where Bruce is getting shot at. We see him on a table that has a lot of money, and I guess like a money counter clicker thing. I don't really know what the hell that is because it looks really old. But in the background of the other scenes where the bullet goes off, you can see that there is a lot of like TVs, lamps, and a lot of stuff that looks like it's getting stolen. So could this be where Bruce is going to find out, you know, remember he stole that list in the last episode, and maybe this is where he's going to find out where all of the stolen goods go, and that way he can like try to chop off the head there, or, you know, ruin where all the money goes to, because, you know, if you cut off the money, then everybody's all like, well, I ain't gonna work for this, I'm not getting paid. So this might be the place where all the criminals have to deliver their stuff, and Penguin gets his cut, and blah, 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 doing all of that fancy criminal stuff. And then, of course, we get Bruce in the suit, scenes we've already seen, and then we get the text over it, finally, Gotham has the hero it deserves. And we get all of that jazz. And so, you know, it's kind of cool to just see this suit, and I have been one to just want to see it in action. I want to see how he does it throughout episodes. You know, we're finally getting episodes that are more focused on Bruce and not focused on Gordon, it seems. Or I should say there's going to be a good balance. Like, I feel like the episodes are going to be like half Gordon, half Bruce now, which is really cool. So I can't wait to see all of these characters develop a little bit more as, you know, we're starting to see the birth of Batman and the birth of Catwoman and all these other characters. So yeah, this is pretty epic, and I can't wait to see it in action. And then we cut to the very scary Scarecrow scene, where I'm going to say this is what's happening in this scene, because you know that Gordon is back at the loony bin, which somebody in the comments made a very good point when I said this isn't Arkham, it's somewhere else. And they made the point where they're like, yeah, it's not Arkham, because Arkham is for the criminally insane, and Crane has not done any crimes. And I was like, that is the most logical thinking ever, and thank you for whoever said that in those comments. You are smart. So yeah, this isn't Arkham, so it's another loony bin, whatever it's gonna be. But remember, in my review, if you watched that, I said that it's possible that this loony bin could be the reason for like other characters getting out, which I would be totally cool for. And maybe that theory is gonna come true with this scene, because it looks like the Scarecrow is going back to the loony bin to kill that guy that was treating him bad or scaring him with the Scarecrow, that, you know, the freaking Michael Buscemi. Everybody was telling me Steve Buscemi was the hit guy that I didn't like. It wasn't Steve, it was his brother Michael apparently. But we saw those characters take Crane out of that place, and now Crane is going to, or I should say Scarecrow, is going to go back and actually, I guess, kill everybody that hurt him there. Actually, maybe not kill. I think his idea is not so much killing people, it's about bringing fear to people, because we know this Crane, this Jonathan Crane, this Scarecrow, was actually brought by fear. Like, I mean, that's how what his storyline's always been. But we know this one for a fact, like, got so scared that he became the Scarecrow. So I thought that was going to be really cool, and I think he wants to do the same to everybody else. But we get this cool scene of Gordon with his gun, and Scarecrow all creepy in the corner with the lights flashing on and off, which is just very horror, and I just really like what they're doing with the Scarecrow character. And then, of course, we have some scenes of Scarecrow and Gordon fighting, and he's all like, Crane, he's all like, call me the Scarecrow. And we see him blast Gordon in the face with fear toxin. So we can assume throughout this episode we're probably going to see Gordon's worst fear, or it could be how the episode ends and the next episode is Gordon's fear, because, you know, they're kind of leaving us on a cliffhanger. We saw that Bruce got caught and they didn't tell us what happened. So maybe that's what Gotham's going to start doing a little bit more now, leaving it on these crazy cliffhangers that you're like, oh my god, I gotta watch the next episode. So they could leave this episode with Gordon getting gassed, although I don't think they're going to do that, so we might actually see Gordon's whole, like, fear or whatever. I think it's going to be the cutting of the wrist, maybe like maybe it's a fear of dying or something like that. And then there was also that crazy scene of Lee in the bathtub, of like full of blood with her wrist cut and all of that jazz. But back to my theory, what if, you know, Scarecrow going to this place and giving everybody their fear toxin makes all of these crazy people escape this loony bin, and they all go and, like, maybe that's how we get the ventriloquist, maybe that's how we get Professor Pig. You know, all these new characters that they're introducing this season, they could be coming from this episode, because nobody's going to be watching over them if Scarecrow freaking fear toxins everybody. They're all going to be going crazy. And we saw that one scene of that guy that, you know, was all scared. Scarecrow's going to gas him, and he's going to try to fight Gordon. So it's very possible that this loony bin is just going to go to shit, and maybe a lot of the people escape, and that is why this season is going to be filled with crazy people. Anyways, that's it, guys. There's not much else in this trailer. I'm really excited that Gotham's back. Let me know what you think is going to happen on the next episode and the rest of the season in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time.
hero it deserves.
It is a thin Kevlar weave with reinforced forearm protection. The whole uniform is bulletproof.
I feel safer already.
Watching Batman finally begin is thrilling.
Yeah, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
James Gordon!
Play nice.
No.
How many times has Gotham become a war zone?
You really think Penguin is gonna make this go away?
Penguin's taking over. This is our way back on top.
Who is Ra's al Ghul? That's what I've been trying to find out.
I'm a Falcone. You want the city back from Penguin? I'll give that to you.
I want them dead!
They're walking into a trap.
I'm all for you protecting the innocent, but I won't have you risking your life over a thief.
Ra's al Ghul. I think you know why I'm here.
It's time you tell me what's going on.
I can't.
Gotham, all new this Thursday. Or watch anytime on these.
What's going on, guys? So we got a new trailer for Gotham. Now, I will say I might be confused about this one because I don't know if it's a trailer for the upcoming episode, which airs tonight, or if it's like, you know, stuff for tonight and maybe the next episode, which I think that's kind of it is, because this trailer kind of has a lot going on in it. But, you know, it's an hour show. They could have all of this stuff happening in it. And if that's the case, well, then they kind of gave away the whole episode. But I do think this might be stuff from, you know, this episode that's tonight and then the following episode, or maybe the following 2 episodes. I don't really know. But either way, there is a lot of stuff going on in this. And I want to pick on, like, you know, 3 to 4 things in this trailer. Some of the stuff we've already seen before. It's a lot of Bruce in his suit jumping around doing all of that jazz. But there are some really cool things that they showed in this trailer that I do want to talk about. And specifically, one of the first things I wanted to cover is the whole thing with Gordon and Falcone's daughter. Like I told you guys, she was coming in here to be the freaking, you know, new lady that Gordon's gonna be getting frisky with. And they already show a scene of them kissing. So there's no freaking thing going on there. Now, it is on a beach, and it is kind of like sunny and stuff. Like, it could possibly be a dream sequence, but I don't think it's going to be, because she's actually going to be a character on this show. And I think this is just going to be them, you know, kind of hooking up. And, like, she's going to be helping Gordon. And you see it in the trailer when she was like, look, Penguin's taking over the city. You want the city back. I'm a Falcone. I'm the only one that can help you do that. So it seems like she's going to help Gordon take the city back from Penguin. But, you know, if she is a Falcone, that means she's got to get something out of it too, because, you know, her father's probably going to want to take control of the city or something like that. I don't really know. Even though he's out of the game, we do see him come back every once in a while to the Gotham season. So I think maybe her end game is probably that she wants to be the queen of Gotham or something like that. And maybe Gordon will be cool with that. You know, if organized crime just goes back to the way it is instead of, you know, what's going on with Penguin where, you know, it's freaking, you know, you're working. You can commit a crime if you got a card, basically. And I don't think Gordon, we know Gordon doesn't like that, so I think he wants to go back to the old way of crime, which is pretty crazy. But, you know, this show just has people coming back to life every season, so, you know, it's not too crazy. But yeah, so that is one thing we do see in this trailer is the introduction to Falcone's daughter, and already the love interest that is going to happen for Gordon, and a lot of other stuff going on with Gordon against Penguin. You know that he is not going to be, like, you know, we see Penguin show up into the GCPD, he's all like, oh, Gordon, and he's probably just gonna, you know, just throw it in his face that he's caught people and crimes down and all that jazz, and then Gordon gives that little speech that we see in here, like, do you think Penguin's gonna be able to keep this up forever? Blah, blah, blah. You know, there's gonna be a lot of that politics stuff going on between them, and then Gordon just seems like he's getting in a lot of fights. I don't know. I think Penguin is going to try to get him killed, like a lot of people try to kill Gordon. So some of those fight scenes in there that Gordon's fighting, like this big guy right here, and just other stuff, could be people Penguin is sending after, no, could be Penguin sending people after Gordon to have him killed because, you know, he's a thorn in his side. Speaking of people wanting people dead, we see the freaking return of Barbara, who is possibly talking to Tabitha and Selena in this scene where she's all like, Penguin's taking over, this is our way back on top, and she has the super gangster secret door that shows all of these crazy guns, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's the John Wick room that looks so badass, oh my gosh, she's freaking John Wick! Like, I cannot wait. I think I'm gonna start liking Barbara, guys. I can't believe I'm saying that, but if she's gonna be a badass assassin kind of person, I'm totally gonna be down with Barbara, because she's no longer going to be Harley. They're just going to make her her own character. It is something that I've said they should do for her, and if she's going to start being this badass, like, person trying to kill people, totally cool with it. But I do think she's going to be talking to Selena and Tabitha in this instance, because we do see this scene where Tabitha actually puts a knife to Barbara's neck. Maybe Barbara's going to be like, look, I killed your boyfriend or your, you know, whatever. It's cool, you killed me, we're good, let's be besties again. And there were like articles or rumors or whatever saying that Selena is going to be the one to bring, you know, Tabitha and Babs back together, because they're kind of both been mentors to her. We've seen that since, you know, season 1. And yeah, so she's gonna bring the whole little group back together, and this could be the Gotham City Sirens right here, or their version of it. And so yeah, I think it's gonna be kind of cool with them all getting back together, and maybe they're gonna try to take the city back from Penguin. So Penguin has a lot of heat on him, especially in this trailer, but a lot of people are coming after Penguin, and you know when you're the guy on top, you gotta fight all of these people off. So we're gonna see Penguin doing some crazy shit this season too. So yeah, all of this stuff is really cool right now. Since we're talking about Selena, we see this scene where she has a mask and she kind of takes it off, and it looks like Bruce is watching over her. So I don't know if he's doing his like midnight runs or whatever he's doing, you know, protecting the city in his new suit, but he says like they're falling into a trap, or they're going into a trap or whatever. And he's talking about Selena because he's watching Selena walking around somewhere, and then you hear Alfred being like, look, I'm cool about you protecting the innocent people, but I'm not gonna have you get killed for some thief. And you know Alfred's kind of always not had a thing for Selena because, you know, he thinks she's bad news. But you know, Bruce is, you know, he loves her and like he won't say it or whatever, but you know, he's all about Selena and he's gonna protect her at all costs. So it could be these scenes right here where he's freaking fighting people with guns. He's trying to save Selena, which it's gonna be really interesting to see if Selena figures out that Bruce is the Dark Knight or this, you know, vigilante figure this soon in the game. I wonder if she's gonna learn about it, or if he's gonna always be just like this figure, and maybe she's gonna be into him, but he's not gonna reveal who he is. I don't know, I kind of have a feeling that they're actually going to, she's gonna find out his identity pretty quick, or it's gonna be one of those things where he saves her life maybe once or twice, and then it's gonna be a thing where she was like, I always known it was you, Bruce. Like, I just know the way you are, blah, blah. It's like, it's your dorky mouth. Or she's gonna say something like that, but I feel like Selena's gonna know it's Bruce, but she's gonna kind of play along with the game. And the last thing I want to talk about in this trailer is the Ra's al Ghul stuff that they showed in here. They showed like this 300 type scene where all these warriors are dead with swords and freaking bows in their chest, and there's this figure walking on a horse, you know, through all the dead bodies, and you see, like, you know, Alfred and Bruce studying a book, and it looks like this Jesus type character that has Ra's face. And then of course, you know, Gordon's all like, who's Ra's al Ghul? And then Bruce is all like, I'm trying to figure it out or whatever. And so it just seems like everybody's trying to figure out Ra's. So is Ra's going to make himself more known, maybe to the GCPD, maybe to Penguin, you know, maybe because he wants to clean up city, he wants to rid the world of just like craziness. So maybe he's going to be this public figure that is going to come out, and a lot of people are going to start questioning him. That's, you know, we'll have to keep watching the season to find out. But I think it's very interesting that we're seeing this new stuff about Ra's. Like, there's that scene where it looks like he's coming out of the Lazarus pit. Maybe he's recharging himself, and he has this dagger. Are we going to find the origin of that dagger? Is it from that war that we kind of just saw? Are we just going to find out that Ra's has been alive for a really long time, which does fall in with the comics. He says he's been alive for thousands and thousands of years. So yeah, this thing is just getting really interesting, and we even see the thing, the shot at the end of Gordon being like, you need to tell me what's going on, and Bruce is like, I can't. And this could be that start of that vigilante versus Gordon kind of thing. Like, you know, he can't tell him what he's working on, because then Gordon would know that he's a vigilante, and he's not gonna like that, and all of that kind of jazz. So I don't know, things are heating up in this show, and like I said, I think this might be the best season yet, because it's just really exciting. Like, there was some like episodes last year that I was like, that's gonna be a really good episode, but half of the time I was like, that looks cool. But I've been really pumped for these upcoming episodes, and I hope it stays like this way the whole season. But yeah, so we're getting some, hopefully we're gonna find out some more information about Ra's background. We're gonna see the whole, you know, Penguin and everything. Everybody's gonna start fighting everybody, and it's gonna be awesome. So I can't wait for tonight's episode. And lastly, we saw Nigma's back, everybody. We see that Penguin of the Iceberg Lounge photo with him standing all, you know, dapper, and you see Nigma in the ice block in the back, and then it cuts to freaking Nigma looking at the billboard, and oh man, he's gonna be back. Is this all gonna happen in tonight's episode? Is it part of the next episode? I don't know. Watch tonight to find out, and then, you know, I'll do my typical review video of it, and then we'll all talk about it. I don't know. Can't wait for this, guys. Let me know what you thought about this trailer in the comment section down below. Okay, before I do my usual spiel about awesome people and places you can hang out with us, there is new merch. That is right. We have the first ever Juice from the Box pillows, which are totally crazy. We have a Justice League version as well, and I also launched these 3 shirts once again because a lot of people didn't get to buy them when I launched them originally. And the Justice League logo, this will be the last time you can buy this logo on a shirt, guys. I'm gonna make new ones later on, but this is gonna be the last time you can buy this design. So definitely jump on that. They're gonna be live for the next 13 days. Definitely go check that, all the cool merch out in the link down below. Besides that, if you ever want to support the channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can hang out with us over on twitch.tv/juicefromthebox, because we're doing some cool stuff over there. You should definitely hang out sometime. Guys and gals, or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Juice Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had many doses of juice? See you guys next time. Bye. What's going on, guys? So we're here to review episode 2 of season 4 of Gotham. And I don't know about you guys, but did it feel like not a lot happened in this episode? Maybe I got that feeling because yesterday I did a trailer breakdown for, you know, a hero trailer. And it just showed a lot more, and maybe I was just expecting more out of this episode because I think it showed footage from episode 3, maybe episode 4 as well. So yeah, I don't know. I felt like a lot of stuff didn't happen in this episode, and it was, of course, just a continuation of episode 1. So this was a continuation of episode 1, and we started off with Scarecrow, and that's basically what this happened. It started off with, you know, Gordon and everybody going to the Scarecrow house, and we found that one guy that got sprayed at the end of episode 1, hanging from a Scarecrow thing, and he was like, "He's coming! Scarecrow!" From there, we find out that Scarecrow is going back to the psych ward, and he is going to, you know, spray the warden who, like, fucked his life up for 3 years or whatever like that. He sprays him, and he's talking to him, and he's all like, "I overcame my fears, you need to overcome yours," blah, blah, blah. We found out that clowns is the ward's fear, and, you know, we see this crazy clown guy, and then that guy starts shooting everybody that works at the psych place because he thinks they're clowns, and, you know, that he becomes one. So I thought that was really interesting. And then we see that Scarecrow is actually going to make an army out of all the crazy people that are at that psych ward. And, you know, he sprays all of them with this really big dude first. And I'm going to say it right now, no, the big guy is not Bane. I feel like every time there's a big dude on this show, everybody's like, "Is it Bane? You think that's Bane? Juice, is it Bane?" Homeboy's not gonna be Bane, but he is a big motherfucker. Anyways, cut to Gordon actually getting to the ward, and we know that he showed up by himself because the GCPD sucks and Bullock kind of sort of betrayed him, but then we found out later in the episode that Bullock is actually playing the long game, and he knows that he needs to stay with the GCPD because when they do end up eventually fighting freaking Penguin to take the city back, he's going to need all of those men and women of the GCPD. So he can't lose them right now, and he kind of needs to let Jim go do his thing by himself. Back to the insane asylum, which I've been calling a psych ward this whole time. But back at this asylum, we see Jim get there, and it looks like a creepy haunted house when you really think about it. And all the people are going crazy. Shut up, phone! All the people are going crazy. That's when we see Mr. Clown Ward guy is all like, "I'm gonna kill you." And he, freaking Gordon punches his lights out and all that jazz, and he's gonna shoot him, but then he runs away. And then we see that Scarecrow is watching Gordon from the monitors, and he lets the freaking door open, and you see all of these other crazy people running towards Gordon, and of course, you know, he's got to fight him, he's got his guns, you know, he shoots it, and they all run away all scared and all that crap. So he goes, and he tries to find Scarecrow. That's where Scarecrow gives his whole little speech in that, like, oh, wait, no, that was the first part. I was going to say it's when he's screeching it against the door, and I was just like, when I was watching that, I was like, oh, because, you know, screeching and metal, ugh. What actually happened was Scarecrow behind Gordon knocks him over, and he sprays him in the face to see what he's afraid of after, you know, he says, "You killed my father," all that jazz. So that was kind of cool. And what happens is we see Gordon's fear, which is Lee killing herself, or Lee leaving him, or Lee not loving him, is basically what his fear is. And of course, Gordon gets through it like that. He's like, she would never do that, blah, blah, blah. And he just gets out of the fear toxin, which kind of pissed me off. But if they're playing the long game with this, it still pissed me off, though. Same thing with Penguin. How did Penguin get out of the fear toxin so fast? Was it water? Did he splash some water on his face and he was fine? That kind of annoyed me in this episode, that the fear toxin was so weak for certain characters, but it seems like it's making other characters really crazy with it, so I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, Scarecrow's freaking out because Gordon got out of the fear toxin. He's like, it's impossible, you have to overcome your fears and blah, 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 or become your fears or whatever. And he's all like, no, there's always a choice. And then, of course, there's that little scuffle. Scarecrow ends up going to where all his people are, and he's like, there's the monster. Everybody tries to kill freaking Gordon. And, of course, he, ends up figuring out that water is what saves you from the fear toxin. And, yeah, that was interesting and kind of anticlimactic in my eyes. But he ends up beating the big dude who's still on fear toxin or just likes to kick people's ass. And that's pretty much where it ends for Gordon and Scarecrow. Scarecrow escapes, of course, because we need to see him in later episodes. And then Gordon ends up going to the GCPD and getting in Penguin's face because, Penguin was all like, we had a deal, and blah, 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 blah. And, there was just some pointless crap going on there between them because, they need to build some stuff. And then Bullock and Gordon go have a beer because they're still kind of friends there. That's when we find out that Bullock is playing the long game. And that is when Bullock's like, man, I wish Falcone was here. He had an organized crime. He was awesome, which is what I mentioned in that trailer breakdown we did recently. Because, Falcone had organized crime. Like, it wasn't that everybody could do whatever they wanted as long as they had a license. No, he did crime within the law, or not within the law, but like with real laws happening. If you got caught, you got arrested. It wasn't this loophole bullshit. So Bullock was talking about how there was like, those criminals with honor, and, Gordon was like, oh, we should go back to that. And Bullock's all like, no way, he'll kill you. And so we know, of course, Gordon is going to see Falcone in the next episode. You see that in the previews, and he's going to meet his daughter, who they're going to... And then, yeah, all of that jazz is going to happen very soon. Before we move on to the next person, the one thing I do want to mention about Scarecrow is the voice sucks. I'm going to throw it out there. I don't like his voice. I wish maybe he would change it up a little bit more, but for some reason right now I do not like the voice because I'm just like, no, it should be like darker, it should be a little bit more crazier. But I don't know, hopefully it'll happen as the season goes on because I'm kind of just not feeling the voice right now for the Scarecrow. I like what he's saying and what he's doing, the way he looks, I just don't like the voice. That's kind of annoying to me. Secondly, I don't like that the fear toxin is so weak, but like I said, if they're doing the long game where he finds out that it's really weak because Gordon got out of it and other people got out of it, and the water actually, like, cured everybody of it, I'm hoping that Scarecrow's going to make even stronger toxin now, and hopefully we'll see Gordon get hit by it again, and it'll be even crazier the second time. Like, he's made it so much stronger, like Scarecrow in the comics would do. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. And, he'll just keep making more and more shit to make it even worse and worse and have, like, bigger trips. So that's kind of what I think they are going to do with the character. But it is very, right now, not really feeling it. Although Scarecrow's a badass, I just don't like the fear toxin being weak and his voice. Moving on, we saw the return of Barbara. And man, like I said, this might be the season where I actually start liking Barbara. If she's finally got this solidified, like, I just want to be the queen on Gotham, I just want to be on top, but now she's going to have like a legit business, she's going to be more of a threat, kind of assassin kind of thing. I can like this Barbara because they're not trying to push another character on her. Some of you people are like, they were never going to do that. I think you guys are crazy for not thinking that they weren't trying to make her Harley Quinn. But yeah, whatever. But if Barbara does stay this way, they are kind of making her character, I'm all about it. But we saw that freaking Tabitha and Kat, Selena, got invited to this house by these little fancy cards, which I kind of want some myself. But yeah, they got these fancy little cards, and they were like, alright, let's show it up. They show up to this spot, and the lights turn on, and it's Barbara, and they're like, bitch, I thought you were dead. Like, how? I saw you die. And, yeah, so they're freaking out, And then, of course, Tabitha wants to kill Barbara again, and she's like, do it. And, Barbara gives her whole spiel about how they could be back on top. She shows the freaking John Wick, freaking doors, like, opening and all these guns everywhere. And then she wants to start a business within Penguin's whole little crime, like, freaking card thing, where those people are going to need guns. They're going to go to Barbara to buy them. And they're actually going to be able to find out what everybody is doing in Gotham, and that's how they can get back on top. Of course, Tabs is not about it. Selena's all like, damn, this would be kind of cool. But so she's got to go talk to freaking Tabs about it. They do end up talking, and she's all like, yeah, you, me, and Barbara could be badass. We'd own this city. Freaking Ivy shows up real quick, and she's all like, she just wants to be a part of it too. But, Tabitha's like, bitch, get the fuck out of my house. Ivy continues to be treated like shit by everybody. We even saw that when Penguin went to go talk to Barbara. He's like, oh, you're opening up a new business? You need to run that by me. They have their little bickering going on where, freaking Barbara's all cool about it. She's just like, yeah, sure. Yeah, tax, of course. Blah, blah, blah. She's playing real cool about everything. And Ivy talks during this thing, and Penguin's all like, I could have sworn I told you could come if you shut the fuck up, bitch. So Ivy's still getting disrespected, but we will talk about her in a little bit. Back to Barbara, Tabs, and Selena, who I think are going to be the new Gotham City Sirens, because, they had the Sirens Club, blah, blah, blah. They are basically going to be Gotham's version of the Gotham City Sirens. Well, what's going to happen there is Selena told Barbara that she needed something in return or Tabs needed something in return to show her trust, and she was all like, bitch, I want your hand. I'm going to cut your hand off. And freaking Barbara was like, cool, go for it. Just do it right now. Like, if you need to do that, that's fine. It's fair game. You can tell she was a little bit hesitant, but she was like, all right, I need you to trust me, blah, blah. Of course, she doesn't cut her hand off. She was like, all right, I'm going to trust you. I'll start on Monday, because I need the weekend off, because, I got plans. We're going to go get some pizza, kick some guys' asses. I'll start on Monday. Then we got that scene of Barbara just like, oh shit, like I almost got my hand cut off. You could tell she was a little bit worried, but not too much when she was doing the whole thing and the way she's been holding her whole demeanor. It seems like she's still kind of scared, but she's really got way more confidence now. And I think the reason why is because if you didn't pay attention during that whole segment with Penguin, she says it's a long story. Or no, I think she mentions that to the girls. She's like, it's a long story about how she's still alive. And that's going to be because she is a part of Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul, whatever you guys are going to bitch about. Anyway, I say it. But yeah, so what is going to happen is I think we are going to find out in later episodes that she did come back because of Ra's. And then, the way she got all the money for that whole, thing to build guns is because of Ra's. Everything she is doing is because of him now, and how she's just doing everything. And maybe that's why she wasn't worried about getting her hand cut off, because he has the Lazarus pit. That's how she was brought back. She knows shit can grow back when you get it cut off, or, get healed or whatever. So I think that's why she had no problem with that, and that's why he was just like, I don't know if Rach is like, I need you to bring back your people, blah, 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 whatever. And we're going to find out later on, but I do think this is Barbara working with Rach, and that's what's going to happen. And be badass. But I want to see what his plans are for Barbara, giving her all this money to be able to start everything up. Because Penguin questioned, he was all, you lost everything. You lost your club. You lost all your finances when you died, blah, blah, blah. He was all, so how are you back on your feet? Who's paying for this? And she didn't want to say anything. And he was like, I'll find out. So, it's going to be a bigger player. It has to be somebody bigger than Penguin. Who's bigger than Penguin? Ra's al Ghul. Moving on to freaking Bruce Wayne, a.k.a. gonna be Batman someday. So, yes, Bruce Wayne in this episode, we started off in a freaking cell because he got caught by those cops saying that he fell through the roof. I love that they were using Wayne Enterprises' most expensive and best lawyer to get him out, and it's just this guy like blah, blah, blah. So that Bruce can use his money to get out of these situations. But Gordon comes, he's like, that's not necessary. Lets him out because Bruce uses the, excuse of like, I was looking for Selena, Kyle, and that's why I fell through the roof, blah, 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 blah. And so it's interesting that, he's starting to use excuses that he needs, or like, oh yeah, well, I love Selena, I'm looking for her, blah, 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 blah. And that's kind of just all of that stuff. It's very Batman to do. But then we see that, after that, Alfred's all like, you could have broke your neck, blah, blah, blah. He mentions, he's like, what, if you could take on like 5 dudes? He's like, yeah, if I could, would you know that Batman's gonna be able to do that later on? It was just so much like little Batman things happening in this episode. We see when he's talking to Alfred, he's like, Alfred, when I'm out there, I feel even more alive. I've never felt more alive, is what he says actually. And that is something that goes into like the mythos of Batman, because if you guys never read the comics before, there is just like this thing that Batman feels his real personality, who he really is Batman, and Bruce Wayne is the mask. And so like that's just something that they're throwing in there, like that's how he does feel so alive out there protecting people, because that's who he really is. Bruce Wayne is just a facade. Unfortunately, Bruce Wayne right now, who is not Batman yet, sucks. When he gets baited into a trap by these 4 guys because they're trying to figure out who's been stalking them. So they're there, they're all messing with him, they're like pushing his face and stuff, taking off his mask, and none of them know who he is, which kind of blows my mind, but I guess some of these guys don't care. Although, thank you, Gotham, for one of these guys sorta kinda knowing who he is, because he was all like, this guy looks familiar, like I'm telling you guys, I think he's someone famous, blah blah. Thank you, Gotham, because I thought it would have been really stupid if these 4 guys, none of them would have known who Bruce Wayne is, the biggest person in Gotham. So thank you for doing that, writers. That was awesome. And then, of course, he ends up, you know, there's a gun in his face. He ends up throwing it away. He looks around the room very Batman-like, and he gets what he could use to escape, and that we see the first ever grappling hook from Bruce, a.k.a. gonna be Batman soon, and he breaks out the window, which was really awesome. That was cool. I like that, you know, we saw that. It was a grappling hook that he didn't like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use this to get up buildings, Alfred. No, he needed to escape, he used that. I thought that was a really nice touch. But like I said, this Bruce Wayne right now sucks, because the moment he breaks out the window, he gets knocked down by the guy with the gun, and he's about to get blasted again. And then Alfred, of course, saves his life, because, you know, Alfred wasn't gonna let him go out there by himself. So that was very interesting. But man, I was like, Bruce, what? You're terrible, man. Later on, we see Alfred and Bruce in the kitchen, and Lucius shows up, and Lucius gives him the suit for rock climbing. And I gotta say 2 things about Lucius. One, he's hella smart, from just like, he knows already that Bruce is doing something, you know, extracurricular outside of his normal Bruce Wayne-iness. And 2, why isn't Lucius back at Wayne Enterprises yet? Like, why is he still working at the GCPD? The Court of Owls are dead. Bruce should have full control of his company again. Why isn't Lucius back at Wayne Enterprises? Anyways, Bruce gets his suit. He tries it on. He puts it on. All of that jazz. And that is how the episode ends, with him standing over Gotham City like a gargoyle. But I will say, one thing I noticed is Bruce Wayne fucking needs black eye paint. Seriously. Like, that mask, I think would look so much better if he just puts the black eye paint on, kind of like Scarecrow does. Bruce really needs to do that and not have the freaking, look at my white face between these things. It just looks weird. It looks weird. Finish it off. Make it all black so people can't see what you freaking look like, dude. Alright? Do it. Lastly, we are going to talk about the best thing in this episode. That's right. That is right. I think this was the best thing that happened in this episode. And that is Ivy going to the potion master, or whoever that guy was, using her stuff and getting these like forbidden potions or whatever that he had in his safe. And she ends up just chugging these things. She's like, yeah! Because she's tired of getting pushed around. She's been disrespected for 2 episodes. And she's just like, I'm done with this. And that guy, when she chugs those potions, he's all like, no, they're too strong. It'll get in your blood. It'll get in your DNA. All of that jazz is what they say. And oh, are we about to get freaking Ivy, power Ivy, that can control plants and be like, ooh, a tree. Here's some roses. Corn. Like, I want to see that Ivy finally show up in this show. And like, oh, I'm hoping that maybe she's going to mature a bit. She's not going to be as like, you know, so ditzy as they kind of play her off as in this show. I'm kind of hoping that we're finally going to get Powers Ivy. Because man, it would be awesome. Like, I wanted that to happen originally. I mean, I had this idea of they should have had her fall into a bunch of chemicals and stuff that made her grow instead of that whole guy that aged her like 10 years or whatever. Didn't really like that way, but if they are going to end up giving her her powers through these magical potions or whatever, I'm totally down with that. As long as she gets her powers, because what's been done has been done, so they can't really get rid of that. But yeah, if we get Ivy with her powers, and hopefully maybe she gets her own suit, she makes her own suit, that's kind of like I said, I would love the old school Batman animated series kind of Ivy, you know, the freaking long, you know, gloves up to her elbows or whatever, and then just kind of like a green outfit would be so awesome. But we'll see what Gotham's gonna do. I'm hoping she does become this, and I do think she will become part of the Gotham City Sirens after she shows Barbara and them that she's not fucking around. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm really excited. Maybe she won't be. Maybe she'll be like, I don't need you, and I don't need Penguin. I'm my own person, bitch. Okay, anyways, I want to know what you guys thought of this episode in the comments sections down below. Do you think Ivy's going to get her powers? Do you think Bruce needs eye paint? Let me know what you think of Scarecrow's voice. Let me know all of it in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support the channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. Or, we also got merch going on right now. Definitely go check that out because there's some new Juice from the Box pillows. And we're about to launch some zip-up hoodies that are Justice League that look kind of sweet. Those will be up in the next couple of days or something like that. Definitely come back and check those out. Also, you can hang out with us on Twitch. There's going to be a stream tonight. Sorry, this is where we do all of the freaking announcements for things. And yeah, but if you don't want to do any of that, you can always do the OG thing and give this video a like and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam!
James?
Go ahead, Jim. I have no secrets from my children.
Penguin has taken over the city. I need your help.
We can do great things together.
Bruce Wayne, you certainly are getting out quite a lot these days, aren't you?
They're walking into a trap.
I'm all for you protecting the innocent, but I wonder how you risk your life over a thief.
Gotham, all new Thursday on Fox.
What's going on, guys? So this is the trailer breakdown for episode 3 of season 4 of Gotham, and this one seems to center around introducing Falcone's daughter into the whole equation that is Gotham. And we know that this was going to happen. We already know she's going to be a love interest. We've seen them kiss already in other trailers. So we were expecting this. Now they're going to introduce this character, and I do expect her to be a, you know, the love interest of this season for Gotham. Although I feel like her being a Falcone, she is going to have some kind of, you know, hidden agenda maybe to get herself back on top. Because remember, Falcone is no longer the big dog in Gotham. He left at the end of season 1, if I'm not mistaken. And he's just like, you know what, I'm not going to run Gotham anymore, whatever. And I think maybe his daughter's all like, well, if my dad's not going to do it, I'll do it. That's what I kind of feel like is going to happen. But as we do see in this trailer, you know, Jim Gordon shows up to what looks to not be Gotham. This place seems to maybe like they're in Italy, or maybe there's some, I don't know, I've never been to Italy. But I feel like there's somewhere that's not Gotham, and they seem to be somewhere very fancy. And maybe Gordon flew somewhere to meet Falcone. I'm not too really sure what's going on here. It just looks very different than Gotham. We see Falcone's daughter asking Jim, like, what are you doing here, James? And blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know if they've ever met before, but it does seem like that. Then you hear Falcone say, I don't hide anything from my children. So more than likely, that's just setting up that, you know, his daughter knows everything that Falcone used to do. So she knows all about his crime past and all of that jazz. And it just adds to my theory of her, like, maybe wanting to be the new Falcone boss of Gotham. But yeah, so Gordon starts telling Falcone that Penguin has taken over and that he needs his help. Then we get some shots of, you know, her. I don't know if they've mentioned her name yet, and I know they have in, like, articles and stuff. I just don't remember it. But Falcone's daughter, they show her at GCPD telling freaking Gordon that, you know, we can do great things, James. And I think that's kind of like her kind of coming on to him, but at the same time just telling her, like, yeah, we can totally fuck over Penguin. So this is just going to be the start of a lot of Falcone's daughter, and Gordon being together in future episodes. And then we have this scene right here, since they are talking about Penguin, since they're going to join together to get rid of Penguin, or at least take down his organization. We see this shot of Penguin in his big old chair talking to what looks to be Barbara, because it's the blonde hair, you know, the very nice suit and all that jazz. Talking to Barbara, probably talking about how her, Tabitha, and Selena are going to be the ones running the guns in this city, and, you know, he's going to set up all of the stuff with, like, oh, the taxes or whatever. And there was a photo released earlier today of, not Selena, but Barbara and Ra's al Ghul, so we know that Ra's al Ghul is going to be this backer that is, you know, supporting Barbara and this whole new way of life for her. Or we can at least assume that because, well, you know, Ra's is going to have all the money in the world more than likely as well. Quickie side note, Falcone's daughter might become Bae on this show for me. I don't know. She's kind of cute. Next shot is Penguin talking to Bruce, saying that he's been getting out a lot lately, and of course that, you know, transitions to Bruce doing his whole freaking wannabe Batman stuff on the rooftops and all that jazz. So I don't know what that party is going to be for. It might just be like another pep party for Penguin to like be like, I'm taking over the city, come celebrate with me. Or it could be Bruce trying to get even more information and getting in Penguin's pocket, so, you know, he can just be like, oh yeah, you can trust me, you can tell me your crazy crime stories, because, well, I'm not gonna tell anybody. And that's just him getting information as the Batman. And the whole next scene is Bruce witnessing Selena about to be caught into some kind of trap, is what he says in there. Alfred's all like, look, I'm all for you protecting innocent people, but I don't want you to get hurt from some freaking thick little bitch, okay? Then we have a scene of Selena like opening up some box, and then we see Bruce fighting off some dudes with machine guns and stuff. Now, with this particular scene, you guys might not notice it because it's really, really dark. Well, Selena is gonna be right next to Bruce fighting. So Bruce is gonna literally save her life, where she's able to watch the whole thing. Now, she's probably not gonna know that that's Bruce. Maybe she's gonna be like, oh my god, this guy saved my life. I like really, really like him now. Like, oh my god. I took this scene right here and enhanced the lighting in Photoshop, so you can actually see that there is a person right here by these crates, which that's gonna be Selena. Bruce is literally fighting off the gun so she doesn't get shot and they don't shoot through the stuff. So he's literally saving her life right here as the vigilante, or whatever they're gonna call him. So that was kind of cool, and this could be like, maybe Selena's gonna get a crush on this vigilante guy. Maybe she's gonna know it's Bruce. Maybe she'll find out later. We're gonna see what's gonna happen, but this is just starting that whole like Batman, the bat and the cat situation, which I love. And yeah, so I cannot wait for this next episode. There wasn't really anything else happening in this trailer. We can assume that whatever Selena is stealing is gonna be like the guns and stuff like that, because, you know, after a while they're gonna need another way to get guns. I don't think Ra's is gonna be buying all the guns all the time. You know, Selena's probably gonna be like, I mean, not Selena, Barbara's gonna be like, yo, we need to start stealing these things, whatever. Selena's gonna be like, you know what, I'm a master stealer, let me go get these. And she's gonna end up walking into a trap, and that's where Bruce is gonna come in. I don't know what else could be in these crates. We'll have to watch the episode to find out. But I'm gonna assume it's weapon-oriented, because I don't see Barbara's new organization doing anything else besides weapons. Maybe these are military grade, maybe they're stealing them from some other mobsters, maybe they're stealing them from Penguin. It could be a lot of different things. But I do think they are just going to be stealing some kind of weapons. And Bruce could be, at the same time, looking at these docks or at these weapons, because maybe it's something Penguin told him at that party. So, you know, I think that's how they're going to all kind of intertwine together, because maybe everybody's just trying to come after Penguin. Like I said, he's a top dog. Everybody's going to start coming after him now that he is that main man. But that's it, guys. Do let me know what you think is going to happen on the next episode and what's going on in this trailer in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did. We got some new merch you can go ahead and check out. Also, do come hang out with us over on the Twitch channel. But if for some reason you don't want to do any of that, I don't know why you wouldn't, definitely do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I really done some... What's going on, guys? So let me apologize in advance for sitting down for this review. I usually do the stand-up stuff for reviews, but I'm going to be kind of pressed for time in the morning, so I don't want to not get this video out on time. So I'm having to resort to filming this the night before. I usually do, so I can't really jump around and wake people up because, well, I don't want to be rude. But also, this episode of Gotham was kind of not great. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but there were some cool moments in it, but to really be honest, it wasn't that great of an episode, and it kind of sucked. I don't know if you guys felt the same way, but I felt that there were parts in this episode that were directed very poorly and acted or written very badly. And I just have to say, that opening scene, which you would think would be cool because it's, you know, Ra's al Ghul's origin and we're finding out where he came from, all of that jazz, how old he is. And then it was just so bad, like where he comes out of the water and he's all like, I am dead, or I was dead, or whatever, and like, I am here. And then it was just like, just go back and watch that scene and his face is all like, oh, hey. Like, it's just, it was, I don't know what the director was thinking there, and like, why didn't, I would have made, you know, I forget the actor's name, but the actor that's playing Ra's, I would have had him do it over. I was like, that does not seem natural. Like, I know you're trying to do this whole, like, I just came back to life thing, but you're overdoing it a little bit. And the dialogue there was really bad. And like, I don't know, it was just a very terrible opening in my opinion. And the opening itself was just to set up basically what this whole episode was going to be about, and that was the bidding or the stealing or trying to steal of this like ceremonious sacred blade of Ra's al Ghul's master, or who he got from his master, and now he needs this blade back. I want to know, what reason did he lose this blade? Like, why doesn't he have this blade? Why didn't he keep it? And why, if it was so important, why the fuck don't you got it, bro? Moving on from that, we saw the whole little, like, you know, dock scene, because everything happens at the docks in Gotham, where Selina is going to try to steal this blade, and Bruce thinks, he doesn't know it's Selina. He never knew it was Selina, but he goes and he tries to save this thief that is about to get ambushed by these other people, or is going to fall into a trap. And he's actually the one that sets them off, because it looks like Selina would have been able to steal that without Bruce interfering, but, you know, he wanted to save this person's life, or he wanted to see what they were stealing or whatever, and he ends up getting caught and having to, you know, fight off of 4 dudes, almost getting Selina shot in the process, because I thought he was maybe going to be saving her because he knew it was her, but no, he didn't know it was her at all. And then as he's trying to block the guns, they're shooting the truck. Like, so Selina could have easily got shot up, and this causes her to fail her mission and make her look bad in the eyes of Barbara. Since we just talked about Ra's and Barbara, let's just get it out of the way now, because that ending was totally unnecessary, and like, they don't need to be a thing. Like, just because he brought her back, Barbara doesn't need to freaking jump Ra's bones. Like, it's just like, oh my god, like, I'm all for like romance and people hooking up in these shows, but it doesn't need to be everybody. And like, it doesn't, especially the people that have been brought back to death. Like, I mean, from death. And it's just like, I didn't get it. I was just like, I saw that and I was like, wow, that is completely unnecessary. I think when I look at it, I don't think Ra's has really had relationships that I know about in the comic books. Like, they're never really ever, you know, portrayed or in the forefront, anything like that. He's kissed Batman before. Yeah, if that's something you didn't know, he's totally kissed Batman. Moving on though, yeah, so that whole relationship between Ra's and Barbara is just, it just feels totally out of place. I don't want it. I don't know if anybody wants that. I was just kind of hoping she was going to be a badass, but now she's in love with Ra's, or I don't know what's going on there, and I don't really care to see where that goes. But it looks like we're gonna get a lot of it, maybe. Moving from that romance to another one that is possibly starting is the Falcone. Is Gordon going to see Falcone? And this was, you know, a cool scene that also got me mad. The theme of this video, just to let you know, was there was a lot of things in this episode that bothered the hell out of me. And this one in particular was Gordon just being able to arrive to Falcone's and the butler just letting him in on the property. Like, you know, Falcone is a mob boss. Anybody could be coming in to try to kill him. And why would the butler, I'm pretty sure the butler knows, why would he just let Gordon walk in to Falcone's compound and like, oh yeah, you killed his son, you were in love with his son's fiance, yeah, let me totally just walk you in, let's go talk to Falcone. Like, that was kind of, I wish there would have been a little bit more resistance. Like, maybe they had to go get Falcone to bring him, and or like at least call him or something, you know, and let him know like Jim Gordon's here to see you, and then they bring him in. But no, the butler was just like, follow me. Like, what? On top of that weirdness, Gordon just walks up to Falcone, he's all like, Carmine, and Falcone's just kind of looking at him, he's like, we're far from home, Jim, and blah blah blah. And they're kind of just like, they're doing small talk, and Falcone calls him out on it. And he's all like, I think we're way past, you know, the small talk. Let me know why you're here. That's when Falcone's, you know, attractive daughter, I'm going to say it, comes into the fold. And she's all like, oh, who's this? And then, you know, she knows that it's James Gordon after, you know, Falcone tells her that. And he's like, what are you doing here, James? And they kind of have small talk. Why is Falcone fucking cool with Gordon all of a sudden? Like, even at the end of season 3, they seemed kind of like, they were still at ends, you know, he was like, look, I know you don't like me, blah, 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 but I need to do whatever. Like, we know that was going on, but Falcone never really liked Gordon at all. And, like, they didn't become buds at the end. Like, he wasn't like, I respect you, blah, blah, blah. And maybe, you know, Falcone was, maybe he let it, you know, we found out that Falcone's dying, so maybe he's a little bit more chill now. He's like, you know what, you know, I'm gonna die. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to enjoy my time. So he doesn't want to get stressed out. He doesn't want to deal with anything like that anymore. Maybe he still respects Gordon a little bit. I don't really know, but I didn't like how it was so chill that they're like, oh yeah, you know, you can come ask me a favor, Gordon. Like, no, that's not how it should work. Falcone would be like, you can't come in here and ask me a favor, especially after you killed my son. Like, I wish there was a little bit more resistance there. I don't know. I don't know if they're using the dying thing to make them be cool. They're like, oh yeah, I'm dying, so we're buds. We're buds. Since Falcone's dying, he can't help out bring Gotham back to the city. His daughter wants to. He's all like, you're not ready for that. And then the rest of the episode is Gordon drinking on the beach, talking to his daughter. They're walking on the beach. They're having this little like, oh man, did you ever think about leaving Gotham? Blah, blah, blah. She takes his coat and his shoes. They go walk in the water. They have a little kiss. Blah, blah, blah. She shows up later in the episode when he's back at the GCPD, and he's all like, what are you doing here? And she's all like, oh, well, I'm a Falcone, blah, blah, blah. I didn't need your permission to come here, blah, blah, blah. And now we're going to have this, like, he's going to kind of butt heads, but it's going to be like that sexual tension kind of stuff. Like, they like each other, but they're got to work together, but they don't want to work together, but they super want to... But, you know, it's going to be that whole kind of thing. Because, you know what, Gordon always has those kind of relationships, it seems. And, yeah, I don't know. I just think they could have handled that so much better. Even if they wanted to bring in some kind of romance with them, they could have handled it so much better. I think instead of Falcone's daughter coming in and being like, you know, Jim was like, oh, so you were playing me? And she was like, no, not all of it was that, blah, blah, blah. I would have nixed all of that. I would have had her shown up to the GCPD and, like, asked Gordon if he wanted to go to dinner or something like that. And Gordon would have been like, why are you here? Like, blah, blah, blah. And she could have just said, like, I'm here to tie up some loose ends for my father. He didn't want to come back. I'm here to do it. We got to tie up some, like, you know, what loose ends, as I said, since he's dying. He doesn't want to come back to Gotham. She's going to do it. And, like, that gives her a reason to be there instead of just coming out flat out. Like, not even, this episode wasn't even an hour. Like, they just met, and then now she's already like, oh, yeah, I was playing you. Like, you didn't need to reveal that hand right away. Like, you could have had her been there. Maybe she's like really, she should have been playing the long game, as that's been my favorite word in the last couple of videos. She should have played the long game and just still kept playing Gordon, because the reveal of her later actually betraying him would have been so much better. Like, she was playing him this whole time. She was using him to get the city back, for her to take over the city and her to be the new Falcone that runs Gotham. That would have been so much better. You could have had their romance building, and then at the end, like even the second half of the season, we find out that behind his back, she has been building an empire that he doesn't even know about, and she's been like just giving him info like, oh yeah, my connections or my father's connections say that Penguin has been doing this, he's been doing that. So she's giving him info that he would think, that Gordon would think she is getting from Falcone's connections when it's really her own connections. That would have been such a better reveal, instead of just like, ooh, we're starting something, ooh, I just played you, blah, 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 sexual tension for the rest of the season. Like, no, we didn't need that. They could have developed her character and that relationship so much better. Moving on to another couple, in this episode, and that was Riddler's secret admirer. That this was another thing that pissed me off. Not the secret admirer thing, but the getting Riddler out of the ice block with a blowtorch. Are you serious? She just used a regular little blowtorch to melt him out of this thing. How long was she there? Like, Ivy flipping the switch would have been a better way for Enigma to get out of that thing. Like, what? Gotham, are you serious? You literally had a blowtorch, a girl with a blowtorch, and nobody else works at this club. Like, is Penguin the only one that works there? He doesn't have, like, bar people, maids, somebody mopping or anything that would have noticed this girl actually using this blowtorch to get the freaking Riddler out of that. Like, that, there's no way that took just like 10 minutes or something like that. That must have been like a super industrial Batman made it himself kind of blowtorch to get Riddler out of there that fast. Like, that blew my mind. I was like, that's kind of dumb. And I know that, like they said when she started talking to Edward, that she was all like, I had to learn his schedule. So she probably knows like the amount of time she had to get him out of that ice block. But still, a freaking blowtorch. Like, if she would have came with the freaking gun that Firefly has, I'd believe that. But not this little blowtorch that's like this big. But to show a little bit of positivity about that whole little obsessive relationship that they had going on there, I liked her. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that out there. I liked her character, and I thought this would have been a really good chance to introduce like a Riddler henchman or henchwoman in this instant, and it could have been Echo or Query or whatever her name is, and it could have been one of them. That lady, that girl right there could have been the character, and I just liked her personality. It was weird, it was bubbly, like, yeah, she could probably seem like she would get annoying after a while, but I liked the personality, and she was just trying to help Riddler, and I think he could have been like one of those, like I said, the henchwomen or whatever, kind of like a Harley Quinn, where he could have just pushed her around and she would have been helping him, but at the same time, like, you would have had this weird, like, kind of like loving, kind of hating relationship between them that we're not going to get from Jerome or a Harley Quinn. We could have got it with a Riddler and, you know, this obsessed Riddlerette, as she was calling herself. And she even made a dress and stuff. Like, I just really enjoyed her personality. I enjoyed her so much that when she got shot at the end, I felt bad. Like, even like when oh my god, when Zaz asked her, he's like, that's a lovely dress. She was like, thank you, like, I made it. Like, I felt so bad because then she gets capped, and I was just like, oh my god. Like, I felt like they could have actually expanded that character and the relationship with Riddler. Like, I think he would have needed somebody, since he's losing his mind and his brain doesn't work as well because he's been like he's been on ice for 5 months. So, I don't know. I thought that would have been cool. I thought she would have been a nice little accessory to him for at least this season. But no, they ended that this episode. But with Riddler's brain all messed up, it makes kind of sense that he's going to be able to hang out with Grundy and possibly, you know, Lee Tompkins later. Because maybe, since Grundy's not going to have any memories, maybe, and, you know, Riddler's going to need, you know, freaking help getting his mind back, maybe Lee's going to be the person to help them somehow. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's not the kind of doctor she is. Well, I mean, no, she's not, but she did try to do, like, she did try to do therapy, or she tried to be a therapist for Bruce that one time. So we don't know her full, you know, doctoral skills. But yeah, maybe that's how they're going to build that little weird relationship that they're supposed to have. I don't know. You guys can let me know what you think's going to happen. But I think Riddler's brain not working to full capacity is how him and Grundy are going to get along. Side note, when freaking Riddler said, you know, the whole deformed baby line, I lost it. Like, that was so hilarious about his deformed baby next. Like, it was just so ridiculously, and I thought it was delivered so well. Like, that was probably one of my favorite parts of the episode. Moving on from that, let's talk about everything that Bruce did in this episode. Like I said, we saw him almost get Selina killed from him deflecting the gun all up in her face. And then we saw him try to do a very Batman type thing, and that is learn different disguises. But at the same time, in this scene where he's pretending to be this guy looking for his, you know, this young kid looking for his uncle, it just pisses me off that people don't know what Bruce Wayne looks like in Gotham. Like, are you serious? This is a billionaire child. Like, there are a lot of billionaires that I don't like, but I know what their freaking face looks like, you know what I mean? Like, and it blows my mind that people don't know what Bruce Wayne looks like. I mean, this kid is polarizing. Like, his parents were murdered in an alley. I'm pretty sure he would have been on news coverage for the whole week or whatever, especially if the Wayne family just owns Gotham. Like, there's such this pillar of greatness in Gotham. How do you not know what Bruce Wayne looks like? It almost happened last week, but they had that one guy being like, this kid looks familiar, guys. That saved last week's episode. But this time, he's pretending to be somebody else. They don't change his face. He doesn't put on makeup. He doesn't do anything. And he's just changing his voice, which he did very well, by the way. He just changes his voice. And they're just all like, who are you, kid? Like, it just, I can't believe it. I cannot believe that somebody does not know what Bruce Wayne looks like. But we got to see bratty billionaire Bruce Wayne, which was kind of cool. I really like this when he goes to Penguin's auction and he's just bidding on everything, and he tells Alfred, he's like, I got to bid on a lot of things because it doesn't make it so obvious that I'm only here for the knife. And all of that jazz. That was very smart of Bruce. You know, because Alfred's been teaching him everything, and now he just taught Alfred something. So I like that dynamic because that's how it is in the comic books. Alfred and Bruce are always teaching each other things. And like, I don't know, so I thought that was really cool. I don't know how you guys feel, but I am loving the Bruce and Penguin relationship. I love that Bruce is going to these, like, you know, events, these dark things that he knows Penguin is part of the underground. He knows that he is the head of Gotham's crime organizations. But I love that they're building some kind of relationship because Bruce is putting on this Bruce Wayne face, and Penguin just thinks he's like, oh yeah, it's another billionaire kid that, you know, he doesn't care if he's doing bad things, because a lot of people in Gotham with high, you know, positions take advantage of everything. So, I don't know, I thought that's kind of cool. I'm really loving that dynamic, and I hope we get to see more of Penguin and Bruce interacting with each other in the future. After that whole thing, we know that Bruce paid $2 million for the knife. Penguin's all like, look, Barbara Keene is going to come after you for that, so I'd be careful with it. And he's expecting her when Selina shows up in a very Catwoman-like outfit. And I have to say, freaking Cameron, what's her last name? I forget her last name. But she is really playing that Catwoman character. Like, just go back and watch that scene where she walks in to try to steal the knife from Bruce. She has the Catwoman walk. And I'm just like, whoa, this girl is really getting in to the Catwoman character. She had the suit on. Like, if she was wearing a mask perfectly, I think, yeah, she would have been Catwoman hands down. I think she's doing that role very well, and I'm really excited to see her character grow more this season. But yeah, so she walks in, Bruce is just there sitting, very Bruce Wayne-like, very Batman-like in this thing. He's all like, what are you doing here, Selina? She's all like, what are you doing sitting in the dark? Which is a very Batman thing to do. And, you know, we see that, and they have this conversation. She's like, yeah, so can you just give me the knife? Because, you know, Barbara's never gonna treat me as an equal if I don't take this back to her. He's like, you don't need it. And he's all like, I just paid $2 million for it and pretty sure I should keep it. You know, all that jazz. They have that little banter, and Bruce denies her, and he's like, you should probably leave. And she does. And I love that because that is very Batman and Catwoman. Like, Bruce, or Batman, he lets her slide on things. Like, he lets her escape. He lets her do this. But he always still does the right thing. Like, he keeps the diamonds. Like, he'll let her go away, but he takes whatever she steals, and he tries to, like, put her away. He's put her away a couple of times, but he's been very lenient with Selina, but he always stays that moral high ground. And, like, you know, if it's very important, he won't let it slide. And, like, I just like that dynamic, and we are seeing that between the Bat and the Cat in this series. But the last thing I want to point out is with the whole Barbara not, you know, seeing Selina as an equal, I think this actually might be the start of Selina and Ivy teaming up, because they're both being disrespected now, and they might start their own Gotham City Sirens, which would be the real Gotham City Sirens, although they won't have a Harley Quinn, unless we secretly get one at the end of the season. But yeah, it would be cool if they started their own Gotham City Sirens away from their mentors, who are supposed to be like Barbara and Tabitha, because, you know, they feel like they don't get respected, and they feel like they can do things their way and make things better. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see what Ivy's going to do, because she probably feels like Selina's not on her side, although Selina did say she did believe in Ivy, or she believes Ivy that she hates Penguin. So we'll see what happens like that. but I'm calling that they are going to start their own Gotham City Sirens. But that's pretty much what I thought about this week's episode of Gotham, guys. I didn't really like too much about it. There's a lot of things that annoyed me just because I feel like they didn't make sense, or like they could have elaborated more on things, or it could have just been a better story overall, and I did just feel like there was some poor writing in this episode. But yeah, do let me know what you think in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you ever want to support the channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can check out the merch that is still up for a few days. Link in the description, or come hang out with us over on twitch.tv. Tonight, we will be streaming around 12 Central Standard Time. Come hang out with us. Or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. What's going on, guys? So, yeah, this is my Gotham review, and I gotta say it was, you know, was I the only one that felt this episode was kind of average? It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. It was just kind of average. And, like, there's a few things that I noticed in here that I'm gonna kind of point out. This might be kind of a quickie review, because there's not a lot to go into about, like, stuff that might be from the comics or whatever. It's just a lot of character development that was going on in here. So, first thing I want to point out is if you did notice that Bullock was not in this episode, and, you know, the freaking other person that came in for him said he was, like, on sabbatical or whatever he was on, do believe that he was not in this episode because of everything that happened with his child earlier this year. If you didn't know, his child went missing, and I believe they were missing for, like, a week or maybe even more than that. And so I believe that was during the filming, and they had to write that into the show that, you know, Bullock just had to go away for a little bit because of what was actually happening in his real life. So I believe that is why you did not see Bullock in this episode. Sorry if the lighting keeps changing. I didn't have one light on. But anyway, so that's why Bullock wasn't there. And let's move on to the next thing in this episode was, although I think Crystal might be Bae, I said Crystal, I meant Sophia, with her real name, the actress's name is Crystal. I think she might be Bae, because I think she is Perte, but, yeah, I don't like her acting. I don't think she's that great. And apparently there is a rumor, or I don't know, they say it's like the Crystal Curse. I don't know if this girl's been on shows before and has made them suck, or has got them canceled, because, I don't know, she's so bad. I don't really know. But when she was talking to Penguin, like, for the first time, she was like, I'm just here for Falcone charities, and blah, 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 blah. And she was, like, supposed to cry. Like, it was so bad. And I was just like, I didn't like that. I don't know. I mean, but at the same time, like, my brain was like, maybe the character was trying to cry, but couldn't really do it. But then I'm all like, that's kind of, but you shouldn't even, I shouldn't even have to question if you're trying that or not, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, I'm not really buying her character right now, but her and Gordon did, like we totally said they were gonna do, so that totally happened at the end of the episode, which was just Gordon is not the best choice when it comes to the ladies, but I feel like I can totally relate to that. We are talking about Sophia. I do want to mention one of my favorite parts of the episode, and that is when, you know, Penguin's talking about what will happen if a Falcone faction started coming up, and she looked over to freaking Zaz, and he was like, I'll stab you. Like, I just love what they're doing with Zaz this season. I wanted more Zaz, and we're getting more Zaz, and, you know, he's just playing like this. It's not his character from the comic book. Like, yes, his character from the comic book is way darker, way crazier, but what they are doing with this Zaz, I am totally 100% okay with, and I hope we just keep seeing more and more of him. But I am hoping that this Falcone versus Penguin thing is going to start escalating pretty soon, and that there is going to be a war against Falcone and Penguin. You know, of course, it'll be with Sophia at the head of it. She's not telling Gordon what she has planned, but it does seem very awesome that we are going to have mob wars again, and now Penguin will be involved with this. And I hope it stretches out over the season, like one gets hit, the other one gets hit, you know, kind of like we had, I think it was in season 1, yeah, with Maroni and Falcone, there was just these hits going on. I really enjoyed that aspect of the show, and I hope we get back to that. Sticking with Penguin, though, we saw that the Riddler was trying to, you know, come up with better riddles to try to get to kill him, basically. And he had rapping riddlers, or rapping riddles is what I should say, which I thought was a cool, nice touch, but they didn't make any sense. I was trying to figure them out too. Penguin thought he was figuring them out, but then he would go to those spots and then Nigma wouldn't show up. So Nigma was all like, you know, it was just, he's not himself. And we see that at the end of the episode when he goes to confront Oswald at his club, and he's all like, you didn't show up. Penguin says, your riddles suck. Like, they don't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. He starts calling him out about how long it took him to make him, and you just see Penguin become super savage, and he brings out the other Victor, Freeze, to go ahead and freeze him. And I just loved his one line, or like his one or two lines that Freeze said, where he was all like, you want the same pose or you want something new? And he was like, no. He was like, same pose then. And then freaking Penguin called him off, and he was all like, no. He was all like, you know what? I'm going to let him live, because it's even more savage to let him live knowing that he will never be the Riddler again, because only the Riddler can kill me, because this is just Nigma. And I thought that was brilliant. Like, I think that is going to be the Riddler's driving force moving forward, that he cannot kill Oswald until he becomes that old Riddler again. So I think that's what we're going to see, his progression, and why he's going to, you know, team up with Bullock in the future, is because they're both going to be damaged characters that are maybe trying to get back to who they were, or, you know, one is trying to get back to the other, who he was, and the other is just like, you know, his henchman. So that was that, and basically the rest of this episode is just Ra's al Ghul versus Bruce over the knife, and Gordon kind of sprinkled in there to kind of find out what's going on. We saw Gordon fight the freaking, you know, medieval guy with the pet human dog thing called Anubis, which I don't know if that's I haven't went back and researched if that is actually a character in the Batman comics. I will get back to you on that. But yeah, so like that was kind of an interesting touch, you know. Barbara was like, these people don't do well in this like whole, you know, area for my business and all that jazz. And I do want to say is, it does kind of seem like Ra's is upset with Barbara, so I'm kind of hoping maybe he's going to try to kill her at some point, maybe once he gets the actual knife back. Which, I gotta ask another question on top of that question, or I don't even think that was a question or statement, whatever. Do you have any idea what the hell this knife does? Because I feel like we haven't got a clear explanation why this knife is so important. We saw the scene where he came out of the Lazarus pit, and that, you know, his mentor, whoever brought him back, gave him the knife. But did, like, Ra's kill his mentor with that knife to, like, free him of, you know, his, like, I don't know, demonness, or free him of death because he's lived forever? Or, I don't know, like, we saw, if you watched Arrow, you saw that, you know, whoever kills, you know, Ra's becomes Ra's. Or that's how they kind of promoted it in Arrow. Are they promoting it here? And even in the Batman comic books, you know, Ra's wants Batman to become the next Demon Head. But, you know, is that required in... Is it, like, solidity required that you have to kill that person? Because we see in the next episode that Bruce is going to Blackgate to try to kill Ra's. And is that gonna, like... But Ra's is, like, beating him down. He's all like, you're weak. And I'm assuming because Ra's knows that he's not powerful enough to be the Demon Head yet. But that's what he wants ultimately, to try to be killed by Bruce. So, do you need this knife to kill the Demon Head? Is that what it is? Or is there something else? Because what threw me off is, that's what I originally thought was going to happen. What threw me off was when Ra's was talking to Gordon about Nanda Parbat and all of that jazz, and saying how the legend was that when the person disappeared, when the Demon Head disappeared, he would come back and rule the world, or rule everything with that knife. But why isn't his master there? Like, why isn't his master ruling it? Is his master the real Demon Head that's trying to come back? Like, you know, I'm just really interested on what's so important about this knife, and I hope they clear it up in later episodes. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. So yeah, there's a lot going on with this knife that we don't know yet, or it's like real true meaning. But we see throughout the episode that Bruce goes to a museum, tries to get it, you know, everything's solved about it. They do kind of decipher what's on the knife. And then that, you know, the old dude is all like, yeah, well, this is, you know, I don't know if Mr. Wayne knows what he's getting into. And that's when he gets murdered. by Raish, and his son, or his grandson Alex, is the one that hides everything. And we see that's what happens basically in the rest of the episode is Alex is chased. Bruce and Gordon have to try to save him. And it comes down to the very end where where Alex takes Gordon to get the knife, and Raish ends up killing him because Bruce makes the hard decision and says, I can't give him this knife because you don't know what he's capable of. And Gordon's like, it doesn't matter. It's all about the kid's life. And he's like, no, I'm sorry. So Bruce made a hard decision, which I think this is what he's going to build on. This is going to be that moment, besides his parents getting shot, that will be the moment that will make him be that Batman that wants to save everybody no matter what. Because usually Batman will cross that line if he needs to, but it usually never costs anybody their life. Like, it's usually like, yo, I will destroy this building if it's gonna help me save 1 million people or whatever. Like, he'll make that decision, but I think in this show, Bruce losing, like, Alex to Raish is going to be that, you know, that idea, that motivation to keep him going and not let anybody die in his hands, you know? But it is that tough decision that Batman does have to make. Also, I don't know if you caught the little Easter egg, which I thought was super hilarious because it's constantly happening on my channel when I say Ra's al Ghul, and everybody's like, it's pronounced Ra's al Ghul. And then when I say it that way, some people are like, it's Ra's, blah, blah, blah. Look, alright, I'm gonna throw this at you first. That little Easter egg was when Gordon's all like, look, hey, lady girl who's been on this episode for the first time, find me everything you can on somebody named Ra's al Ghul. And then she's all like, okay, but how do you spell race? And he hangs up on her because the way you read it, it's Raz. I don't know how people get Raish out of R-A-apostrophe-S. But if you watch the animated series, you know, freaking, what's her name with Talia says that, you know, it's pronounced Raish when, you know, Bruce keeps saying it's Raz. So I say it's pronounced whatever way you want to say it because it ain't spelled right. Like GIF and GIF, it's a hard G. I don't know where people get the GIF part of it. It's freaking GIF. You can't just pronounce a J when it's a G. Sorry, we've been having that debates in my little groups recently and on streams, so I just had to, you know, throw that in there really quick. But that's basically what happened on this episode, guys. It was just all Batman and Ra's. It was more development for Bruce's, you know, just like building up of Batman. He's going to use this. In the next episode, we see that he's going to try to kill Ra's al Ghul, who gave himself up to go to Blackgate, because I think he knew exactly what Bruce was going to do. Bruce was going to be so filled with anger that he was going to want to kill Raish. So he wanted to see how good he was. So he went to the most secure prison that there is. And, you know, Bruce is sneaking into it. He wants to see how good his powers are, if he's good enough to become the Demon's Head. And I think this might be the stepping stone to where Raish is like, you need to get better. I can train you, blah, blah, blah. That would be really interesting, but we're going to have to wait until next week to see what happens. Anyways, guys, those are all my thoughts for this episode. Do let me know what you thought of it in the comment sections down below. Don't forget, if you ever want to check out, you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can always do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. If I haven't deleted dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bam! What's going on, guys? So I know a lot of you out there are like, oh my god, this title, I'm so totally gonna give it a dislike. How about you watch the video before you actually, you know, hit that dislike? Because, you know, what if I say something actually good? But no, seriously though, is it time to cancel Gotham? Because one, I just tweeted about this literally. I hate that this show is on Thursday. I don't know about you guys, but I seriously hate that it's on Thursday now. Because one, I stream on freaking Friday nights, so I have to wake up really early to edit these videos and make these videos, and then I have to go to work, and then I gotta come home and stream for like 5 hours, and I just hate that this show is on Thursdays now. But that's not really the real reason why I think they should cancel Gotham, or not that they should cancel Gotham, but that maybe it's time to cancel Gotham. It was this episode that I think might have just crossed the line and it might have just changed everything. And Gotham has done a lot of things, and I'm talking about a lot of things that are different from the comic books, and this is its own universe and all of that jazz. And some of the things I can totally get behind. I like the Penguin stuff, I like the Riddler stuff. There's, you know, everything that's going on, but, you know, there is a fine line of like, this is our universe, we're gonna do it our way. And there's some things you just shouldn't change. Like, one, Harley Quinn's origin, which totally seemed like they were about to do, but then they were like, nah, we're not going to bring her into this at all. Good. Good on you. They decided not to mess with that because it's not something that should change. Number two, you don't mess with the Joker's origin, or you don't at least make Joker become a copy of somebody else, which it seems like Gotham wants to do, because I didn't make a video on it because I've said this a million trillion times, is that Gotham doesn't know what it wants to do with Jerome, and they're still saying that he's not the Joker and that he's actually going to be somebody that puts like the things in motion for the next Joker, which, hello, Gotham producer people, if you do that, you're totally undermining the Joker's character, and you know nothing about the damn character, because the Joker would never copy anybody. Why would he do a lot of the same shit that Jerome has done? Number three, and the biggest thing that they should never do that they did on this episode, was that Bruce Wayne, aka Batman, actually killed somebody. And before you come up in here and you're like, well, technically, Batman has killed a lot of people. If you actually go back to freaking 1939, he actually used to kill people right at the start, and he actually used to use a gun. I don't want to hear any of that, because a lot of that stuff has been retconned. A lot of that stuff has been changed. It's not really part of continuity anymore. Nowadays, freaking people know that Batman doesn't use guns and Batman doesn't kill. Like, those are two of his biggest things, and those are like two more of his more admirable qualities in the character. And Gotham just went and had Bruce kill somebody. Now, for those of you out there that are like, oh, well, yeah, I hate this, blah, blah. At the end of this video, I'll give you a little bit of insight to maybe why you don't have to hate this show, and maybe why it's not so bad that he killed. But in my eyes, he legitimately killed. Even with the explanation I'm going to give you guys, he still killed. But, yeah, so I don't know. Is it time to actually cancel Gotham? Because, one, I hate it's on Thursdays. Again, I really hate that it's on Thursdays. And two, they just changed Batman's whole origin. Also, Arrow totally just name-dropped Bruce Wayne. So, is the CW got, like, some knowledge that, you know, Gotham's not going to make it past season 4, which I totally said it's not. And, you know, maybe they're going to bring the Batman into that universe over there, which would be kind of badass, I'm not going to lie. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on to the other things, which there's only 2 other things that happened in this episode that we're going to talk about, because it was majority all freaking Batman, or not Batman, Bruce and Roz. And then there was freaking the other things that happened, which were the Grundy Riddler and the mystery person at the end, and then freaking Penguin and Sophia, which is exactly what we're going to talk about right now. I don't like where this is going with Sophia and Penguin. I'm just going to throw that out there. I like their characters, kind of. Not too big on Sophia's acting. Crystal's acting is what I should say. But their storyline, I don't like what's happening here, because it's clearly... We're clearly seeing what Sophia's trying to do to Penguin. She's trying to be that mother figure, or the new woman in his life, and she's going to try to get in close that way and strike and take him out of power that way. You saw that she tried to find she found his mother's recipe. She's trying to be that person there to actually care for him. All of that jazz. That is what's happening with Penguin right now. And I don't like this, not because it's not a smart move by her, but because this has been done before. This is what Fish Mooney did to Falcone when Falcone had that young girl that came into his life. that he was all like, oh yeah, you're nice, blah, blah. And then he totally had to kill her because she found out that she was a spy and all that shit. So, yeah, I just don't like that we're getting the same storyline here. And a lot of people are like, oh, you always talking crap about The Flash. No, I talk crap about any show that uses the same kind of storylines over and over and over. And Gotham's starting to do that right here. It's just in reverse. Now, Falcone is the one using that kind of idea against Penguin. Now, one thing that can turn around and save this storyline is if Penguin realizes that is exactly what Sophia is doing because he remembers Fish did it, or if Sophia just flat out and comes out and says, she's like, oh, did you like this? Did I trick you, Oswald? I got this idea from my father when Fish sent so-and-so to come try to infiltrate our house. That would make some sense at the end of it. Now, I will say that Gotham did do a little switcheroony. They did seem like it looked like Sophia was going to try to kill Penguin in this restaurant, which I think was actually the same exact restaurant or the same setting when he actually turned all the guns on Maroni, or was it Falcone? I think he turned all the guns on Maroni. Remember when they were eating and then everybody got up and had guns out on everybody? I felt like that was going to happen again, but Penguin made him known. He was like, oh, I actually did this to somebody else. But that would have killed Sophia right away because he would have been like, we're not going to do this, blah, blah, blah. So I thought that was kind of cool because they switcheroonied it and they were just like, oh yeah, burp again. They made it seem like she had something up her sleeve with that old lady with the knives, but it's actually she was just a really good chef apparently. So that was basically it for Sophia and Penguin. Like, it's just gonna be like she's trying to be the new woman in his life. So let's go ahead and move on to Ed, Grundy, and Lee, who is basically just becoming her character from Deadpool, working in a bar, long black hair. Well, she had short black hair in Deadpool. But yeah, so she's working in a bar now to be, I guess, hidden from the world or to pay for what she did during the whole craziness of season 3. So yeah, that explains why they're working together. We have Ed that's not smart anymore. We have Grundy, Butch, who doesn't remember, anything, but he feels that, Ed knows everything about him, so he wants to hang around him. And now Lee is going to recognize both of them and maybe try to help them, and they're going to become some kind of weird, tag team of, people. First, let's talk about Grundy. I really enjoyed how he was made. I heard about this during the summer, that they were actually going to throw his body in like a swamp, and that's how he was going to become Grundy. Totally down with that. The nursery rhyme thing was a good touch. I just didn't like the way it sounded, especially with the guys singing it first. They were like, I wish it would have been a little bit more like toony instead of just that little stupid little thing. And then it says Solomon Grundy. Like, I wish there would have been something better. And also, sometimes I forget, like, what era is this for Gotham? I know it's supposed to be like the 80s or whatever, but then we saw the episode with Mad Hatter, and he had a freaking cell phone. It's like, sometimes I get thrown off on what year this actually is, because those dudes look like they were from the 50s, and I was just like, well, so I get thrown off on what era Gotham is trying to be in sometimes. It just feels like every part of the town is a different, like, era. It's weird. Like, you go to, like, the punk area, and everybody's, like, looks like they're from the 80s, or, like, oh, yeah, it's, like, punk style. Like, it's just really, really weird in Gotham sometimes. Anyways, I did like Grundy's performance, and it kind of threw me off. I was like, man, I don't know if anybody could, like, actually play Grundy with it actually not being weird, is what I should say. Because although Drew Powell is like a pretty big guy and he like muscled up for this, it still just looks really weird when he's just like body painted and stuff. And he is just body painted. I figured if they went in there with prosthetics and all that kind of stuff, you could actually have a live action Grundy just be like this big dude. But I think if you ever wanted to get the real Grundy, you're probably going to have to go CGI, because Grundy is a lot like the Hulk. So I don't know if you could actually, if you want a solid one, I think you are going to have to go with CGI, unfortunately. Either way, though, I do like this version of Grundy. It was cool. He is playing on like the slow talking, like kind of, he understands stuff, but he just doesn't know who he is, and he wants to figure out who he is. And that's why he like comes across Riddler. And once Riddler's like, Butch? And then Grundy's all like, oh, you know Grundy? Like, I really enjoyed that whole thing. I enjoyed their friendship. It looks like it's going to be a fun, you know, ragtag kind of like friendship throughout the season, and I hope it doesn't get burnt out too quickly, but we'll see what happens with him and Lee. It looks like, you know, Riddler's going to try to use Grundy to gain some money. For some reason, he thinks that's going to make him smart again, and we'll see what happens. I do think Lee is going to be the one to shine some light on the friendship or what's going on in the world between them. And I know a lot of people are like, no, that's not in her forte, but I think it might be like, I don't know, I think she's actually going to help out Grundy and Riddler try to get their memories back. Maybe not so much Grundy, but she's going to try to help Riddler, and that way, you know, maybe she'll be bad, maybe she'll be good, we'll figure out what's going to happen. But we finally know how that whole team's going to come together. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. And let's just go ahead and move on to the last part of this episode, because like I said, not much happened in this. It was like broken down to 3 sections. The episode was okay in my opinion, but we got to see, or we got to find out that Bruce was gonna try to kill Ra's al Ghul because he thinks the knife is what will kill Ra's and actually set him free. And, you know, so we have all that going on. And then, you know, Gordon and Alfred are still having their little spats of, like, blah, blah, blah. Side note, can we get some more Selena Kyle in here, please? Like, because, man, I'm missing her already. We have Gordon and Alfred having their little spats. And then, of course, Bruce is like, I'm going to go do my own thing. He breaks into Blackgate, and he's going to try to kill Ra's al Ghul. Turns into this whole thing, of course. Ra's has actually replace the guards with, I'm assuming, League of Assassins people, but they are the worst League of Assassins people ever because they can't even kill Alfred or Gordon, so they are very terrible, probably just like new recruits or something, whatever. All the people that were in Blackgate that Ra's put in there were terrible. And then we see that Bruce is gonna kill him, and then he's like, nah, I'm not gonna kill you. And then Ra's is just like, oh, you're pathetic, and he throws him down to the bottom. They go into the dungeon, and he says some stuff to piss him off, and we see Bruce actually kill Ra's, and Ra's turns into this like pile of dust and is released from his death. And then everybody's like, you know, Gordon's all like, oh man, I didn't see nothing, blah, blah, blah. Basically, Bruce is scot-free. We see at the end of it that Bruce is like, oh, I can't be Batman, or I can't be this person anymore. Alfred takes that from me. He's like, when you're ready, we'll get back into it. Blah, 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 blah. Main thing is that Bruce killed somebody. And yes, it could have been somebody that's alive for 20,000 years, and that somebody said that they were going to kill somebody. The point is, Bruce stabbed somebody, killed them, and it doesn't matter. Like, that is the biggest thing. Batman would not do that. I do want to just say willingly Batman wouldn't do that. If he's like brain controlled or something, that's a very possibility, and I believe that has happened in the comic books before. But what I'm just saying is Batman willingly would not kill somebody, and they just ruined Bruce's character. And I know they're probably going to use it like, oh, he's going to come back from this and he's going to understand that taking a life isn't blah blah. He did that with Alfred. Just throwing that out there. That one was okay because the Lazarus pit was right there. Alfred didn't technically, well, I think he did die, but you know, he didn't like technically like die and like turn into dust or whatever, get buried, have a funeral, all that kind of jazz. He came back immediately because Ra's was all like, use the waters, Bruce. And yeah, but this time homeboy turned to dust. He's dead. I was gonna say he ain't coming back, but that's where we're coming back to what I'm going to talk about and why it might be okay, which I totally 100% billion times a billion don't think it's okay that he killed Ra's. But remember that stupid little scene that was super awkward and I hated it with Ra's and Barbara, and he puts his hand on the thing and he like gives her some power? 100% think that Ra's gave his like self or his being to Barbara somehow, because he told her that she would get like she would have everything she wanted, or she would like have some kind of power or something that would change her life. What if he just kind of put his personality into her somehow, and he's gonna that's eventually going to come out in Barbara, and she's gonna be this badass person that happens later. Now I know you're probably thinking, Juice, what? That is so weird and so stupid that freaking Ra's would put himself inside Barbara. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, let me hit you with some freaking knowledge, son. Ra's al Ghul has done this before. Remember a couple episodes ago in a video, I said that Raish has made out with Bruce or kissed Bruce? Well, it wasn't Raish in his physical body. It was Raish in Talia al Ghul's body. That's right, he freaking put himself in his daughter's body so he could still try to steal Bruce's body and continue taking over the world. Yeah, that was in a freaking episode, son. I was gonna say it happened in the Batman animated series, but I believe it actually happened in a flashback episode in Batman Beyond, and that is where I freaking think this could be going. Raish could have put his spirit or his like whatever being inside Barbara, and somehow he's trying to trick the whole like dying with the dagger thing. He wants to be released, but he's actually just tricking the whole thing, and his being is going to be in Barbara, and then somehow he's going to come back better than ever away from the curse, and he's going to be able to maybe live forever and like I don't know, and take over the world like he wanted to, because there's no way that this is the end of Ra's al Ghul. He is the main villain of this season. So that is what I think is going to happen. That is my theory. I want to know what your theory is in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget, if you ever want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I had a little of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! Going on, guys? So, oh man, have I not seen a freaking fandom bitch and cry as much as I did in my last video. Oh wait, actually, the Flash fandom did that a lot in my It Doesn't Make Sense video. But holy crap, Gotham, you are trying to get up there with fandoms that cry about everything. Because like, ooh, man, holy shit, did people get triggered by a title? By a title. I'm going to throw that out there. Yes, I'm going to say like 90% of the people that were saying, fuck you, bro. This channel sucks. How did you get 23,000 subscribers? Blah, blah, blah. Those kind of people were seriously triggered by a damn title on a video. I'm not even kidding you, because man, the things I said in that video, I've probably said a million times in other videos, but people literally just saw the title, which is a problem in our society and why we got a really shitty freaking, president right now. Oh man, don't talk politics. I don't want to hear politics in this video. I'm like, oh, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. These are my videos. I'm going to say what I want. They're my opinions, and I don't really care about anything else, but I'm going to call you out for bitching about getting mad about a title. Seriously, the people that have been watching this channel for a while, I love you guys because you understand what I'm talking about. The people that just come out of nowhere and they're just all like, oh my god, this person thinks that freaking Gotham should be canceled? What? I'm gonna write my opinions because he's really stupid. Those people, oh my god, stop. Watch a video, analyze it, think about it before you write your stupid comments, because holy crap, the freaking comments that weren't like, fuck you bro, blah blah blah, Gotham's amazing, blah blah blah, all the brown nose comments that were nothing's bad about this show, those freaking comments, filled the damn comment section. But the other comments that weren't those freaking stupid ones, a majority of the other ones didn't really make sense. I was gonna call them stupid, but they're not stupid. They're like, I know where those people were trying to come from about what they were saying, but it doesn't make sense in context of what's happened in the show already. I got a list of the most common things that were said in the comment section, and I'm gonna let you know why they don't make sense in terms of Gotham. I'm not really gonna bring in the comic books. I might mention things here and there because that was one of the biggest things. Oh bro, this isn't the comic books. If you wanna freaking read the comic books, go read the comic books. Look, in this channel I always bring up stuff like, oh, this is in the comic books, this hasn't happened, blah blah blah. But I feel like people are very two-sided or have double standards when it comes to certain characters on this show. Whew. Before I jump into the list, the main thing was, yes, everybody got triggered by the title, because I swear to God, if somebody actually, like if I put a different title on that video, I guarantee the hate would not been as much as it was, because people would have probably just passed the video over. They would have been like, oh, I don't care about watching that, whatever. But since I had an engaging, triggering title, it brought so many people in to hate the video. But the other big thing besides the trigger title was, you know, people were like, you're mad or you think the show should get canceled because Bruce killed somebody? And no, that wasn't it. Like I said, I mean, I threw in some like funny stuff. I was like, oh, this show should get canceled because it's on Thursday. That was a joke. Didn't really care about that. But Bruce, yes, I didn't like that he killed, and a lot of other people didn't like that either. But that wasn't the only reason why I think maybe it's time for this show to get canceled. I've talked about this a million times in other videos. I have said that I think season 4 will be the last of Gotham unless it knocks it out of the park, which it's totally not doing, because even the ratings show that they are down like 1 million viewers from the start of last season. You can't argue with facts, people, although you can apparently, because that's what the world's come to. So now to the list of common things that I saw in the damn comment section of that video. And the first one in regards to Bruce killing is, it's okay that he killed because he's not Batman yet. Batman is the one that says, like, oh, I have a no-kill rule. And that is, that is dumb. On so many reasons is that dumb. One, because if, like I said, if you go with comic book continuity, oh, just, this is not the comics, this is their own show, they're doing whatever they want. If you go with that, he decided from the moment his parents killed, he was going to become something bigger so that nobody else would have to go through that. Nobody else would use guns. Like, he didn't want to use guns because that's how his parents died, and he also didn't want anybody to have to go through the suffering he did. That's why he doesn't kill. But I know a lot of people are like, this isn't the comic books, bro, so freaking get over it. So, okay, we're going to use that freaking idea because this is where the first double standard comes in for this show, with another character, a fan favorite, and that is Jerome. So if it's cool for Batman to change his origin, to change the biggest thing that is known about him that is not killing, if it's cool for him, why is it not cool for Jerome not to be the Joker? I've talked about this a million times, and I said it's really stupid that Gotham keeps saying that Jerome is not going to be the Joker, but that he's going to be like the freaking, how do you say, like, inspiration for the next Joker. And I think I've been agreed with 100% on this, and that is, everybody's like, that's so stupid because the real Joker would never copy somebody else's freaking persona or personality, and he would just, he's his own thing. That's why he's so awesome. So right there, if you have that mentality, but you're cool with Bruce killing because he's not Batman yet, how are you not cool with the future Joker taking Jerome's personality? It doesn't make sense. You're changing the origins twice, but you're saying it would be cool for, it's okay for Bruce, but it's not okay for Jerome? What? People are not applying the same standards to the same characters. And I don't know if you're just trying to like this show or whatever because you don't want it to think it's going to do anything bad, but no, you can't do that. Well, you can, it's just kind of dumb. So that was the biggest one that felt like a double standard, is it's okay for other characters to change stuff. And it was just like, and it's funny because I could bring up other stuff that people are totally like against, like the whole Penguin and Riddler thing. When everybody thought that they might be gay or they were going to become a couple, everybody was up in arms. They're like, oh my god, freaking Penguin and Riddler can't be gay. They're not gay in the comics, blah, 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 blah. I tried to fight for both sides on that whole situation, but how are you going to get mad about that, but not get mad about Bruce killing people? You're changing the character's origins. Or personality traits is probably a better way to describe that. So, he's not Batman yet. That argument, I totally think just doesn't make any sense. Let me knock out this next one really quickly. A lot of people said, they were like, technically, Ra's is already dead, so Bruce didn't really kill him. No. Whoa. What? How do you even think that makes any sense? Yes, he died a long time ago, but the Lazarus Pit doesn't just bring you back and you're not dead. Like, now there are the whole ideas that it fucks up your soul and stuff like that, or whatever. But no, you're still a living, breathing human. Like, that's what happens. The Lazarus Pit just heals you, but the more you use it, like, the more, like, evil, the more darker you become. And also, freaking Bruce doesn't know everything about Rach. Like, he just doesn't. Like, he doesn't know that he's more than likely gonna come back, which everybody was okay with that, too. They're like, look, dude, bro, homeboy, freaking, you know he's gonna come back, so it's totally okay that he killed him. No, because he still went through with killing somebody. That is the biggest thing. It doesn't matter if he knows they were going to come back or not, which he totally doesn't know that Raish is going to come back. He doesn't know the interaction with Barbara happened. He doesn't know the extent of Raish's powers. So, in Bruce's mind, he legit killed somebody, and it's why he was going to give up the freaking cow and everything at the end of the episode when then Alfred took it from him. He legit thought he killed somebody. So that argument didn't make any sense either. Okay, now I know I did say the first thing I talked about was probably the biggest thing I saw in there about him not being Batman, but equally as much that was in these comments was that, you know, the freaking killing is going to help his character grow the self-control to not kill in the future. And that one was probably the most infuriating when I saw it, because I feel like people literally have forgot about the rest of everything that's happened in Gotham, because Bruce has had plenty of moments where he would learn self-control or that he could build Ooh, freaking battery died. But I was saying that Bruce has had plenty of moments in Gotham that he could learn the self-control. He doesn't need to kill somebody to learn self-control. And let me show you real examples that happened in the show, not comic books or anything, that could literally be based off of. And the biggest thing that I was upset about this whole Raish getting killed by Bruce thing is that it just ruins the character of Bruce Wayne. Not even from the comic books, but from this show. It makes no sense with what's happening just a season ago. Before I do the deep dive, I should say a lot of people were okay with Bruce killing Raish because he threatened his future wife and child, Juice. Do you think he should just not freaking kill him right there? First of all, Batman could, in the comic books, would plan for that. He would just try to plan everything. He would get stronger. He would use that motivation that he knows in the future somebody's going to attack his family to get better and beat them. But like I said, we're going to stay away from the comic books because everybody's like, it's a TV show, bro. So, okay, let's go ahead and stick in the TV show world that is Gotham, and let's go over to that 3-episode arc that was Jerome versus Bruce, because man, I talked about that episode a lot, and everybody talked about that. So don't tell me you haven't seen it, and don't tell me you totally forgot about this, because in that episode, Bruce fights Jerome in that awesome freaking mirror circus thingy, and they go and he beats the shit out of him. He has the chance to kill Jerome, and he wanted to kill Jerome because he literally thought that Jerome killed Alfred. Bruce thinks the father figure in his life has died. Who is Alfred? That is like the biggest person to him. Not a fake wife and a future child or whatever. No, Alfred. The only person he has left in this world. He thought Jerome killed him, and he still didn't kill Jerome. That's where the freaking rule comes from. I'm not gonna kill anybody Alfred rule came from that night with his arch enemy. He does not kill the Joker even after the one person he loved, the only person he cared about in the world was gone, is what his mindset was. He still did not kill Jerome because he knew that he had to be better. If he would have done what Jerome did, he would have been exactly like him. That was the building point. That was the reason why he was going to have his no-kill rule. Whoa! Did everybody just forget that? Did we just forget the Jerome episode ever existed? But it's totally cool, man, because he's not Batman yet, bro. Oh, but is that not good enough for you? Is that not good enough for you? You need more, right? You need this whole, like, it's okay to kill to actually make sense and actually hold this character building. So you know what? I'll play into the thinking that it was cool thing. Let's go to the end, the finale of season 3, where Bruce is brainwashed. And I know a lot of you guys are going to think like, oh, he was brainwashed, so technically, fuck technically, okay? He literally kills Alfred with a sword. Alfred dies, all right? And they use the Lazarus pit to bring him back. Alfred dies. Bruce actually kills him, but then Raish is all like, use the pit, use the waters, Bruce. And Bruce brings back Alfred from the dead after he's put a freaking sword through his heart. Did Bruce just forget that? Is that not character building enough? He literally killed the one person that he loves in the world. That's not good enough to keep his no-kill rule? But you're saying that like, oh, he was going to kill his future non-existent wife and child. You guys really think that it had to be this moment, that he was going to use self-control. He was going to learn to be this almighty, I'm not going to kill people after he killed somebody. No, he's literally just became what he's been trying to fight this whole time. So you can sit there and tell yourself that it's totally okay, but there have been literally 2 instances in the show where he could have built that character off of. At this point, Bruce is just becoming a murderer. That's what's happening, okay? And they're kind of giving him an out like, oh, it's okay, bro. You're not Batman. You can kill all you want. But when you put on that cowl and when you become Batman, no killing, because that wouldn't work for the character. No, that's totally stupid. And it's just bad writing right there. Like, if they were going to go ahead and make Bruce like some evil dude after this, if he was just going to become like the Red Hood and this show didn't give a fuck what it was doing, then I'd be totally cool with it. Red Hood kills. He does that, and then later on, he's all like, alright, I'm going to stop killing people. If they were going to make Bruce an anti-hero, be totally cool with it. That would make sense. But when you're having these past things, like the I'm not gonna kill people, and then he actually kills his freaking butler, and it's like, oh my god, I almost killed you, I need to learn from this kind of moments, and then he still does it, it just doesn't make sense. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's young, he's conflicted, blah, 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 blah. I will take you back to the double standard thing of like, hey, how are you getting mad about these other characters doing different things or not doing different things, but when Bruce does it, it's totally cool. I'm done with that part. If you literally don't see where I'm coming from at that point with the 2 other instances, you don't want to see it. Like, that's just how it is. But I think that's just bad writing. That is bad writing. But I can't say anything bad about the show because people are going to get upset now. But that wasn't the last thing. If you thought it was the last thing, you are mistaken. Because one of the things that I saw the most in this comment, not the most, I've said that like 3 times and now I'm fucking up. But one thing I saw a lot of that was included in the like fuck yous and all this other kind of stuff, kind of comments, was don't watch the show then, bro. That one I feel like has no thoughts into it. Because guys, look, I know that first of all, I've been doing a lot. I've been covering this show for 3 years, so I've been giving it a lot of promotion. I literally have people tell me like on a weekly basis like, hey man, your videos brought me back into watching Gotham. I didn't care about this show. I've brought people to this show opposed to pushing them away, because a lot of people, that was their biggest thing. They're like, you have influence, man, and you have so much influence that you shouldn't be saying negative things about this show. No, I don't believe that at all. First of all, just because you have influence doesn't mean you should change your opinions on things. Your opinions are your opinions, and you should keep fighting towards that, especially if they are morally, justified or whatever. Don't just change because you have influence. I don't care how big my influence is. I will always speak my mind on matters. Doesn't matter if it's a show or real life, events. With that, I am not going to change what I think about Gotham. I will tell you the good stuff. I will tell you about the bad stuff. And unfortunately, over these last couple of episodes, it seems like there's been more good than bad. The season started off amazing with freaking Scarecrow, but he hasn't come back. The next episode looks pretty promising with Professor Pig. It's the one character I've been waiting forever to come back into the show. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to sit here and not talk about the show because I actually enjoy it. Just because I put one trigger-filled title for people, which I didn't even think it was going to be that bad, but I should have known better, people are like, oh, stop watching the show. Do you realize that telling people to stop watching if they have an issue with the show, you're basically hurting the show in the process? Gotham is on the verge of getting canceled. They are losing ratings every episode. I believe there was actually a small bump in this last episode, but everything since the start of the season has dropped. Like I said, last season, they were averaging, at the start of the season, they were averaging like 1.1 in the rating scale. Now they're like at 0.8. So they're dropping a lot. And that equals like 1 million viewers, to just throw it out there. They were getting like 3 million viewers, and I think they're down to like 2 something now. They're losing a lot of people in this show. It's not just me saying like, oh man, this show has problems. No, people are genuinely disinterested in watching this series. So if you're gonna go around and tell people, hey, if you don't like it, don't watch this show, you're literally hurting the show that you don't want to get canceled. It doesn't make any sense. You're hurting it just as bad as me talking bad about it. But when I talk bad about it, I know there's probably times when I don't, because like I'm just like, this was just a shitty episode, I don't care anymore. But majority of the time, I usually say what they should do to improve. And I've done that for a lot, because I've always said, Gotham, feels like it's a show that doesn't know what it wants to be. It doesn't have an identity. It tries to do cool things, and right when it finally gets on its like good path, it's all like, and it just totally goes a whole different way. So yeah, stop telling people to stop watching a show because it's gonna hurt it in the process. How about you just think about something critically and be like, look, hey man, I know you don't like it, but, you know, there have been times the producer said this. Like, you know what? Like, go into different things, approach people in a different way instead of just saying, fuck you, man, blah, 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 blah. Those were the biggest points I had when it came to my last video. Like, I literally was reading those comments and they were annoying me so much that I went on like a mini Twitter rant. And I was like, you know what? In a freaking few months, I'm gonna stop freaking doing Gotham reviews, or I'm gonna stop doing all reviews together, because you can't like say anything bad about these fandoms. Like, you just moments say on Flash, yo, Iris really sucks and blah blah blah. Everybody's like, everybody just starts freaking out and all of this crap, and it's just like, oh my god, you can't have an opinion on the internet unless you're a brown noser and you think that everything about these shows is amazing. That's the only way people are gonna like you. Fuck that. I don't care. My channel cannot grow anymore. I'm not gonna freaking do that. If something sucks, I'm gonna say it. Seriously, if you don't like my content, just go ahead and hit that unsubscribe button wherever it's at, guys. And I know some of you guys think that, oh, that's ungrateful, that's terrible, why are you saying this? Like, you shouldn't be treating your fans like that. No. One thing is, if you're watching somebody on YouTube, guys, you should accept them for their personality. You shouldn't accept them because they say everything that you like. Like, it's a difference of opinion. Like, you could have different opinions than I have, but I'm not going to be like, go fuck yourself, bro, do this and that. I will tell you to go fuck yourself in the comments. If you come at me like that, I would totally do that. 100% not against that. But if you come at me with an intelligent freaking comment or a question or whatever, I respectfully comment to you that way. Only time I'm going to come at you hardcore or rudely is if you started off by being an asshole. That's all I'm going to say about this whole thing. And I don't know what I'm going to do with reviews. I've said it many a times in live streams or whatever that I am getting a little tired of reviews. I don't feel like I get to enjoy the shows anymore. So in the future, you may or may not see me do reviews anymore, because it's just getting like, it sucks, especially if I'm going to get that. Like, if I'm going to get that, that's going to be all my comment sections, that would suck. But I will tell you that I'm probably going to stay away from the comment sections for a while, because I'd rather just not have that kind of stress and annoyance in my life. So, I'm going to tell you right now, if you do want to talk to me about shows, definitely follow me on Instagram or Twitter, because that is so much easier to control the influx of asshole comments than YouTube. Highly recommend Twitter, because that is where I talk the most. Or come to the live streams. We always talk about the shows on the live streams. But to provide some positive nature up in here, because this was a rant video, people did make a solid point that I'm not going to say anything against. I could try to tell you like, oh, well, this is my justification. A lot of people are like, Juice, your videos just seem so negative, bro. And I think I will say that I have put more emphasis on the negative stuff. But let's be real, not everything I've said has been bad. Or like, I know I have like Flash is a different beast. Flash pissed me off so much. So like, I'm just kind of like chilling with that show. I still want to cover it just because I know you guys want to see those videos. But that show I kind of just want to watch, kind of like I did with Season 5 of Arrow. So I'm kind of like, do I want to do the reviews there? Because Iris is pissing me off, but I actually did like the last episode. But when it comes to this stuff, I think I'm going to, if I do continue doing reviews on a regular basis, I think I'm going to change it up. And I'm going to just, you'll see a new style of reviews. That way I can have a little bit better balance, as some people were saying. But I'm not going to not talk about the shitty parts. So I might say like, oh, this was good about the episode, but the other 90 minutes or whatever was complete trash. That'll still be there. But I will say that I will put more forth and effort to show positives and negatives of the show, because I do feel like recently, because I feel like there's been a lot of negatives, I've just been focusing on that. So applause to you if you were actually one of those people that said those comments that wasn't included with like, fuck you, bro, all you do is cover this. No, the actual people that said like, hey man, it just seems like you cover the negative stuff a lot more instead of like some of the cool stuff. You people were cool. People that came at me with the FUs and all that shit, I don't really care about you or your comments, because you're not formulating them in a respectful manner. So that's it, guys. Hopefully you like this Juice from the Box rant. I know some of you actually enjoy these videos. So yeah, there's it. thank you if you're going to continue supporting this channel and what it is and everything like that. But if you hit that unsubscribe button and you're leaving FU comments in the comment sections down below, I'm probably not reading them because, like I said, I'm just going to stay away from the comment section for a while because I don't care. But anyways, guys, thank you so much. If you want to support this channel, you can check out the Patreon like these awesome people did, or you can do the OG thing and give this video a thumbs up and share it with all of your Gotham buddies. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for all things nerdy and geeky on this channel. As always, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I made a little dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam! What's going on, guys? Yes, I already know what you're thinking. Juice, I thought you weren't going to make any more of these kind of videos. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, alright, look, don't get used to it, okay? This is like a one-shot kind of thing. I'm not going to be covering the news like every little detail when it comes out for Gotham, but this one is interesting because it's almost as bad as, is Ben Affleck going to be Batman? Is he not going to be Batman? And that is the rumor that freaking Jerome is not the Joker. And I still wasn't going to cover it because you guys know how I feel about Jerome and all the craziness that comes out about him. But I got kind of pulled into this one because Cameron Monaghan himself responded to me and my Twitter mentions were like, so we're going to talk about it. And let's just jump right into it because it starts with Gotham Hub, which is a popular Twitter account for Gotham. This is the tweet they put out. In an exclusive interview with Discussing Film, Bruce Wayne actor David Mazouz has confirmed that Jerome Velasca is not the Joker. And the birth of the actual Joker is one of the most brilliant things Gotham has ever done. And of course, I checked out the source that Gotham Hub added in this tweet, which is Discussing Films, but they didn't seem like a very large Twitter account. They seemed like they posted a lot of news about like nerd stuff. But I couldn't find the actual interview, and I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, I didn't try too hard to find it, but I didn't really need to because Cameron Monaghan responded to this tweet with this. I can confirm, what we've cooked up and discussed is something not to be missed. It's a twist on familiar themes but new and old echoes of the mythos. Something entirely new but we believe true to the spirit of the show as well as the comics. Proud I get to be a part of it. So right there, Jerome fans, aka Cameron Monaghan fans, are like, what? He's not Joker? What? And he's just like, everybody's freaking out about this. And they're just like, oh, tell me it's not so. And just go look at the freaking tweet and see everybody freaking out about what he had just confirmed. So, of course, me being Juice, I totally had to talk about this because we've been talking about Jerome not being Joker or being Joker for like 2.5 years now. So, of course, I had to say something about this, especially when he mentions the comics. Specifically, the true to the spirit of the show as well as the comics. That part is what got me. So I tweeted to Cameron, kinda hard for it to be true to the comics if the real Joker shows up after a character like Jerome. Joker would never copy someone. He's his own original type of character. If Jerome isn't the Joker, Gotham has ruined the character. Plain and simple, in my opinion. To which he responded, you gotta wait, my friend. At that point, my Twitter mentions are like, blah, blah, blah. It's all just likes, retweets, and surprisingly, a lot of people commenting to Cameron, of course, with me tagged in it, why the fuck you lying? That old chestnut of a meme, which was very surprising because now everybody thinks he is lying about being the Joker, and it's just whatever. And my tweets my mentions as I'm filming this video are still being liked and retweeted. And of course, with all those likes and retweets, you get the fans that don't agree with you and have to voice their opinions, which is something I've been doing for years now, so I totally expected that. But I actually did end up responding to Cameron with this. I'll be watching. I kind of feel like this is the old psych headline / quote, and the show is using the whole, technically he's not the Joker until now, but I guess we shall wait and see. And that's where everything ended, but still, we had this huge pipe bomb dropped on us, and you can still interpret this in any way you want to. You can take it at face value that David Mazouz and Cameron Monaghan just confirmed that Jerome Velasca is not the Joker, and be like, oh my god, that's crazy. Or you can go back and see what has happened for the last 4 years and realize that Gotham has said a lot of things before that have never come to fruition. So that could be the little nugget of hope that you can latch onto, that Jerome is still going to be the Joker somehow. And of course, everybody's coming up with their theories, and I know you want to hear some from good old Juicebox. So I will go ahead and indulge your freaking addiction. But I will say that they're pretty simple. One, they're telling the truth, and that Jerome is actually not the Joker, which would be the stupidest thing this show could do. And you can say like, no, they're doing different things from the comics and blah, blah, blah. That's fine. If you want to believe that and you want to say like it doesn't ruin the Joker's, you know, persona and all that jazz, you know, him copying another character, whatever, that's totally fine. I'm not going to argue that again because we've done that plenty of times on this channel. But what I am going to say is it's stupid from a Gotham's producer standpoint, or like anybody that like, you know, runs their social media or anything, because I want to say Cameron Monaghan like single-handedly probably saved this show because he has such a strong following, and then they brought Jerome back. Everybody got hyped for him. Everybody's hyped to see him on this season. Like, Jerome has been, he was like someone that probably saved this show. And if that's the case, and you're gonna go ahead and basically get rid of his character, because are you gonna want a Jerome character and this new Joker character on at the same time? I don't think so. But if you are gonna take away the Jerome character and not fulfill his destiny, which I think should be the Joker, then you kind of just ruined the best thing you had going on this show. The other thing is exactly like I said in my tweet. They are just giving us the good old
psych! Psych, psych, psych. Sign, super psych.
And, you know, he's gonna be the Joker in a kind of like, technically, his name was never Jerome Velasca, or technically, the Joker wasn't born until he fell into the vat, or technically, you know, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. I feel like it might be the good old psych out, and Jerome is actually still gonna be the Joker, which I would be okay with. Like, I'm like, all right, he's the Joker, badass, this show can continue and keep doing, you know, building on what it has. But at the same time, I feel like it's kind of a cop-out that the show has to do that, you know what I mean? Good shows don't have to, you know, stoop to cheap tricks to get people to watch or to have people tune in. If you just make solid characters and make solid writing and have solid storylines, people are gonna come back. They don't need this social media craziness or this false, like, you know, these false storylines that you're making outside of the show. But in the end, I would still be happy that Jerome is technically the Joker after all of that jazz. And those are the only two ways I can really see this playing out. It's either they're telling the truth, Jerome is not the Joker, and some new person's gonna come in, or we're actually going to, you know, get Jerome as the Joker, but these things were just lies. And yeah, I don't really know what else they could do here. The biggest thing here would be is if they're actually telling the truth, who the hell's going to be the Joker, and how are they actually going to come up with a storyline that satisfies new and old viewers? You know, it pays like, or it pays respect, or, you know, it's in the spirit of the show and the comic books. Because I just don't get around the whole idea of Joker taking somebody's idea. I mean, are they going to make the Joker 100% totally different in the way that Suicide Squad tried to make him totally different? And, I mean, we saw how well that worked out. Not well at all. So, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, if Jerome Velasca, a.k.a. Cameron Monaghan, is not the Joker, I feel like Gotham is making a huge mistake. But, you know, the optimist in me wants to say that they wouldn't be that dumb to do that, and they're gonna go with the technically he was never the Joker until this moment scenario. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Anyways, guys and gals, I made this video very quickly for you guys to enjoy this news because I know it's been a lot of craziness. But remember, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, there's gonna be plenty of new content. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification little bell thing because, you know, you wanna be notified every time I make a video, right? If you haven't checked out episode 2 of Rumor Mail, which is a new series on this channel, definitely check it out. It is right there. Also, go check out my birthday video if you didn't check out that. Yes, it's not nerdy related, but I do have a whole bunch of nerdy goals that I want to accomplish in my life. Definitely go check out that. It's very different, especially if you are a fan of the vlog type episodes that I used to do. Check out that video right there. But as always, guys, I am your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bam! The camera fell. What's going on, guys? That was a joke, by the way, in case you didn't pick up on that, because I know some people just want to be hating in the comments, be like, oh my god, what do you mean? It's a joke, guys. It's a joke. I'm actually happy that you Gotham lovers are actually getting to season 5, although I will not be covering it. I know some people are like, are you going to cover the last 13 episodes? No, I'm done with it. I actually kind of want to make this video, one, to let you guys know that I will be doing live streams for the finale, and I'll probably, maybe next season or whatever, do live streams for the episodes as well, unless I'm just not watching it at all. But, you know, probably not going to happen. But yes, the live stream for the finale of this week, I will be doing on Friday, not Thursday. I've been doing them on the days of Gotham or whenever I have a chance. But it'll be on Friday because I'm going to see Deadpool on Thursday. So I won't be seeing the finale when it airs. I'll be seeing it way later in the night, and people will be asleep and going to school the next day. So I will be doing a live stream on Friday to have my thoughts on the finale. So there's that. But yeah, secondly, did I have a secondly? I don't even remember. I just started talking. But yeah, I'm glad that, oh yes, I'm not going to have to make any more Gotham videos. I said on the live streams plenty of times, and I know this is kind of a Gotham video, but it's kind of like an update video in my eyes. It's not really like, oh, I'm reviewing anything. But I always said that my next Gotham video is going to be why Gotham got canceled, and Gotham's not going to get canceled now. It's going to go into its 5th season. That's only going to be 13 episodes, by the way. I know a lot of people think it's going to be a full 22 episodes. It's not. It's going to be 13 episodes just because they need to get to episode 100 to be a syndicated show. And if you guys don't know what that means, what like syndication is basically when shows hit 100 episodes, the network like Fox or WB are able to sell that show to other networks like ABC, CW, so they can show reruns of the show in their downtime, like at midnight when a lot of people aren't watching, or maybe part of their regular scheduled program. It doesn't really matter. But basically, syndication is going to allow Fox and WB to sell Gotham to other people so they can show it on their networks. And yeah, it's pretty much the only reason it got renewed. I know a lot of fans think that it's probably because they, you know, retweeted a lot of stuff, or, you know, they're like, oh my god, it's such a great show that they want to finish it off. And it's possible. That is very possible. Maybe they just want to close it out. Maybe they are loyal to Gotham and they are going to, like, they just want to finish the story. But to be honest, it's more than likely, I would bet like 80%, maybe even 90% more likely that the only reason Gotham is coming back is because of syndication. They're only 13 episodes away from hitting 100 episodes, and you're magically only going to get 13 episodes. That's what's being reported right now. I know a lot of people think it's going to get 22. I don't think it's going to happen. They're going to not spend any more money than they need to. They're going to be like 13 episodes, boom, and they're going to try to do, I guess, the best 13 episodes possible. But, yeah, so that's going to be happening. But, hey, at least you Gotham fans are going to get more episodes, and that's cool. And like I said, I'm still going to be watching. I don't know if I'm going to be watching week to week or how it's going to happen. When this last season started, I didn't watch the first few episodes until, like, 3 or 4 weeks in. But, yeah, anyway, so no, will not be covering it, just in case you're asking. Not going to be covering it. Maybe live streams. But the cool thing is I'm not going to have to do my Gotham cancellation video. So will there be another Gotham video on this channel? Probably not, because Gotham's not going to get canceled. So I don't need to make that video. I can tell you a billion thoughts on why I think the show didn't get a season 6 and season 7 and all that jazz. Plenty of things like that. We'll keep it to a live stream. Come to the live stream sometime. If you've never been there, it's pretty fun. We talk about a lot of things. It's awesome. But that's pretty much it, guys. I just wanted to inform you Gotham fans out there that yes, your show is coming back for a season 5, and it will be the last season of the show. So you got 14 episodes left. You know, the new 13 and the finale this week. So yeah, enjoy them while you last, or while they last, whatever, because you ain't getting any more. Like, unless, the only way this show's getting more is if you boost up those ratings to like 5 million people every week, every time. That ain't gonna happen. But anyways, guys, as always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning and ask yourself something, if I'm a daily dose of juice, see you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? So in today's video, we're taking a blast from the past, and we are talking about Gotham. I know that's something that people know I don't really talk about on this channel anymore. I have every once in a while thought, like, what if I make a Gotham video? But every time I want to make one, my brain's just like, stop it, don't even make any more, come on, man. Just because I am gone for San Diego Comic-Con this weekend and I want to upload some kind of content, I am going to be uploading the best and worst moments from Gotham top 10. Now, these videos aren't going to be in any particular order, so don't come at me with, what, this one was worse than this one, blah, 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 because they're not in any particular order. It's just 10 moments that I thought were the worst moments in Gotham and 10 moments that I thought were the best in Gotham. So they're going to be 2 separate videos. Hopefully you enjoy both of them. And, yeah, this is going to be kind of my Gotham stuff thingamabobs for those of you that have stuck around, even though I'm trying to work on new content and stuff. I really appreciate it. But yeah, let's just jump right into it. Let's just knock it out right at the start. And number 10 is Jerome not being the Joker. Now, this is something I think a lot of people agreed with. I know some people were okay with the whole Jeremiah reveal. I personally hated the idea of bringing in a twin because, like, the reason, a lot of people's theories, the reason for Jerome getting killed off and Jeremiah coming back is because he wouldn't have an origin anymore, and we could keep the Joker being that, you know, origin-less character. But then we found out pretty much everything about Jeremiah. We found out he was a twin, he's an architect, blah, 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 engineer, all of this jazz. So we found out all this stuff about Jeremiah, so he didn't have a non, you know, originless, you know, freaking origin. But even putting Jeremiah aside, it just sucks that you built this awesome character in Jerome only to kill him to bring on another character that was completely unnecessary and didn't feel like the Joker at all. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh man, that's his own iteration, blah, blah, blah. And you can tell that all day long. But, you know, if the producers are to be believed in this, and at this point, might as well just believe the producers because they're the ones doing whatever they want, Jeremiah's not even the Joker either. So Jerome's not the Joker, but even if you, I know that you can't use the name and all that jazz, they can't use green hair, I know about that, you don't gotta hit me up in the comments about it. But they didn't even need to say that though. Like, I made a video a long time ago that brought a lot of people to this channel, and that was, you know, Jerome possibly being the Joker and coming back to Gotham after he was killed. And I had this whole theory and like setup of how they could have made him into the Joker without even really calling him the Joker, because you could have just had him become part of the Red Hood gang and do this, this, and that. And I explained it all in that video, and they could have really just, you know, brought up Jerome and made him such an amazing character. But they didn't do that. They went with this twin thing, and then now we are where we're at. But the reason why it's one of the worst moments in Gotham for me is because you just basically ruined everything Jerome did. Like, you honestly, like, everything, that cool interrogation scene from the first season, him, you know, getting the Maniacs together, him doing, you know, the stuff with Bruce at that freaking gala thingy, with, you know, Barbara there and all that jazz. Everything Jerome did, I mean, cutting his face off, everything he did was just wiped away because of just bringing in Jeremiah to be the real Joker or whatever they're trying to do. And I feel like that was just a waste of his character. And I think Jerome should have been the main one. They had that, and you even had that epic scene in the mirrors between Bruce and Jerome, and now you just throw that away. You just throw it away, and now Bruce has got to make other memories with Jeremiah. And yeah, I just thought it was kind of pointless, and it was literally one of the worst things that Gotham has done. Number 9 on this list is Riddler and Lee. This is from the previous season, season 4, and I don't know anybody that liked this. Now that I just said that, somebody's gonna be like, oh, I like Lee and Riddler. But, you know, to be honest, this was dumb. Like, it was one, like, oh, just Lee, I do not buy her as a villain type character, and Riddler didn't even seem like the Riddler this season. Like, he wasn't that badass Riddler. He was just like this puppy dog the whole season. And yes, he didn't have his brain, like his thoughts for a while, or he was confused, and then he just started falling in love with Lee. And every time I saw them on screen together, it was just awkward, and I was like, this is weird, it doesn't fit. And like, I know they were playing like this kind of like, let's betray each other kind of lovers triangle towards the end, but it still was just bad. And then they stab each other at the end, like, well, and then they kiss and they fall down, and I assume they die, because there's no way that they just got wheeled to Penguin's, like, lair, and they're, you know, Hugo Strange is like, oh, I'll do whatever with you guys. Yeah, so they died? I don't know. It was really weird. I just felt like their whole storyline was bad. I don't know what they're doing with Lee, but they really just like kind of dumbed down and kind of messed up Riddler's character, in my opinion, because he just wasn't the Riddler, you know what I mean? So I think that was one of the worst things that Gotham did, was they took away a really amazing character and then they kind of just whatever they're doing with Lee. I feel like Gotham doesn't know what to do with its female characters, to be honest. Anyways, Riddler-Lee connection was just bad, like flat out terrible, and it's in my top 10 of worst thing that Gotham has done. Moving on to number 8 on this list, and that is the lack of story for Selina Kyle. I was thinking about this because like every time I saw Selina, I was like, oh, I really like her character, you know, hopefully they're gonna do something with her. But I was really thinking about the past few seasons as I was trying to like put together a list. And have you noticed that Selina's character has never really developed after something big has really happened? Hear me out here. Did you see a big character change for her when she literally killed somebody? When she pushed that guy out the window, did you see a big character change for her? I don't remember. If there was a big character change, it wasn't significant or it wasn't impactful because she literally killed somebody. And there wasn't like, Bruce wasn't like getting in her face like, I can't believe you killed somebody, like, how could you do that? And she was just nonchalant about it. She didn't feel remorse or like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. There wasn't really anything there. Like she just, oh, protection, he came after me, blah, 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 whatever, I killed him, whatever. And I know Selina's supposed to be this hard ass, but her character does have sympathy too at times. It's the reason why she always tries to help out Bruce or whatever. But like there wasn't a lot of character development there, and that was a huge thing. She killed somebody. We saw it happen with Bruce twice, and like he went through this crazy Playboy thing. She didn't do anything. There was no character development there. And then remember when she fell out the window when she got pushed by evil Bruce, which we still don't know what happened to him? When she got pushed out the window and she had that awesome scene where all the cats showed up and that was basically the birth of Catwoman, nothing really happened there either. She was in a coma, Ivy brought her out, and then there was no character development from there. If I'm not mistaken, because it's been a while since I watched it, Ivy saves her life, she comes back out of the coma or whatever, and then she's like, I gotta go warn Bruce or whatever, right? Because it's evil Bruce, and she goes and does that. And then we know in season 4 she wants to be more than like, you know, what she is. She wants to be more than just a thief. And you can say that's character development, but it's not, I don't know, it doesn't really seem like it was that great. Again, like I said, when Bruce did something, you saw his character change. He changed completely because he was dealing with it. I hated that, but you still saw a big change. With Selina, I feel like they just did these big moments with her, and there wasn't really anything significant to come from it. She just always felt like the same old Selina that she always was. Now, I think the biggest character development was probably at the last episode when she gets shot or stabbed or whatever, and then she's all like, don't leave me, Bruce, kind of thing. Like, that was probably the biggest thing where she showed the most, like, you know, out of characterness, maybe something different's happening. But, you know, I'm pretty sure at the start of season 5 she's gonna be the same. I don't really know. Although, I think she's paralyzed now, so maybe not. That's gonna be the biggest character development for her. Either way, Selina Kyle not having significant story development was terrible. Number 7, wasting Grundy. Come on. Like, we know the real reason why Grundy was made, and that was just to give Butch his hand back. Legitimately, only reason why Grundy was brought in. He wasn't brought in to be a big character or anything like that. My general theory for this is that they only wanted to give Butch his hand back because they got tired of putting him on in that freaking thing. So yeah, I think that's the only reason why Grundy was put on this show, and I think it was just a big, like, he didn't even stay Grundy for a long time. Like, he ended up starting to be able to talk, and like, oh yeah, I love you, Tabs, and blah, 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 blah. I feel like they could have done a lot more with Grundy, and they kind of just used him as filler. Like, he was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get your hand back, and then you're gonna get cured, and then we're gonna kill you. That was awesome. But, like, you know, just, I feel like they definitely wasted the Grundy character. And, yeah, I think they literally just used him to bring back Butch's hand. Number 6, Scarecrow's story. Okay, this one, I feel like if there's anything people are going to agree upon with me, is it's got to be this. If you're just going against me on this, you just want to go against me. But Scarecrow not having his story finished and just magically showing up in Arkham was one of the worst things that Gotham has ever done. I'm telling you, remember, at the start of the season, Scarecrow looked pretty awesome. He was starting to make his chemicals. We know that he was freaking out. He got his costume. He started doing fear gas on people. And then, you know, Gordon was going after him in this asylum after he was trying to get back at everybody. And then he escapes. He escapes because, you know, Scarecrow gets all the big guys and everybody to fight Gordon, and he escapes. That is the last time we see the Scarecrow until Jerome shows up and he gets all of the freaking people in Arkham to make a breakout, and Scarecrow is there magically in Arkham when the last time we saw him he escaped, and then he has a brand new costume. What happened, and why is he in Arkham, and why does he have a new costume? Like, none of that was explained. And I feel like, and it sucks because I feel like Scarecrow was supposed to be like a really big character in season 4, kind of like Mad Hatter was in season 3, and he wasn't. Like, he was just like, oh yeah, we're gonna do Scarecrow stuff, and then, nah, wait, never mind, no, we're gonna do something else. I feel like that's kind of how it went, because I want to say that he was really heavily promoted at the start of season 4, and his character just went away, and then, like I said, he escaped, and then he was in Arkham. Like, it was not explained, and it just felt kind of weird, and I've talked to other people about this that won't admit it online, but they totally agree with, not, like, that was stupid. It was stupid, and I don't know, I just thought that was pretty bad and one of the worst things that has happened on Gotham. Number 5, Ivy changing. I know we've talked about this online, whatever, live streams, all of this. Ivy changing was one of the worst things that's happened in Gotham. Like, I understand the first jump, okay? The first jump, I can get that. From the little kid to the more, like, sexy Ivy, which I think was Megan something, I forget her name. But yeah, that jump I was totally cool with. Like, I totally get it, and it was an awesome jump. And I was like, alright, cool. I wish she would have got her powers then, but maybe she was going to get them later. And I was totally fine with that if she was going to get them later. But the third jump I felt was, like, totally unnecessary. I get it, because, like, that's how she's going to get her powers. But then she turned out to be like the super mastermind immediately, and she went right into like a 4-episode story arc or something like that. And then she just disappeared and nobody knows where she's at either. I don't know. It was too drastic of a change for Ivy. And I don't know. I just wish that the first jump would have made sense. But I don't know. I just couldn't agree with that. Like, I just felt like they had a perfect Ivy. They made her a little dumb, but it made sense because she was still a child at that point. But you could have really developed that character instead of like, let's just make her magic and she comes back and boom, like she's fully grown, a mastermind, all of this jazz. I don't think it works like that. But I feel like they could have really developed the first change in Ivy, but they didn't. I don't know. That was one of the biggest things that bothered me about this episode because I didn't like the last Ivy. I don't know how you guys feel. You can let me know in the comment section down below, but I really didn't like her. Number 4 on this list, we've kind of already talked about, but Lee Tompkins, the direction that they have taken this character has been something I have totally not liked, and just because I don't buy her as a villain. Like, I thought she was kind of cool in season 3 when she was going crazy, but it made sense because she was, you know, she was very, like, she was under the impression of the Tetch virus, so she was having the evil in her brought out, and I bought that for a little bit. I still didn't really like it, but I could understand it, but I don't know, it just really wasn't something I bought in season 4. Her as a villain, her as a crime boss, just wasn't really good. And then, like I said, with the Riddler stuff, I just totally got turned off by the character. But I just don't believe her as a villain. And also, the reason why she was in the Narrows in the first place was to repent for what she did with the Tetch virus in season 3. She was going to try to be this good person again because she caused so much pain and suffering to the people in the Narrows with the Tetch virus. And for her to go and start being this evil character again, it was just kind of just weird for me. And I understand that she was like, oh, I had the darkness, you know, I see the darkness in me, you know, Gordon, whatever you saw in me is not there anymore, blah, blah. I get that they're trying to do that, and I just don't buy it, and I enjoyed what she was in previous seasons with Gordon. She didn't have to be with Gordon anymore, but she could have still been that, you know, character. But just kind of making her evil wasn't my cup of tea. Number 3 on this list is Barbara. Anything that Barbara did is bad. I mean, look, okay, I'm not gonna lie. There have been plenty of times when I've loved Barbara and absolutely hated Barbara. At the start, when she was dating Jim, kind of liked her. I was like, alright, I really like Barbara, you know, she's cool, whatever. Then she started going crazy, and it was very over the top, and I hated it. And then I was like, you know what, they're probably gonna make her Harley Quinn, so I really hated that. But then she didn't become Harley Quinn, and she just started becoming this, like, mob boss person. And I was like, burp. She started becoming this mob boss person, and I could totally get on board with it. After a while, when she started helping Selena and all that jazz, I was like, okay, I could get on board with this badass Barbara. Like, she was just a badass, she was killing people, whatever. And then the Demon's Head stuff happened, and that's when I absolutely just hated Barbara again because it was so ridiculous. And I was just like, wow. And I was going to put Raish on this, like that whole thing as being bad, but I think just because it involved Barbara, I'm just going to clump it in here with Barbara's, because her becoming the Demon's Head was terrible. I know a lot of people were like, oh man, when Barbara made it freaking, you know, woman power and she killed all the guys, that was stupid. I don't care about that. I don't care that she's like, oh, all men are bad. I don't really care about that because I feel like that would probably fit with her character. But the thing I did hate was just how she got the Demon's Head and how she was just automatically a badass. And the way they killed Raish was so stupid with her grabbing Bruce and like, yeah, that was just terrible. But I don't know. So anything with Barbara in this was just really weird. I mean, the over-the-top acting in the very, like, you know, first 2 seasons, she's like, you know, that craziness is what just really threw me off with her character. And I felt like they should have just solidified her character so long ago. A badass mob boss would have been awesome. But, I don't know, giving her the Demon's Head was just too much. And now, you know, this Barbara's way down here. When she was up here at one point again for me, but now her character's way down here. I don't care about any of the Demon's Head stuff or whatever she's calling herself now. I just thought that was dumb and definitely one of the worst things in Gotham. Number 2 on this list is the bomb scene. I have talked about this many times in live streams on Twitter or whatever. This is one of my worst moments in Gotham for sure, and I will definitely put it in the top 3. And that is the bomb scene at the end of season 2. If you guys don't remember this, it's when, I believe, Indian Hill's about to get blown up. Gordon and Lucius Fox are around this huge bomb, which looks like one of those old school bombs that's about to blow up. It looked really cool, and Miss Pennyworth, or I don't know, it's not Pennyworth, Miss Penny, whatever her name is, I forget, the black scientist lady that worked with Hugo Strange. She was knocked out, and she was by this bomb, and Lucius and Gordon were freaking out. They had like a minute left. They're like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And she's all like, water. She wakes up and she's like, water, water. And they're like, all right, well, you know, throw water on it, it'll break it, whatever. They end up taking a thing off a light, they fill some water in it, and they throw it, and the bomb stops right at 1 second. Very dramatic like. And yeah, they're like, yes, we got it, cool. And then it cuts to, you know, the lady on the ground. She's like, I need water, please. I need to drink some water. And it was just this huge freaking joke. They took this crazy dramatic moment and they just made it into a big, you know, corny joke. And I was just like, this is not your show. You're trying to make this show super dramatic and serious, and they just brought in this very campy, corny joke. And it just like, oh, it was in my veins. I was like, oh, why did you just do that, Gotham? Like, you're doing so good right now, and you have this corny water joke. And it was just like, oh! That is definitely in my personal top 3 worst moments of Gotham, because you don't build a serious show by doing something so corny and campy with that water joke there. And yeah, I don't know. I absolutely hated it. And the number 1 on this list, which is also my personal number 1 moment, that is when Ra's al Ghul was killed by Bruce Wayne. This is, all of you guys know it, especially you diehard Gotham fans that have stuck with me this whole time. You know this was the turning point in my favor of the show. Like, I started disliking the show when this happened. It's not even a joke, anything. Just go watch the video I posted with the Ra's al Ghul stabbing Bruce. And it's just like a rant. I just absolutely hate it. And I'll admit that my videos did have a lot of overdramatics in them back in the day and calmed down a lot, but I still absolutely hated that happened in Gotham because it was completely unnecessary. And I've already said this before, especially when season 4 ended. I felt like Raish's character was totally he didn't need to be there. Like, he just didn't need to be there. He didn't really add anything to this. He didn't really help Bruce become the Dark Knight. Like, I mean, I know he helped Jerome, but it's still, to be honest, like, he really wasn't necessary. Anybody could drove Bruce to become that Batman. They're like, let's just put the Demon's Head in there. And I feel like they could have done so much more with Ra's. But him getting killed didn't really, like, it didn't need to happen. One thing people always told me was that it's character development, bro. His character's gonna grow from this, and he's gonna be such a better character because he's gonna learn not to kill. He doesn't need it. He did not need that freaking character development because he had already done that twice before he stabbed freaking Ra's. he had already learned that he shouldn't kill. With the whole Jerome scene when he's about to stab him with a shard of glass, that is the episode he makes his no-kill rule. And then, later on, when he freaking stabs Alfred and he ends up bringing him back to life with the freaking Lazarus pit, he should have learned there, like, oh my god, like, I don't ever want to do that again. Like, I will never kill somebody because it's a terrible feeling or whatever. Those were 2 instances right there, and one actually involved him killing somebody. Seeing that he needed a 3rd instance to learn and grow from it, I'm not buying that. I just don't think that is, solid information there. Like, it's just not gonna work. And like I said, it didn't really do anything after that. Yeah, he went on this crazy party boy, like, phase, but that's really it. Like, there wasn't much else going on. I just didn't think it really helped the show at all because Bruce had already been through that. Just having him get, like, freaking kill Raish because Raish is all like, I'm gonna kill your fake wife and your fake children. Like, that was dumb. Like, I just didn't really like that, and I felt like Bruce could have had more, self-control at that point, especially going through those other 2 things that he's been through. And I don't know, this was definitely, like I said, it was my turning point in the show. I thought it was dumb. I did not agree with it at all. I mean, if you liked it, that's cool, but I did ask on Twitter a bunch of people what they thought their worst moment in Gotham was, and a lot of people said it was this moment as well. But hey, let me know in the comment section down below what you think is your all-time worst Gotham moment. And like I told people on Twitter, if you actually think there is not a worst moment on Gotham, you're crazy. But that's gonna do it for this video, guys. Hopefully you like this list. Let me know your top 10 worst moments of Gotham in the comment sections down below. And there is going to be a best version. I'm not gonna leave you freaking Gotham people hanging with no best version. I do have top 10 blah 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 best moments of Gotham, and that video will happen after this one in a day or 2 whenever I plan on uploading them. Just hit that subscribe button to make sure you don't miss it. But that's gonna be it for me, guys. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I my daily dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, guys? Welcome to the top 10 best moments in Gotham, according to me. Obviously, if you guys didn't see the top 10 worst moments, go check those out over on the previous video. But in this one, for those of you that love Gotham, I'm going to talk about the 10 moments that I thought were epic on this show. And again, these are my opinions. But yeah, let's just go ahead and freaking jump into it because I know you guys want to know what these 10 moments are. In case you didn't see the other video, these are in no particular order, so don't, hate on me because like, what? That's number 1, blah, blah, blah. No, these are in no particular order. I just wrote them down and I'm going off of the list that way. So yeah, let's jump into it. Number 10 is very simple. It was just a cool scene that I absolutely loved, and that was when Gordon was going to see Galavan and he got into a fight in the elevator. Just the way they filmed the fighting in this elevator, I thought was epic. The way he was getting choked and he like spun around the thing and he killed the dude, whatever. Like, that was such an awesome scene. And that was when I was like, oh! Like, I know I have that video online still where I was just like, Gordon, badass Gordon. Like, it was just so awesome to see that scene, and just having a freaking fight in an elevator was super epic. And it was stuff like that that I was hoping Gotham was going to continue doing because it was so creative and it was so entertaining that just watching Gordon be a badass all the time was, would have kept me in the show no matter what. I would have been like, yeah! But, yeah, we didn't really see too many more unique fighting scenes like that. They got pretty generic later on, but that was one of the best fight scenes in all of Gotham. Moving on to number 9 is Badass Penguin. And, he's had plenty of badass moments, but this particular one was when he got back at the family that killed his father by serving up the kids to their mom. Like, that was, holy crap, crazy, super gangster on Penguin's freaking... I'm at a loss for words for it because it was so awesome. It was so like, oh my god. Like, it was awesome. That's all I can say about it. And that was when I just knew. I was like, this is the Penguin I want. This is the freaking Penguin that I want to see all of the time. He has no limits. He will do crazy stuff. And this was just one of my favorite moments in Gotham because it literally, anytime you can make me go like, I love it. I just, anytime you can just, you know, drop my jaw, freaking just, I get excited or I'm just blown away by what just happened. Those are the things I live for. Just shock moments are the best. And that was one of them in Gotham. He freaking fed the children to the mom. Like, what? Number 8 is sticking with Penguin. And it's funny because this was actually on my worst list, but it's on the best list for the end reason, and that was wasting Grundy. Because as I talked about in the other video, I said this was one of the worst things in Gotham because they just literally brought Grundy on the show to give Butch his hand back, and then they cured him. He was able to talk, all that jazz. He gets cured by Hugo Strange with the help of Penguin, and then Penguin ends up shooting Butch in the head because he wanted to get back at Tabitha. That was one of the best, like, I was really down on the show at this point. Like, I didn't really care about the finale. I didn't care if the show got renewed or anything. I was just really down on the show. I was still watching because I still want to try to enjoy the show. And this was one of the things that really got me. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I'm really interested now. And Penguin is keeping me on this show. Like, seriously. Like, he is awesome. That, I was just like, wow, that was awesome. It was so planned out. It was just like, that was good storytelling. Like, they just built it from one thing. Penguin never forgot about Tabitha, because I know a lot of people are like, are people just gonna forget that Tabitha killed Penguin's mom? Like, I'm just so glad that that was solid storytelling all the way up until that point. Like, oh yeah, we're friends, I'll help you out, blah 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 blah. And then he ends up killing Butch just to get back at Tabitha. Like, it was so great. It was so awesome. I love Penguin. He's definitely one of the best things about this show, and that is why he has 2 spots on this list. Man, back to back. Like, Penguin's awesome. Number 7 on this list is the Azrael battle. If you guys don't remember what this was, it was when Azrael was like in that old warehouse or whatever, and the GCPD is there trying to shoot at him, and Bruce is there, and he sees Azrael just like being all badass, being like a Dark Knight. You know, you see the cape floating in the wind, and he's like dodging everything. He's being shot at him. And there's just like this kind of like cinematic moment where Bruce is watching Azrael, and he's all like, that could be me someday. I could be awesome like this Cape Crusader that is dodging all of these bullets. And for me, I think I even said in that review video, I'm like, that is where like the Batman is just being visualized. The Batman is being born in Bruce's mind because he sees that somebody could be amazing like that, could dodge bullets, could do stuff like that. And it was just so awesome the way they shot it. It was just like Bruce was like, woo! And Azrael was doing all this cool stuff with dodging bullets and stuff. That was one of my favorite moments because it made me feel like there was progression towards the Batman character. One thing I always said about Gotham is, you don't need to give me Bruce in the Batsuit. Like, I don't need that. All I ever needed was Bruce progressing all the time towards Batman, because this is a prequel story. He should always be training. He should always be learning new stuff. That's all Bruce's character should have been, and I think that's all he ever needed to be. He didn't need to be this party boy. He didn't need to be in this love interest with anything. I mean, you could have love interest here and there, but he just always needed to be training. He didn't need to be getting into all this other trouble. And this was just one of those moments where I felt like, I was like, yes, that is a Batman, like, before story moment. And I just thought that was one of the best moments in Gotham because I felt like that was foreshadowing of what Bruce could eventually become. Number 6 on this list is Professor Pig. And oh my god, this was one of my favorite things about Season 4. And I think, like, Professor Pig, just bringing him on this show, one, I do want to point out, because a lot of people are like, man, you're so, freaking connected to the comics. Like, this isn't the comics, bro. And this is where I want to prove that, no, I'm not so honed up on the comics or whatever you want to call it, because Professor Pig didn't follow his comic book origin, but they made Professor Pig look awesome. Like, this has been one of my biggest gripes about the show. I don't need you to be 100% comic book accurate, but you can feel like the character with still doing different things, and I feel like they made Professor Pig feel like the Professor Pig character. Totally had a different origin from the comic book. You know, they made him seem very different. I mean, they killed him, which sucked, but yeah, they made him be very different in this show, but he felt awesome. He felt like a creepy character. He felt like Professor Pig, and that was one of the biggest things that I loved about Season 4. I know a lot of people know that I was down on Season 4. I was kind of done with Gotham, but Professor Pig did keep me in the show while he was doing that. He was just, the way he was toying with Gordon was so good, where he pretended to be that cop. He pretended to be a nice, good cop, and then it turns out that that was Professor Pig, and he was capturing people, and he was like, you know, putting the pig heads on them, and then he was feeding people to, like, it was just, he was so psychotic and crazy that I felt like it fit the character so well. He fit in the show very well, and those were some of my best moments, some of my favorite moments of season 4. So definitely, one of the best things Gotham has done is bringing Professor Pig onto the show and making him a badass. Number 5 on this list, and sticking with badass characters, is the Mad Hatter arc. Man, I said this in my reviews when I was still doing them, that Mad Hatter legitimately gave me nightmares. This is not a lie. I'm not trying to over-exaggerate for the sake of a video. I literally had a nightmare with the Mad Hatter where he was just doing that little rhyme and his eyes were going black in the freaking dream. I was just like, oh my god, and he was just like rhyming, and just like, I was scared. I was legitimately like, what the? I woke up and I was like, what the hell? Freaking Mad Hatter! It was crazy, and his character arc in season 3 was just awesome because he was there from beginning to end, and I know he like dipped out at the start of, you know, the second half of the season, but then he came back and finished it. He was a big part of the season, and I really enjoyed that. And he was just genuinely like creepy with the rhyming. The rhyming was so good, and just, again, another character that didn't follow his origin like the comic books, but they still made him seem awesome. And I don't know, as Mad Hatter was, I've said this before when people ask me like, who is your favorite, you know, villain in Gotham? I always say Mad Hatter because he genuinely creeped me out at times, but I just loved his character so much with the rhyming and everything going on. He was genuinely one of my favorite moments of Gotham because he was awesome, man. Just go back and watch those episodes. The Mad Hatter was legit. Number 4 on this list is actually another Penguin moment, and that is when he killed Galavan, aka Azrael, with a bazooka. Do I really even need to explain this? Like, that was just OP. Like, it was just so awesome that, you know, Gordon, everybody's like, oh my god, you know, Galavan's back to life, you know, he's this Azrael character, and then he gets exploded. Like, this is one thing Gotham's had issues with like, oh man, they keep bringing people back from the dead, nobody stays, you know, nobody stays dead in this city. And Penguin made sure that Azrael, aka Galavan, whoever you want to call him, is not coming back by exploding that dude with a bazooka. Like, Penguin has some of the most craziest moments in this show. Probably some of the best moments in the show, to be honest. That's why he's on my list 3 times. But blowing up, I actually think that Butch blows him up with the bazooka, to be honest. But Penguin was there. It was Butch and Penguin that freaking blow up Galavan. And that was one of the craziest moments. And it was very campy. Very campy. I'm going to put that out there because I know if you watch the worst video, I hated the freaking bomb water thing. That was at the top of my list, or somewhat at the top of my list. And this, kind of the same thing, but this was, somebody was dying here, and it wasn't like, they weren't trying to make this super dramatic at the time it happened. Not like the bomb thing. The bazooka thing was just so out of left field that I legitimately laughed at it, but I was still crazily shocked by it. It was just awesome. It was awesome. Like, you can do campy stuff here and there, like, you know, whatever. That was just out of the blue, and it worked. You know, sometimes crazy crap just works. And I feel like Penguin, if he's in it and he does something crazy, it just works. And like, Bazooka, Azrael, definitely one of the best moments in Gotham. Number 3 on this list, of course, I wasn't going to leave you hanging, Jerome fans, was Jerome's first episode where the interrogation scene, basically. I mean, everybody kind of equates that to like the Dark Knight kind of, you know, interrogation scene. He had his own version of an interrogation scene where he looks down and he just starts laughing, and that is like the birth of the Joker, which they can't use the title, blah, 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 but it was the birth of Jerome. Like, that's what we're going to say. It was the birth of Jerome being his crazy self, and it was awesome. It was awesome. Like, I genuinely enjoyed it. I think I was covering the show. This might have been my first video, or I might have not. No, I didn't cover stuff in season 1. I didn't cover stuff in season 1. Season 2, when Jerome came back, was when I first started covering this show. I didn't cover season 1, but that was one of the things that got me interested, because at the time of Gotham being real, Gotham season 1 was okay. Like, it wasn't the greatest, and they always introduced a character one episode and he was arrested by the end of the episode. I didn't really like that. But with Jerome, it was cool to see that iconic character before he even got to develop into anything. Unfortunately, if you go watch the worst video, losing Jerome and him not being the Joker and bringing in Jeremiah was definitely on my worst list, because everything cool Jerome ever did just got washed away. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he's dead now. And that sucked. Like, they brought him back just to kill him again. And I don't know. I think it was just kind of dumb. Didn't really like that. That's why it's on my worst list. But this just first iconic moment, one of the best moments on Gotham, is the interrogation scene with Jerome. Hands down, definitely in my top 3. But yeah, it was just awesome. It was awesome. And that's when I really did enjoy Jerome. And yeah, number 2 on this list is the Batcave. And I know this isn't like really a big thing, but for me, the reason why it's one of the best moments is when Bruce finds the cave, like, you know, behind the bookshelf or where, I mean, not the bookshelf, fireplace. That is when I was like, holy crap, this is finally getting into some Batman stuff. Because this was at the end of season 1. Like I said, season 1 wasn't the best in my opinion. Because like they didn't feel like they knew what they wanted. And it didn't really start, I didn't really get interested in season 1 until the last 4 episodes with the Ogre. And then that's when this Batman stuff happens on the season finale. And I was just like, yes, I was so hyped for season 2. Because they had found a Bat Cave. And, you know, I feel like Bruce was going to start training and start doing whatever in season 2. And, like, it was just, I was super hyped. I was super hyped. And it just felt like, I was like, alright, this show knows where it's going now. It knows it's going to go towards Batman. He's going to start doing all this stuff. Didn't really do that. But it was just, the moment that I saw him find this cave, I was totally in this show. I was like, yes, this is the best! And, yeah, it's definitely in my top. Because, like, I don't know. It was just, for me personally, as a fan, it was just awesome. The number 1 thing, I'm pretty sure a lot of people could guess it, is Bruce versus Jerome. This is actually my top thing in the show. And I know a lot of people were like, what, but I didn't think you liked it, blah, blah. I thought it was awesome. And I know, I don't remember my review for it. Maybe I was a little down on it, maybe I wasn't. But it was it was awesome in my opinion. But I'm more sour on what happened later on. Because this should have been the moment that, like, he freaking made his no-kill rule at this point. Like, we had this awesome little fight between Jerome and Bruce. This was supposed to be their first battle that is going to be of a million battles in the future. And that's why I really liked it. Because, again, if you're just building towards Batman stuff in this show, you never got to show me him. You don't got to show me in his suit. I don't need that. I just need him building towards Batman. This was awesome. And, like, this is just a cool Joker, pre-Batman fight. And it was just cool. Like, it was just cool. The way they shot it, the carnival stuff, like, everything about that episode was dope. And, like I said, I don't remember my review about it. I'm pretty sure there was something I was like, maybe not so blah, blah, blah. But, you know, that's just kind of how I was at the time. But I don't know, that was just, like, the way it was filmed, the cinematography, everything about that was awesome. And, yeah, it sucks that we're not going to see that anymore because there's this Jeremiah guy. But again, it's another one of the reasons why I hate that they just got rid of Jerome, because you had this epic moment between Bruce, Jerome, future Batman, should have been future Joker, and it would have just been so cool, like, if the show did continue for X amount of seasons later, that you could always go back to that scene, like, it started here, that was their first battle. And, yeah, I don't know. It was by far the best thing that Gotham did, from, like, storyline to the way it looked. Was one of definitely the best moments in Gotham. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much gonna be my list. Do you agree with it? Do you hate it? What did I not put on there that should have been on there? Again, remember, these are my top 10s, but let me know your top 10s in the comment sections down below. Remember, guys, if you didn't see the worst 10 moments of Gotham, definitely go check that out. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, my voice just cracked mid-sentence. Have a nice day, guys. Bye! What's going on, guys? So I am back again for some Gotham videos. Now, if you didn't see my little tease trailer, definitely go check that out, or just go check out any of my other videos that I posted, because, you know, you gotta show those videos some love too. But anyways, yes, so I am back. We're gonna talk about some Gotham stuff, and the main thing I want to talk about is the episode 7 of season 5 is supposed to be entitled Ace Chemicals. Now, this photo comes from T.S. Chun, who is a writer on Gotham, and he tweeted out the photo of just the script and with the Gotham title on it and everything, and it just says Ace Chemicals, for, you know, 507, which is season 5, episode 7, and bada bing bada boom. If you know anything about the Joker, if you know anything about the Batman universe, you know Ace Chemicals is very significant to the Joker's origin story because he falls into the vat, and that is where he officially becomes the Joker. He comes out with the pale skin, comes out with the green hair, all of that jazz. He is just born at that point. Now, it's very interesting because a lot of people are automatically thinking that, yeah, this is just going to be where Jeremiah is going to probably have a confrontation with Bruce Wayne, and, you know, he's going to fall into the vat and he's going to become officially the Joker, and that just seems like the easiest play. But my thinking is, what if it's not? Before I continue, I'm going to say that you guys probably at the moment have way more knowledge about Gotham than I do because I've been out of the loop for so long, but that doesn't mean that I can't give my opinions on this. So some of the stuff I might say might not be able to happen because you already know that Cameron Monaghan signed on for X amount of episodes or whatever. This is just, and also, even if you do, it's kind of hard to believe that unless you're actually working on the show, because, you know, Gotham is notorious for lying about the things they want to do. So like I said, this is more than likely going to be a kind of thing where Bruce and Jeremiah just happen to be at Ace Chemicals. It could be some kind of plan. It could be some kind of like, there's a bomb at Ace Chemicals kind of thing. And Jeremiah wants Bruce to show up and, you know, just, he asked, Bruce doesn't show up, I'm going to blow up the whole city, blah, blah, blah. Those kind of plots. And then, you know, he's going to fall into the vat. That's the simplest way they could write this story. Is it the most exciting way? I don't think so. Also, is it just me, or I don't know about how you guys feel about this, but isn't Ace Chemicals kind of pointless at this point? Because Jeremiah already has the pale skin, he already has the very, very dark green hair, and he's essentially the Joker without, of course, getting the name. We know all the reasons why. Since this is going to be the final season, it does look like they're actually going to be able to use the Joker name, and he's going to finally be born at Ace Chemicals. But it just seems kind of, I don't know, unproductive or counterproductive to just have Jeremiah fall into a vat of Ace Chemicals when he's already got the whole look. Like, you know what I mean? So just to give myself a little bit of optimism, I'm kind of hoping that it isn't the case, because again, it wouldn't make any sense for him to fall in the vat when he already has the look itself. Like, what is it going to do? Just dye his hair slightly more green? But this is my thoughts on what could or should happen with Ace Chemicals. And I think there's two things that I wouldn't mind see happen. One is you bring back Jerome. And I know I've probably said in the past that it would be dumb to bring him back, but at this point, I'm not really a fan of Jeremiah. I wasn't liking his character, and I just felt like they just wasted Jerome in that whole instance, because he had that whole showdown with Bruce at the carnival. He caused all the chaos for 4 seasons. I just felt like they wasted that character. So I think that somehow, whatever they do, Mad Scientist, Hugo Strange, I don't really care at this point, it's the final season. Jerome comes back for one last go. And he ends up fighting with Jeremiah, and Bruce could be there too, and he's all like, you're not going to take my spotlight or whatever. And he ends up slitting like Jeremiah's throat, or he ends up killing Jeremiah. Like 100% he's dead. He can explode him, whatever. So we know Jeremiah's never going to come back. And the actual Jerome from day one falls into the vat and becomes the new Joker. That could fix his scars, whatever, because we don't know what's going to happen in the chemicals. It obviously changes your skin and your hair color, but maybe it heals your scars and all that crap too. Doesn't really matter. But I think that would be one really cool thing to happen, is the OG Jerome shows up and is the one to fall into the vat. That means everything that happened in the previous 4 seasons could make sense again and could be meaningful again, because he would have that relationship with Bruce. Oh, I know a lot of people will be like, but we would know who he is, we would know about his origin. You kind of know everything about Jeremiah's origin now too, so that kind of thing doesn't really matter, but at least you can make Jerome, I should say, the main character that who should be the Joker, who actually acts more like the Joker anyways, be the actual Joker in this show. The other idea is you cast someone else as the new Joker. Now I know a lot of people would be extremely pissed with that. They wouldn't like the idea. They would hate it, because what would be the point of Jerome and Jeremiah? At this point, I kind of, again, wouldn't really care, because it is the final season, and I'm not knocking that. but I think maybe it would be kind of interesting if a new character did show up, because one, they did say throughout all of the time, the producers, and we gave them crap about this all the time, they always said that there is no Joker yet, Jeremiah's not the Joker, Jerome is not the Joker, and we did believe that, okay, they're saying that because they can't use the Joker name, but what if it's true? What if this is their ultimate plan and they were just like, you know what? We're gonna create the real Joker on the final episode or the final, season or whatever, and that's what's gonna happen. Before Bruce becomes Batman, his Joker will be born, bada bing, bada boom, and then you just bring on an even crazier character. Now, I'm not a big fan of the idea, but it would be true to what the producers have been saying this whole time, where the Joker will finally be born, or he's not existed yet in Gotham, and then he'll finally be born here in Ace Chemicals. And again, that would bring some significance to Ace Chemicals, because it would actually make the person into the white, pale, green-haired Joker, opposed to Jeremiah possibly falling into the vat. And what? I don't know what the vat could do to Jeremiah, opposed to, I guess they could be like, it's gonna make him go crazier. And that's when he starts acting more like Jerome, maybe? But he's just, how is it gonna look different? You know what I mean? I hope you guys understand that. I'm not trying to knock on the just Jeremiah thing, but I just feel like it just feels very counterproductive to have Jeremiah, who already looks like the Joker, fall into the vat, because I don't see what else is going to come from it, you know what I mean? Since we're on the topic of the Joker, I want to talk about something else that I saw that they're thinking about bringing into Season 5, and that is a love interest for Jeremiah, or a possible Harley Quinn. So the rumors I'm hearing is Jeremiah might start like falling for Echo, who is, she's kind of already done the proto Harley Quinn thing in the previous season, and she could be the new Harley Quinn that is going to happen or going to be in Season 5. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people think that, like, oh, that's perfect, she's been serving, Jeremiah her whole life, she's always wanted to protect Jeremiah, so they already have a relationship, and then, Jeremiah's just gonna start falling for her, and it's gonna be this love interest kind of thing. And I think that's all fine and dandy. Yeah, you can totally make something out of that. I don't think it would be the actual Harley Quinn and Joker relationship, because obviously the Joker is very abusive to Harley Quinn and she just loves him anyways, just blindly. But I do think if they were to go with bringing in a brand new character, like that is going to be the Joker that is going to fall in the vat, and then possibly have Echo or Harley Quinn fall for that new guy instead of Jeremiah. Like, if Jeremiah loved Echo, but Echo is like, I'm just your protector, I don't love you that way, that might be a pretty cool dynamic, especially if you have Jeremiah going crazy because he can't win her over, and then we have this new Joker be born in Ace Chemicals, actually kills Jeremiah, and then Echo starts loving that one because she loves his insanity or whatever. That might be a pretty interesting storyline, although I know everybody's gonna be like, no, you can't do that to Cameron Monaghan, like, Cameron Monaghan deserves to be the Joker, all of that jazz. I know all of that's going on. My thing is, again, it comes down to Ace Chemicals. I don't see any point in using this when he's already kind of become the Joker, so I kind of like the idea of either bringing back Jerome and actually having Jerome become the Joker, and then maybe Echo falls in love with Jerome because maybe she always had an infatuation with that brother opposed to, Jeremiah, and then, or you bring in a whole new character. Preferably, I'd like the Jerome coming back to life storyline, although I know I was against it before because I think you just can't keep bringing people back to life. It's very poor writing. But at this point, I'm just like, bring him back. Because, like, I just felt like it was useless to do this whole twin storyline, in my opinion. And I think just bring him back, make him the full-blown Joker. He felt more like the Joker. And then, if you do want to do a love interest thing, just have Echo fall in love with Jerome over Jeremiah. And that drives Jeremiah bad and ends up causing him to be killed or get killed by Jerome or a new Joker. Those are my thoughts on this whole Ace Chemicals thing. And yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. It does seem like this season of Gotham, they are going balls to the wall. They know it's their final thing, so they're gonna bring every character out of the woodwork. It seems like WB is giving them a lot of leeway because they know they are not gonna make any more episodes after season 10. I still get a lot of you guys hitting me up like, do you think Netflix could pick it up? Do you think Hulu could pick it up? I think this is game over, guys. They're not going to make any more Gotham episodes after this, so enjoy these last 10 because it's going to be the last 10 you're going to get. Anyways, guys, so yes, we are doing Gotham videos again, and I know a lot of people, the biggest question is there, Juice, why are you coming back to Gotham? And I don't know, I think I've thought about it a lot, and I just, you know, things change, and I want to say that when I did leave Gotham, everything wasn't perfect in life and just in general. Everything I said about Gotham previously in live streams, anything how I felt about it, that's all 100% true. I'm not coming back to these videos because like I think Gotham's perfect and everything's awesome and nothing about the show is wrong. No, everything I've said prior to this is still 100% true, but I think when I stop doing reviews, when I'm still not going to be, I know a lot of people were asking me like, are you just going to do Gotham and stuff like that? It's going to be just Gotham for now, guys. I don't really have any plans to pick up Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, all of that other stuff, because one thing I will say from my break from doing all of these shows is it's nice just to watch the shows and not have to cover them. But I will say that, you know, Gotham has always had that special place in my heart because, you know, it's Batman stuff. I'm always going to want to cover it. I'm always going to want to just talk about it. And yeah, I don't know, I felt like there's 10 episodes left. I feel like I should just cover it. I should just cover them, write it out, and because this is something that I've done for so long on this channel, and then we'll see where it goes. I'm still going to be making the content I was making when I took my break. I still plan on doing a lot of those kind of videos because again, Gotham will eventually end and there's not going to be anything else after that. So I got to continue still building myself towards newer, better horizons. But yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and give you guys that kind of information because I know a lot of people are wondering like, why are you coming back? All of that jazz. But we'll see. There's 6 months until this show comes back. We'll see. In my current mindset, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. We'll see what happens on that first episode. We'll see if it's like, all right, this is good, or if Crazy Juice is like, this is the worst thing in the whole world. We'll just have to wait and see. But I do want to say, there's so much Gotham information out there. There's so many things that I have not covered. If you want me to cover something, let me know in the comment sections down below. Obviously, it's not going to be breaking news. It's going to be older news. But if it has regards to Gotham Season 5, stuff you want to get my opinion on, let me know in the comment sections down below. If I think it's interesting enough, I'll make a video about it. And I'll definitely just give my thoughts on the whole perspective in this final season. Anyways, guys, do let all your Gotham friends know that Juice is back. And tell them to come back and subscribe to the channel because he's going to be doing a lot more Gotham stuff here along with other awesome nerdy videos that you should definitely go watch these right here because, you know, they deserve some love. Give them some love, and you're also missing out on some really good news in these kind of videos, so definitely check out those. But as always, guys, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning and ask yourself something, have I made a little dose of juice? See you guys next time. Bye! What's going on, everybody? So we have a new Gotham video for you with an image from the Joker, possibly in the 5th season of Gotham, the final season of Gotham. And this image comes from the Gotham Hub Twitter account. They are saying that it is an exclusive image, so I'm assuming that they mean that's exclusive from them. And to be honest, they did hashtag this Joker Season 5. But I am going to kind of say this kind of just feels like a Jerome image. I don't know if Gotham Hub has extra information that we don't know. Maybe they do know that Jeremiah is going to be the Joker, or maybe, you know, we don't know if it's going to be somebody else. I'm pretty sure they're just going to make Jeremiah fall into the vat because we know episode 7 is titled Ace Chemicals, and he'll probably just fall into the vat and bada bing bada boom. He'll come out and be the same? I don't know, maybe a little crazier. Again, I made that previous video. I don't know what the vat's going to do to Jeremiah since he already has the white skin, you know, all that jazz, which is what the vat is supposed to do. But this is a new image of the possible Joker, or let's just call him Jeremiah right now. A lot of people were talking about in those comments were like, oh, he's wearing a black suit and all that jazz. But, I mean, this just looks like a suit that Jeremiah would wear. I mean, if you look at the images from the previous season, he wore these very elegant, nice suits in those final couple of episodes. So I think this just looks like just a cool image of Jeremiah smiling. Hopefully we'll get some more laughs this season, unless he's going to be that very somber, kind of just chill Joker, which I wasn't a big fan of. But, you know, if he throws out some laughs and he gets a little bit crazier, I think that'll make me like his character a lot more. If he actually starts calling himself the Joker, or if somebody else calls him the Joker, I think that'll be better, of course, after he falls into the Ace Chemical Vat, which is what we're assuming is going to happen in episode 7 that is titled Ace Chemicals. Now, if you want more information on episode 7 or just my thoughts, definitely go check out my last Gotham video, which was the Ace Chemical one. But like I said, this could just be Jeremiah right now, because we don't really know where he's going to start, when he's going to show up, what he's going to be doing in Gotham Season 5. Gotham Season 5 seems like it's going to have every character it had before, except for Butch, obviously, because he got blasted in the head. But, you know, it's going to have a bunch of different characters, and then a whole bunch of new characters to fit in a 10-episode span, which is going to be kind of insane, because they got to tie up all the loose ends. So I don't know how much is going to be, like, Jerome, how much is going to be Penguin, how much is going to be whatever. It does seem like they are trying to solidify the Joker character in Season 5, or at least make him show up. My theory is he'll show up on the final episode as being the full-blown Joker, and then, you know, David Mazouz will be the full-blown Batman at the final episode, kind of like they did at the end of Smallville. That's my theory, but obviously we'll have to wait and see on that. I will say there was this interesting image right here that I saw where it was the Gotham Gazette and it said Robin Red Hood Gang, and I know a lot of people seeing this paper might be like, holy crap, are they going to do the Red Hood Gang with Jeremiah? Is Jeremiah going to take over the Red Hood Gang, and then they're going to go to Ace Chemicals, and then he's going to fall into the vat, like in the comics? This will be the most comic book accurate freaking Joker ever, blah, 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 blah. And to be honest, if that were to happen, that would be pretty awesome, because I did mention this like 3 years ago in my Jerome Coming Back video. Correction, almost 3 years ago, and yes, I know it sounds kind of stupid or whatever to keep bringing up that video, but when I made that, I kind of planned out the whole thing Gotham could do to make this character become the Joker towards the end. And I also said it could happen in Season 5, and it's what is pretty much happening in Season 5. So, yeah, that's going to be pretty insane. But I will point out, because I don't know if this has been said anywhere, or I saw this, I actually read this when I was doing some research. When I saw this, I was like, holy crap, could they actually be doing the Red Hood Gang in the final season and actually having this full-blown Joker origin, which would be, again, pretty awesome. Someone over on Reddit pointed out that this actual Red Hood Gang newspaper is from Season 1, Episode 17, The Red Hood Gang, and the proof is right here in this image right here. It is the exact same newspaper from Season 1. So it is very possible that the Red Hood Gang might not even be in Season 5. Now, of course, they could be with everything that they're doing in Season 5. It would not be a surprise to see the Red Hood Gang, and maybe they are going to do it with Jeremiah. I don't really know. But I did want to just point out that this is just a prop from Season 1. Maybe they're going to do a callback. Maybe this is just going to be on somebody's desk or something like that. We do see that it is on somebody's desk. It's more than likely a GCPD desk. And maybe there is going to be some mention of the Red Hood Gang or whatever. But I did just want to point out that that newspaper, before anybody starts going crazy, is from Season 1. So it could just be a cool callback to Season 1. And it doesn't mean that Jeremiah is going to go full-blown Red Hood. Because at the same time, Jeremiah is already kind of known. Unless he's going to be trying to stay low-key and create his own little gang and do the whole Red Hood moniker, then yeah, I could see that, but he's kind of already larger than life at the moment in Gotham. So him taking up the Red Hood Gang idea and running with it just seems kind of counterproductive for him, unless he wants to be low-key and doesn't want Bruce or the GCPD to get onto what he's doing or scheming. I could understand that. But again, I just feel like Jeremiah is just too big to really care about hiding what he's doing. He feels like he's smarter than everybody else, so he would just do things out in the open, kind of like he did at the end of Season 4. But I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see when Gotham actually finally airs. I believe it's airing in March of 2019. So yeah, we'll finally get our answers when that starts coming out. I'm pretty sure they'll release some trailers and stuff like that up prior to that in January or maybe in December or something like that. And maybe we'll get to be able to dissect those and be like, oh, the Red Hood Gang is coming back or blah, blah, blah. Either way, I want to know your guys' thoughts and opinions on the possible Red Hood Gang thing that they got going on there, since it is from Season 1. And what do you think about this new Jeremiah, I wish it was Jerome, picture that is surfacing on the internet from, you know, Gotham Hub? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Let me know your thoughts in the comment sections down below. Guys, if you haven't seen any of my other videos that are not Gotham or Gotham as well, definitely go check those out. Give them some love. Also hit that subscribe button for more Gotham videos and other cool nerdy things that will be happening on this channel. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. Have I been a daily dose of juice? See you guys next time.
Today's the big day.
What's going on, everybody? So in today's video, it looks like we have a new Gotham promo, and I'm here to break down the trailer for you. Now, this is not a very long promo, not a very long trailer, but it is some new stuff, and it centers all around Jeremiah. So let's not even waste any time, let's just jump right into breaking down this trailer with the first image of just Jeremiah taking a little nap. He's just chilling on some, like, you know, jackets or sheets or pillows or couches. I don't really know what he's on, but he's just chilling in a nice little place having a nap. You can tell from his hair he has some greenish tones in there. Obviously, he still has the pale skin with the red lips, and he is dressed in that nice suit that we saw him in a long time ago. But yeah, just Jeremiah chilling. Then, of course, we get this Gotham graphic, and then it goes into this person running who does look to be like James Gordon from the hair. He's holding the gun. Of course, Gordon's always wearing a suit. So what could he be running from? He could be running away from Jeremiah. He could be running from a whole bunch of things because this is No Man's Land, or they are adapting the No Man's Land story. And, you know, there's going to be a bunch of crazy people. So I think Jim Gordon is going to be doing a lot of running. So this doesn't necessarily have to do with Jeremiah. Almost lost my voice there. But yes, I do think this is just Jim running away from something like he normally does. And another graphic of Is Now. And then we get the shot of the proto Harley Quinn. Now, of course, I've been out of the Gotham game for a bit. I don't know, I should say, if they are going to call her Harley Quinn, but they are very making her look like Harley Quinn. She has the outfit and stuff. There's a lot of promo footage, or not footage, but photos out there of her in a very Harley Quinn-esque outfit. And yeah, it's just their variation. It's a proto Harley Quinn. But will we actually get the name? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so this is Echo turned into what is going to be our Harley Quinn type character. And I'm kind of digging it. I'm not going to lie. I know I haven't done any videos on it and stuff. I will do one in the future. But I like the variation of Harley Quinn that they have going on here. Will the personality match? That's my biggest thing. I'm always big on the personality of the character. If you don't act like the character, it kind of just throws me off. Like, you can look like them, that's fine, but if you're not doing the personality, you're doing something that's totally different, that always annoys me. Let me know your thoughts on that in the comment section down below. Next up, we got another graphic of No Man's Land, which is the big story that they are adapting for this final season, and that goes into a map of what is Gotham City with the Joker logo, or the ha 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 logo, the Jeremiah logo, because we haven't got the name of the Joker yet, but you know, our very Jokery logo on a map of Gotham, which what looks to be around like a radio station or something, because if you look, that's like a little PA system right here in the left-hand side of the thing. It's a PA system. Maybe he's in a jail, or he's in a, you know, school or something that has a PA system. You just usually press those little buttons and you talk into them. Those are really old, so I'm pretty sure that those aren't really in schools anymore. There's just like more modern ones and stuff like that. And then on the right side, you see that there is like a bottle of, we'll just say, you know, alcohol, liquor, something like that, and a shot glass. This could be the GCPD, because the GCPD might have something like that. They have radios to contact other officers and stuff. So maybe this is something that they picked up. Maybe this got dropped off to them. We don't really know, but that could be the GCPD, because it might be Bullock just, you know, always drinking something, because he is always drinking. And yeah, so it's just, you know, them sending a message like, Gotham is mine, I am the Joker. You might as well just leave GCPD. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. The next scene in the trailer has Alfred taking a little midnight stroll through what seems to be a really nice neighborhood. I don't know if you guys have ever been to New York or anything like that, but they do have these really nice neighborhoods like this with trees and stuff. Parking's terrible, but since it's No Man's Land, it looks like there's a lot of spots available. But yes, so we see Alfred just walking through the night with a briefcase and stuff. And then, of course, we get another graphic of day 151. And if you guys are kind of confused by why it says day 151, this is essentially day 151 of No Man's Land. So that's how much time has passed since the bridges were exploded in the season finale of season 4. So there's a big time jump here. And then we all know that the finale is going to have a huge time jump. But this is 151 days into the whole No Man's Land thing. almost a whole year into it. Actually, it's roughly like 5 months. But yeah, so 151 days into no man's land. That's what we're seeing right here. And then the next scene is Alfred getting scared by something. You hear like cans kicking on the ground or like falling on the ground. So he pulls out his gun and he's all like, oh, come on, bitches, I'm gonna kill all you. And so, you know, Alfred's just being his Alfred bad self. And when he turns around, we see Jeremiah pop up from behind him. So what could this mean? Is he gonna capture freaking Alfred and use him to get Bruce? Probably. And then finally, we get this image of Jeremiah just with this big smile saying, today's the big day. Meaning, like, I don't know, is he going to kill Alfred? Is he going to finally meet Bruce as Batman? Like, we don't really know what's going to happen in this. I don't think he's going to meet Bruce as Batman. But if you do really pay attention to this shot right here of Jeremiah with this big smile, it looks like he's in Wayne Manor. Because Wayne Manor has those very nice seats and stuff, the chimneys in the background, all of that kind of jazz. So it could be that maybe he captured Alfred and he's taking him back to Wayne Manor, or he's shown up to Bruce's place to let him know, like, yo, I got Alfred, so you might want to come see what I got planning because today's the big day, blah, 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 blah. Could be something along those lines because we don't really know what's going to happen here. We don't really know what to expect from No Man's Land, all of that jazz. It's going to be really interesting to see what's happening, but it does look like he's in Wayne Manor here. And this promo is just specifically all about Jeremiah and how he's going to be a big part of this final season. Now, there is 12 episodes now. A lot of people thought it was going to be 10. I did mention a long time ago that they were going to make just enough episodes to get to 100. And 10 episodes wasn't going to do it, but they are going into episode 100 with 12 episodes. So we got 2 extra episodes this season, which is roughly, what, 3 months of Gotham? Which is not bad if we get an episode if we get 4 episodes a month, is what I should say. That's pretty much it for this promo. I thought it was pretty interesting. It's cool to see stuff focused around Jeremiah, although will he be the Joker? Will he not be the Joker? There still seems to be all of this confusion around that. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the time jump. The time jump is going to be the biggest thing to happen at the end. The final season, or the final episode of this season is going to be the biggest thing. We've seen leaked images of Penguin and Riddler already in their final forms in that time jump, but everyone's going to be curious about what is going to happen with Jeremiah. Is it even going to be Jeremiah? Is he going to die? Is it going to be a new Joker? We'll see what freaking happens. If, to be honest, I'm just going to throw this out there right now, if Jeremiah dies and Jerome is dead, and it comes out that the clone of Jerome is the final Joker, I might be totally cool with that. I don't really know, because one, I think the reason why I'd be cool with it is because it would finally tie up the season finale of season 2 when he walked out of the damn bus. Yes, we didn't see his face or whatever, but we totally heard his laugh. And there was a guy in a robe that totally looked like Jeremiah. But whatever. I should just say Jerome. But yeah, anyways, guys, let me know your thoughts on this trailer in the comment section down below. Also, if you want to see other Gotham stuff, if you want me to go cover older Gotham stuff that I haven't been able to cover, let me know in the comment sections down below. This is now a Batman-focused channel, which Gotham is all about, The Dark Knight. So let me know. I'm not going to be able to cover stuff that you want me to know if you don't let me know in the comment sections down below. Anyways, guys and gals, that's all I got for you. As always, I'm your host, Juicebox. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, ask yourself something. I totally need to get a new outro for this new Batman-focused channel. That's going to be it, guys. Have a good day, blah, blah, blah. That was a terrible outro. Batman's awesome. Bye.
So at the end of season 4, Ra's al Ghul has blown up all the bridges with the help of Jeremiah, making Gotham essentially a war zone.
This sets us up for a No Man's Land season 5.
We are surrounded by hostile forces. We are running out of ammunition, food. I know what we're up against, Harvey. No one is coming down.
The great idea at the center of season 5 is that Gotham itself is isolated from the outside world.
It's a very apocalyptic situation.
87 days have passed. Territory in Gotham has been carved up.
Everyone is kind of running their own part of the city, and it's a bit tribal.
Penguin has a zone, and the Sirens is a zone that we're in control of, and the Green Zone is Jim Gordon's area that is kind of a bit of a haven for people.
It's Gotham like you've never seen it, because it's a new Gotham, it's a broken Gotham.
You want rules for this game? I'll make it simple. You win or you die.
Everybody's core qualities are pushed to their limits because they have to be. With Bruce, we're going to see him work very intimately with Gordon this year because he really is assuming that proactive role in keeping the city safe.
We find ourselves in this massive power struggle to control what little resources there are left in Gotham City that is forcing people
people to resort to their basest of nature. And there really isn't a better time for Oswald Cobblepie. It has become woefully apparent that you are out of options.
In season 5, Nigma keeps waking up, not knowing where he is or how he got there. And he thinks that he's losing his mind. He's not sure if this is sort of his alter ego battling.
God! What are you doing to me?
At the end of season 4, Jeremiah shoots Selena. Selena is paralyzed. Everything that she knew has been ripped from her.
Bruce is trying to get her better, but what ends up happening is going to cause a very drastic change in Selena's character and Bruce's relationship with her.
We are all so grateful that we are able to bring this incredible story that we've been telling for almost 5 years now to a conclusion that is satisfying to everybody.
Gotham is an origin story. How Bruce Wayne went from being a rich kid in an alley to being a vigilante. I am overjoyed that we were given this opportunity.
I feel like all of these characters get such a beautiful end to their arc.
There are grievances that we've established in seasons past that are still simmering because the city is in such dire straits. Those underlying issues are going to come to the surface, and it's going to be pretty volcanic.
You can expect big and crazy.
Every season we've said, no, trust me, this season is going to be crazier than the last. And every time we're not lying.
Oh, hey guys, what's up?
I can only equate it to the finale at a fireworks spectacle. It's all of the fireworks are going off at once. Everyone starts to emerge as the classic characters that we've all grown up knowing, except this time it has our own spin on it, and it's just one of the most gratifying things to watch.
For Gotham.
What's going on, everybody? So you just saw a cast promo for the upcoming season of Gotham, which is going to be the final season. One note I want to make, that trailer that you just saw before the start of the video might be the last time I'm able to do that, because currently I'm getting hit by WB-TV on copyright strikes, and in the past I used to be able to just dispute them and they would let go of them, but for some reason now I can dispute and they still say like, nah, it's not fair use, it's not anything, so we're just gonna keep all your money, and which is not a lot, but you know what I mean, just every little bit helps. And apparently right now, I'm getting copyright strike by all this stuff. So I'm going to try it one more time. If I get copyright stricken again, I'm just going to have to do these videos a different other way, maybe with just photos or something like that. But it kind of sucks. I really like doing the trailer at the start and then talking about it. But we'll see what happens. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into this trailer breakdown. So right at the start, we see Erin Richards, who is looking very beautiful, by the way. I think she looks super cute with that haircut. But basically, we got a bunch of the cast discussing Season 5 of Gotham and what happened at the end of Season 4 with the bridges being broken up and basically creating no man's land. Then various actors talk about how Gotham has been carved up into territories. And if you look at this map right here, you can kind of see who has what. The Sirens have up the top. They're, you know, across from them is Zaz. The GCPD has a very big portion right there. Then you got the Street Demons, the Low Boys. And one thing you can't see in this particular photo, but this purple area down at the bottom is all Penguin. And you can see that if you look at the previous trailer breakdown I did, and you look at Jerome's map, at the very bottom, it says, I said Jerome, I meant Jeremiah, Jeremiah's map, or just a map with the haha on it, because it could be anybody, to be honest. You see that Penguin actually has a huge part of Gotham. And if you pay attention to the very top of that map, you see Freeze, Firefly, and Scarecrow also have a portion of the city. So everybody has their territory. This is going to be a big, just like, we're probably going to see a lot of gang wars, other people trying to take other people's territories, and that should be a lot of fun going into this final season of Gotham. But since we're on the topic of the territories, the one thing you will notice is that Jeremiah does not have any territory on this map. So the cool thing about this little map image with his ha-ha-ha on it is basically Jeremiah, aka not gonna be Joker, gonna be Joker, whatever they're gonna do with him this season, is saying that he's gonna take over all of Gotham, which I think is really awesome because that's just him like asserting his dominance, him saying like, no, I don't want a portion of Gotham, I want everything. And that's what's symbolized by this, you know, the two eyes with the ha-ha-ha over the whole map of Gotham. So that's going to be really interesting, and it might be a reason why we're not going to get Jeremiah for maybe the first few episodes. I think they might save him to the later half of the season. Maybe he shows up in the middle, then he's at the very end. I don't really know what's going to happen, but of course they're going to want to solidify that there are other gangs, they have their own territories, so then Jeremiah can come in and actually just try to take over everything. Also, another thing that is pointed out in about the first minute of this trailer is that Jim Gordon, aka Ben McKenzie, says that this is day 87, or 87 days have passed since the end of season 4. So that is not 151 days like the previous trailer that I just broke down that was all about Jeremiah. So it could be that 87 days to 151 is when everything before Jeremiah shows up is going to happen, which might be pretty interesting because, again, you don't want to just bring in Jeremiah on episode 1 and look, oh, I'm going to take over the world, because you only got 12 episodes left. You want to make sure his last few episodes are really special. So if he comes in mid-season, I think that would be really cool. And then, of course, you have all that time that passes between 87 days and 151 days, which his little tease trailer was promoting. So this master plan of possibly taking over all of Gotham could be happening when he shows up on the 151st day. And then there's other random shots in this first minute of the trailer of just, you know, Scarecrow's gang and just other people, Jim Gordon running away. Stuff we've seen before, so it's nothing too exciting, but, you know, Scarecrow's outfit does look pretty awesome. Then we get a little section of David Mazouz talking about how Bruce is going to take on more responsibility in Gotham, and basically he's gonna be that rise of the Dark Knight. He's gonna be the guy just beating up a bunch of bad guys, putting people in their place, and he's working with Jim Gordon very closely this season because they're trying to bring Gotham back from the brink of destruction. Like, it's done, they need to rebuild, and they need to clean up everything before they can start doing that. Then we got Robin Lord Taylor, aka the Penguin, talking about how No Man's Land has very little resources and everybody's kind of going back to their basic nature, like their basic instincts, essentially, and this is perfect for the Penguin because that's how he rolls. Like, he knows how to make something out of nothing, so that's probably the reason why he has the biggest part of Gotham on the map. But it's also just, this is when Penguin is at his best. Like, he can come back from the dirt and make non-dirt stuff. While he's explaining, we get these little snippets of him just with his gang, getting like freaking makeup on, getting his choice of knife that he wants to use, and also we see him fighting Tabitha. We know that that is going to be a big thing in Season 5, because obviously one of them's probably going to die, and it's not going to be Penguin. But, you know, they're both going to go after each other. I think Tabitha has to die at this point. I mean, I guess she could stay alive, but, like, I feel like one of them is going to die in this battle because they've constantly killed each other. Like, they've both taken the one thing they love the most, and it's going to end in death. And obviously, Penguin has to be the victor here because he's already in the time jump. We've seen that. But maybe she lives too because they don't want to kill her off. I don't really know, but I still think that battle, one of them should die. Then we have this scene of Penguin giving Gordon a machine gun, and it's going to be really interesting to see where they go with this, because there has been that scene where it looks like they block off the GCPD and they're all shooting from like the top of a tower, or kind of like, it looks like somebody's just invading a castle and they're all just shooting guns, and this might be the scene before that, because they have to work together for a reason. And it's going to be really interesting to see what that reason is. Is it because Jerome has like released something and everybody's coming after him? Or is it because the other gangs are going to try to take over Penguin's territory, so he's going to try to team up with the GCPD? It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of dynamics they're going to have during this season. Gotham can do a really awesome job with this gang territory storyline, or it could do a very bad job of just like focusing on just random stuff opposed to having these cool little gang wars. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm hoping they do it right. Next up was probably my least favorite part of the trailer, and that was Riddler talking about what we should expect from Nigma this season. And again, he's going to be losing his memory and like waking up in random places not knowing who he is. And I don't like that because we just went through that. So I feel like they're recycling storylines. This is something that Gotham has been very bad about. If you really do go back and watch the previous seasons, they have recycled storylines. How many times has Penguin went to the bottom and came back to the top? It's been like 2 or 3 times already. So I feel like they're just recycling Nigma because they don't really know what they wanted to do with him. And I know what they're going to try to do. They're going to use this storyline again so he can eventually become the full-blown Riddler and he'll have the question marks and all that jazz. But I think he could have still, like, I feel like they've done that already. He became the Riddler, you know, last season or the season previous to that when he was freaking wearing the green suit and just being a badass. But I'm gonna hold on to a little bit of hope that Nigma will get redeemed this season, because last season I just was not feeling him, especially in that love little triangle that they had going on. Was not a fan of Nigma last year. Then we got Cameron talking about how she's paralyzed from the gunshot from Jeremiah, and how Bruce is trying to take care of her and stuff like that. And she just doesn't know what to do with her life. Obviously, she's gonna get her legs back, because we see that later on this trailer that Selena has just become somebody different from this injury. I can only assume she's gonna get some miracle drug, or maybe Ivy's gonna come back and be like, here you go, girl, let me save you one more time, because they've done that in the past. I hope they don't do that, because it's just, again, repeat storylines. But it does have like this little scene right here where she's shaking and shivering, looks like she's seizuring, so she's probably going to get some kind of medicine, or they're going to try something different to try to give her legs back. I mean, they did use the Batgirl storyline from A Killing Joke. Maybe they do just put like a chip inside her spine or something like that. That's what they did in the comic books. I don't know if they'll do that here. It's a very possibility. I mean, they do have Lucius Fox. He stayed on the island, so he could be, you know, still creating something to try to make her better. We'll see what happens. They also did that in Arrow when Felicity went paralyzed. So we'll kind of see what happens. Then we get this little clip of what seems to be her new outfit. She's got some claws. She's got a little hat on and stuff like that. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens with Selena. So the next bit of the trailer is just old footage from previous seasons, and just the cast talking about how there's going to be these other storylines, or they're going to finish the stories basically that have been simmering over the last few seasons. Like, we get a clip of Gordon and Barbara. Are they going to be hooking up again? Because there was that rumor or that story that Barbara's going to end up a hero by the end of this series. So maybe she's going to start doing good again. She's going to maybe work with the GCPD, and her and Gordon are going to get back together. Then we finally get some clips of Jeremiah. It looks like he's licking the blade with blood on it. Then we see what could be the reveal of Harley Quinn. Then what can only be in the same scene, because they're wearing the same outfits. We have, you know, them, Jeremiah and Echo, or Harley Quinn, whatever she's going to be called. They're dancing, and then there's another scene where Jeremiah is choking her. So we get a little bit of that abusive relationship, which I hope they stick with. And it's kind of like, I love you, then I hate you kind of thing, because that is really the Harley Quinn and Joker relationship. I do want to point out, because I have not made a video about this yet, there was that whole thing about the Ace Chemicals footage coming out, or like the photos of the Ace Chemical vats, and everybody's like, oh, that's where Jeremiah is going to be, you know, come freaking, you know, Joker and blah, 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 blah. Well, I mean, again, I've mentioned this in previous videos. I don't really see what the vat's gonna do to him besides make him probably a little bit crazier, because he already has the pale skin, the red lips, the green hair, all that jazz. My thinking is that is going to be where Echo falls in. Maybe she's trying to save Jeremiah because, you know, he's about to get hit by Bruce, or he's about to get hit by somebody else, and she jumps in the way. She gets hit into the vat. She falls in. She's the one that changes, because it looks like she's going to have the pale skin and all that jazz and the craziness. And then she shows up to Jeremiah later. That, I think, would make way more sense than Jeremiah falling into the vat. Although that is his origin, they kind of already gave him his own thing. And again, you know, we've heard the rumors of he's not going to be Mr. J, he's not going to be Joker, and blah, 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 blah. I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know what Gotham is doing with this character. But it could be a possibility that he doesn't even fall in the vat at all. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't know. Now, the last part of this trailer is the cast just talking about how every storyline is going to go off with a bang. Penguin is talking about how every character is going to slowly get to becoming that character that we all know and love from the comic books. And it's just going to be this big, super awesome spectacle at the end. Some just notable scenes that I want to point out. I did talk about that whole little thing with GCPD, Penguin, and everybody. And that looks like they're defending kind of like a fortress castle thing. We have that scene here that could be way more towards the end of the season or the finale. Specifically, I want to jump over to this scene where Bruce and Selena are fighting these characters right here. Because if you don't know who that character is, he's one of the mutants from Dark Knight Returns, which is Frank Miller's classic comic book. That's pretty awesome that they're bringing them to the actual, like, you know, no man's land. So that's a cool little callback to the Dark Knight Returns, because those are just what they look like. They're just a bunch of brawny dudes that are like, we're blah, 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 we're mutants, blah, blah, blah. Which is pretty cool. So it was nice to see that. But again, also in this scene, it looks like Selena might be losing her cool, or maybe going a little too far in this fight, because her and Bruce turn on each other, and he actually shoots a grappling hook at her to catch her hand, and this could just be the turn of like those bat and cat battles that will happen in the future. And then the trailer ends just with some random awesomeness of Jeremiah, Bane, and then of course the GCPD walking with Penguin and all that jazz for what's probably going to be the finale episode, or the episode before the finale, because I don't know if that's necessarily necessarily a time jump there. We've seen some of the time jump photos where Penguin's actually wearing a purple coat and Riddler has his question marks on his jacket and stuff like that. So I don't think any of the footage that is in this whole trailer is that finale at all. I'm pretty sure Gotham, like they always do, will release one big ass trailer for that finale just to make it super hype and to get everybody to watch it. And it'll probably show the silhouette of Batman for the first time. But we'll see what happens. So that's pretty much the trailer, guys. Let me know what your favorite part of this trailer was. Again, like I said, if this gets tagged, if this gets copywritten by WB again, I won't be playing the trailers anymore at the start of the thing until I can get some kind of confirmation from them that they won't hit me anymore. And I'll just show photos from now on. Hopefully that doesn't get flagged. But that's pretty much it, guys. If you haven't seen any of my other videos, I did do one about Blue Beetle and the possibility of how Batman could play into his movie that's in development, and also another Gotham trailer right there. Go check out both of those. Also, if you haven't followed me on my new Instagram that I just created, Bat from the Box, I'm going to be posting a bunch of random Batman stuff on there. So if you want to follow a random Batman thing on Instagram, go do that. And of course, subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss any awesomeness that is coming to this channel, because it is all Batman all the time. But anyways, guys, that's going to be it. I am your host, Juice Wayne. I still don't have an outro, but Batman is awesome. I'll see you guys next time.
Losing your parents that night, Bruce. The wound still hasn't healed.
I know how you feel right now, and I promise you, however dark and scary the world might be right now, there is light.
Jeremiah said all it takes is one bad day to drive a person insane.
The day's not over yet. You are as I used to be, at war with your true nature.
How many bombs are there? Where are they? Out of this blood and fire will rise the dark night that your city needs.
Gotham is not your responsibility.
I'm making it mine.
You took away the one person I loved, so I took away the one person you loved.
Sooner or later, you were just gonna kill me. It's just what you do.
Penguin said fix him. What should I do with you?
We will create a legacy in this city. Gotham falls, we rise.
After the bridges blew, the government declared Gotham off limits. The city was given over to criminals, murderers.
Take what we came for. Kill whoever stands in your way.
You win or you die. Next time, shoot to kill.
We are surrounded by hostile forces. Just trying to keep this city from falling apart.
You're too late.
As long as we survive, hope survives. That's worth fighting for.
I know you're upset about Butch.
Shut up and die.
Oh, hey, guys. What's up?
You left the army for this city.
It grows on you.
You need shock and awe. Shock and awe is my default. You ready?
Let's dig a little deeper, shall we?
What happened? 3 or 4 miles into the dark zone, God only knows what's out there.
I thought I'd killed you.
I'm better. Even better than before, in fact.
Selena, he's had enough.
I am surrounded by morons, Edward.
We have a great deal to talk about. But first, did you name your dog after me?
I love family reunions.
I know we've had our differences. You tried to kill me, Barbara. Twice.
Don't you?
My, what a thrill. Jim Gordon and the woman he told me to kill.
You who could 1, 2, 3.
I shall plant your body in the ground. What will grow from you, I wonder.
You hurt my boy, and I will bite your face off.
I will kill him!
What are you scared of now?
I want to be the star of the show. You don't have to do this.
This is all for you, Bruce.
This ends tonight.
No, Bruce.
Now it begins. You feel the connection between us.
You mean nothing to me. Today's the big day.
This is not how I wanted things to go.
What are you doing to me?
Here he comes, Gotham, your most hated son. Have at him, rip him to shreds!
What the hell do we do now?
Fire on my command! For Gotham.
What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Juice Wayne, and that was the movie trailer for the final season of Gotham. And now, I'm not going to do a normal trailer breakdown like I usually do, because that trailer had about 3 minutes of just footage we've already seen before. So I'm going to go ahead and just talk about a lot of little things that I thought were pretty interesting and that are getting me excited for the upcoming season. Or, to be honest, not so excited about the upcoming season. The one thing I will tell you, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but stuff going on with Penguin and Riddler, just like not their relationship or anything, but just their character arcs, I don't really care for. Like, I honestly don't care about what's happening with Riddler. We found out from the previous trailers that, you know, Nigma's trying to figure out who he is again. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. It looks like his mind's still playing tricks on him. We've heard that storyline before, so I don't really care what's going on with Nigma. Same thing kind of with Lee Tompkins. It looked like she's back to being just a real nice doctor. There is that little scene where she's asking Bullock, I think, where she's like, what happened to me? And kind of stuff like that. It just seems like Gotham is trying to reset those two characters, and we know Nigma's going to go through his whole mind stuff again, but Lee's just going to be back to being a doctor after everything that happened in Season 4. Just kind of weird, but again, they did stab each other, and I'm assuming died. Either way, I don't really care about any of their storylines, so whatever happens with them, happens with them. But the same thing goes for Penguin. Like, the Penguin is going to be fighting Tabitha, it seems like, a majority of this season, because you know what happened with his mom, what happened with Butch. They're just going to be in a heated feud. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure Penguin's either going to be falling or rising to his empire, which he's been doing every season. So again, I don't really care about a Penguin story. I'm just hoping there's going to be a lot of cool interactions between other characters that are going to keep me interested in Penguin. Moving on to two other characters that have had storylines throughout all of the season. That is Jim Gordon and Barbara. And we don't know what's going to be happening between them. Like, I don't know if they're going to get back together. There's that little scene where they're kind of like close to each other. It looks like they might hook up again. And then there have been reports in previous months that Barbara is going to finish the show as a hero. And we do have that little scene of Barbara talking to Lee, and she's all like, you tried to kill me twice. Maybe she's trying to make amends for previous stuff. I don't really know. But the trailer does make it seem like she's still going to be pretty scorned, and she says, I'm going to kill him. And then she has this speech at the end of the trailer where she's saying that Jim Gordon is Gotham's most hated son and like that. And she's saying to rip him to shreds, and then it's followed by all of those gunshots on top of that whole hill or whatever, that big wall that they build. You know, it's like just a gunfire action going on. So the trailer leads me to believe that something is going to happen between Gordon and Barbara, but then he could possibly screw her over and she's just going to be a woman scorned and just try to go after him and destroy him, and that's why she's saying everything she said. With that whole end fight scene that we know Riddler and Penguin are going to be a part of, I don't think that really has anything to do with Barbara. It seems like it has more to do with this Bane guy who is like the head of this army that is going to come to No Man's Land. The army coming to No Man's Land is obviously one of those, we're the good guys, but they have bad intentions, and that seems like what it's going to happen here. This guy's going to show up, try to help Gordon. Something looks like it's going to happen to him where he's going to turn into Bane, and then of course he's just going to be Bane for the final few seasons, or episodes I should say, of the season. You can tell from just watching the trailer, you see all of these soldiers fighting when they're shooting on top of that thing, and you also have Bruce fighting one of those soldiers on top of a rooftop. So it's very clear that these guys are going to turn bad eventually, or they're going into No Man's Land saying they're going to do one thing, but they're definitely trying to do something else. Next up, we have Selina Kyle, and I was excited for Selina Kyle. I mean, I don't like that they're using the whole Killing Joke, like, I'm paralyzed, now I'm better kind of storyline, because they're obviously going to rush this. I mean, she's going to be paralyzed for, what, the 100 days or whatever the gap is. And then apparently, somebody told me on Twitter, I don't know how this is, you know, if it's factual or not, but they said that Bruce is going to give her something like a potion or some kind of medicine, and that is what is going to bring her back to having legs. And we get this shot right here of her having cat eyes, and I think that's just extremely silly. Look, I get the whole cat metaphor, and I feel like Gotham is just leaning a little too much into, like, she's Catwoman, so we gotta show that she's a cat. It's just a little too campy for me, and I know her eyes are probably, you know, if she takes this medicine or whatever they're gonna do to her to give her legs back, it's probably just gonna, like, dilate her pupils, and then her pupils are gonna come back, and that's all it's gonna be. She's not gonna have cat eyes forever. But it's just, the idea of it just seems kind of silly to me, and it's gonna start making her change. Like, Catwoman didn't take some magic potion or anything in the comics. Like, this isn't the comics, bro, stop doing that. Well, they're following a lot of things from the comics, I'm just saying. Did you see the freaking Ace Chemical stuff? Straight from the comics. Anyways, comic books aside, you don't need to show actual cat eyes to just, like, symbolize that she's gonna be Catwoman. Like, I mean, she hangs out with cats. She already had the whole freaking Batman 88 or whatever, 89 movie scene where she got thrown out of a freaking window and all the cats came around her. That should have been the birth of Catwoman, and she got her whip and everything last season. Like, this is the one thing I don't get with Gotham. They feel like they repeat themselves on a lot of these storylines. Same thing with Bruce killing. He should have learned not to kill when he stabbed Alfred in the stomach, but then again, they had to do it again with Ra's al Ghul, and I was like, why are you repeating storylines? This has been one of my biggest pet peeves with Gotham. They repeat stuff. I don't know why it's necessary. Even with that little annoyance, I have always been a fan of Selina, so I'm gonna look past this whole stupid cat eyes thing, and hopefully her character becomes the badass Catwoman that we know from the comic books. Jumping back to Penguin, and I know I said I don't really care about his storyline. I don't really care about what his storyline is going to be, but I do care about the new dog he has, because that dog is hella cute, and he named it Edward, and that is awesome. That'll be the best thing in Season 5 of Gotham, the dog. Now on to the most talked about thing from this trailer, and obviously it's going to be the most talked about thing in Season 5. That is the whole Jeremiah stuff, and of course the Ace Chemicals vat. And that's where it seems like a lot of things are going to be happening. We've seen the footage of Jeremiah getting Alfred, and we know something's going to happen between there. Obviously they're going to use Alfred to just lure out Bruce some way, and that's how, you know, Jeremiah is going to get his way to meet Bruce. There's also this scene right here where Jeremiah's like, I want to be the star of the show, and there's two people walking. Those two people look like imposters of Thomas and Martha Wayne. It could be Gordon and Lee Tompkins, because Bruce does have a connection to him, but we only see the back of them, and it could be them, it could not be them, I don't really know. We'll find out when we get a trailer for that episode, but it could be that Jeremiah is going to repeat the scene of Bruce's parents getting killed in the alleyway. And that could definitely drive Bruce to go meet Jeremiah where he wants to meet him, which would be Ace Chemicals. And of course, that is going to be where they fight and all of that jazz. And then obviously, we're going to have Jeremiah fall into the vat. I thought it would be more the Harley Quinn character, which we got to see in this trailer, which is kind of cool. Not a big fan of the voice, but the roller skates, the freaking hitting them across the head, all that kind of stuff does seem really cool. And I do like her look. So I'm liking the look. I'm going to withhold judgment on the voice. But I am kind of digging the character, and I did think she would be the one to fall into the vat, because I don't know what else they would do with Jeremiah falling into the vat. He's just going to start laughing more, which we did get a little laugh at somewhat when, you know, he was freaking running down the thing with his knife saying things were about to begin. So maybe we'll get a little bit more laughing Joker. It's one of the biggest things I disliked about Jeremiah's character. He just seemed like any kind of guy. Like, if you took away Jerome and you didn't even call this character the Joker, or made him, like, you know, if you knew nothing about the Joker and you just showed what happened with Jeremiah, there's no way you would ever be able to call him the Joker, because there's nothing that hints at that. So hopefully the writers have him getting a little bit more crazy, have him laughing more, and then there's a reason to call him the Joker, because if he never laughs, if he never throws around his card everywhere, if he doesn't do funny stuff, then how at all would you ever get the name the Joker? Side note, completely forgot that they showed Ivy in this trailer, so it's cool that she's going to be coming back. Obviously, she has something to do with Bruce. That'll probably be like an episode or two. I don't really know. There's a lot of villains in these last 12 episodes. It's going to be really interesting to see how they fit so many characters into 12 episodes and give them solid storylines. And I should say storylines that actually end their characters, because we're never going to see them again. Not end their characters, but set up their characters for the future. It's going to be really interesting. Like, again, Gotham has a lot of stuff they can do here. Like I said, they're doing so much with the Jerome that's going to be the most interesting and, like, exciting stuff for people in this series. But there's so much to do, and then they're doing a 10-year jump. This season could be really great or really awful if they don't know how to handle this stuff. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm on the fence. I'm going to watch it. I'm definitely covering this final season, but there's so much that could go wrong, and I'm just hoping that they have a solid story and they're not just gonna be like bank off of fan service, because I think they're gonna be showing us a lot of cool stuff, and the cool stuff is awesome. But I don't know about you guys, but cool stuff and bad stories don't make me interested in the show. Like, I'm hoping the storylines are good along with the cool stuff, because a lot of shows just like, oh, we'll just make cool moments and not care about the story. I care about the story very deeply. It's why you see me complaining about a lot of the storylines in this show. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to make this quick video giving my thoughts about this trailer, because there's like, again, there wasn't a lot of new information or new scenes that we saw in this trailer. It's about 3 minutes of stuff we've already seen and about a minute roughly of new material. Kind of. We've still seen like pictures and stuff like this, so it's cool to see it. It's gonna be interesting to see it come to an end. But yes, let me know your thoughts on Gotham. We'll talk about it in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, if you haven't checked out any of my other videos, definitely check them out right there. The Joker movie has wrapped production, so go check out that video. It's a little bit of self-promotion. If you want the Bat from the Box logo, there is definitely merch you can go buy. Go check that out. Link in the description. Also, I have a freaking Instagram where I post Batman stuff every single day. Go follow that Instagram account, because why don't you want more Batman in your life? And finally, of course, if you want more Bat-tastic content, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of it. As always, I am your host, Juice Wayne. I still don't have an outro, but Batman is awesome. What's going on, everybody? I am your host, Juice Wayne, and Gotham has finally returned for its final season, and we're gonna go ahead and jump in and we're gonna talk about this episode. I am a little rusty on my reviews, so bear with me, but I do have to say this right at the start, and I think a lot of people are gonna agree with me on this. This whole episode was not as good as that freaking millisecond that we saw of Batman in the trailer for the next episode, which is not the next episode, but you know, the trailer for the whole season of Gotham. Yeah, that millisecond of Batman had nothing on this freaking episode. I think we can all agree on that. But jumping into this review, these thoughts, whatever you want to call it, on this episode of Gotham, like I said, it's cool that the show is back. Personally, if I had to say right off the bat what I thought of this episode, thought it was okay. I didn't think anything like was crazy awesome about it, but I didn't think there was anything terrible about this episode either. I thought it was just a decent episode. I will start off by saying that intro, I wasn't really a big fan of it. You know, the whole intro of like they were all loading up their guns. It looked really cool, and of course them all shooting everything was kind of cool. We saw that in the trailers for just a bunch of the teases for this upcoming season. The reason why I didn't like it, though, was I know it was like, oh, it's just showing you into the future what's gonna happen, which would have been cool had this episode not had a whole thing where Jim Gordon shoots Penguin and then Penguin's all like 100,000 bullets or whatever for anybody that kills Jim Gordon, because now we know for the rest of the season that whole like bounty on Jim Gordon's head is meaningless. It's 100% meaningless, because we know in the future, in 391 days or whatever, that freaking Jim Gordon and Penguin are going to be A-okay. Well, if you want to be that picky, they're going to freaking do a 10-year time jump and Jim Gordon's going to be there, so they're all going to be friends. Yeah, I know some of you guys are thinking exactly that, but at least in a 10-year time jump, Jim Gordon and Penguin could still totally hate each other and not work together at all. But since we saw this happen in the episode where freaking Penguin's all like, he shot me, I want him dead, we know in 300 plus days they're gonna work together, which, you know, that personally just think that's kind of just undermining that intro or undermining the episode, the whole season, to be honest. So I thought that was kind of lame. The intro was cool, but as for story development, as the way the story goes on, I didn't like that. Moving that along, we know this episode was just an intro episode to No Man's Land. It was to show you what everybody's been up to for the last 3 months, how things have been divided, who's the biggest one. It's cool that Penguin has the most land. I pointed this out in a previous video, but I like the idea that he got a lot of the most land because he found out how to make bullets, and in post-apocalyptic scenarios, which this is just for Gotham, not everybody else in the world, but in end-of-world scenarios, if you have bullets, you're gonna be the big dog. So I like the idea that Penguin actually has the most land because he's able to produce bullets. I thought that was really smart on the part of Gotham. And then, of course, in the rest of the episode, we heard that freaking Mr. Freeze and Firefly are still warring with each other. We know that the Sirens protect all women in their area and that guys can come in, but only for a fraction amount of the time and something like that, which I thought that was kind of a little cool feature because they were saying no men in that area in the previous season. I thought Barbara was just gonna hate all men, but it's cool that she's just doing it to like protect women in this situation, so that's kind of admirable. And then of course you have people like Scarecrow and just everybody else that's taking over other parts of the land, and of course the GCPD has their own area where they're taking care of all the people that can't take care of themselves. So that was basically a bunch of the start of the episode, and then as we got into it, we found out that Penguin's kind of side, since he has all the bullets, he wants to make trading deals with, you know, people like Barbara that have food apparently, and I don't know how. I hope they explain it later on, but she doesn't run out of food for some reason. So I don't know if she's sneaking it in or they just have a bunch in that area. I'm going to be really interested to see how they, you know, explain that, if they do at all. But we know that Penguin wanted to make a deal with her, and of course Tabitha doesn't want anything to do with Penguin, and she steals the one bullet that will be her death sentence later to actually try to kill Penguin. And I thought this was really cool. Maybe cool is not the right word, but it was a nice little foreshadowing that that bullet that she said was for Penguin was actually going to be the cause of her own death. Before we jump into the death of Tabitha, I do want to just give a little applause to Gotham for actually having a storyline of Bruce Wayne trying to fly some supplies in, because he's a billionaire. He should be able to do whatever he wants. He should have a bunch of resources outside of Gotham. So I'm glad that they did that in the first season, or I should say the first episode, not the first season, but I'm glad that they used that freaking Bruce Wayne is a billionaire and has resources to try to help out the city, or at least help out the people in the GCPD area. So hats off to you, Gotham. I love that you did that, because it's little storylines like that that do matter. But of course, that helicopter that was flying in gets blown out of the sky, and that leads to the confrontation between the GCPD, Penguin's men, and the Lobo people or something like that. I forgot what their name is already, but they were just throwaway characters that all got killed by Penguin. Of course, after a standoff, there's a fight. Tabitha shows up. She starts killing a lot of Penguin's men. She tries to kill Penguin, and it leads to her death, where she ends up getting stabbed by Penguin because he just so happened to freaking put that knife on that new boot he had, which was a smart idea, Penguin. But Tabitha dies. Barbara sees it, and now she and Penguin are going to be feuding for the rest of the season, it looks like. I have to say I was surprised and not surprised that Tabitha died. I was surprised that she actually died so fast. I really thought they were going to carry on her character for a little bit, at least a few episodes, maybe mid-season. I did think she was going to die this season because, you know, she's not really a big character or anything, so they could just kill her off before the 10-year time gap and all that jazz, so they don't have to explain her story. Did not think she would die in episode 1, because a lot of people always escape their death in freaking, people come back to life in this show. So I didn't think that she would die right away in episode 1, but I will say that it's cool that they did just kill her off, because we have so many characters that need to happen in the next 11 episodes that, yeah, it's probably best just to get rid of some of the characters. If they wanted to kill a character each episode, I'd be totally cool with that, because there's only 11 left, and there's a lot of characters being introduced and a lot of stories to be told. So yeah, killing Tabitha, really not a big deal with me. For me, I'd say that they should have killed her character off a while back. But yeah, I just didn't think it would happen in episode 1. So, cool. Also, going back to who blew the helicopter out of the sky, let me know in the comment section down below who you think it was. Jeremiah, right? I'm pretty sure we're all thinking Jeremiah. Speaking of Jeremiah, we got to see Echo in her kind of Harley Quinn garb. It's going to be really interesting to see how she's going to paint her face and everything like that. But she snuck into the GCPD, and she put ha 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 with the eyes over the map of, you know, the GCPD and all the territories and stuff like that. So just kind of hinting at, yo, Jeremiah's still out there, and when will we see him in the next episode? Will we see him in an episode later? I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. But yeah, that was a cool little, just her showing up, them teasing Jeremiah, because you know he's going to be a big part of the season, and she's just coming in, like, kind of just leaving her mark, like, yo, I'm back, bitch. That happened at the same time as Gordon getting a message from people outside of Gotham saying that he has friends. What do you think that is? I honestly, at this moment, have no idea what that could be. I mean, it could just be people outside of Gotham that want to help, or could it be some kind of hidden organization? Could it be the people that are working for Bane? Could it be that military force that's going to come in? That's a very possibility. That's a possibility when I think about it. But it'll be really interesting what that's going to be. I think that might be actually Bane. I'm going to put my money on that. But if you have another theory, let me know in the comment sections down below. Lastly, the only other thing I thought that had some significance in this episode was Selena Kyle. And we got to just see how she is so beaten down by being paralyzed by Jeremiah. And it's taking a toll on her, and it's taking a toll on her relationship with Bruce. I mean, no longer is she the, like, don't leave me kind of person. She is all like, man, I can't believe I'm friends with you. It got me freaking shot, and now I'm paralyzed. You should have just let me die. She even see that she tries to kill herself, which that was pretty powerful. That was pretty crazy. Like, and she's just saying, you should have let me done it. Do it. Sorry, Southern charm. But we're at the freaking point where Selena wants to kill herself. That's how much she hates life right now, which is insane. And then we had that creepy nurse, which kind of looked like Harley, to be honest. Like, I know she was all weird and stuff, but I was like, whoa, is that Echo? At first, I had to really pay attention to the character, but her face was all white and her eyebrows were really weird, and I was all like, wait a minute. But yeah, so it was just really weird. She kept saying, you gotta go see the witch. Who do you think the witch is? You think it's going to be another character that's being introduced? Or do you think it's going to be freaking Ivy? I do not want it to be Ivy because, like I said in previous videos, I do not want them to repeat storylines. I don't want it to be that Ivy is going to be the one to fix Selena when she's already done that before. So I'm really hoping it's not going to be Ivy, but I feel like it's going to be Ivy and there's going to be like the witch. But I don't know. We'll wait and see. I'm hoping it's somebody different. I hope it's not Ivy, but we did see a clip of Ivy talking to Bruce before. Bruce wants to go see this witch because he asked, where can I find her? So I'm really, please don't do that, Gotham. I don't want repeat storylines. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry if this review wasn't the best. I gotta get back in the groove. Like, if I see more stuff in the episodes and I'm like, oh, that's really good talking points, I'll definitely develop that over the season. But this was the first episode. Like I said, didn't think it was the best type of episode. Didn't think it was a bad episode. Thought it was just kind of meh. That trailer for this season or the next episode was fire, though. And I will be breaking that down. So you will be getting a review first. Hopefully, the breakdown trailer in the next day or two after this video goes up. And yeah, because man, that Batman, I'm telling you, that was way better than this episode. I'm not going to lie, that's just my personal feelings. But you know me, anytime you throw Batman at this, at my face, I'm just like, oh. So yeah, really excited for that trailer. You will definitely have a breakdown on this channel. So now you can expect reviews, followed by breakdowns and other Batman stuff in between that if I can upload it on time. But yeah, that's it. As always, ladies and gentlemen, wait, I was about to go into my old intro, but guys and gals, if you have an Instagram account and you want to go follow Bat from the Box, I post daily stuff about the Batman. Why wouldn't you want more Batman in your life? Definitely go follow it. Also hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any Gotham content that I'll be posting for the rest of this freaking final season. Also turn on notifications so you don't miss any of that. And check out older videos because why not? Older videos are great. But as always, I am your host, Juice Wayne, and I still don't freaking have an outro. But it doesn't matter because Batman is awesome.
Today's the big day. Things are changing in Gotham. A new world is coming. Gotham's mine now. You're not the same, and you've got to learn to respect that. You broke me! You have nowhere to run!
I won't lose you.
I'm not yours to lose.
What we do now is more important than ever.
Give me everything you got. Do it! Jeremiah! This ends tonight. No, Bruce. Now it begins.
The final season of Gotham continues next Thursday on Fox.
What's going on, everybody? I am your host, Juice Wayne, and we are about to break down the trailer for the upcoming season of Gotham. Now, this is supposed to be the episode 2 trailer breakdown, but, you know, after usually the first episode of a season, they kind of show a trailer that's going to be everything that's happening in the season. So that's what we're going to go ahead and break down. Now, I will say that there are photos for episode 2 that I am going to discuss, because a lot of this trailer, to be honest, is stuff we've already seen before, but there are specific things that I do want to talk about. The first thing being Jim standing in this inferno of just burning buildings. Now, I believe this scene is going to be connected to this other scene right here where helicopters are blowing up a building, and I'm going to assume that these buildings that are being blown up are something that are under the GCPD's control. Now, I would assume that this attack is being carried out by two separate people. That could either be Penguin or it could be the army guy that is going to end up being Bane. We don't really know how big a character Bane is going to be in this series, but I would think that they're probably going to end up making him the big bad or one of the big bads, because it does seem like Jerome is going to be, not Jerome, Jeremiah is going to be a very big player in this whole thing, but more so for Bruce than Gordon, in my opinion. Anyways, let's stay on track. Let's go ahead and just assume that this could be Penguin, because in this trailer, there are other things that are happening that show that tension between Gordon and Penguin are going to get really high this season. We have this one scene where Penguin is just yelling into a megaphone saying you have nowhere to run, followed by a scene of Jim Gordon running. Obviously, that seems like it's two different episodes because one's during the day, one's at night, but you know that there is going to be tension there, and it does seem like this could be happening because he did put out a hit on freaking Gordon. And if you really pay attention to these Penguin scenes, you notice that there's this poster that's going to start going around, or he's going to start putting it up of himself, or it might be his followers, of him just like it's him, and then it has the stripes and stuff around him. It's a very common poster for like propaganda type stuff. So it could be like Penguin is a savior, and you see it on the megaphone here, and then there's this one scene where there's a bunch of people in Penguin's office, they're all cheering and stuff, followed by Gordon pushing him after Penguin says Gotham is mine. You see that these posters are in the background too. So could it be that after this attack, or maybe just throughout the season, Penguin is going to start winning people over because he's like, I can take care of you, GCPD can't take care of you. And we've seen in a lot of post-apocalyptic type of stories, the people that do have power, the people that say they can protect people, a lot of people that are struggling or desperate are more than willing to go with that person because they just don't want to die. So it does look like there's going to be a lot of tension between Penguin and Gordon. Now, I do have to say again, I still don't like that teaser at the beginning of episode 1 because it shows Penguin and Gordon being on the same team when they're about to shoot a whole bunch of army guys at the end of this season, where I'm assuming that is going to happen. So it just feels like all of this tension is for nothing because they're going to be best bros by the end of this season. Speaking of Penguin and Gordon being best bros by the end of this thing, there is this scene right here where Gordon's all like, give me everything you got, and Penguin's in there followed by other GCPD people. And I think what's going to happen in this season, or at least my theory, is that they're going to hate each other for this long time. The Bane character is going to come in with his army. That army, like I said in previous videos, I think is going to have a secret motive of wanting to take over Gotham for themselves, and they're going to start taking over Penguin and stuff, so Penguin's eventually going to have to help Gordon, or they're going to have to help each other take over the army, and that's why they're all going to be fighting at the end of the season. So yeah, I do think, again, we're going to have tension, then friends, and then bada bing, we're fighting the army at the end. But if we are going to have this Penguin versus Gordon war, you know, Gordon's going to need some allies, and it could be the reason why him and Barbara are very close in this scene right here, because maybe they're going to team up because they have an equal hatred for Penguin. You know that Barbara wants to kill Penguin. She says in episode 1 that she is going to kill Penguin because of the death of Tabitha. Gordon knows that he just wants to protect everybody. He is definitely willing to team up with other bad guys to take out a bigger bad guy. So that could be the reason why we're having Barbara and Gordon get so close to each other, because they're both going to try to take out Penguin. Another big thing, if you weren't paying attention, that happened in this episode is Wayne Manor explodes. That is right, people. The freaking Bruce Wayne's house explodes, and it's followed by this whole Bane just walking through fire. Now, I don't think this is the same place. It could be because we haven't seen all of Wayne Manor, but we see the whole thing explodes. It looks like it's gonna die. The building explodes, so the building itself dies, if you consider a building alive. But then we have Bane walking through this hallway, and this could very well be the inside of Wayne Manor. It could be anywhere. Maybe he's the reason to blow up Wayne Manor, because we know that Bruce is going to have a run-in with Bane at some point, and maybe he just hates him so much. Maybe he knows who he is, and he's like, you know what, let me just go blow up your home, because if this is the army guy that we know it is going to be, then he's going to have a bunch of resources to do this kind of stuff. I don't know why with this whole Bane on fire scene, it feels like a hospital vibe. Maybe, because we do know he is going to be turned into Bane. He's probably going to have to deal with Hugo Strange. And maybe he's just going to get mad and he's going to destroy everything, and that's going to be him walking out of flames. That's what I feel like. I don't feel like that feels like Wayne Manor. It could be because we haven't seen all of Wayne Manor, but I feel like it's more of a hospital setting or like a doctor's office kind of thing than a big rich house place. Following that, we have Bruce versus Selena when he captures her hand in the grappling hook because she's getting a little too crazy. And then there's these other scenes of Selena just saying, I'm not yours to lose. So there's going to be a lot of tension between Bruce and Selena, it looks like, in this final season. Personally, I hope the whole season isn't going to be just them fighting the whole time. I mean, it would make sense because when they do the 10-year time gap, if Selena doesn't know that Bruce is Batman, there would be a lot of tension between them too, especially if he's going to try to keep her from stealing and stuff like that. So I'm kind of hoping that it goes that route. But, you know, if they're going to be fighting this whole time with her just being like, I'm not yours and I'm not this and I don't need your help and I hate you, it's just going to get kind of annoying in my opinion because, like, it's the final season, so you kind of want to see them, you know, get together or just have a moment or something. So I'm really hoping that happens opposed to just this bickering the whole season, but we'll wait and see on that. Quickly, we have a little Riddler and Penguin action where he says, you broke me, and I really hope this is a reference to, I think it was season 3, when he got, you know, frozen in ice and Penguin just kind of owned him and basically showed that the Riddler's not as smart as he is. I'm really hoping it's a reference to that and not something else to where, like, you know, he got Hugo Strange to bring them back to life because they did stab each other. We haven't had that reference yet, so I hope they explain that as well. So I'm really hoping it's going back to, like, I have not been the Riddler since you freaking froze me in ice and you just showed me that you're better, because that would be Gotham bringing a whole story together, which is something they haven't been the best at. So I'm really hoping they'd kind of tie that final bow on that present for us. For a split second, we do get to see a little glimpse of Harley, you know, with her new hair. It's going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen to Echo that is going to cause her to become this new Harley, you know, because she's going to change her hair. We saw her in the first episode where she left the ha on the map in the GCPD. She had very straight hair, she had the mask. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to her to transform her into Harley. And then, of course, the trailer ends with stuff we've already seen between Bruce and Jeremiah, just saying, like, this ends tonight, and then, you know, Jeremiah's all like, no, Bruce, it's just getting started, and then, of course, they're going to fight in Ace Chemicals, and he's more than likely going to get thrown into the vat. For the trailer, but like I said, there are photos for episode 2, so let's go ahead and talk about those episode 2 photos. And one of the first ones is we got Poison Ivy next to what looks like some pills or some cocaine. I don't really know what she's doing. It could just be stuff from the roof that has fallen on the ground. But we have Ivy looking kind of like just beat up here. It looks like she's been captured or something like that. In my review for the first episode, I said that I believe Ivy is going to be the witch that the nurse kept talking about. This photo might actually debunk that theory. We'll see. I'm still going to hold on to hope that Ivy is the witch, although I don't want her to be, because I don't want her to be the reason that freaking Selena comes back, you know, because then they'll just a repeat storyline. I don't want that again. But this photo kind of shows that Ivy looks like she's in trouble, like she's captured or something, but we'll see. She could still just be the witch. She could just be playing games because that's what she does. We got this random photo of Bruce just using a flashlight. He's probably searching for the witch at this point. Then we have this awesome shot of Gordon just being Gordon. You know, look at me standing in a fancy room. I don't know who he's going to be talking to. Maybe he's talking to Penguin. We don't really know what's going to be happening with him. We do know that he is going to be searching for those kids, which is the next shot of the photos we have of them saving the kids. Although it looks like there's only 3 kids that they end up saving, but it's freaking Gordon and Bullock, and it does look like there's some big trucks, so maybe they're going to be shot at. Because next shot is Bullock getting ready to get into a fight, because look at that, some people showed up, because of course Gotham is freaking covered in territory, and if you're in the wrong territory, they're gonna come get you. So we're gonna have a standoff here, and you know Gordon is gonna have a shootout and kill a whole bunch of people because he's got to save these kids right here from these dudes right here. Gordon's got his gun. Other bad dudes show up, which I really like the face paint and the whole freaking, you know, craziness in these characters right here. But they're totally not going to mean anything because, you know, you still got to save the kids. And that means Barbara's going to show up and be like, yo, Jim, I'm going to help you because I still want to kill Penguin and I want to work with you. And they'll be like, ooh, we used to love each other. I love you too. Let's work together. And boom, they kill everybody because all of those people that just showed up with the awesome costumes and the awesome car are all dead because you got to save the kids in the show. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the photos for episode 2. That is the trailer breakdown for episode 2 in the whole season, I should say. Let me know what your thoughts have been on Gotham so far and what you expect to see in the future episodes of Gotham in the comment sections down below. Guys and gals, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any freaking Gotham content that I upload, along with other Bat-tastic content. Also, check out these videos right here if you haven't seen my other content, because why wouldn't you want to watch more stuff about Batman? Also, if you got an Instagram account, go follow my Bat from the Box Instagram, because I post stuff about Batman every time. If there's news about Batman that I can't make a video about right away, I post it on that Instagram, so definitely go follow it if you want to stay up to date on Batman-related news. There's also the Bat from the Box logo merch. If you want to go pick that up on my Teespring, link in the description. Man, there's so much stuff to promote at the end. I should really do this at the start, but I kind of just don't want to throw that in your face every time. Anyways, guys, that is it. As always, I am your host, Juice Wayne. This is the end of the video. Batman is awesome. I'll see you guys next time.
Jerome or Jeremiah. Oh, there's another one. There's someone we haven't met yet. That guy.
Did Cameron Monaghan just confirm a third Joker? What's going on, everybody? I am your host, Juice Wayne. And yes, this has been one of the bigger theories, or one of the bigger ideas out there that has always plagued, I would say, Gotham. And is there the real Joker? Is there not a real Joker? Is Jerome Joker? Is Jeremiah Joker? Or is there going to be a third one? Because throughout these 5 seasons that we've had of Gotham, the producers and executives around the show have never been the most reliable source to what is going to happen on this show. They say one thing and they're like, Harley Quinn will never be on this show, and then Echo is pretty much Harley Quinn. So we don't really know what is happening on the show. We know that they tried to do a little bit of wordplay, like, well, we can't technically use the Joker name, but this person is essentially the Joker. But at the same time, producers have literally said that Jeremiah and Jerome are not the Joker, and that they are the stepping stones or just the inspiration for the real Joker. And so we are led to believe that the real Joker has not even been seen on this show yet. And with Cameron Monaghan's words right there, it could be possible that we are going to get that third person in, let's say, the 10-year time jump that is supposed to happen in the finale. Now, for those people out there that are a little skeptical of the video, I will say that I got this on Twitter from one of my followers, Jen. Jen, thank you so much for having this video, because I didn't watch this thing myself. But I always do like getting down to the truth of these things, and I did go search Cameron Monaghan's Twitter, and I didn't see the live Q&A anymore, because I'm seeing this way hours after the fact that this live Q&A happened, and obviously people have recorded this and started putting it online. So the Q&A wasn't there, but this photo was posted today on the movie that he was promoting's Instagram page, and it has the same outfit from this live Q&A. So if you've never been on Instagram before, sometimes people will go live and then their videos will no longer stay there. Some people have the option for them to stay there, but it doesn't look like Cameron kept his up. Maybe because something like this with Gotham was said, or he said something like that, and they're like, whoa, 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 you gotta take that down. I don't really know why the video's not there. I personally couldn't find it. If you know it's still there, and it's like, yeah, bro, it's still there, link it in the comments down below, or just, let me know so I can go check out the whole thing. But yeah, from what I understand, this video was legit. It was posted as the day I'm recording this video, which this will be up in a few hours anyways. Not a few hours, probably be the next day, but whatever. This video was recent, so yes, his words of not picking either Jerome or Jeremiah and there being another guy seem pretty legit. So now, as fans and viewers of Gotham, we have to ask ourselves, who is this third person? It kind of seems like Cameron Monaghan was still gonna play this person, so that means there's going to be a third freaking Cameron Monaghan lookalike that is going to be the real Joker, I'm assuming. And I don't know, that's a little bit crazy out there, and I know a lot of people are automatically gonna be like, oh, well, Juice, there is the 3 Jokers freaking thing in the comic books, there's 3 Jokers. No, stop that right now. If you keep going around with this 3 Jokers freaking nonsense, I know you haven't read comic books, because there is not 3 Jokers. If you want a lot more details on this, go watch my freaking 3 Jokers video. I did a lot of coverage on it, go check that out. From this point right now, that story has not even came out at all. It's dropping in 2019. So you're saying this 3 Jokers thing is a reality. It's not. The story has not even come out. There's no proof that there are 3 Jokers. At the same time, if you go watch that video, I have a theory that there are not 3 physical Jokers, but that the Joker himself has 3 separate personalities. So saying that Gotham is using a 3 Joker storyline makes no sense, because that didn't happen in the comic books. This is something they're just making up themselves. themselves, or they're just trying to rewrite their own 3 Joker storyline. Just to add on to my Joker's theory, if you don't know anything about the book that is coming out later this year for the 3 Jokers, it's actually going to center around 3 different characters, which is Batman, Red Hood, and Batgirl, who have all had significant run-ins with the Joker. So the theory in general for 3 Jokers could be that there's still one physical Joker, but at the same time, each of those 3 characters view him very differently because they've all had different experiences with the Joker. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there because so many people keep throwing out like, well, there's 3 Jokers in the comics, there's 3 Jokers in the comics. No, as of right now, there are not 3 Jokers in the comics. Can Gotham do their own 3 Joker storyline? Sure, that's fine. But stop saying that there is 3 Jokers in the comic books because that is just completely not true. So now that that's out of the way, and if we take Cameron Monaghan's word for there's another guy, meaning there is going to be a 3rd person that he's more than likely going to be playing, because I think the fan base would be just completely, utterly upset if Cameron Monaghan isn't the Joker at the end of the series. The question is now, well then, who is this 3rd person? Is it also another Valeska brother? Were they triplets instead of twins? Or is it what my theory would be for this, and I mentioned it in previous videos, and I would be totally okay with this, if it's the clone that was at the end of season 2. There was no confirmation of this. We know that that bus crashes. There's a person that gets off the bus that looks kind of similar to Jerome, and we totally hear Jerome's laugh at the end of that bus scene at the end of season 2. So the best theory would be that Jeremiah Valeska, not Jeremiah, Jerome actually was cloned at Indian Hill, and he's just been wandering the streets of Gotham this whole time, and he finally makes his way into the world of Batman after all this time. And he could have been watching Jeremiah on TV, he could have been watching Jerome on TV, and then he just realizes that they are terrible. He's seen their faces, he knows what they look like, and you know, he sees that he looks the same, and he's like, you know what, I could do way better than these people, or whatever. I don't really know what they're gonna do with this character, but that is exactly what I would assume. Or freaking Jeremiah is going to fall into the vat and he's gonna forget everything he's ever known about himself, and he is going to be this whole brand new person that looks the same. I don't know. I hope that they drastically change his look, because I would hate him to look like Jeremiah and then he just has a new personality. So I'm hoping the vat changes him somehow. This could also explain the obsession that Harley would have with Jerome. Not Jerome, Jeremiah. See, this is why I hate them changing their names so many times. Should have just been Jerome this whole time. It would explain Echo / Harley's love obsession with Jeremiah, because if they both equally love each other prior to, you know, him falling into the vat, you know, there have been hints of abuse before this, but let's say Jeremiah genuinely loves Echo and they have some kind of love interest going on, and then he loses all his memories, she would still be obsessed with him and saying that I love you, we were something before that, and he could totally not care for her because he doesn't remember his past self. He's just like, I'm this new person, like, why should I care about you? I don't know anything about you. So that is another theory right there that could happen with Jeremiah. But I honestly prefer the clone thing, just because I want that storyline, I want that little Easter egg or whatever they tried to do there at the end of season 2. I want that just to be filled. Like, this show's gonna end, there's a lot of plot holes and a lot of characters that never finish their stories, and I kind of just want one. I want one of them done, specifically that one, because we know we heard a laugh, and we saw that person that kind of looked like him, and it would be awesome. It would make sense, because that person probably wouldn't have any other memories, any of that. So, yeah, that's my theory on there. What are your guys' thoughts on this idea that there is going to be a 3rd Joker from what Cameron says in this video? He could just be lying, he could be saying something else, but if they are going to do the whole vat scene, then this has to wipe his memory, because again, I don't think you can change him super drastically when his skin's already white, his lips are already red and stuff like that. So this has to be a drastic, like, memory wipe, and it's going to be building this whole new personality for Jeremiah or Mr. J or whatever they're going to call him in the future, that is going to make this 3rd person that Cameron Monaghan chooses over Jeremiah or Jerome. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to bring that information to you because I know you guys love anything to do with Jeremiah or Jerome or Cameron Monaghan, to be exact, here in Gotham. But yeah, that's it. Remember, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, definitely hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any Gotham content or Bat-tastic content that is going to be on this channel. Also, if you have an Instagram page, go freaking follow my Bat-tastic Instagram freaking page over there because I post Bat from the Box stuff every single day. I should say I post Batman stuff every day. But yeah, definitely go give that a follow. Also, there's some merch, and of course, there's also video content that you should definitely check out because why wouldn't you want to check out that stuff too? But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Juice Wayne. There's still no solid outro, but as always, Batman is awesome. See you guys next time. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Juice Wayne, and this is the review for the second episode of Gotham in Season 5. And this episode was okay. Again, like last week, I thought last week's episode was okay. This week's episode, again, not terrible, not great. It was just okay. I don't know about you guys, but I have not been wowed by either of these first two episodes. But I will say the preview to the next one, where episode 3, it looks like we're going to have a Catwoman versus Harley Quinn fight. Now that has got me really excited and interested in seeing the next episode, but these first two episodes of Season 5 have been kind of lackluster, and I have to say probably one of the reasons why I wasn't so wacha about this episode was because they did exactly what I was hoping they weren't going to do, and they had Ivy be the witch, and she is the reason why Selina is getting her legs back. So again, Gotham with the repeat storyline of Poison Ivy saving Selina, and it's just the same recycled stories going on in Gotham. We'll talk about Ivy here in a little bit, but the same thing's going on with freaking Riddler. Riddler, again, doesn't know who he is, trying to find out who he is. He's going through these, like, crazy, like, oh, two-personality kind of things. It looks like when he's sleepwalking, he's creating drama for the Penguin, so he's more than likely going to get the people in the city to go against Oswald, and that is just going to be the drama we'll see unfold later. But again, repeat storylines because we've seen Riddler versus Penguin forever now, and we've definitely seen Riddler not knowing who he is or trying to become the Riddler again. And it's just, I don't know, I'm just tired of saying the same thing over and over. With these characters, you can do so much with these characters. They don't always have to interact with the same person. They don't always have to hate the same person. There can be so many different things happening, but for some reason, they're just like, let's do it again, but slightly different. So that's all I'm going to say about Riddler. I didn't think anything exciting happened with him. Also, the actor that he was working with, I don't know about you guys, but I felt wasn't that great. Like, it just seemed like he was kind of reading the lines and, like, I don't know, the chemistry wasn't there between them two, and it just felt really weird watching those scenes. But again, nothing really happened with Riddler. I said before even coming into this season that his storyline was one of the ones that I did not even care about because I knew it was going to be the same thing from the previous season. But let's go ahead and move on to Ivy. So as I predicted, the witch was going to be Ivy. And, you know, Bruce goes and sees her. It looks like she's killed some people. Some people have caught her. And, you know, Bruce is like, he does his whole Bruce magic and he manipulates people. And he goes and talks to Ivy. And, you know, she basically bait and switches him. Ends up killing all of those guys. And just ends up talking to Bruce. And is like, alright, fine, I'll help you, blah, 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 blah. And she ends up giving him this little route to save Selina. You know, if you watch the episode, you know what happened. But I have to say, if that is all we're gonna get of Ivy, like, let's just say the season goes on, the rest of the season, and we don't see any more of Ivy, that's gonna be kind of disappointing that would be the only thing she does. Because at the end of the episode, Bruce asks her, like, where are you gonna go? And she's like, that's none of your business. And then she's all like, you should probably, I'm not gonna lie, this made me laugh. But when she was like, you should probably hurry up, that root's not going to survive a long time out of soil or whatever. When Bruce ran away, I legitimately laughed. I don't know why I did, but just seeing him run off, I was just laughing. Like, it was just, you don't see Batman just run off, you know what I mean? That just looked really, I know he had to get to Selina really quickly. It just looked really funny. He could have just walked away, but them just showing him run, I don't know why. I laughed. Maybe I was the only one, but I found it hilarious. But again, if this is all they're going to do with Ivy and she's not going to be in any other episodes, this is going to kind of suck. I want to say that there was a wanted poster for Ivy somewhere on the internet for this season, so hopefully she does have another episode where she can be badass again. But, I don't know, nothing really was, like, great with her here. So, yeah, I didn't really want Ivy to be the witch, so I didn't really like this. But can we go ahead and talk about how they didn't really do anything else to build her up as the witch? He just showed up, and she's like, oh my god, she killed people with plants, and she's a witch. but there wasn't anything else. Like, what's the connection with the nurse? Like, we didn't see the nurse in this episode, and how does this nurse know about the witch? Like, does she work for Ivy? Like, where's the character development there and the connection? This lady just knows about a witch? These are the kind of little things that I think we're gonna see a lot of in this season, because it is the final season. They're gonna try to fit so much into this final season that I think little things like this, we're just gonna have to let slide. Because, you know, in other shows, you would develop these kind of things. You would show, like, other people talking about this witch, or having Ivy show being this powerful witch or something like that. But no, it's just kind of like, you know, you hear these rumors or whatever, and boom, oh, you gotta go see the witch, and boom, Ivy's the witch, and like, it's just everybody kills her, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. It just was kind of like too much, too fast. And I really hope that the whole season's not going to be like that. Again, I hope Ivy comes back. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Not going to lie to you guys, as I'm looking at my notes for this review, not a lot happened. Yes, we had Jim go save the kids from the previous episode when that one kid warned them. So that was kind of cool. We got to see some new factions, which they killed. I thought the freaking Sugar Skull gang was going to be a little bit more throughout this season. But no, they put her down immediately with a headshot, which was kind of cool, because I always like people and villains just getting taken out immediately. But, you know, that freaking crew looked kind of cool, so I was kind of hoping they were going to stick around. But no, they got blasted immediately, because when Jim was in a bind, I was going to say Selena, but Barbara shows up with a freaking tank gun and just destroys everybody, which was pretty dope, I'm not going to lie. And then, of course, Gordon saves Barbara. They have, like, this itty-bitty moment of, like, ooh, you know, love, you saved my last bullet, blah, blah. And then we get, like, the whole heroic, like, oh, there's hope at the end of the tunnel or whatever at the end of the episode, where there's a whole building of new refugees and stuff like that, and Barbara's like, oh, we'll talk again, Jim, we have unfinished business, blah, 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 blah. I totally mentioned this in other videos. I knew that Barbara and Gordon were going to end up working together to go against the common cause of Penguin. So some pretty predictable stuff happening there. I will say that the whole mother scene was kind of cool in this episode. I did absolutely love when Bullock was down in that dining room area and he was looking through everything and the mother showed up and he just threw her, because that is exactly something I would do if somebody just showed up behind me. I'm like, oh bitch, and I would just run. So that part made me laugh out loud, literally. And yeah, Bullock totally owned her, but then he runs upstairs, tells Jim, we gotta get out of here. And what blew my mind was he came in from the hallway, right? And he was like, dude, we gotta get out of here, whatever. And then he ran into a room that he knows nothing about instead of running back into the hallway. And then, of course, the whole, like, lights and everything trying to make them go unconscious happened. And Mother showed up and they get into that little squabble. But I was just like, what are you doing, Bullock? I'm gonna chalk it up to him just being scared and not running back into the hallway. But I was just thinking, I was like, why would you run into a room that you know nothing about when you just came from the damn hallway? But I don't know. I don't know what you guys thought about that scene. I just thought it was pretty hilarious. That kid was kind of creepy that was working with Mother. And since she lived, I'm going to assume that we'll see her later on. Lastly, the only thing of any significance in this episode was Selena got her legs back. So she went through the whole exorcism thing where she goes, and then bada bing, bada boom, she got her freaking legs back and she turned into the cat eyes. Oh, look at my eyes, they're cat. So we got the cat eyes for a moment. I was like, ooh, maybe they kept the cat eye stuff out. But no, that's the way the episode ended. I mentioned this in the trailer breakdowns from previous videos, that I thought it was kind of silly. Still think it's kind of silly. I know that they mention that the root or whatever can change a person, but she's not going to keep these cat eyes. So I think they just kind of added it in there just to be, you know, oh, she's a cat, woo! To be honest, it's whatever. Gotham has totally done worse things. But I will say, the next episode does look really interesting, with Selena going after Jeremiah and then eventually finding him, I'm assuming, because her and Harley Quinn or Echo or whatever they're going to call her look like they're going to be getting into a fight, and that looks pretty dope. So, although I have not liked these first two episodes, it's not that I didn't like them, but I haven't been really intrigued or interested in these first two episodes of Gotham, that next one looks pretty dope, and I'm hoping that that's going to be the one that gets me like, alright, this show's got some promise. But as of right now, season 5 just seems kind of okay. So that's really all I got, ladies and gentlemen. You can expect a trailer breakdown during the weekend sometime, so definitely hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss when that video goes live. Also, follow me on Instagram, because anytime there's some breaking news or some cool news about Batman, I post it on that Instagram faster than I can post a video. Also, there's merch, because who doesn't want merch? And as always, there's extra content. Go watch that content, because why wouldn't you do that? But anyways, guys, as always, I am your host, Juice Wayne. Batman is awesome. Am I right? That's a cheap outro. Bye.
You can't stop me from going after Jeremiah.
He almost killed you. I won't lose you.
I'm not yours to lose.
We take him down, we do it right.
I'm gonna do it my way. 1, 2...
What's going on, everybody? I am your host, Juice Wayne, and this is the trailer breakdown for episode 3 of season 5 of Gotham. And this thing looks pretty much like it is going to be a Selina Kyle fan fest, because we just have a whole bunch of Selina. It seems like this is going to be the introduction to Catwoman. It looks like she's going to get a new suit. She's going to have the claws. It's just going to be a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and break this down. So like I just said, Selina Kyle is going to get a new suit, and we see that right here where she's on top of a rooftop. She's showing off her gloves, and she just has like a whole new costume that we haven't seen before. Of course, we've always seen her in black clothes, but this just looks like she's got like a new kind of outfit. She's never had the gloves before, if I can recall. I don't never seen those before. But yeah, so it looks like she's getting a new suit. At the beginning of this, we're just seeing Bruce kind of just worried, like, you can't go after Jeremiah, and we see the flashback of Jeremiah shooting Selina, which paralyzed her in the first place. Then, of course, we have protective Bruce saying that he doesn't want to lose you, and then, of course, badass Selina is just like, I'm not yours to lose, bitch! The next scene has a narration of Bruce saying, we take him down, we do it right, and then Selina saying, like, we're gonna do this my way. That narration is over this fight scene of Bruce fighting what looks to be the mutants from The Dark Knight Returns. If you've never read Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns, these are one of the big villains in the comic book, and there's this huge epic fight which looks exactly like this guy right here in the trailer. Batman beats this leader down of the mutants and basically has a lot of the mutants become like Batman fanboys, and they are the Batmen of the future, which is kind of cool in that storyline. But here in Gotham, we are seeing their version of the mutants, and it does look pretty cool, and it does look like Bruce and Selina are able to hold their own. But of course, Selina's getting a little too out of hand, and Bruce has to freaking wrangle her in with his version of the bat grapple hook gun thingy. That sounded so terrible, but I completely forgot what to call it at that moment. But anyways, moving on. Then we have this scene right here, like I said earlier, of Selina saying we're going to do things my way. And I just want to point out that Cameron right here, the actress that plays Selina Kyle, looks a lot like a young version of Michelle Pfeiffer's character in freaking Batman Returns. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me, but in this scene specifically, she just seems like her eyes, everything just seems like she is supposed to be that actress's younger version, which it's no secret that Gotham does really love those old school Batman movies, which I love them myself. I really just recently watched them, but they even took how Catwoman became Catwoman in that show, or I should say that movie, where she fell out of the freaking window and the cats came around her. Although they are repeating her rebirth right here with being born by eating some freaking root out of the ground, when she should have actually been Catwoman way back when. Moving on to the best part of the trailer. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but obviously it is freaking Echo as the proto Harley Quinn or whatever they're gonna not call her. And yeah, so this is really awesome. One thing I do want to point out is we saw Echo in episode 1. She put the freaking ha 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 on the GCPD map, and we saw that she had straight hair and she was wearing a mask in episode 1. So I wonder if we're going to see how she becomes this Harley Quinn, because they would have to do it throughout the episode unless she's just gonna be Harley Quinn. Now, I have no problem with her painting her face. If you really look closely, it does look like that she is just putting on makeup. opposed to falling in a vat, which I have no problem with because the original animated series had Harley Quinzel painting her face and she was able to be a normal person and, you know, Harley Quinn whenever she wanted to. You know, future iterations like the New 52 actually had her falling into a vat so her skin was always white, and I believe that's kind of what they're going with right now in the comic books as well, so Harley always has that type of skin, but it does look like Gotham is going to go with the OG version where she just paints on her face, which I'm totally cool with that because then you don't have to have this crazy story of how she became Harley Quinn. Hold on, I want to go ahead and clarify my statement because I feel like some people will be like, you said this for this character, but why did you not say it for this character? I don't mind that they don't have to do an origin story like they did with New 52, that Echo doesn't have to fall into a vat to become Harley Quinn. She could just be somebody that fell in love with Jeremiah and became Harley Quinn. That is totally fine. But I do need Gotham to explain how she's in love with Jeremiah and how she's getting this persona of Harley Quinn. I hope that really makes sense to everybody because it would just be weird just to have Echo being like, look at me, I'm Harley Quinn, without any kind of like how she became Harley Quinn. Why does she love Jeremiah? We know she's been protecting Jeremiah for a long time, so if they just hint like, oh yeah, I've always been in love with you, totally fine. That's perfect. But if I'm not mistaken, in the last season, she didn't really talk that much, right? I don't think she talked at all after her first appearance. If she even did talk in her first appearance, feel free to correct me that in the comment section down below. I don't really remember too much of the previous season, especially Echo's scenes, but I know when she did wear the Jester outfit the first time, I don't think she was really talking after that. She was just wearing the mask and just kind of being there next to Jeremiah. But now, if she's going to be this Harley Quinn persona and she's going to be talking up a storm, why is she so different now? These are the kind of things that I need explained, opposed to just throwing Echo, who had straight hair in the first episode of this season, and now she's all Harley Quinned out. I kind of want to know why she is that way, opposed to actually just being there, you know what I mean? These are the little things that Gotham needs to explain, but sometimes it seems like in this season, like we saw in the last episode, they're kind of just throwing things out there really quickly, so I'm not holding my breath on getting an explanation with this. I think they're just throwing Harley Quinn in our face because they're like, it's a final season, here you go! I just wanted to get those thoughts out of the way. Let's get back to the trailer, because man, was this last part of the trailer really awesome. It does look like Selina finds Jeremiah, or she finds Harley Quinn where she thinks Jeremiah is going to be at, and they get into this crazy fight scene or a game of roulette, because Harley Quinn, or Echo, I'm just going to call her Harley Quinn because she freaking looks like Harley Quinn, but whatever, Echo pulls off the tablecloth and it is a bunch of guns with a bunch of bullets, and it looks like they're going to be playing a game of roulette. Pretty sure Echo is going to be like, oh, just play a game with me and I'll let you know where Jeremiah is if you win, blah blah blah. So Selina's probably going to humor her. They're going to start playing and they're eventually going to start fighting. It does look like Bruce does show up later, and that's why he's screaming Selina, because they're fighting and stuff like that. So she probably totally ditched Bruce at some point in this episode, finds Jeremiah on her own, and that's why her and Echo are starting to fight. Now this fight does look kind of dope. We do have this little silly moment of Selina hissing like a cat. I would normally hate on that. If I'm not mistaken, she has hissed the character of Catwoman in the comics and in the animated series, so I'm not going to really hate on there. It does look kind of silly just hissing at somebody, but, you know, it's part of the character, it's whatever. Still don't really like the cat eyes from the last episode, but that's kind of like, what? But like I said, this is going to be a cool fight between Echo and Selina. Also, if you look really closely in the background, they might be at a church. It looks like Jeremiah changed the windows, because in the background, the freaking, I forget what they call those kind of windows, but you can see that Jeremiah is actually in the windows, very religious-like, which I think is pretty dope. So maybe they're holed up in a church or something like that. I don't really know. It's going to be interesting. This episode looks like to be the first one that is really interesting. I said the first 2 episodes were kind of okay, not great, not terrible. They're just, you know, borderline to okay. They were average episodes. I'm really hoping this is going to be the one that actually starts piquing my interest, because this is the final season. If we don't start getting some interesting episodes soon, it's going to be kind of like, all right, well, how's this show going to end? Are we just waiting for the finale to see what they do with the 10-year time jump? Which, sadly, I think a lot of people are waiting for. They just want to see the finale to see, the, you know, freaking Batman. They want to see Penguin in his final form, Riddler in his final form, everybody in their final forms. because that's what everybody loves. That's what they love from the comic books, what they love from the movies, the animated shows. So I don't know, like I said, I really hope this show does start picking up with the intrigue, but I do fear that it is just one of those things where it's like, we got so much stuff we want to show you in this final season, we're just gonna throw it in your face, and there's not really much story development, and there's a lot of plot holes. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see, but I am excited for this episode because it looks like we're gonna finally get some really cool fighting between some really two awesome characters. Anyways, guys, that is all I got for you on this trailer breakdown. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of the future Bat-tastic content that we put up on this channel. Also, here's some other content if you want to check that out, because why wouldn't you want to do that? Like I've mentioned plenty of times, if you have an Instagram, go follow my freaking Bat from the Box Instagram, because I've been posting all types of Batman news on there. The Birds of Prey movie is going to start filming soon, so if they drop photos, I will be posting them on my Instagram, so definitely go follow it. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. By day, I am Juice Wayne. By night, I am Bat from the Box. But as always, Batman is awesome. See you guys next time.